Chapter 1. The Special Room Service at the Hotel. Stop coming. A soft, sweet voice, tinged with hoarseness, revealed swollen lips stained with an unmistakable redness. As daylight broke, Su Xingli opened her eyes, and last night's chaotic events flooded her mind. The erratic breaths, intertwined silhouettes, and an overwhelming dominance she could not resist. She bolted upright, only to feel a sharp pain in her leg, sending a wave of discomfort coursing through her body. Heavens! What had she done? It was her first day working at the Bow Group, and after an off-site team-building dinner, she had indulged in just a little bit of alcohol. How had things spiraled so out of control once she returned to her hotel room? Turning her head sharply, she caught sight of an exceptionally handsome and striking face. His features were sharply defined, framed by dark eyebrows and deep-set eyes that now rested closed long lashes cast shadows beneath them. His high, straight nose resembled distant mountains, and his thin lips, though pressed together, carried the lingering softness and heat of a kiss. Su Xingli hurriedly covered her face. She could not afford to let her imagination run wild. Who was this man? Was he perhaps part of the hotel's special room service? If that were the case, could she refuse to pay without his consent? Regardless, she had clearly engaged in something scandalous while intoxicated. I must leave quickly. She had no money. Suppressing the discomfort between her legs, Su Xingli hastily gathered her scattered clothes. Her shirt was missing several buttons, a clear indication of last night's intensity. When she stole one last glance at the striking man still sleeping in bed, she rushed out of the room. An hour later, Bo Xueshan opened his eyes, his elegant fingers massaging his temples as memories of the previous night resurfaced, his narrow, deep-set eyes immediately turning cold with a hint of danger. As he sat up, the blanket slipped away, exposing a well-defined upper body. His solid chest bore several scratch marks. His gaze fell upon the bed, where he spotted a faint trail of crimson. In that fleeting moment, he could almost feel the lingering softness from the night before. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he emanated an icy aura. Had he just returned to the country, only for someone to act so eagerly? He would not tolerate learning who it was. His phone rang, and Bo Xueshan answered, his deep, magnetic voice laced with a gravelly timbre from sleep. Find out who was in my room last night. Su Xingli hurried home, quickly washed up, and with no time for breakfast, rushed to the office. As she settled into her seat, her team leader, Linda, approached. Everyone quiet down. The president will arrive shortly. Be alert and present your best selves. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. As Linda's words lingered, a buzz of excitement rippled through the secretarial department. It must be Bo Xueshan, our president. I've been here 3 months and still haven't met him. Me neither. I heard he's been abroad developing new projects. This time, he's staying for good. Su Xingli lowered her gaze. She was indifferent to who her superior was. Her mind was preoccupied with the confusion of last night. The discomfort in her body made her cheeks hot with embarrassment. What if that man woke up and realized she hadn't paid? Surely he wouldn't cause her trouble, especially since he didn't know who she was. With that thought, her heart settled. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and the office fell silent. A chilling aura swept through, causing Su Xingli to instinctively raise her eyes. What she saw made her pupils constrict in shock.
Chapter 2, The Legion of Skeletal Soldiers. Master, you have resurrected us from the ancient graveyard. We shall fight for you across the lands. The towering skeletal figure spoke in a stiff voice. 10 skeletal soldiers knelt on a single knee. In that moment, Guanli felt a surge of excitement, a fervor that made him yearn to rush out and engage in a fierce battle with the zombies outside. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. He had only just begun. Surviving in this apocalyptic world was fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, with a system at his disposal, he was determined to make a name for himself. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. Rise, no need to kneel. Guanli hastily urged the skeletal soldiers to stand. He opened the system panel and navigated to the Legion page. Skeletal Soldier Legion can be upgraded. Number 10, Strength, 1 star, Leader, Bone, Skills, Cleave, Bone Blade, Bone Armor. Guanli felt a modicum of satisfaction with the capabilities of the Skeletal Soldier Legion. After all, they were merely the most basic type of skeletal soldiers. Their abilities may not be formidable, but their undead nature was a significant advantage, unless they were completely shattered, as long as they could move. They would continue to fight. Most importantly, the fact that the Skeletal Soldier Legion could be upgraded meant they were imbued with limitless potential. The IT was not the weakness that worried him, but the prospect of remaining weak indefinitely. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a legion. You may extract legion skills at your discretion. Each legion can only extract once. Extract skill. Oh, how I adore you, system. Opening the Legion page, Guanli pondered briefly and decided that self-preservation was paramount. With the skeletal soldiers at his command, he could afford to stay his hand for now. System, extract bone armor. Having selected the skill, he proceeded with the extraction. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, bone armor. Name, Guanli Strength, 1-star ability, Bone Armor Legion, Skeletal Soldier Legion points, 0 evaluation, gained a modicum of self-protection but remains perpetually at risk. Hey, finally, I can make my mark. Just as Guanli was preparing to lead the skeletal soldiers into battle, a commotion erupted outside. On the peak of immortality, Zhang San reigned supreme. You pitiful zombies, come at me. A proud voice resonated from beyond the window. What the? Is Zhang San really that bold, daring to compete with Enlon for glory? Curiosity piqued, Guanli hurriedly opened a corner of the window to peer outside. There, in the open space outside the dormitory, stood a man clad in white, sword in hand, exuding an air reminiscent of a swordsman. Several headless zombies lay sprawled on the ground, evidently victims of the notorious Zhang San's ruthless hand. Goodness, he must have drawn something extraordinary, no wonder he dares to challenge Enlon. Guanli observed the long sword, which emitted a faint glimmer. Zhang San's flamboyant declarations quickly caught the attention of the zombies lurking in the shadows. The hidden zombies surged forth in an instant, although it was class time and few remained in the dormitory. The zombies that had been trapped within were still numerous, with over 100 bursting out from the surrounding buildings. Upon closer observation, Guanli noted that these zombies moved with a surprising agility. Far from the sluggishness depicted on television, aside from their stiff limbs, their speed was hardly inferior to that of normal humans. I am a celestial swordsman descended to earth, you shall all meet your demise. Zhang San twirled his sword dramatically. His theatrical spirit ignited. With a single stroke, he severed the head of a zombie. However, as he prepared to deliver a second blow, the surrounding zombies lunged at him, tearing away chunks of flesh. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Zhang San, and his long sword clattered to the ground. Help, someone save me! Realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhang San called for aid, but alas, no one heeded his cries. The zombies seized the opportunity, overwhelming him and swiftly devouring him whole. The infamous outlaw had met an untimely demise, leaving Guanli to ponder the gruesome scene of the zombies feasting, their hands stained with blood, as they savored their meal. He closed the window and calmly walked into the bathroom. Ugh, his stomach churned violently, and he felt the remnants of yesterday's lunch threatening to escape. Sigh, such a waste. Having just retched, Guanli immediately regretted it. In this apocalyptic era, food was a precious commodity. Gazing at the remnants in the toilet, a bold idea crossed his mind, though not in the same time frame. The thought of performing in this very bathroom made him shake his head, dismissing the image from his mind. Guanli would rather starve to death or be consumed by zombies than partake in such a thing. Leaving the bathroom, Guanli sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating his next course of action. The fate of Zhang San served as a cautionary tale, imparting a vital lesson: to develop cautiously and avoid recklessness. Ding, reward selection triggered. Option 1, confront the zombies outside the dormitory head-on. Reward title: Am I not brave enough? Slight increase in strength. Option 2, hide in the dormitory and await rescue. Reward old 8 secret mini hamburger X100. Option 3, leave the dormitory and clear the floors of zombies. Reward skill upgrade opportunity X1. The sudden appearance of options plunged Guanli into contemplation. Option 1 was immediately dismissed. Even with 10 skeletal soldiers facing off against over 100 zombies would surely lead to death. Option 2 was also disregarded. The old 8 secret mini hamburger sounded far from reliable. Only the third option aligned with a rational individual's perspective. After a brief organization, Guanli packed the last 2 remaining instant noodle packets from the dormitory and cleared out several bottles of mineral water. Grabbing a fruit knife from the table, he cautiously opened the dormitory door. 2 skeletal soldiers ventured forth to scout ahead. In the narrow corridor, several wandering zombies roamed mindlessly. The appearance of the skeletal soldiers instantly drew their attention. A few zombies roared and charged towards the skeletal soldiers. Guanli stepped outside and observed the scene without panic, commanding the skeletal soldiers to engage. The 2 skeletal soldiers wielded their rusty spring knives, striking at the zombies' necks. Crack! The rusted blades shattered upon impact. The legion of skeletal soldiers were momentarily stunned. Skeletal soldier, we are prepared for battle, yet why have you fallen, my lord? The zombies paid no heed to their musings, lunging at the skeletal soldiers. Fortunately, although the blades had failed, the skeletal frames remained robust. Despite some cracks appearing, they were not immediately rendered useless. The skeletal soldiers discarded their broken knives, extending sharp bone blades from their arms, and swiftly decapitated several zombies. Awakened from a dying sickness, it is I who am the fool. Guanli was astonished to discover that the skeletal soldiers were far more formidable than he had anticipated. The commotion attracted a dozen more zombies, surrounding them from all sides. Bone, eliminate them. Guanli remained composed, directing the skeletal soldiers in battle. Yes, master. Bone raised his weapon, cleaving towards an approaching zombie with a mighty swing. The zombie was instantly split in 2. However, the force of the blow left several cracks in the weapon. Guanli, observing from behind, quickly grasped the situation, recalling the earlier potency of the bone blade. He formulated a plan in his mind. Chapter 3, Skill Upgrade. The zombie slain by Bone erupted, revealing a white card within its body. Although Guanli felt tempted, he refrained from acting impulsively. The Legion could engage the zombies, but he could not afford to take such risks himself at this moment. The skeletal soldiers proved their worth, their bony frames impervious to the zombies' attacks, with the aid of their sharp bone blades. They effortlessly severed the heads of their foes. In a display of overwhelming dominance, the battle was swiftly concluded. Bone's damaged greatsword cleaved through the last zombie, finally meeting its end. Curse you, blacksmith, a swindler. This was my coffin fund. Bone lamented. And Guanli cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. After the battle, he assigned 5 skeletal soldiers to stand guard while the others began tidying up the battlefield. The skeletal soldiers worked quickly. Soon clearing the area, they collected a white card and a 1-star energy core food card, grants 1 serving of food. Guanli examined the card in his hand and promptly crushed it. A spiced roasted meat appeared before him. Without a care for the surrounding corpses, he indulged in a hearty meal. The food produced from the card was surprisingly delicious, rivaling that of a 5-star chef. In no time, the sizable piece of roasted meat was devoured. Wiping the grease from his hands, he retrieved a bottle of Farmer's 3 Fists from his backpack. This food card is rather stingy, not even a drop of water. He grumbled, stowing away the remaining half bottle. System, what is the purpose of this energy core? Guanli inquired, eyeing the core in his hand, its surface already cleaned of blood. Host, this energy core is a product of condensed energy. For a being to evolve, it must absorb energy. The zombies you mentioned are, in fact, the result of failed evolution. Within them, remnants of this energy core remain. The system's voice elucidated Guanli's confusion. Evolve? Guanli's brow furrowed in contemplation. Yes. Evolve. Any living entity has the potential for evolution. Once evolved, humans may be referred to as awakened ones. Awakened ones can attain heights unattainable by ordinary humans. This represents a breakthrough, utterly shattering the shackles of genetics. Becoming an awakened one opens the door to infinite possibilities. The system patiently explained. Ah. I see. Understanding the function of the energy core, Guanli returned to the dormitory, instructing the skeletal soldiers to stand guard. The system had already informed him of the method of use. He held the core in his hands and began the absorption process. The core melted into his palm. A surge of enchanting power coursed through Guanli's body. He felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if he were on the verge of ascension. His cells greedily absorbed the energy from the crystal core. It was as if there were shackles within him that were gradually being unfastened. This state lasted for several minutes. Once the energy was fully absorbed, Guanli opened his eyes. He felt an inexhaustible strength within him. He charged towards the iron-framed bed, leaving deep impressions of his fists. Wow, incredible. It would have been utterly impossible for him to achieve this before. In addition to strength, Guanli sensed an enhancement in his speed and reflexes as well. System. What is my current level? Guanli inquired with curiosity. 1-star awakened, this marks the beginning of your evolution, the system's notification chimed. After absorbing the crystal core, Guanli slung his backpack over his shoulders and stepped out of the dormitory. He needed to clear the zombies on the floor to obtain the option rewards. There were approximately 40 to 50 dormitories on his floor. Bone, take 4 skeleton soldiers and clear the zombies on the left. Understood. Master. The leader, Bone, nodded and departed with the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Outside dormitory 250, Guanli knocked on the door. Soon, he heard the growls of zombies from within. Break the door, prepare to engage. After confirming there were no living beings inside, Guanli instructed the skeleton soldiers to advance. Their sharp bone blades effortlessly pried the door lock open. The door to dormitory 250 swung open, revealing a zombie hanging with entrails, lunging directly at the skeleton soldiers. Fortunately, the skeleton soldiers were already prepared. The sharp bone blades sliced towards the zombie's neck. The newly mutated zombies were not particularly strong, lacking even 1 star of power. As long as an ordinary person could overcome their fear, they could easily slay them. The system had mentioned that zombies could evolve, but Guanli was still uncertain about the extent of that evolution. After scavenging through dormitory 250, he found only 2 sausages. Even the smallest morsel was still sustenance, so Guanli casually stuffed them into his backpack. He proceeded to the next dormitory, employing the same method, knocking on the door to attract zombies and then dispatching them swiftly. After all, he had 5 skeleton soldiers. If one couldn't finish them off, they could surround and overwhelm them. The zombies in the right side dormitory were all cleared away. Through his search for supplies, he amassed over 20 bottles of mineral water, 5 bags of bread, 3 bags of instant noodles, and 10 sausages. Although he had cards, food remained scarce due to the abysmally low drop rate of the cards. Before he could afford indulgence, he had to practice frugality. He gathered several bags and assigned the task of carrying water to the skeleton soldiers. Floor clearing completion, rewards, skill upgrade attempts X1. The system's notification sounded shortly thereafter. And Bone returned with the remaining skeleton soldiers. Master, here are the cards dropped by the zombies. The leader Bone respectfully presented a white card. Guanli took the card, lamenting the truly low drop rate. Only 2 cards and 1 crystal core were yielded from the zombies on this floor. This drop rate rivaled that of major game companies. Weapon card, acquire a fine steel tang knife, capable of easily slicing through GE's melons. Guanli's eyes sparkled as he crushed the card. A tang knife, approximately 90 centimeters in length, materialized in his hand. He swung the knife through the air a few times. Feeling that it was remarkably easy to handle, the fruit knife was now retired. System, can the skill upgrade opportunity be used for the Legion? Indeed, host. Guanli opened the panel for the Skeleton Legion and selected the Bone Blade skill. Selected Bone Blade skill. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Without hesitation, Guanli chose to upgrade. Ding, congratulations, host, the Skeleton Soldier Legion has acquired the Bone Blade skill. The upgrade completed swiftly, and the system's notification rang out. The skeleton soldiers were no longer afraid of zombie bites. Their only deficiency lay in their attack power. Fortunately, the bone blade skill compensated for this shortcoming. Currently the zombies were not particularly powerful, and the bone blade could easily breach their defenses. However, zombies would evolve, and facing evolved zombies would present a different challenge altogether. Thus, Guanli resolved to first enhance the bone blade skill to bolster the attack power of the skeleton soldiers. Let me see your new skills. After the upgrade was complete, Guanli had the skeleton soldiers demonstrate. Compared to the previous bone blade, the bone knife was sharper and longer. The original bone blade merely utilized half an arm as the blade, consequently, it often faced considerable limitations. In contrast, the bone knife extended a blade of approximately 80 centimeters from the edge of the arm, allowing for agile use without any restrictions. After upgrading the skill, another option was triggered. Option 1, find a comfortable dormitory to sleep in. Gaining the skill drowsiness allows instant sleep. Option 2, clear all zombies from dormitory building 1. Rewarding 5 1-star crystal cores and 10 burdensome survivors. Option 3, fight your way out of the dormitory building, eliminating all zombies in the open area, rewarding 1 random talent skill card and 1 legion advancement card. Chapter 4, clearing the zombies. Guanli swiftly dismissed option 1, instant sleep. What a useless ability. Option 2 offered too meager a reward, 5 1-star crystal cores along with 10 burdensome survivors. Guanli did not believe that the system to find burdensome survivors would be of any use. After reviewing the options, he found that only option 3's reward seemed somewhat reasonable. Confirming his objective, Guanli led the skeleton soldiers towards the staircase. The immediate priority was to strengthen his own power. While the zombies had yet to evolve, he aimed to obtain more cards and crystal cores. The stairwell was dimly lit, with a few emergency lights casting an eerie glow. Guanli instructed the skeleton soldiers to take the lead while he positioned himself in the middle of the formation. It was always wise to exercise caution, regardless of the circumstances. He did not harbor any delusions of invincibility. The first floor's hall was teeming with a dozen zombies. Observing the tightly secured shutter door and the gruesome bloodstains, Guanli could surmise the scene that had unfolded. It was likely that the elder of the dormitory had locked the shutter door upon seeing the zombies outside, only to be blindsided by the presence of zombies inside the dormitory as well. The shutter door had prevented the zombies in the hall from being lured outside by Zhang San. Eliminate them. Guanli opted for a preemptive strike, commanding the skeleton soldiers to engage. The zombies, alerted by the commotion behind them, ceased their futile attempts to batter the shutter door. They lunged at the skeleton soldiers with their clawed hands. The upgraded bone blade was incredibly sharp, making it a breeze to dispatch these recently infected zombies. Each strike from the skeleton soldiers precisely cleaved through the zombies' skulls. Guanli felt a surge of adrenaline as he spotted a lone zombie. Stealthily, he approached and swung the tang knife. Crack, a flurry of swift actions, and the outcome was less than stellar. Guanli's tang knife had awkwardly lodged itself into the zombie's shoulder. Oh come on, how off was that? Guanli lamented, but he could do nothing about it. It was his first time cleaving a zombie, and mistakes were inevitable. Zombies were not watermelons. They wouldn't lie still for him to chop. The zombie swayed its decaying body, opening its gaping maw. It seemed intent on a close encounter. The foul stench of its breath nearly made Guanli faint. Get away, you disgusting leech. He kicked out, landing a precise blow to the zombie's abdomen. With the force of the kick, he managed to withdraw the tang knife. Guanli steadied his breath, his grip on the knife no longer trembling. Die. The tang knife struck true against the zombie's neck. A thud, the head of the zombie rolled to the ground. Phew. Guanli sighed in relief. That last blow marked his transformation. He was gradually acclimating to this post-apocalyptic environment. Under the leadership of Bone, the skeleton soldiers finished off the remaining zombies. The dozen or so zombies only yielded 3 crystal cores. As for cards, not a single one was found. Only now did Guanli comprehend the rarity of the cards. He picked up the crystal cores and began to absorb them. Bone and the skeleton soldiers stood guard around him. The 3 1-star crystal cores were quickly absorbed. System, why didn't I level up? Guanli asked, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, the energy from these cores should have been sufficient for him to level up. Host, each individual's potential differs. The effectiveness of absorbing crystal cores naturally varies. To put it simply, the capacity of a cup and a pool are not on the same level. The host possesses great potential, allowing for greater energy absorption. Thus, the energy required for a breakthrough naturally increases. Such advantages will gradually manifest as your strength grows. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The system spoke earnestly. I understand. Guanli nodded. Having read plenty of web novels, he was aware that protagonists often possessed certain quirks. Undoubtedly, he too had his own quirks. Gazing at the tightly secured shutter door, Guanli formulated a plan in his mind. Although the skeleton soldiers had acquired the bone knife skill, directly confronting hundreds of zombies was clearly not a wise choice. Guanli approached the shutter door. Rummaging through the debris to find a key. He partially opened the shutter door, leaving a gap wide enough for 2 bodies. The zombies possessed no intelligence, which was their fatal flaw. Bone will guard this center opening. The remaining soldiers will cover the sides. Guanli swiftly organized the upcoming hunt. Although the Legion provided protection, he still opted to participate personally. The gap in the shutter door was ample enough for the bone knife to pass through. The skeleton soldiers could use this opportunity to pierce the zombies' skulls. Bang, bang, bang. Guanli gripped the tang knife, forcefully banging on the shutter door. The wandering zombies outside were instantly drawn to the cacophony. Growl, growl, growl. Upon seeing Guanli, they charged towards him with the urgency of a predator spotting its prey. Guanli quickly retreated behind the shutter door. Kill them. Countless zombies slammed against the barricade, the stench of decay assaulted the senses. The gate remained firmly lodged, obstructing the majority of the undead horde. The narrow passage allowed only 2 zombies to pass at a time. As they entered the hall, their heads were swiftly severed. The remaining zombies pounded against the gate. The skeletal soldiers thrust their bone daggers with precision, piercing the skulls of the advancing zombies. As the front line of zombies fell, those behind surged forward. The skeletal soldiers continued their relentless assault, stabbing through the brains of the undead. Hundreds of zombies pressed against the gate. Under the terrifying pressure, the gate began to bend and warp. Guan Li knew that it would not hold for long. He dared not slacken his efforts, wielding his tang knife with fervor to slay the zombies. As time passed, his movements became increasingly adept. What once required several strikes to dispatch a single zombie now found every blow landing on vital points. The chaos of battle ignited Guan Li's bloodlust, propelling his growth. The gate was now fully deformed and on the brink of collapse. However, the external zombies had been largely cleared. The remaining ones posed little threat even when they rushed together. The skeletal soldiers activated their bone armor skill, reinforcing their vulnerable spots with a layer of bone. The claws of the zombies were no more than a tickle to them. Seeing the opportune moment, Guan Li commanded the skeletal soldiers to fall back. The remaining zombies poured in, surging into the hall. A cursory glance revealed around 20 or 30 left. Kill. Guan Li's blood surged as he directed the skeletal soldiers to charge with all their might. He too wielded his tang knife, seeking out zombies to slay. In the hall, flesh and blood flew. Heads rolled. The remaining zombies were all dealt with. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Option successfully completed. Reward, Random Talent Skill Card X1, Legion Advancement Card X1. Guan Li ordered the skeletal soldiers to scour the battlefield. While he examined the rewards from the options, Random Talent Card grants a random talent upon use. Legion Advancement Card can be used for Legion Advancement. Guan Li crushed the talent card, and a radiant light fused into his being. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent. Immunity Gene ignores all negative effects. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Guan Li immediately sensed a subtle change within himself. Ignores all negative effects. What about zombie infection? He grasped a zombie's claw, slicing a small cut on his arm. As the zombie virus entered his body, it was swiftly dispersed by a mysterious force. Incredible, a divine talent. Guan Li exclaimed in delight. Mom will no longer have to worry about me getting infected by zombies. Chapter 5, the teaching building system. I want to upgrade the Legion. Guan Li urged impatiently. The skeletal soldiers had proven themselves invaluable. He was eager to see what an upgrade might entail. Ding, please select the Legion to upgrade. The system's voice announced, select the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Guan Li declared it. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Soldier Legion requires 10 Legion Advancement Cards. The system's merciless voice doused Guan Li's enthusiasm with cold water. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. System, are your item descriptions reliable? Guan Li inquired tentatively, can my system provide you with false descriptions? Just tell me if you wish to see them. The system's voice resonated in Guan Li's mind. Fine, I want to see. Viewing the descriptions is indeed a pleasure. Guan Li wished to explode with frustration but had no way to retaliate against the system. He could only grip his tang knife and attack the zombies on the ground. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. The Commander Bone respectfully presented the crystals and cards to Guan Li, observing the cards and crystals in the skeletal hand. Guan Li's previously disheartened mood brightened slightly. 5 white cards, 1 green white card, and 7 1-star crystals. Food card X2, Legion Advancement Card X1, Explosive Arrow X2, causes an explosion upon impact, damaging targets within a 10-meter radius. Equivalent to a grenade's power. Oh, so the dropped cards can also yield advancement cards. Guan Li pondered, finding this quite reasonable. Obtaining advancement cards through option rewards was likely more challenging than cleaving through a mountain. After all, the rewards from options did not guarantee advancement cards. Furthermore, options were triggered randomly, relying solely on luck. After reviewing the 5 white cards, he turned his attention to the remaining green white card. Aesthetically, the green white card appeared more refined and was rarer than the white ones. Black Iron Crossbow, crafted from black iron, possessing superior penetrating power. Guan Li crushed the card in his hand, and a crossbow materialized before him. The crossbow was entirely black, heavy, and formidable in his grip. What a bounty! Life is becoming increasingly exhilarating. Guan Li felt all his efforts were worthwhile. Thank you for your hard work. He patted the commander's shoulder. Master, it is my honor to serve you. The Commander Bone replied solemnly. Executing a knightly salute. Yes, keep up the good work. I, Guan Li, will never shortchange you. Guan Li spoke earnestly. As the Legion could not absorb the crystals, Guan Li could only absorb them with a heavy heart. Absorbing these crystals is indeed a delightful endeavor. Guan Li gazed at the crystals in his hand and began the absorption process. Waves of warmth coursed through his body, strengthening him. Moments later, having absorbed all the crystals, he felt his strength significantly increase. Even in the face of a fighting champion, he could now defeat them with ease. Guan Li stored the black iron crossbow in the system backpack. Items provided by the system and cards could be stored in the system backpack. After a brief respite, Guan Li and his legion departed the male dormitory. With midday approaching, he had to seize the moment to slay more zombies. Brother, are you trying to escape? Can you take me with you? As Guan Li exited the dormitory building, he heard a plea from behind. Turning around, he saw a boy at a 4th-floor window frantically waving his arms. Guan Li ignored him and continued his escape. With his current strength, he could easily carry the boy away. However, there was no need. Carrying a burden would only hinder him. This was the apocalypse. Moral considerations had ceased to exist. It would be good if I didn't stab you in the back. Damn it, you useless trash. I hope you get bitten by a zombie soon. The boy cursed angrily. Retreating back into the dormitory, awaiting rescue, Guanli naturally paid no mind to the boy's insults. "Classmate, please save me, I can promise to be your girlfriend." As he passed by the female dormitory, a sultry voice called down from above. On the fifth-floor balcony, a girl clad in lace underwear waved at him. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, her university-aged figure perfectly developed, with ample curves, luscious lips, and long, fair legs. She was a veritable heartthrob for any young man. "Sorry. I prefer men, you've got the wrong person." Guanli rejected her tearfully, not looking back as he left. "Hey, don't go, I can introduce you to my boyfriend." The girl, undeterred, shouted after him, "What the hell?" Guanli felt a shiver run down his spine and quickened his pace. Internally lamenting how wild the youth of today had become, arriving outside the teaching building, he found it transformed into a hellscape. The apocalypse had coincided with a social welfare event, gathering many students outside the building. For them, the apocalypse marked the beginning of their nightmares. Former classmates, once close, had become bloodthirsty demons, tearing at one another's flesh. Sweethearts, in their desperation to survive, would betray each other to the zombies. As the apocalypse erupted, the malignant nature of humanity began to reveal itself. "Help me, please save me, I beg you." A girl, her body half dragged along the ground, trailed entrails as she crawled toward Guanli. Behind her followed a zombie with a severed leg. Gnawing at her innards as it crawled, Guanli frowned slightly and stepped forward, dispatching the zombie. "Can you take me to the hospital? I don't want to die," the girl pleaded, her voice weak and on the brink of shock. "I'm sorry. Let me help you find peace." Guanli raised his tang knife, granting her a merciful release. Taking a deep breath, he quickly adjusted his mindset. This was the apocalypse. Death had become the norm. Guanli and the skeletal soldier's appearance immediately drew the attention of the zombies. Retreat, back into the teaching building. Today's welfare event attracted at least thousands of participants. The number of zombies would undoubtedly be substantial. In the area directly before Guanli there were already hundreds of zombies. Facing such a massive horde, the current skeletal legion was no match. If they were surrounded, it would spell disaster. Guanli acted swiftly. Rushing into the nearby teaching building, the skeletal soldiers followed closely behind him into the structure. Inside, the teaching building was stained with blood, and several scattered zombies roamed. Guanli gripped his tang knife. Cleaving through the nearest zombie. A white card dropped, which he promptly collected. It was a food card. As for the crystals, he had no time to examine them. Dozens of zombies staggered into the teaching building. Sensing the opportune moment, Guanli swiftly retrieved the black iron crossbow. "Damn it, I'll blow you all to pieces." Loading an explosive arrow, Guanli aimed at the entrance filled with zombies. Whoosh, the explosive arrow shot into the mass, sending a multitude of zombies flying. Chapter 6, The Mutant Zombie. How exhilarating. Guanli gazed at the gruesome scene of blood and flesh being torn apart by the zombies, feeling a profound sense of relief. Unfortunately, the power of the explosive arrows was limited, only capable of dispatching the zombies that drew near. Observing several cards scattered on the ground, Guanli reluctantly ascended the stairs. The explosive arrows had eliminated a portion of the undead. Yet the remaining horde still threatened to overwhelm him. Choice 1, stay and fight the horde to the death. Reward, Skilled Demented Frenzy. Upon activation, strength increases by 1 level but results in loss of rationality for 10 seconds. Choice 2, utilize the advantageous terrain of the 4th floor to clear the horde. Reward, 100 points. Legion Advancement Cards X5. Choice 3, flee down the left corridor. Reward, Talent Swift Escape. Slightly increases speed when fleeing, significantly decreases speed when being pursued. Without a moment's hesitation, Guanli chose the second option. Although the rewards of the other two choices were enticing, their side effects were too substantial for him to consider. He dashed up to the 4th floor, where at the end of the corridor stood a locked door. He recalled that this was an auditorium, typically used for speeches and meetings. The options provided by the system corresponded closely to the reality of the situation. The advantageous terrain of the 4th floor referred specifically to this auditorium. Calling to the skeletal soldiers, Guanli rushed towards the end of the corridor. He swiftly dispatched a few scattered zombies along the way. With a swift motion, he broke the lock of the door with his tang knife. Quick! Block the entrance! Upon entering the auditorium, Guanli immediately issued commands. The skeletal soldiers hastily moved tables to create a makeshift barricade. As he surveyed the oncoming horde of zombies, he braced himself for a desperate stand. Though the barricade was rudimentary, it could hold off the undead, allowing Guanli to gradually wear them down. He drew his black iron crossbow and fired an arrow down the corridor. A violent explosion eradicated numerous zombies. But it also attracted the attention of those nearby. However, at that moment, Guanli had no time to consider anything else. He needed to deal with the immediate threat. After a brief pause, the zombies, treading over the remains of their fallen comrades, continued their relentless advance towards the auditorium. Kill! The skeletal soldiers activated their bony armor and began to cleave through the invading zombies. Guanli, wielding his tang knife, relentlessly struck down any that slipped through. The leader, the skeletal commander, possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, dispatching 2 zombies with each swing of its bone blade. With the passage of time, Guanli grew more adept, his knife skills becoming increasingly fluid. The entrance to the auditorium was now littered with corpses, and only a few stubborn zombies remained to resist. With a few decisive strikes, Guanli dispatched the last of them. Sighing with relief, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Completion of option. Reward, 100 points. Legion Advancement Cards X5. Ding, points acquired by the host detected. Trading Mall activated. Points can be obtained through completing options, slaying monsters, trading, and other means. Eagerly, Guanli opened the system interface. Indeed, in addition to the character inventory and Legion tabs, a new mall had been added. Upon entering the Points Mall, A mystifying virtual panel appeared before him, showcasing a dazzling array of resources, items, weapons, skills, and legion cards to eye in the points mall. There was nothing one could not obtain, provided one had sufficient points. At this moment, the most crucial item for Guan Li was undoubtedly the legion cards. With a mere thought, the items on the virtual panel transformed into various legion cards. After glancing over a few, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. They were exorbitantly priced. Even the cheapest legion card cost tens of thousands of points, and the numbers following the stronger legions were simply uncountable. Guan Li understood that he was far from being able to afford them. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a pit. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally sink. Since he could not exchange for the legion card, he decided to procure some basic supplies. White steamed bun, a very reasonable bun. Priced at 1.500 milliliters pure water, drinkable pure water, free of any harmful substances, priced at 1 point. Strength pill, double strength for 10 seconds, a premium product from Jiangnan, priced at 10 points. Urea bag, a weapon exclusive to the bandits of Nanjing. Priced at 10 points, high-protein beef, contains 6 times the energy of ordinary beef, priced at 5 points. Guan Li casually glanced over the basic items, which were indeed quite affordable though varied. While he was puzzled as to why the urea bag was included, the notorious reputation of the Nanjing bandits was unmistakable. Thus, Guan Li resolved not to purchase anything. "Master, I sense a powerful presence approaching." The voice of the skeletal commander interrupted Guan Li. He swiftly closed the points maul. The horizontal blade in his hand was now raised in defense. Thud rumble, a heavy sound reverberated from the surroundings. Guan Li could distinctly feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. "Not good. Quickly, take cover," he shouted, rolling to the side. At the same moment, the skeletal commander dodged as well. With a deafening crash, a towering figure burst through the wall. Debris flew in all directions, raising a cloud of dust within the auditorium. What in the world? Guan Li sprang to his feet. Fixated on the towering silhouette emerging from the dust, the skeletal soldiers took defensive positions around him. As the dust settled, the figure was revealed to be a mutated zombie, standing at over 2 meters tall. Its body rippling with bulging muscles and grayish-white veins crawling beneath its skin. Its arms were extraordinarily massive, exceeding 3 times that of an ordinary person. Its tattered trousers barely concealed its grotesque form. Name, brute force, strength, 2 stars, ability, charged power punch, evaluation, a mutated zombie with enhanced strength, beware of its arms. Guan Li scanned the brief information that appeared in his mind. Good heavens! A mutated zombie, no wonder it's so formidable. He felt a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated that zombies would begin to evolve so swiftly. A grave expression crossed his face. This mutated zombie possessed a strength rating of 2 stars. Although his numbers were superior, it would still be a fierce battle. Bone, are you afraid? Guan Li inquired. I shall cleave through all obstacles for my master. The skeletal commander raised its bone blade, its bony armor coalescing. Kill! The skeletal soldiers shouted, their eyes ablaze with the fire of their souls. All right, let us take down this behemoth. Encouraged by the resolute response of the skeletal legion, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence. A roar erupted from the brute force. Though it did not comprehend Guan Li's murmurs, it instinctively recognized the protein-rich meal before it. The brute force crouched slightly, its legs bending as it activated its charge skill and barreled toward Guan Li. Chapter 7, A Bountiful Harvest. Though the brute force appeared cumbersome, its speed surged dramatically upon executing the charge skill. Scatter! Guan Li had no intention of enduring such a strike head-on. The weakness of zombies lay in their lack of intelligence. He had to exploit this fact. With a command, the skeletal soldiers quickly dispersed. The brute force plowed through tables and chairs like a bulldozer. With a crash, it failed to halt in time and crashed into the wall, becoming lodged in the crevice. What an opportunity! Seeing the brute force momentarily stalled, Guan Li seized the moment, gripping his tang knife and charging forward. The battle-hardened skeletal soldiers also recognized the chance, having been instructed by Guan Li to seek opportunities to attack. After all, the legion would not betray him. Regardless of who commanded them, the blade of Guan Li's tang knife struck down upon the brute force's back. He felt a tremendous resistance as the knife, typically capable of slicing through zombies with ease, barely managed to breach the brute force's defenses. Hiss, so strong. No wonder it's a mutated zombie, its strength completely eclipses that of an ordinary zombie. The skeletal soldiers surged forward, under the command of the skeletal leader. Their bone blades relentlessly slashing at the brute force's legs. In an instant, a significant amount of grayish-white flesh was severed from its limbs. The brute force howled in rage, freeing its upper body from the wall. With a sweeping motion of its arms, it generated a fierce gust of wind. Not good. Guan Li had not anticipated that the brute force would break free so swiftly. Bony armor. Almost instinctively, Guan Li activated the skill. A layer of white, bone-like armor swiftly enveloped his vital areas. Boom! Guan Li was sent flying by the force of the blow. Protect the master, kill this beast. The skeletal commander, witnessing Guan Li's injury, felt an inferno of fury ignite in its eyes. It executed a cleaving strike, embedding its bone blade into the brute force's thick arm, leaving a gruesome wound. The brute force, enraged, flung the skeletal commander away. Showing no interest in the bony creature, the skeletal soldiers charged forward, their bone blades striking wildly, but the brute force, with its tough hide and 2-star strength, rendered their attacks ineffective. Taking a deep breath, Guan Li steadied himself and rose from the ground. Once again, he charged at the brute force. Roar! The brute force unleashed a punch, aiming to eliminate Guan Li. His pupils contracted in alarm as he quickly ducked. The formidable arm grazed his body, leaving a searing pain across his back, and during the agony, Guanli aimed his sharp tang knife at the vulnerable neck of the brute force, the weakest point in its defenses. With a swift motion, the blade nearly cleaved through its throat. Guanli needed only to advance a fraction further to sever its head, yet, regrettably, the brute force reacted in time, seizing Guanli's clothing and hurling him away. Clutching his injured neck, the brute force let out a furious roar. Realizing how close it had come to death, the fear of mortality instinctively prompted it to guard its throat. Damn it! This hulking figure isn't as foolish as he appears. Observing the brute's demeanor, Guanli felt an unsettling premonition. With the neck being an inaccessible target, he had no choice but to aim for the head. However, gazing at the brute's muscular cranium, Guanli realized the challenge that lay ahead. Unless he devised a plan, he urgently commanded his legion to restrain the brute. Skeleton, block its path. At your command, master. The brute, initially poised to pursue, was suddenly ensnared. The vitality of the skeleton soldiers was akin to that of zombies. Verging on the immortal, each time the brute sent them flying, they would swiftly return to the fray. Seizing the moment, Guanli scoured the point's marketplace. Soon, his eyes brightened. Found it, this is it. Armor-piercing arrow, a specially crafted arrowhead with exceptional penetrating power. Priced at 20 points. Without hesitation, Guanli purchased 3 armor-piercing arrows. His 100 points dwindled to less than half in an instant. Given the current predicament, it was a matter of either the brute's demise or his own. Points could be earned again, but if he perished, it would be game over. Even with just one arm, the brute remained formidable. Numerous skeleton soldiers had already been rendered armless or legless. Guanli witnessed the brute utilize a charged punch, instantly obliterating 2 skeleton soldiers into fragments. Even the commanding skeleton wobbled under the impact, its soul's fiery gaze dimming significantly. Damn it, how dare you harm my skeletons, you shall meet your end. Guanli fitted an armor-piercing arrow. Taking aim at the brute's head, whoosh, the sound of slicing air echoed. An arrow, reflecting a dark sheen, pierced the brute's skull. Roar, the brute bellowed in fury, its arms flailing wildly, striking the surrounding skeleton soldiers. The imminent threat of death unsettled it. It doesn't die from that? Guanli's expression turned cold. Fortunately, he had not skimped and had prepared 3 armor-piercing arrows. He fitted the second arrow, aiming at the wound on the cranium. Whoosh, another sound of slicing air. This time, the crossbow bolt penetrated the brute's skull entirely, sending a spray of white brain matter into the wall behind. Boom, the brute collapsed to the ground, akin to a machine running out of fuel. Finally dead. Brute slain, awarded 100 points. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Guanli's eyes sparkled as he pondered. So, only by slaying mutated zombies can one earn points. Master. Are you alright? The commanding skeleton approached Guanli. I'm fine. Guanli shook his head. Despite the carnage, his injuries were merely superficial. Skeleton, proceed to clear the battlefield. Yes, master. The commanding skeleton nodded and began the task. Aside from the brute, the hall was littered with hundreds of ordinary zombies. System, what happens to soldiers who fall in battle? Guanli felt there might still be hope and quickly inquired. Host, fallen soldiers will return to the Legion space for resurrection. The system's response brought a wave of relief to Guanli. Dispelling the gloom in his heart, he opened the Legion panel and accessed the skeleton soldier interface. At that moment, the 2 fallen skeleton soldiers were in a resurrection countdown. A series of numbers steadily decreased next to their information. Guanli estimated it would take around 6 hours. System, is the resurrection time for soldiers fixed? He asked casually. Host, the time for resurrection is determined by the strength of the soldier. Stronger soldiers require longer resurrection times. Oh. I see. Guanli nodded, exiting the system interface. Observing the multitude of corpses, he joined the team clearing the battlefield. The hall was filled with bodies, and Guanli adeptly severed the heads of zombies with his tang knife. Whenever he encountered a crystal core, he eagerly picked it up, unbothered by the bloodstains. 20 minutes later, Guanli gazed at the rewards before him, unable to suppress his joy. 35 1-star crystal cores, 1 2-star crystal core, 33 white random cards, and 1 green random card. A veritable bounty. Chapter 8, Legion Advancement. Everyone, rest in place. Guanli surveyed the skeleton soldiers, all of whom were missing limbs, even if they were still capable of battle. Their effectiveness had drastically diminished. The skeleton soldiers possessed remarkable recovery abilities. In the mere time it took to clear the battlefield, their cracks had fully healed, the broken bones gradually mended. At this rate, they would soon return to their prime condition. Seizing the opportunity, Guanli decided to process his spoils. He opened all 33 white random cards: food card X13, 500 milliliters purified water X12, Desert Eagle handgun X1, advancement card X4, explosive grenade X3. The notification sounds rang out incessantly, and Guanli displayed a satisfied expression. The food cards and water were essential supplies for survival in this apocalyptic world. Among the items, the most delightful were undoubtedly the advancement cards, with 4 advancement cards in addition to the 7 previously acquired. He could now upgrade his legion. The explosive grenades and Desert Eagle handgun were also noteworthy. The grenades were undoubtedly lethal weapons against zombies. As for the handgun, there was a saying in the martial world: a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, precise and quick within. Clearly, the handgun held immense deterrent power against ordinary individuals. While the crossbow arrows were commendable, they required reloading after each use, making them far less convenient than a firearm with a thought. Guanli summoned a silver handgun into his hand. It felt heavy and substantial. The handgun came with 7 rounds, which was sufficient for Guanli, and the system kindly provided instructions for its use. After a bit of tinkering, he stowed it away. A green card, I wonder what it will yield. He gazed at the sole green card intricately engraved with mysterious patterns emanating a faint green glow, acquired Gale Technique X1, upon use. Grant's comprehension of the Gale Technique. Wow, what a dazzling green light. Guanli exclaimed. The Gale Technique skill card radiated a brilliant azure glow. Would you like to learn the skill, Gale Technique? Learn. Guanli chose without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Gale Technique. Gale Technique bestows the user with the power of the Gale. Awesome. Guanli promptly activated the Gale Technique. In an instant, he felt a lightness in his body. As if his feet were dancing upon the wind, he sprinted with all his might, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. So fast. Guanli gasped. With the Gale Technique's enhancement, his speed had at least doubled. Approximately 3 minutes later, that buoyant sensation gradually dissipated. A simple test provided Guanli with an initial understanding of the Gale Technique. The skill lasted 3 minutes, doubling his speed. It was an excellent skill that could save his life in critical moments. Although the Gale Technique had no cooldown, it consumed energy. After absorbing the crystal cores, a mysterious energy surged within Guanli. This energy could be likened to a blue bar. The use of bone armor also required energy. In his hand, Guanli held a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Compared to the 1-star crystal core, the 2-star crystal core was far more translucent, allowing him to see the swirling energy within. Guanli grasped the 2-star crystal core, beginning to absorb it. As the energy flowed into his body, it felt like a rushing river, cleansing every corner of his being. Ah, this is amazing. Guanli couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding soldiers stared at him in bewilderment. The commanding skeleton wore a puzzled expression as well. After a brief moment, Guanli exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt his internal strength surging. Undoubtedly, he had broken through. Name, Guanli strength, 2-star abilities, bone armor, immune gene, Gale Technique Legion, skeleton soldier Legion points, 140 evaluation. Keep up the effort, you have become a high-level cannon fodder. Guanli's eyes twitched involuntarily. The system's sharp tongue was infuriating. Having broken through to 2-star strength, Guanli sensed that the tang knife in his hand felt significantly lighter. This was due to his newfound strength. Observing the remaining 1-star crystal cores, Guanli absorbed them all, though their effects were considerably weaker. The 35 crystal cores only provided a slight boost in strength. Sigh, these 1-star crystal cores are utterly inadequate. Guanli shook his head. Realizing that as he progressed, the path to strengthening became increasingly arduous. After enhancing his strength, Guanli turned his attention to the Legion. After relentless efforts, he had finally gathered enough advancement cards. System, upgrade the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Ding. Upgrading Skeleton Soldier Legion requires 10 Legion advancement cards. Shall I proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Guanli chose to proceed without a moment's hesitation. Ding, commencing upgrade of the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Before the commanding skeleton could comprehend the situation, it was drawn back into the Legion space. Guanli eagerly anticipated the upgraded Skeleton Soldier Legion. The upgrade would take some time, so he found a spot to sit. He took out 2 food cards from his backpack and crushed them. A carbon-grilled lobster and a golden steak appeared. The aroma of the food quickly permeated the entire hall. Wow, this lobster is enormous, this steak smells divine. Guanli's mouth watered as he eagerly devoured the feast. The items provided by the food cards were random. After indulging in the lobster and steak, Guanli contentedly pulled out a bottle of mineral water. Gulp. After finishing a bottle, he felt slightly satiated. Sigh. With this strength boost, my appetite has increased. At this rate, I might become a bottomless pit. Why do people need to eat? Just as Guanli pondered this philosophical question, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The Skeleton Soldier Legion has successfully evolved. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guanli exclaimed with delight, promptly casting philosophy aside. He opened the Legion panel to examine the details. Skeleton Warrior Legion, upgradable, number, 15, potential, 3 stars, strength, 2 stars, commander, bone, skills, // Bone blade, bone shield, skeletal armor. The number of Legion members has increased. Skills have been added. Skills have been enhanced. Strength has improved. The information regarding the Skeleton Warrior Legion flooded Guanli's mind, leading him swiftly to 3 conclusions. System. What does this potential signify? Guanli inquired, perplexed. Host, potential represents the realm that the Legion can currently transcend. The higher the potential, the greater the strength ceiling of the Legion. Ah, I see. Guanli nodded, swiftly grasping the meaning of potential. Eagerly he summoned the Skeleton Warrior Legion. A dozen beams of white light flashed, and the skeleton warriors appeared before him. The commander, Bone, had taken on a more imposing stature, nearing 2 meters in height. Its skeletal frame had thickened and hardened. In addition to the bone blade, it wielded a rectangular bone shield, adorned with menacing skull engravings, exuding an aura of weightiness. The 15 skeleton warriors held bone blades and round bone shields in their hands. Chapter 9, the mantis with a human face. 15 skeleton warriors stood in neat formation, exuding a formidable presence. Oh, the fallen soldiers have resurrected directly. Guanli gasped in pleasant surprise. Thank you, Master, for granting us rebirth. The soldiers knelt on one knee. Rise. Guanli raised his hand. Gazing with satisfaction at the skeleton warriors, should they encounter any aggressors again, they would undoubtedly be able to press them into the ground. With all members at 2-star strength, their might was indisputable. Let us depart. Continue the exploration. Guanli led the skeleton warriors away from the hall. Upon returning to the first-floor lobby, he recalled that he had left behind several cards. Where are the cards? Guanli looked at the corpses on the ground, which lay barren. Their heads had been cleaved open, their brains a pulpy mess. Clearly, this place had been visited by other survivors. Alas, consider it charity. Guanli shook his head, not dwelling too much on it. He asked himself how he would choose in such a situation. Undoubtedly, he would choose to take, only a fool would not. This was the apocalypse, devoid of any restrictions, the baser instincts of humanity were laid bare. Option 1, clear the playground of zombies, reward 2-star crystal cores x10. Option 2, clear the main teaching building of zombies, reward random legion card x1. Option 3, leave Z University through the dog hole at the east gate. Reward with the key to a certain community gate. Just as Guanli was about to make a move, 3 options appeared in his mind. Without a second thought, he chose the second one. In the face of a legion card, the other options seemed utterly worthless. The main building was adjacent to the one he occupied. He recalled a corridor that could lead directly there, without further hesitation. Guanli proceeded with the skeleton warriors. Roar, a few wandering zombies. Upon seeing the living, Guanli began to shriek. One of the zombies, its belly swollen, dripped green liquid from its mouth. Name, corrosive 1 strength, 2 stars ability, corrosive spray evaluation, a mutated zombie capable of spraying highly corrosive liquid. As Guanli's gaze swept over, a stream of information materialized in his mind. Goodness, another mutated zombie. Had this been earlier, Guanli might have found it troublesome. However, having just strengthened himself, he was eager for a sparring partner. To his surprise, this opportunity presented itself. Bone, leave this mutated zombie to me. Gripping his Tang Dao, Guanli charged at the corrosive one. Gurgle. The corrosive one, perceiving the seemingly feeble human daring to attack, felt a profound insult. Its throat writhed as a burst of green corrosive liquid was unleashed. Guanli activated the wind blade technique, his speed surging, easily evading the corrosive spray. The corrosive one could not fathom such swiftness. It attempted another spray, but required a 2-second cooldown. That was more than enough time for Guanli to strike 10 times. The Tang Dao in Guanli's hand cleaved down towards the corrosive one's head. Swish, the decayed and grotesque head was severed in half, white brain matter mingling with foul blood splattering forth. Kill the corrosive one, earn 75 points. The system's notification sounded, leaving Guanli momentarily stunned. The points reward has diminished. After pondering briefly, he quickly deduced that this was likely related to his recent breakthrough. The greater the difficulty of a kill, the more points earned. As for the minimum reward, that remained to be seen. The corrosive one yielded 1 2-star crystal core, yet regrettably no card. Guanli picked up the crystal core, gripping it in his palm to absorb it. A warm current coursed through his body, significantly boosting his strength. The skeleton warriors effortlessly dispatched the remaining zombies. However, regrettably, none dropped any items. Continuing onward, Guanli pressed on, racing toward the end of the corridor. He arrived at a tightly shut aluminum door. This led to the main teaching building's passage. A few dismembered corpses lay in front, creating an eerie atmosphere. Rather than corpses, they resembled mere remnants of flesh. Scattered blood and flesh lay chaotically on the ground. The signs of struggle did not appear to be the handiwork of zombies. Guanli's heart grew wary. The wounds on the corpses were clearly inflicted by sharp weapons. Everyone be on guard. Unknown creatures ahead. Guanli warned. He instructed 2 skeleton warriors to scout ahead. The skeleton warriors raised their bone shields and slowly pushed open the aluminum door. A thick stench of blood assaulted them. Behind the door lay a corridor littered with corpses, blood staining the entire area crimson. A massive mantis, nearly 2 meters tall, faced away from Guanli, its sharp forelimbs tearing into a corpse, voraciously feasting. Blood splattered, painting the surrounding walls, while various colors of entrails pooled upon the ground. Even after all he had endured, Guanli still felt a wave of nausea. Rustle. The gigantic mantis seemed to sense someone behind it. Clutching the corpse, it slowly turned around. Upon seeing its visage, Guanli instinctively inhaled sharply. Hiss. It was indeed a mantis. However, the face devouring the corpse bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. To be precise, it appeared similar to that of a human being. Name, human-faced mantis. Potential, 5 stars strength, 2 stars ability, scissor slash, charge slash, mimetic exoskeleton, leaping strike evaluation, a disaster beast descending from the rift. Possessing a twisted life structure and formidable power, beware of its forelimbs. Goodness, it possesses 4 abilities. Guanli's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated encountering a disaster creature so soon. He could sense the immense power of the human-faced mantis. If he were to categorize star levels into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers, he was at the beginner level, while the human-faced mantis was at least advanced. If it continued to feast, it would soon surpass 3 stars. Danger, extreme danger. Guanli felt a surge of the instinct to flee, yet he knew that if he ran, it would spell certain death. The narrow corridor offered no room to evade. He tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fight. Only in battle did he have a glimmer of hope. He commanded 15 2-star skeleton warriors. Surely there was a chance for a counterattack. Rustle. The human-faced mantis curiously observed Guanli, its personified face curling into a sinister smile, one that revealed itself only when it had locked onto its prey, the human before it was now the chosen meal. Swish, the human-faced mantis lunged, reaching the skeleton warriors in an instant. Its sharp forelimbs slashed out. The skeleton warriors reacted swiftly, raising their shields to defend. Sparks flew as the forelimbs clashed against the bone shields. The sturdy bone shield was cleaved down to half. Such incredible speed. Such terrifying power, such sharp blades. With its initial strike, the human-faced mantis showcased formidable strength. Had it been anyone else, they might have lost the will to resist, yet Guanli remained composed, swinging his Tang Dao towards the human-faced mantis. Chapter 10, Fierce Battle Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Guanli felt as if he had struck a solid piece of metal. His once unstoppable Tang Dao barely left a shallow white mark on its exoskeleton. Rustle. The human-faced mantis was clearly displeased. Mere ants deserved to perish without question. Its forelimbs slashed toward Guanli. He crouched, narrowly avoiding the horizontal strike to eye. In the moment the human-faced mantis attacked, it left a brief opening. The flanking skeleton warriors seized the opportunity, executing a triple slash. Their bone blades struck with astonishing speed, landing 3 consecutive blows. Do not question how it was accomplished. The system's creation was simply that formidable. In an instant, the human-faced mantis was besieged by a flurry of strikes. Targeting the same spot caused notable damage. Thud. Taking advantage of the opening, Guanli swung his Tang Dao towards the human-faced mantis's abdomen. Compared to the hardened exoskeleton, this area was relatively soft. The Tang Dao sliced through effortlessly, green blood gushing forth. Rustle. The human-faced mantis, in pain, unleashed its ability. A glimmer of white light manifested on its sharp forelimbs. It executed a powerful scissor slash, instantly cleaving one skeleton warrior into fragments. The crosscut blade left deep gashes in the wall. Guanli's pupils constricted, his heart racing in alarm that strike had been aimed at him. If not for the timely intervention of a skeleton warrior, he might have already met his end. Protect the master, slay this creature. The commander of the skeletal army, Bone, was acutely aware of the peril surrounding Guanli. Feeling a profound sense of responsibility. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable surge of power, activating the bone armor, which enveloped most of his form in an instant. The upgraded bone armor boasted a larger coverage area and provided even stronger defense. Its overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to genuine armor. The remaining 14 skeletal warriors simultaneously activated their bone armor, encircling the human-faced mantis within their ranks. How dare you harm my master? Die, you monstrous insect! As the commander, Bone's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. He swung his bone blade, striking the human-faced mantis. The triple slash technique was initiated, delivering 3 rapid strikes in succession. Under the strength of his assault, the mantis was unexpectedly forced back. With a thunderous crash, the mantis stumbled backwards, crashing into a nearby classroom. Impressive! Guanli bellowed, his blood surging with excitement. What of the calamity creature? Before the Legion, they were but mere refuse. Regaining his composure, Guanli gripped his tang knife and charged into the classroom. Amidst the fierce combat, most of the desks and chairs within were shattered. Upon entering, he beheld the human-faced mantis, lying sideways on the ground. A closer inspection revealed that one of the skeletal warriors had acted unscrupulously, launching a surprise attack on the mantis's hind leg amidst the chaos. You truly are a genius. Guanli seized the opportunity, producing a spherical object in his hand. Explosive grenade, everyone take cover. With a swift pull of the pin and a flick of his wrist, he hurled it. His command resonated with the skeletal warriors, who immediately rolled to the side. Boom! The mantis stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, a searing wave of heat propelled it into the air. Rising from the ground, Guanli gazed at the explosion's aftermath. The mantis appeared grievously injured. One of its forelimbs was nearly obliterated, and 2 of its legs were shattered. Its underbelly was a ghastly sight, exuding a pungent odor of charred flesh. Nevertheless, it remained defiant. Good heavens, it still lives! The human-faced mantis displayed a pained expression upon its anthropomorphic visage. Charge! Take advantage of its weakness, end its life. Guanli had never adhered to notions of chivalry. If one could strike from the shadows, they would not fight honorably. If a group could gang up, they would never engage in a duel. Under the relentless onslaught of the skeletal soldiers, the mantis's wounds widened significantly, with its foul green blood seeping from the gashes. It emitted a roar, its remaining forelimb continuing to slash. After gathering its strength, it unleashed the opening slash once more. However, due to the loss of one forelimb, it could only create a single blade of energy. The skeletal warriors, undaunted by death, retaliated even when struck by the energy blade. Ultimately, the human-faced mantis was a living creature. Its stamina waned as it fought, and injuries rendered it weaker. The skeletal warriors bore no such concerns, relentlessly pursuing their assault. As time passed, the mantis sustained more and more wounds. Coupled with the injuries inflicted by the explosive grenade, it was nearing its limit. The speed of its slashes diminished noticeably. Gradually, the mantis found itself at a disadvantage. Yet even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Its desperate counterattack still cost Guanli the lives of 3 skeletal warriors. The mantis fixed its gaze on Guanli, its pupils filled with resentment. Guanli recognized that the mantis was on the brink of collapse. He hastily commanded the skeletal warriors to launch a final fierce assault. Commander Bone led the charge, his bone blade slicing through the air as it relentlessly struck the mantis's wounds. It's over, Guanli declared. Observing the mantis's face, which flashed with a peculiar expression, suddenly an ominous premonition welled up within him. The swarm of skeletal soldiers attacking the mantis vanished in an instant, leaving Commander Bone in a state of bewilderment. A chill ran down Guanli's spine, and the threat of death compelled him to employ the Gale technique in bone armor. Mimetic shell, jump slash, charge slash. It suddenly dawned on him that the mantis had yet to utilize its 3 skills throughout the encounter. The mantis was cunning, all its restraint was channeled into this single strike. He felt a cold blade brush against his cheek, and a thin line of blood appeared. The mantis materialized before Guanli. But thanks to the Gale technique, he felt as if he were riding the winds. In the next moment, he vanished from his previous position. The mantis emitted a furious roar, and in its face, Guanli glimpsed its defiance. This truly is the end. Beneath the mantis, an explosive grenade that Guanli had left behind rolled forth. Boom! A searing wave of heat slapped against Guanli's face. In close proximity, he felt the full force of the grenade's detonation. He couldn't help but admire the mantis's remarkable vitality. Having withstood the blast of an explosive grenade, it still clung to life. The tremendous impact sent Guanli flying, yet, compared to the mantis, his predicament was but a trivial inconvenience. Damn it! Guanli cursed as he crashed against the wall, slowly rising to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothes. The explosion had only left him with minor injuries. Kill the human-faced mantis, gain 1000 points, skill upgrade opportunity X1 mimetic shell. The system notification chimed, and only then did Guanli feel completely at ease. The human-faced mantis was definitively dead. Opportunities always accompany risks. Although vanquishing the mantis had demanded considerable effort, the rewards were undeniably generous. Chapter 11, Strength Enhancement. Master, it is my fault. I allowed you to be harmed. Commander Bone rushed to Guanli's side in a flurry. No matter. This is not your fault. Guanli waved his hand, promptly urging the skeletal warriors to rise. Despite their successful defeat of the human-faced mantis, the soldiers were in dire straits. Many skeletal warriors were missing limbs, and 4 had perished in battle. Unlike the skeletal soldiers, the resurrection time for the skeletal warriors was significantly longer, taking around 7 hours. Rest in place. Guanli commanded. The skeletal warriors were battered and bruised, unfit for further combat. He had no need for haste, so he allowed the skeletal warriors to recuperate. Approaching the fallen human-faced mantis, he picked up the deep green card. Using his tang knife, he sliced open the mantis's corpse. After death, the hardness of its exoskeleton diminished considerably, allowing him to easily break through. With a ripping sound, the green blood flowed freely, filling the ground. The foul odor assaulted his senses, prompting Guanli to wave his hand to disperse the noxious scent. He rummaged through the body for some time, eventually extracting a verdant crystal that emitted a faint glow. The most precious diamonds from his past life paled in comparison to this gem. What a treasure! Guanli's eyes sparkled as he felt the surging energy radiating from the crystal. Initially uncertain, he approached it with a mindset of experimentation. To his surprise, the calamity creature's body contained a crystal core as well. 2-star crystal core, deep green card, 1000 points, skill upgrade opportunity, mimetic shell. These were the entirety of his spoils from this encounter. Grasping the 2-star crystal core, Guanli began to absorb its energy. A torrent of potent power surged into his body, with every organ greedily drawing in the flow of energy. After several minutes, the pure energy gradually dissipated. Guanli held the tang knife, effortlessly performing a flourish. This time, he sensed that the weight of the blade was nearly negligible. Guanli estimated that after absorbing the human-faced mantis's crystal core, his strength had likely reached the intermediate level of 2 stars. After consuming the crystal core, he turned his attention to the deep green card. This was a random card, and Guanli crushed it in his hand. Crack, a crisp sound echoed. Acquired Qingfeng knife X1, name, Qingfeng knife type, weapon grade, 2-star talent, sharpness skills, opening slash, charge slash evaluation, a blade crafted from the forelimbs of the human-faced mantis. Its thin and sharp body can effortlessly cleave through steel plates shimmering with azure light that harbors mysterious power. Guanli studied the description of the Qingfeng knife, a smile blooming on his face. Just when he felt he lacked a reliable weapon, this one had conveniently come his way. With a flicker of thought, a long knife materialized in his hand. The hilt measured 20 centimeters in length, while the blade stretched 1 m, alternating between azure and silver. The hilt was crafted from an exoskeletal material, intricately carved with a menacing mantis. The cold light emanating from the blade seemed to depict a mantis poised to strike. What a remarkable weapon! Guanli exclaimed. Unable to contain his admiration, the craftsmanship displayed would have been considered master level in his past life. He swung the knife through the air a few times, activating the opening slash skill. A blade of energy coalesced within the knife, striking the corpse of the human-faced mantis. With a splatter, flesh and blood burst forth. Guanli's eyes widened in delight, eager to unleash another attack, but was unable to summon the blade of energy again. Opening slash, cooldown time 3 minutes. The system notification chimed in perfectly. Guanli nodded in understanding and promptly attempted to execute charge slash. He felt a surge of power coursing through the blade. His figure rapidly vanished from sight. Whoosh, a gash appeared on the wall, marking the distance of approximately 3 meters. Both skills of the Qingfeng knife had a cooldown of around 3 minutes. Guanli was thoroughly satisfied, as this effectively granted him 2 additional skills without any cost. He stowed his steel tang knife in his system backpack. In this post-apocalyptic world, weapons were a form of currency. This tang knife could likely trade for a considerable amount. After assimilating the crystal core and card, Guanli shifted his focus to the next prize, the skill upgrade opportunity. Due to the army's advancement, the skills he extracted had also upgraded. His bone armor had automatically evolved into bone battle armor. Thus, he did not need to consider this aspect for the time being. The Gale technique, Guanli recalled this life-saving skill. Had it not been for the Gale technique, he might not have evaded the mantis's lethal strike. System upgrade Gale technique. Having made up his mind, Guanli declared he would act without hesitation. Ding, the Gale technique upgraded to the Shadow Gale technique. Shadow Gale technique empowers the user with the swiftness of shadows. Guanli felt a twinge of confusion, uncertain of the effects of this newfound power. Opting for direct experience, he decided to put the technique to the test. Upon invoking Shadow Gale, he immediately sensed his body becoming lighter. With a mere step, he propelled himself several meters in an instant. This speed exceeded twice that of his normal state. How astonishingly fast! Guanli exclaimed. Approximately 4 minutes later, the sensation of lightness gradually faded. He concluded that compared to Gale technique, Shadow Gale offered a greater increase in speed, a longer duration, albeit with a slight rise in energy consumption. Guanli was immensely satisfied, sensing that Shadow Gale still had potential for further development. The spoils from the mantis-like creature had only one item remaining, mimetic shell. Mimetic shell. When affixed to the skin, it can mimic the surrounding environment for the purpose of concealment. Note, this item is consumable and can only be used once. Guanli gazed at the palm-sized shell in his hand and stored it in his system backpack. Master, the soldiers have completed their preparations. The Bone Commander respectfully announced as he approached Guanli. The skeletal warriors stood at attention, aligned in formation, formed groups of 3 to clear the zombies within the building. Guanli commanded, observing the soldiers, with 11 skeletal warriors plus the Bone Commander, they formed exactly 4 groups. Note, the Legion Commander is counted separately from the Legion's numbers. Master, allow me to accompany you, the Bone Commander quickly interjected. No need, we shall act separately, time is of the essence. Guanli declined the Bone Commander's offer, please be cautious. Master, otherwise, we shall bear the burden of our failure. The Bone Commander would not defy Guanli's orders, his previous suggestion stemmed purely from concern. Rest assured, if I were that weak, how could I possibly lead you? Guanli replied with a slight smile, understood. Master. The Bone Commander responded solemnly, commence action, each group is responsible for 1 floor. I will handle the 5th floor myself. Understood. The skeletal warriors exited the classroom, dispersing to carry out their tasks. Guanli ascended the staircase. Arriving at the 5th floor along the way, he encountered several wandering zombies, which he promptly dispatched. He preferred to act alone, viewing it as an opportunity for personal growth. This approach was entirely to avoid the possibility of a beheading incident. Regardless of how powerful the Legion might be, there would inevitably be oversights. Should a beheading occur, it would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 12, Survivors. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Guanli noticed a significant reduction in the number of zombies. Due to the height of the floor, aside from the directly mutated zombies, it was challenging for those below to ascend. Nevertheless, there remained a disturbing number of corpses scattered about. The fewer zombies did not imply their absence. Holding his Qingfeng blade, Guanli resolved to clear the left side first. The main teaching building was vast, housing numerous classrooms on each floor, all in disarray. As he walked down the corridor, Guanli stumbled upon several zombie corpses. Their skulls had been violently crushed, brain matter splattered across the floor. Upon seeing this, Guanli instantly understood that other survivors had commenced their own actions to end this apocalypse. Many were timid, yet there were also those bold enough to take risks. Newly infected zombies possessed weak abilities, easily dispatched by any normal person, provided they could overcome their fear. Guanli was not overly surprised, regardless of how this group eliminated zombies, as long as they did not draw his ire. It was of no concern to him. Stepping over the corpses, he approached a classroom. A low growl emanated from within. Without hesitation, Guanli burst through the door. Inside, a dozen zombies stood in a daze. The moment Guanli appeared, he captured their attention. The zombies turned in unison, fixating on him as if a wolf had spotted its prey. However, it was evident that Guanli was no ordinary prey. With a roar, the zombies surged towards him, claws outstretched, eager to devour him whole. Oh, why so hasty? Guanli smiled, swinging his Qingfeng blade. Swish, one zombie fell, its head soaring into the air. Yet, the demise of their companion did not instill fear in the others. Guanli charged into the classroom, his blade dancing as he struck. Compared to the Tang Dao, the Qingfeng blade was far sharper. When it struck the zombies, there was no sense of obstruction. Moments later, all the zombies in the classroom lay defeated. Guanli smashed their skulls, swiftly cleaning the battlefield. The dozen zombies yielded only 3 one-star crystal cores. After collecting the cores, Guanli exited the classroom. Continuing his extermination of zombies, half an hour later, in a pristine classroom, Guanli sat contentedly with half a roast suckling pig in hand, having dispatched the zombies and indulged in delicious food. Life was beginning to look promising. On the table beside him lay a burlap sack filled with crystal cores. After half an hour of labor, Guanli had amassed a total of 43 one-star crystal cores. As for 2-star cores, perhaps the zombies were too weak, as none were to be found. He had received a fair number of cards, mostly comprising food and bottled water. Selling my love, you've burdened your conscience. He hummed a tune from his hometown while munching on the roast pig. Someone approaches? Guanli stuffed the remaining roast pig into his mouth and wiped his hands on his clothing. Damn. This wretched world. Had the apocalypse not occurred, I would be with Li Qian right now. In the corridor outside, a few survivor students, dressed cautiously, tread carefully, their eyes darting around in fear of a zombie ambush. Yugu. My condolences. If your wife were aware, she would surely not blame you. A bespectacled man offered consolation. Wang Yu's mind drifted back to the moment the apocalypse erupted, after 3 months of pursuing Li Qian. Just as he was about to win her affection, the cataclysm struck. The beautiful Li Qian was instantly transformed into a zombie. Wang Yu, with a heavy heart, resorted to smashing her with a chair. Yet, by a stroke of luck, he obtained a crystal core. After absorbing the core, his body was enhanced. He was initially bewildered, simply following teachers and students to the rooftop, where 2 performance rooms could accommodate over 1,000 people. In the following hours, they frantically dialed for help, but not a single call went through, all lines busy. It was then he realized the time to change fate had arrived. As time passed, the survivors on the rooftop grew increasingly restless. Some proposed leaving Z University in search of rescue, while others suggested remaining in the performance rooms, waiting for rescue teams. A portion advocated for forming teams to hunt zombies and scavenge for supplies. Those opting to hunt zombies were acutely aware that in this apocalypse, the city defense forces might be overwhelmed, and no one could be relied upon but themselves. Wang Yu belonged to this latter group. He was fortunate enough to have absorbed a crystal core and become an awakened individual. During the initial draw, he acquired a large cleaver. Unwilling to remain mediocre, he aspired to become powerful. Thus, he rallied a few close friends to take risks in this new world. The key to survival in the apocalypse naturally lay in scarce resources. After several hours of effort, the small team had gathered a considerable haul. There seems to be a situation ahead. Si Yan spoke up. Several zombie corpses lay sprawled in the corridor, their skulls shattered. Be cautious. Wang Yu gripped the large cleaver tightly, a wave of anxiety washing over him. After all, in this world, many thrived on betrayal. Wang Yu's team cautiously approached the classroom. Inside, a blood-soaked man sat at a desk, a survivor? Guanli regarded the individual before him with wariness, Jingfeng blade at the ready. Cough, brother, we are merely passing through. Wang Yu awkwardly cleared his throat. The man before him instilled a sense of dread. If all is well, I shall not intrude. Wang Yu quickly added, the other's strength was inscrutable. There was no need to make an enemy. Wait a moment. Guanli suddenly called out, halting the group before him. An intriguing thought crossed his mind. Brother. What is it? Wang Yu was taken aback, stepping back instinctively. He gripped the large cleaver tightly. If the other party posed a threat, they could retaliate at any moment. Guanli observed him, a satisfied expression gracing his face. To emerge at such a time, one could not be weak. That expression struck Wang Yu as akin to a hunter sizing up its prey. Brother, while my strength may not match yours, if it comes to blows, you may not fare well. In this dark world, it is perhaps wiser to target the weak. Wang Yu hastily asserted, believing Guanli intended to betray them. What nonsense is this? Guanli was momentarily bewildered. The other's imagination was rather excessive. How could one conjure such thoughts without any provocation? Such talent should be utilized in writing, he mused. Could it be a brother? You do not wish to betray us? Wang Yu slowly realized. Sensing a lack of hostility from Guanli, nonsense, if I desired to betray you, I would have acted already. Attacking you directly would be far simpler. Guanli replied with some exasperation. Had he wished to betray them, he could have done so without much effort. Just moments ago in the classroom, he could have struck with lethal intent. Chapter 13, Rooftop. That does make sense. Wang Yu pondered, realizing the validity of Guanli's statement. The other's strength was undoubtedly beyond his own. If he intended to betray them, he could have easily done so. Apologies, I misjudged you. Wang Yu admitted, his tone genuinely contrite. No harm done. In these times, human intentions are hard to decipher. Your caution is not misplaced. Guanli replied. If it were me, I would undoubtedly act the same way. After all, in an apocalyptic world, encountering a stranger, especially one wielding a weapon, would surely warrant caution. In such circumstances, to remain unguarded would be sheer folly. For one can never ascertain who the other truly is. By the way, my name is Wang Yu. Brother, what brings you to stop us? Wang Yu inquired. Do you dare to slay zombies? Guanli asked. We dare, all six nodded in agreement. Their willingness to descend from the rooftop in search of supplies indicated a certain degree of bravery. Even Four Eyes had personally slain zombies. Do you want these? Guanli waved a burlap sack in front of them. These are crystal cores. The six were instantly rendered speechless. In the apocalypse, few things are as precious as food, and perhaps only crystal cores can rival it. After all, they can enhance one's strength and transform one into an awakened being. Wang Yu is the perfect example. After absorbing a crystal core, he became awakened and could dispatch zombies with the ease of eating or drinking. We want them. The crowd quickly nodded. They were rather straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives, making communication effortless. If you desire them, I can grant them to you. Guanli produced 6 crystal cores and tossed them to the group. They hurriedly reached out to grasp the invaluable cores. Big brother, what do you need us to do? Wang Yu queried after receiving the core. Quickly realizing he was no child, he understood that there are no free lunches in this world. The generosity of the other party in giving crystal cores undoubtedly came with a request. Help me clear out the zombies in this building. Guanli stated his terms. Is it really that simple? The group expressed disbelief. Indeed. It is that simple. Guanli affirmed with a nod. What about the supplies we gather? Wang Yu asked. They are all yours. Guanli replied generously. The request was merely to clear the main building of zombies. Without specifying who would do the clearing, offering 6 crystal cores in exchange for their assistance was, in Guanli's view, quite a bargain. After all, for him, obtaining the Legion card was of utmost importance. And the sooner he acquired it, the more secure he would feel. However, I have one condition: it must be thoroughly cleaned. Every classroom, every corner, even the male and female restrooms. You must ensure there are no zombies left. Guanli commanded. No problem. Leave it to us. Wang Yu vowed confidently and soon began absorbing the crystal cores. Moments later, all 5 completed their awakening. Wang Yu, having already awakened, merely felt his power slightly enhanced. Thank you, big brother, this favor shall never be forgotten, the 6 exclaimed excitedly. After all, receiving crystal cores felt akin to a rebirth. Enough chatter. If you truly wish to thank me, then focus on slaying zombies. The 6th floor is yours. Do not venture below the 5th floor. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Guanli tossed out these words before exiting the classroom. The 6 hurried to catch up, only to find that Guanli had already vanished. A master, undoubtedly a master. Wang Yu was certain in his heart. Let us not linger. Big brother has placed his trust in us, we must repay him. Wang Yu proclaimed as they began to eliminate zombies. Guanli ascended to the 7th floor. Wielding his Qingfeng knife, dispatching wandering zombies. The number of zombies on the 7th floor was few, and he quickly finished clearing them out. Ascending further led him to the top of the main teaching building, which contained no surplus classrooms, only 2 performance rooms and a few storage areas. Upon seeing this, Guanli lost interest. Just as he turned to leave, screams erupted from within the performance room. Ah, zombies, someone has turned into a zombie. What is happening? Everyone, remain calm. Help, someone, please. Save me, a zombie bit my foot. Whoa, I don't want to die. Guanli halted, his gaze fixed on the performance room. Damn it, why must they cause me trouble? Initially, he only needed to eliminate the zombies below to complete his task. But now there was chaos. How could there be zombies in the performance room? Surely someone had been bitten and was now hiding among the crowd. There are always those selfish individuals, regardless of the time. Guanli kicked open the door and charged into the performance room. The space was vast, now filled with hundreds of students. Guanli quickly identified the individual who had transformed into a zombie. It was located in the far corner and had already bitten a dozen students, so those students rapidly transformed into zombies, attacking their fellow classmates. In just moments, dozens were turned into zombies, and everyone scrambled towards the adjacent performance room, which was still relatively safe. Ah, you jerk, how could you push me? Good brother, pull me up, don't leave me behind. Teacher, how could you? The crowd descended into chaos, prioritizing their own survival over others. Guanli shook his head. Witnessing the ugliness of human nature magnified to an extreme, gripping his Qingfeng knife, he charged towards the zombies. While everyone was fleeing, only Guanli rushed in. He could barely handle dozens of zombies. If their numbers exceeded 100, he would undoubtedly turn and flee without hesitation. Within his capacity, he would intervene. If the situation became uncontrollable, his own safety would take precedence. The deaths of others had no bearing on him. Swish, swish, swish. Guanli executed his slicing technique. One zombie that was gnawing at a student had its head severed cleanly. Help me, the student pleaded, but received a blade from Guanli in return, for his pupils had already turned towards the zombie. Guanli activated his shadow dash technique, his speed surging instantly. The Qingfeng knife in his hand continuously harvested the heads of the zombies. These recently infected zombies were not particularly strong, and Guanli's current strength allowed him to easily dispatch them. Who is that? So powerful. Heavens, he's actually killing zombies. So cool, he is like a dream lover. The fleeing students and teachers began to take notice. They halted, looking back to see a blood-soaked young man tirelessly hacking at the zombies. Those terrifying zombies appeared as nothing more than trash before him. Is that Guanli? He's from our class, a girl exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I remember him. He once confessed to me, I should have accepted, a more maturely dressed girl lamented. The gazes of the girls were filled with admiration, while the boys were consumed by jealousy. They all wished that the one slaying zombies was themselves. Chapter 14, Moral Coercion in the Performance Room. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Guanli. When the last zombie fell, the room erupted in cheers. Hooray, we are safe. Guanli paid them no mind, instead focusing on cleaning the battlefield. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. What is Guanli doing? It seems he is searching for something. Suddenly, they recalled the voice from before the apocalypse. Killing monsters could yield rewards. Initially, they had been skeptical, but after witnessing Guanli's strength, they believed. Guanli, let me help you. A boy stepped forward. Stand still, don't move. Guanli shot him a cold glance. Instantly discerning the other's intentions, he sought to take advantage of the chaos and secretly pocket some items. Guanli, we've been classmates for 2 years. Why are you being so rude? The boy's expression soured. As the heir of Xinghai Group, he had never faced such humiliation. Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Guanli replied dismissively, recalling him only vaguely. The boy's name was Zhao Hai, a scion of a publicly listed company. Beyond that, there had been no further connection to Hai. In truth, Guanli had always been rather reclusive. He seldom interacted with classmates, let alone his few roommates. If there was any interaction, it was only with a girl named Lin Nana. Unfortunately, she was quite materialistic and had harshly rejected his confession, and from that point on, Guanli became even more withdrawn, immersing himself in games daily. Fine, don't think just because you have some skills, you can look down on others. My father will soon send someone to rescue me. When that time comes, don't come begging me to take you with me. Zhao Hai, having lost face, could only seek to regain it verbally. Fool, just who do you think your father is? Guanli scoffed, continuing to clean the battlefield. What nonsense, nearly 80 of humanity had been infected by the zombie virus. What could the owner of a listed company possibly do? In an apocalypse, money holds no value whatsoever, it's useless for anything. Alright. You have guts, we'll see about this. Zhao Hai spat defiantly before retreating back into the crowd. He dared not confront Guanli directly, knowing full well that the knife in Guanli's hand was still dripping with blood. Should the other party go berserk, he could easily be cleaved in two, leaving him with no recourse. The crowd, witnessing Zhao Hai's humiliation, also dismissed any thoughts of stepping forward. Sigh, what has happened to Guanli? He has become so cold. Indeed, we are all classmates, shouldn't we help one another? Once a person gains power, they change. Exactly, he is nothing but a selfish little man. Amidst the crowd, many murmured, they completely forgot who had just saved them. Guanli remained focused on his task, ignoring the chatter around him. Dozens of zombies yielded 13 one-star crystal cores and 3 white cards, food card X2, advancement card X1. Guanli collected the items and approached the crowd. Guanli classmate. A plump, bald man emerged from the throng. Guanli had a vague recollection of him. He seemed to be the vice principal, often attending lectures and discussions. What is the matter? He inquired, directing his gaze towards the balding man. I am Qin Xiong, you should know me, right? A fleeting flicker of displeasure crossed Qin Xiong's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. As a savvy individual, one must learn to master their emotions, otherwise, ascending to such a position would be impossible. I see, Vice Principal Chen, is it? Guanli nodded, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, Guanli, you are quite impressive at such a young age. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Chen Xiong praised. Having worked in education for several decades, he was well-versed in managing students. Young, passionate individuals like Guanli could often be swayed with a few compliments and promises of benefits, easily brought under control. Vice Principal Chen is remarkably swift on his feet as well. Guanli maintained his smile. Earlier, when Chen Xiong had fled, he had outpaced many students. Chen Xiong was momentarily at a loss for words. Why was this not proceeding as expected? Guanli, you are indeed humorous. As the vice principal of Z University, I wish to express my gratitude to you. In this perilous moment, Guanli bravely stepped forward to save us. Once the situation stabilizes, I will reach out to higher authorities to award you a medal. Chen Xiong feigned a bow. If it were someone else, they might have been exceedingly excited. After all, receiving a medal from the school held considerable esteem. It would be highly advantageous during job hunting post-graduation, yet, Guanli remained indifferent. His expression devoid of any reaction stabilized the situation. Was that even possible? The group before him was still immersed in their delusions of grandeur. Guanli, as a pride of Z University, you should rise to the occasion and ensure everyone's safety. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Chen Xiong quickly adopted a serious tone. He believed that under the guise of righteousness, no one would refuse, especially with so many female classmates observing. I apologize, I am not interested. Vice Principal Chen, if there is nothing further, kindly make way. Guanli's words left Chen Xiong momentarily stunned. What was happening? Did he not articulate clearly enough? Ahem, Guanli, perhaps I was unclear earlier. Chen Xiong attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Guanli. Vice Principal Chen, please step aside. Guanli's tone turned icy, sending shivers down the spine. The individual before him evidently considered himself a fool, attempting to impose moral obligations. What a joke! Without morality, there could be no coercion. Under the weight of Guanli's formidable presence, Chen Xiong involuntarily retreated a few steps. Guanli passed by him and strode towards the performance room's exit. Guanli, do you remember me? Lin Nana emerged from the crowd, rushing forward. Not really. Guanli shook his head, continuing on his path. You, Lin Nana was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a blunt response. Scumbag, trash, wretch. Lin Nana cried as she ran back, her friends softly comforting her. Nana! Don't cry, such a person isn't worth it. Exactly, what is so remarkable about killing a few zombies? He doesn't even know how to care for girls. I hold the utmost disdain for such individuals. Show-offs. Upon hearing these remarks, Guanli gradually halted his steps. Let me share some good news, the calamity creatures have descended. They are not like ordinary zombies, merely wandering foolishly below. If you wish to survive, make haste to grow stronger. Furthermore, there is likely no food or water in the performance room. Guanli dropped these few statements before departing without a backward glance. Inside the performance room, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly at a loss, Guanli was correct. There was no food or water here. While they could not yet feel the severity of the situation, what lay ahead, the timing of rescue was uncertain. And remaining here was not a viable option. Chapter 15, Trading Supplies. Teachers, Guanli makes a valid point. The issue of food is indeed critical. A bespectacled boy with a scholarly appearance spoke up. His name was Wang Wenli, the president of the student council. Wang Wenli excelled academically, effortlessly obtaining multiple foreign language and piano certifications. He was the epitome of a model student in the eyes of teachers and a paragon of parental expectations. Indeed. Teacher, we must devise a plan. After experiencing the recent zombie attack, the students' nerves had become increasingly frayed. The food dilemma loomed large. Chen Xiong observed the panic-stricken students, feeling a surge of irritation. He had initially thought he could easily manipulate Guanli into becoming his tool. But it seemed that plan had gone awry. Having witnessed the ferocity of the zombies, he felt a profound sense of fear. He had worked hard to reach his current position and had yet to enjoy the fruits of his labor. He could not simply perish like this. Students, we must have faith in Hua country. In times of crisis, the city defense will surely come to our aid. Everyone remain calm, do not succumb to fear. Although Chen Xiong was impatient, he understood the need for a faade of authority. As he was the highest-ranking individual present, teachers and students alike looked to him for reassurance. Yes, Vice Principal Chen is correct. We must trust Hua country and the city defense. The disaster struck unexpectedly. The city defense has yet to respond. As long as we endure this period, help will soon arrive. A beautiful female teacher chimed in, her soothing voice gradually easing the students' tension. Indeed, students, do not lose your composure. Vice Principal Chen and teacher Lin Xiaonai are right. The city defense will certainly mobilize for rescue. Many teachers stepped forward to stabilize the crowd's emotions. Now, let us begin forming teams. There should be plenty of supplies within the building. We will collect what we can and await the city defense's rescue. Chen Xiong, seeing the desired effect achieved, hastily began issuing commands. These students, untouched by the outside world, were the easiest to control. Watching the flurry of activity, Chen Xiong felt he could exploit this situation effectively. Yes, students, follow Vice Principal Chen's arrangements. Boys, organize a team to search for supplies. Girls, manage the logistics. Several male teachers began directing the operations. In the face of disaster, I hope everyone will refrain from selfishness. All supplies gathered must be surrendered for collective distribution. Chen Xiong declared only by controlling the supplies could he secure his position within the group. Regardless of whether the situation stabilized, he had to ensure his own safety. As for the more dangerous tasks, let the students handle those. Understood, Vice Principal Chen. Some boys headed downstairs to begin the search for useful supplies. Ding. The zombies in the main teaching building have been cleared. Reward, random troop card X1. As Guanli descended, the sound of the system echoed in his mind. A surge of joy filled him. The task had finally been completed. Expert. Just as Guanli was about to check the reward, he was suddenly called out by a voice. He glanced towards the stairwell and saw Wang Yu and a few others excitedly waving at him. Oh, it's you all. Guanli smiled faintly, though Wang Yu and his group were somewhat weaker. At least they had the courage to confront the zombies. By this measure alone, they surpassed those on the top floor. For individuals with guts, Guanli held a certain admiration. One could never tell when a top-tier powerhouse might emerge from this group in the future. Indeed. We followed your guidance and eliminated quite a few zombies. Wang Yu brandished a bloodied fire axe, the source of which was unknown. Good, you all show great promise. Guanli nodded, generously offering praise. Thank you for the compliment. Expert. Wang Yu scratched his head, a bit bashful. You didn't come looking for me just to share this, did you? Guanli inquired suspiciously. Expert, we were hoping to trade some supplies with you. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together. I see. What do you wish to exchange? Guanli suddenly understood. People are like iron, and food is like steel. A missed meal can lead to discontent. While crystal cores are valuable, they cannot substitute for sustenance. Guanli could exchange various necessary supplies from the points shop. This could prove to be a lucrative transaction for him. After successfully trading for a composite bow and crossbow, Guanli proceeded to test it. He discovered that as long as the item held value, he could choose to trade it to the shop. For instance, an obsolete Tang Dao could be traded for 10 points. Expert, I want to trade for some food. Wang Yu's face was alight with anticipation. He was so hungry that his vision was starting to blur. Initially he hadn't felt it, but after battling the zombies, his stomach began to protest. The noodles he had for breakfast had long been digested. And although he had consumed half a piece of bread for lunch, it had also been largely digested during the earlier skirmish. No problem, I will absolutely accommodate you. Guanli opened his backpack, revealing a substantial amount of food: 5 bags of instant noodles, 12 sausages, 5 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of mineral water. All these were supplies he had scavenged from his dormitory. Gulp. Wang Yu swallowed hard. Expert. How do we trade for this? 3 1-star crystal cores, and it's yours. No tricks, no bargaining. Guanli held up 3 fingers in front of Wang Yu. These supplies could be exchanged for 10 points. The trading price for a 1-star crystal core ranged from 5 to 10 points. The higher the quality of the core, the greater the price offered by the system, regardless of how it was calculated. 3 cores ensured Guanli a profitable deal that he could afford to be demanding, and he was confident that Wang Yu would not refuse. In times of hunger, people are willing to do anything, even if it goes against their own wishes. However, Guanli believed Wang Yu and his companions still possessed some potential. He intended to make an investment. I'll trade. Wang Yu nodded slightly, producing 3 1-star crystal cores, a wise choice. In my business dealings, I have always prided myself on fairness. Guanli casually tossed over a backpack, simultaneously collecting the crystal cores. Ding, transaction successful, you have gained 24 points. The system's prompt echoed, confirming the quality of Wang Yu's crystal cores was quite satisfactory. Master. We too wish to exchange for some food. The other 5 chimed in. Their strength was somewhat lacking, allowing them to offer only 1 or 2 crystal cores each. Satisfactory. Guanli accepted the crystal cores and swiftly purchased food from the point store. The total expenditure was 30 points, yielding 8 1-star crystal cores. His calculations were precise, ensuring he could profit from the transaction. Ding, transaction successful, you have gained 64 points. Within mere minutes, Guanli netted a profit of 34 points. Though the amount was modest, it was achieved without any significant effort. Guanli merely had to access the point store. What a delight! It was truly effortless to amass points. Chapter 16, Card Activation. This exchange was a win-win situation. Wang Yu and his companions acquired essential survival supplies, their faces beaming with joy. After all, while crystal cores were precious, they could be obtained through the defeat of zombies. A food, however, was different, unless one stumbled upon a food card. It could only be procured through searching. Moreover, food was a consumable resource. In this apocalyptic world, it was undoubtedly in short supply. Without crystal cores, humanity might endure, but without food and water, survival was impossible. Wang Yu glanced at the food in his backpack. If rationed, it would suffice for several days. Their primary concern was sustenance. They entirely overlooked Guan Li's miraculous ability to conjure items out of thin air or die in this era of apocalypse, with zombies roaming the earth. Nothing seemed implausible. It was entirely reasonable for a master like Guan Li to possess a personal space. All were astute individuals. If Guan Li chose not to elaborate, they refrained from inquiring further. Wang Yu, I see potential in you. This Tang Dao is a gift for you. Guan Li retrieved the discarded Tang Dao from his system space. Since it wouldn't fetch much in points, he decided to do a favor of this. Wang Yu accepted the Tang Dao, a dazed expression on his face, clearly taken aback by the unexpected gesture. Thank you, master. Should we meet again, I will surely repay this kindness. Wang Yu declared earnestly. The more he observed Wang Yu, the more he found him agreeable. Indeed, this youth is teachable. Very well, until we meet again. Guan Li waved his hand and swiftly vanished down the corridor. Brother Yu, what shall we do now? Si Yin inquired, given the current circumstances. Relying on the perimeter for safety is evidently unfeasible. We cannot entrust our fates to others. Are you willing to follow me? Wang Yu gazed at the group, revealing a burgeoning aura of a leader. We are willing, the five responded in unison. In that case, let us slay zombies and enhance our strength. Having witnessed Guan Li's formidable prowess, Wang Yu understood that in this apocalypse strength reigns supreme. The old hierarchies of power, status, and position would be reshuffled. Might makes right. This is the law of the apocalypse. Brother Yu, we shall heed your command, the group echoed. Let us proceed to the adjacent teaching building. We shall commence our endeavors from there. Wang Yu readied his backpack, embarking on his destined journey. Guan Li returned to the first floor. Making his way towards the classroom of the humanoid mantis. He had arranged with the skeletal soldiers to regroup here after completing their tasks. His encounter with Wang Yu and the others had caused a slight delay. Based on the skeletal soldiers' speed, they should have already arrived. Upon reaching the classroom, he indeed found the skeletal warriors assembled in neat rows. Master, the leader of the skeletons approached Guan Li promptly upon his return. You've worked hard. Guan Li nodded in acknowledgement. It was nothing, serving the master is our honor. Master, here are the spoils from our zombie clearing efforts. The leader of the skeletons removed a backpack from his back and respectfully presented it to Guan Li. Peering through the zipper's opening, Guan Li was astonished to see it brimming with crystal cores piled high. Alongside the crystal cores were dozens of delicate cards. Utilizing the system, Guan Li swiftly assessed the haul. 292 one-star crystal cores. 6 two-star crystal cores, 56 white random cards, 1 white green card, and 1 green card. The bounty indicated that the skeletal warriors had encountered mutated zombies. After considering the skeletal warrior's strength, Guan Li deduced that only formidable calamity creatures like the humanoid mantis could inflict casualties. Standard 2-star zombies posed little threat to them. The might and efficacy of the Legion were becoming increasingly evident. Were it anyone else, acquiring such a vast number of crystal cores and cards in a short time would be nearly impossible. Even with teamwork, the spoils would have to be divided. Guan Li, however, faced no such concerns. The soldiers of his legion selflessly contributed their entire bounty. Guan Li calculated the total number of one-star crystal cores, a staggering 342. If exchanged for points, it amounted to a considerable sum, yet, he did not rush to trade. Since supplies could be exchanged for crystal cores, the reverse must also hold true of cards. He required more cards, stowing away the over 300 crystal cores in his backpack. He reflected on the system's limitations. While it was excellent for storing rewards, it could not accommodate crystal cores. If only I had a portable space. Guan Li mused inwardly. Carrying over 300 crystal cores was akin to being a moving treasure trove. Clutching 6 2-star crystal cores, he began to absorb them. 1-star crystal cores were of little benefit, but 2-star cores still offered substantial enhancement. Waves of warmth coursed through his body, causing him to shudder slightly. Refreshing. Guan Li felt every cell within him awaken with vitality. Once absorption was complete, he unleashed a couple of punches, creating gusts of wind. Though his power had noticeably increased, he remained at the intermediate 2-star stage. To advance to the advanced 2-star level, he would need to absorb a considerable number of crystal cores. Master, you have grown stronger again, the leader of the skeletons exclaimed. Just a little, merely a slight improvement. Seeing the leader's worshipful gaze, Guan Li felt somewhat bashful. After absorbing the crystal cores, his attention shifted to the cards. First, he opened all 56 white random cards, acquired food card X10, acquired advancement card X4, acquired supply card X6, restores energy rapidly upon use, acquired common pistol bullets X10, universal bullets suitable for any handgun, acquired ordinary crossbow arrows X15, the most basic arrows capable of penetrating weak defenses, acquired scrap shovel X1, a completely useless shovel. May attempt to recycle, acquired scrap car parts X10, scrap car parts that seem useless may attempt to recycle. A series of prompts reverberated in Guan Li's mind. The more cards he opened, the more eclectic the rewards. Staring at the pile of scrap parts and the discarded shovel, he felt somewhat speechless, particularly regarding the shovel, which was rusted beyond recognition, stained with an unknown dried red substance. Scrap car parts, trade for 1 point. Scrap shovel, no value. Guan Li sighed. Opting to trade the scrap car parts, transaction successful, you have gained 10 points. As for the rusty shovel, he tossed it into the system backpack. Though it was of no use, he couldn't bear to part with it. Such was his frugality. He now understood that cards were akin to a lottery. The rewards were entirely dependent on luck. With good fortune, even a white card could yield powerful items. Conversely, with poor luck, one might receive nothing at all. This was a lesson Guan Li had personally experienced. Chapter 17. The Nightblade Legion. After opening all the white cards, Guan Li turned his attention to the remaining 2 cards, 1 white green and 1 green. Without hesitation, he chose to open them. Zombie Trap X1. Upon use, it can be set to attract nearby zombies with its emitted scent, and the trap will explode 10 seconds after installation. Space Ring X1 contains a space of 10 cubic meters, which can be upgraded with special items. Upon witnessing the second reward, a glint of excitement flickered in Guanli's eyes. A spatial item. Just as he had desired a portable space, here it was. Gazing at the space ring, he slipped it onto his thumb. The ring was entirely black, crafted from a unique material, with a rather unassuming appearance. Even placed on a carpet, it would go unnoticed. However, the intricate carvings etched upon it held an air of mystery. Ding, binding request detected from the space ring. Does the host wish to bind it? As Guanli pondered, the system's voice rang out, bind. He nodded firmly. Without a hint of hesitation, ding, binding successful. As the system's announcement faded, a connection was established between him and the ring. He reached into his backpack for the crystal cores, and with a mere thought, they vanished from his hand. After several attempts, he successfully stowed all the crystal cores within the ring. Mastering the use of the space ring, he realized he could retrieve items with just a single thought. Excellent. Guanli felt elated. Once all the rewards were uncovered, he slowly retrieved a single card. The card radiated a golden glow, its back depicting a mysterious door, while the front bore a question mark. Random Legion card. Guanli gazed at the golden card in his hand. His breath quickening. He applied slight pressure, and the delicate card disintegrated in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Nightblade Assassin Legion. The enigmatic golden card gradually revealed its intricate design. It depicted a man clad in black attire. His face stern and resolute, gripping a long sword that radiated a keen edge. Behind him loomed countless shadowy figures. Guanli crushed the card, and a summoning array materialized before him. 11 ethereal silhouettes emerged, slowly coalescing into solid forms. We pay homage to our master. The foremost figure knelt half-heartedly before Guanli, and the remaining night assassins followed suit. Rise at once. Guanli hurried forward to assist the leading figure to his feet. The other night assassins then stood as well, dressed in black. These assassins seemed to meld into the darkness. Their physiques were well proportioned, each standing around 180 centimeters tall, with distinct appearances, yet they all shared a singular attribute: handsomeness. Of course, they were still outshone by the esteemed readers. The 3-foot-long blade in their hands exuded a faint glimmer. The foremost among them was indeed the man from the card. His demeanor was composed, with star-like brows and sword-like eyes, evoking the image of an unparalleled martial artist from a wuxia novel. Guanli quickly scrutinized the information regarding the Night Assassins. Nightblade Assassin Legion, upgradable, number, 10, potential, 4 stars, strength, 2 stars, leader, Xinlian, skills, shadow stealth. Night sword technique, night internal force, shadow step, projectile throwing, Xinlian? Guanli paused momentarily. At your service, what commands do you have, my master? Xinlian stepped forward, bowing his head with hands clasped together. No matter, I merely find the name somewhat familiar. He shook his head, reminiscing about the azure planet of his past life, where a notable figure also bore the name Xinlian. Indeed. Xinlian nodded and stepped back, refraining from further inquiries. Guanli's words were absolute commands. His role was to execute, not to question. This is Bone, please make his acquaintance. From this moment forth, you shall all be comrades. Guanli gestured toward the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Due to their shared affiliation, a faint resonance existed between the two groups. Otherwise, Xinlian would have undoubtedly regarded the Skeleton Warriors as foes to be vanquished. Xinlian. Bone. The leaders of the two legions exchanged greetings. Though their words were succinct, Guanli understood that they had already regarded one another as life and death companions. Human nature harbors desires, and interfactional strife is inevitable. However, such discord would not find root within the legions. They were loyal to Guanli, and internal conflict was out of the question. Excellent. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. The presence of a system was indeed a blessing. With the acquisition of a new legion, Guanli could once again extract skills. He gazed at the skills of the Night Assassins, hesitating momentarily before swiftly reaching a decision. System. Extract Night Internal Force. Guanli selected the Night Internal Force. Ding, commencing extraction of Night Internal Force. The system's voice soon echoed, and Guanli felt a mysterious power surge within him. The energy that resided in him began to merge seamlessly with the Night Internal Force, enhancing its purity and potency. Is this the Night Internal Force? He directed a powerful punch at the corpse of a human-faced mantis, enveloped in a dark aura. With a resounding thrust, the corpse was instantaneously pierced. Indeed. Guanli exclaimed with elation. He experimented with channeling the Night Internal Force into his blade, unleashing a wave of black energy. The power generated was on par with his signature technique. Most crucially, the potency of the Night Internal Force corresponded to his own strength. The greater his prowess, the more formidable the Night Internal Force became. With mastery over the Night Internal Force, his capabilities surged significantly. With 2 legions at his command, Guanli felt it was time to depart from Z University. The number of zombies within Z University was relatively sparse. To continue growing stronger, he needed to vanquish more zombies. In other words, Z University could no longer satisfy his ambitions. Guanli yearned for a thrill. Everyone, are you prepared to slay our enemies? He surveyed the legion of soldiers before him, akin to a general rallying his troops on the battlefield. Though their numbers were few, barely exceeding 20 soldiers, their presence was formidable. Master, we await your command. Both Bone and Xinlian spoke in unison. Target, the playground outside the teaching building, move out. With a sweep of his hand, Guanli led the charge from the classroom. The atmosphere was palpable through the glass doors of the hall. He beheld the playground teeming with zombies, thousands of them, including numerous mutated variants. After all, the zombies on the playground had feasted well, their rate of evolution far surpassed that of those within the teaching building. Guanli scanned the surroundings, feeling a sense of relief upon not detecting the presence of any calamity monsters. Were these zombies to join forces with creatures like the human-faced mantis, Guanli would have no choice but to retreat. He glanced at his legion, all poised for action. The final battle to leave Z University was about to commence. Chapter 18. The battle commences, my master. Shall we eradicate all these fiends? Shen Lian's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Facing the horde of over 1,000 zombies without a hint of trepidation. Patience, allow me to present them with a grand gift first. Shen Lian, can you stealthily install this device in the midst of the zombie horde? Guanli retrieved a card from his system backpack. It was a zombie trap, a newly acquired item, ready for immediate deployment. No problem. Shen Lian accepted the card. His form gradually became ethereal, ultimately merging with the ground. Impressive. Guanli whispered in admiration. Shen Lian, now a shadow, swiftly navigated through the outermost zombies, who lacking intelligence, remained oblivious to his presence. He soon reached the heart of the horde, materializing from the ground. The shadow drew the attention of the surrounding zombies. Shen Lian remained unfazed. Crushing the card in his hand, a metallic box, enshrouded in flesh, appeared before him. Instantly, the zombies were drawn to it. Becoming restless, they disregarded everything else and lunged toward Shen Lian's position. As chaos erupted among the zombies. Shen Lian cast aside the metallic box and swiftly submerged into the ground. The aroma exuding from the box captivated the zombies, even enticing the mutated ones to approach the epicenter. 5 towering brutes and several bloated corruptors gathered around. Alongside a few unfamiliar mutated zombies, the area surrounding the zombie trap quickly became congested with zombies, their eyes wide with confusion as they regarded the metallic box. My master. Shen Lian returned to Guanli's side. Prepare for the spectacle. Guanli pointed toward the distant zombie horde. One of the brutes curiously picked up the metallic box, examining it closely. 3, 2, 1 boom. Guanli counted down in his mind. The metallic box in the brute's grasp erupted in a dazzling flash of light. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout Z University. Even the surrounding teaching buildings trembled in response. All surviving individuals were drawn to the explosion sound. Is it the city defense? Most felt a surge of elation. In a nation where firearm regulations are stringent, only the city defense could deploy such devastating weaponry. They peered cautiously through the gaps in the windows to catch a glimpse of the playground. Witnessing a searing wave of flames engulfing the masses of zombies, those nearest to the epicenter were obliterated into countless pieces, while even those further away were sent sprawling by the scorching shockwave. Excellent. Absolutely splendid, let us obliterate these monsters. The crowd erupted in excitement. However, they soon regained their composure. The expansive playground bore no sign of the city defense. This indicated that the recent explosion was not the handiwork of the city defense. Is this a joke? Are they playing such a dangerous game? The students within the teaching building, who were engaged in slaying zombies, turned their gazes toward the playground. The horde of zombies numbered in the thousands. No one dared provoke them. It would be akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, inviting disaster. Tian-gu. What should we do? A rather sullen man surveyed the situation on the playground, an icy chill emanating from his palm. Huang Lindian, he was a favored child of fate, having obtained the transmutation book for an ice mage during the initial lottery. Fools. We merely need to enjoy the show. Huang Lindian replied coldly. He held no belief that anyone in Z University could rival him. After becoming an ice mage, his strength surged to 2 stars. Yet, his expertise lay not in close combat but in casting spells. With a single ice explosion spell, he could dispatch dozens of zombies. Immensely powerful. After absorbing numerous crystal cores, his strength had soared once more. During his scavenging, he encountered several other survivors who had also received initial rewards. These individuals were fortunate to have obtained initial rewards, yet equally unfortunate, as Huang Lindian had set his sights on them. Following a fierce battle, they all met their demise at his hands, their hard-earned supplies falling into his possession. As for the consequences of killing Huang El regarding the fluctuation of points, it is indeed a reflection of the varying strengths of the violent beings. The 5-headed violators contributed a total of 267 points. The horde of zombies has been scattered, and now presents the perfect opportunity. Guanli surveyed the disbanded corpses, realizing it would be challenging to regroup them in the short term. Kill. His gaze sharpened as he brandished his Qingfeng knife and charged forward. Shen Lian and Gu, leading the legion of soldiers, swiftly followed in Guanli's wake. A zombie that had just risen was cleaved in two at the skull. Dark blood splattered, staining Guanli's attire. Unfazed, he continued to wield the Qingfeng knife, relentlessly slaying the reanimated corpses. The explosion's power was immense but confined to the epicenter. Zombies that were slightly farther away were merely toppled by the shockwave. Suffering minimal damage, Guanli estimated that the explosion had only eliminated a few hundred zombies. Currently, there remained a couple of thousand on the playground. Fortunately, their strength was not formidable, most being of 1-star caliber. A master. Truly a master. Wan Yu exclaimed from within the teaching building, his excitement palpable. Indeed, he is incredibly fierce. To charge at so many zombies. The others nodded in agreement. Oh my, it's Guanli, he is so brave. The students on the top floor gasped in awe. Brave? More like courting death. Zhao Hai scoffed, harboring no belief that Guanli would emerge unscathed. Is there really such a formidable individual in the school? I wonder if there's a chance to befriend him. The students who had chosen to strike first were all drawn to the commotion on the playground. In that moment, Guanli was undoubtedly the most striking figure at Z University. A skeleton? It seems this fellow has rather good fortune. What a pity, he is no match for me. Huang Lintian sneered, his words dripping with disdain. A mere skeleton warrior, just the most worthless of creatures. A nearby underling quickly chimed in. It was evident that everyone present had played online games and knew that skeleton warriors were among the lowest tier of beings. As for the shadow swordsman, Huang Lintian regarded him merely as a fellow student and paid little heed. Everyone, follow me downstairs. Huang Lintian commanded, surrounded by dozens of students. These students possessed exceptional abilities, all having absorbed crystal cores. Yes. Brother Tian. They did not ask further questions. Killing was not a new endeavor for them. Huang Tian cast one last glance at the playground. This was an opportunity. If seized well, he would leap from a fish to a dragon. Chapter 19, The Lick Master on the playground. Guanli moved nimbly, weaving through the zombies. Wherever he went, a zombie fell. A card dropped from a slain zombie, which Guanli deftly picked up, then continued to seek his next target. Many zombies were just beginning to rise, but they were met with a sharp long knife. The skeleton warrior wielded a bone blade, relentlessly cleaving through the undead enveloped in skeletal armor. The zombies found it difficult to breach their defenses. Each skeleton warrior faced a dozen zombies yet maintained the upper hand. You ugly brutes, even more hideous than I perish. Gu swung his shield, instantly sending a nearby zombie flying. He stepped forward with ease. Lopping off their heads, the structure of the skeleton warriors was unique. Every strike maximized their power. In simpler terms, they fought without regard for their lives. Shenlian observed Gu's valiant combat and felt compelled to match his fervor. He wielded his long sword, executing the Night Blade technique. Sword energy shot forth, slaying one zombie after another. 10 shadow swordsmen followed suit, unleashing the Night Blade technique. Black sword energy continuously rained down upon the horde, decimating nearly 100 zombies in a single wave. Impressive! Guanli exclaimed in awe. After the sweeping sword energy, the shadow swordsmen engaged in close quarters combat with the zombies. The execution of their sword techniques consumed considerable inner strength. To unleash them again, they had to wait for their energy to replenish. The shadow swordsmen were all of 2-star caliber. Even without the aid of inner strength, they could still easily dispatch zombies. Suddenly, as Guanli was engaged in battle, a sound of slicing air reached his ears. Something seemed to be coming at him. He activated the shadow step technique, swiftly evading the incoming object. Turning to look, he saw a pink flesh serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, its tongue lined with sharp barbs. Dare to ambush me? Guanli scoffed, and without hesitation he swung his Qingfeng knife. Crack. The flesh tongue's defense was not formidable, and it was severed cleanly. The severed length of flesh fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Master! My lord! Gu and Shenlian, seeing Guanli under attack, rushed to assist. I'm fine, continue clearing the zombies. Guanli instructed. Understood. Gu and Shenlian nodded. Resuming their task, Guanli turned around to confront the creature that had ambushed him. It was a mutated zombie, its form grotesquely twisted. It lay on the ground, retracting its severed flesh tongue. Its skin seemed to be shedding, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Various arteries were exposed to the air. The original arms had morphed into reptilian-like limbs, with razor-sharp claws capable of easily piercing the concrete. Its twisted nose quivered incessantly, seemingly to discern its surroundings. Its mouth, split to the ears, displayed sharp teeth, and its eyes had completely regressed, revealing a writhing brain encased in a translucent membrane. This mutated zombie had wholly abandoned its human form. Name, Lick Master Strength, 2 stars ability, Tongue Lash, Rapid Movement Evaluation. The body has transformed in an entirely different direction, completely forsaking humanity, devolving into a beast. Beware of its highly agile tongue. Guanli's gaze swept across as the system provided basic information about the creature. Ah, so it is the Lick Master. In his past life, he had encountered the biochemical series, and the mutated zombie before him bore a resemblance to the Lick Master within. Seizing the moment while the shadow step technique was still active, Guanli initiated an attack. In the blink of an eye, he was before the Lick Master, slashing with his Qingfeng knife. The Lick Master reacted swiftly, raising its forelimb to block. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The Qingfeng knife struck against the claws, creating sparks. Though the Lick Master managed to defend against the attack, its strength paled in comparison to Guanli's. Its hind limbs skidded backward on the ground. Open slash. Observing this, Guanli unleashed his skill. The Qingfeng knife lifted, swiftly slashing again. 2 intersecting blades of energy descended upon the Lick Master's claws. Crack, the hard claws shattered, and the Lick Master was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Guanli aimed to capitalize on this momentum but was caught off guard as the Lick Master reacted quickly. Whoosh, a barbed flesh tongue shot towards Guanli's head. Damn it, again? He activated the skeletal armor. A simple white bone armor materialized around him. Guanli reached out and seized the incoming flesh serpent. The barb scraped against the skeletal armor, producing sparks. Clearly, the Lick Master's assault could not breach the skeletal armor's defenses. Come here. Guanli yanked the pink flesh tongue, pulling the Lick Master towards him with tremendous force. Hello? Lick Master, goodbye, Lick Master. Guanli's Qingfeng knife plunged directly into the Lick Master's brain. The thinly membraned head erupted with a deluge of brain matter. The scene was nothing short of exquisite. Kill the Lick Master, gain 75 points. A green card fell from the Lickmaster's corpse, which Guanli promptly collected. He then rummaged through the Lickmaster's head and extracted a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Guanli was thoroughly satisfied, discarding the lifeless Lickmaster. It held no further value. Scanning the playground, he noted that the horde had been dispersed by the Legion. The 20-odd soldiers charged fiercely at the 1,000 zombies. At this rate, the eradication of the horde was merely a matter of time. He shifted his focus to the mutated zombies. Treasure, here I come. Guanli displayed a foolish grin as he approached a corroder, which seemed momentarily perplexed by the unusual expression on the human's face. Unable to comprehend, it chose to disregard it. Its throat writhed, and a mass of corrosive liquid was instantly expelled. Whoosh! Guanli had long anticipated this and swiftly dodged the oncoming spray of corrosive fluid. With a single slash, he dispatched the corroder. Kill the corroder, gain 50 points. The corroder did not drop a card, nor did it possess a crystal core within its head. Alas, compared to the Lickmaster, you are utterly pathetic. The dregs among zombies. Guanli expressed his disdain. Corroder, Guanli sought his next target as the mutated zombies fell one after another on the playground. Hiss, how is he accomplishing this? It's terrifying. Is he still human? Ah, such thick thighs, how did I miss that? The students on the top floor exhibited astonished expressions. What's so impressive about this? Zhao Hai remained defiant. He did not search for resources but stayed within the performance room. If you're capable, then you go. Exactly, all talk and no action. The retorts from several girls turned Zhao Hai's face a deep shade of anger. When had he ever faced such treatment? Damn it, you lot. You used to flirt with me daily. And now you turn your backs? Enraged, Zhao Hai shouted. You boo-hoo. Several girls turned and fled, clenching his fists. Zhao Hai stewed in his frustration. He too desired immense power. Chapter 20, Cold Arrows. The number of zombies on the playground dwindled. Guanli gazed at the dimming sky and unleashed his full firepower, fervently slaughtering the undead. Before darkness enveloped the sky, this battle must be resolved inside the classroom building. Huang Lindian was scheming something. Guanli had perfectly missed the opportunity to eliminate the horde of zombies. Brother Tian, what is our plan this time? A subordinate inquired fiercely, his gaze fixed on Huang Lindian. Clearly this group had swiftly acclimated to the apocalypse. First, let those fellows engage the zombies. Once they're all dead, we'll go out and reap the rewards. Huang Lintian's plan was straightforward. It was simply a case of the clam and the snipe contending. With the fisherman benefiting. To put it plainly, it was about claiming the kills. He had his own designs on the zombies in the playground. Even if Guanli refrained from intervening, he would find a way to gradually clear them out. After all, killing zombies yielded cards and crystal cores, resources crucial for his empowerment. Huang Lintian was a clever man. He understood that the recently infected zombies were not particularly strong. Seizing this opportunity, he could rapidly grow stronger and seize control of the entire Z University. He had already devised his future plans, laying the groundwork to expand his influence from Z University, ultimately establishing his own base city in this apocalyptic landscape, with someone stepping forward to take the lead. Huang Lindy and couldn't he have wished for more? Those guys seem formidable. What should we do if they successfully clear the zombies? A bespectacled youth named Linong remarked. He was also a fortunate one. Having received the class transfer book for the telekinesis master during the initial lottery, the telekinesis master profession allowed one to manipulate objects through mental power. Huang Lindian regarded him with a wary eye. Linong, possessing the telekinesis master title, posed a significant threat to his authority. As the second in command of the team, Linong had quite a few supporters. If it weren't for Huang Lintian's slightly superior strength, his position might have already been usurped. What are you afraid of? Even if that group outside manages to clear the zombies, they're merely at their last gasp. Aren't we elite warriors capable of handling them with ease? Huang Lindian scoffed, confident in his abilities. So how shall we divide the spoils? Linong asked. I take 60, you take 40. Huang Lindian felt displeased. Linong was ambitious, already negotiating terms with him. However, now was not the time to fall out with him. His team consisted of 89 members, 50 followed him, while the remaining 39 adhered to Linong. Agreed. Linong nodded, not attempting to haggle. This figure met his expectations. Huang Lindian was not someone to be trifled with, if pushed too hard. It could lead to a split. That was not the outcome he desired. Just as Huang Lindian and the others deliberated within the building, Guanli had already dispatched the last zombie on the playground. The sun on the horizon stubbornly radiated its final rays of light. Clear the battlefield. Guanli commanded. The soldiers moved in an orderly fashion. At this pace, it seemed they would have to spend the night at Z University. Guanli was unaware of the dangers lurking in the apocalyptic night, but it was undoubtedly less safe than daylight. There was no need for him to take risks. Staying at Z University for a night was the wisest choice. The troops had clearly defined roles: shadow swordsmen collecting cards, and skeleton warriors gathering crystal cores. Brother Tian, it seems the battle outside has concluded. Those fellows indeed possess some skills. All the zombies on the playground have been cleared. Now they're collecting the spoils, a subordinate hurriedly reported. They actually managed to clear them? It appears those individuals have some merit. Both Huang Lindian and Linong displayed expressions of surprise, yet, despite their astonishment, the plan continued as usual. The group outside, having endured a fierce battle, would undoubtedly be exhausted. Prepare yourselves, Huang Lindian instructed. Understood. The group eagerly readied their weapons. On the playground, Guan Li picked up a crystal core, rubbing it in his hand. Killing zombies is indeed a delightful pursuit. Just as he was about to store the crystal core in his spatial ring, an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li rolled to the side. Whoosh, an arrow of condensed ice struck the spot where he had just stood. In ambush. Guan Li's expression darkened. Almost instinctively he recognized the possibility. In an instant, a surge of anger welled up within him. How dare someone set their sights on him? Very well, if they wished to play, he would gladly oblige. Enemy attack. Protect the master. Bone instantly reacted, raising its massive shield to shield Guan Li from behind. The other skeleton warriors also ceased their tasks, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Over there. Guan Li's gaze fixed on the nearby classroom building. The ice arrow had been shot from that location. Damn it, they actually evaded my attack. Huang Lindian cursed, having realized he had been discovered. With no further chance for stealth, he decided to confront them head-on. Guan Li observed as dozens of students charged out from the classroom building. Their faces were fierce, stained with blood, exuding a palpable aura of menace. There was no doubt, these individuals had killed before. Guan Li narrowed his eyes, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Although their numbers were superior, he felt no trepidation. Most of these students were at 1-star strength, with only a handful reaching 2-star. In contrast, all of his comrades were of 2-star strength. Kid. You re quite lucky. You managed to dodge my ice arrow. Huang Lindian was the first to speak. Not bad. Guan Li stepped out from behind the shield, wearing a warm smile, yet beneath that smile lay an intent to kill. He could spare Wang Yu. Despite having robbed him, Wang Yu had refrained from direct confrontation. This indicated that he still held some principles, but these people before him had to die. Not even Jesus could save them. They had crossed Guan Li's bottom line. Kid, submit to your fate, I might grant you a swift end. Huang Lindian declared. Heh, do you possess the strength to contend with me, Guan Li? Guan Li raised his middle finger, displaying an internationally recognized gesture. Kid, you're courting death. Huang Lintian's expression turned cold. Brothers, charge. Whoever kills this kid will receive a greater share of the spoils. Huang Lindian ceased his futile words. Kill. The students brandished their weapons, rushing towards Guan Li. Kill, leave none alive. Guan Li's eyes turned icy as he issued the command. Understood. Bone and Xinlian exchanged knowing smiles. Having slain so many zombies, they were yet to taste human blood. Chapter 21, Killing Brother Yu, should we lend a hand? In the corridor on the 7th floor, Si Yan spoke up. We must help, let us go. Without a second thought, Wang Yu declared, having witnessed Guan Li's prowess. He was willing to take a gamble. After a moment of hesitation, the others ultimately decided to follow. The two groups soon collided. Huang Lindian as subordinates brimmed with confidence, believing the skeleton warriors before them to be mere pushovers. After all, everyone had played video games and knew that skeleton soldiers were the most basic of monsters. However, they had forgotten that this was reality. Little skeleton, I'll send you on your way. A boy wielding a fire axe swung it at a skeleton warrior. But in the next second, the smile on his face froze. The fire axe struck the skeleton warrior, leaving only a shallow white mark. To the skeleton warrior, that was hardly even a wound. Whoosh, the skeleton warrior swung its bone blade, severing the boy's head. The severed head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, refusing to close. He couldn't comprehend why the skeleton warriors were so formidable. In the blink of an eye, over 20 students had fallen. The sudden turn of events caught Huang Lindian off guard. He had initially thought that Guan Li was at his last gasp and would be easily dealt with. Kid, don't get too cocky. Let me show you the might of ice magic. Ice explosion. A staff appeared in Huang Lintian's hand. The staff was quite rudimentary, seemingly crafted from some sort of vine. Gripping the vine staff, he directed an ice attribute spell at the most concentrated cluster of skeleton warriors. A violent explosion of ice elements erupted instantly. Boom, several skeleton warriors were sent flying, their bones covered in a layer of frost. So you're a magician, interesting. Guan Li quickly noted Huang Lintian, who was hiding behind the crowd. No wonder he dared to ambush him, he had a form of support. However, an ice mage was far from sufficient. Xinlian, subdue that fellow for me. Guan Li pointed towards Huang Lintian, who was stealthily launching his attack from the back of the crowd. Understood. Xinlian transformed into a shadow, silently approaching Huang Lintian from behind. Due to the dim lighting, no one noticed the shadow moving across the ground. It was only when Xinlian revealed himself that Huang Lintian sensed something was amiss. Lin An. Save me. Huang Lintian's hair stood on end as he urgently called for Lin Ang. An ice mage, he was not adept at close combat. Xinlian materialized, thrusting his sword forward. Save you, no way. A silver pistol appeared in Guan Li's hand. The moment Lin An moved, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out. Lin An was struck by bullets and fell to the ground. 2-star awakeners were still unable to withstand the damage from bullets. If they were tougher awakeners, the situation would have been different, but alas, the two were evidently not. Lin An collapsed, injured. In this critical moment, Huang Lindian unleashed his latent power. A 2-centimeter thick ice shield rapidly formed in front of him. Crack, Xinlian pierced through the icy shield, yet failed to strike Huang Lindian. The brief obstruction allowed him to elude this deadly assault, but could he truly escape? Die. A towering figure materialized before Huang Lintian. A massive shield came crashing down upon his head. Crack, Huang Lingtian's brain matter erupted on the spot, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bah, you dare to ambush my master with your kind of trash? You are utterly oblivious to your fate. The imposing figure was none other than the arriving skeleton. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Guan Li's objective was crystal clear. Brother Tian is dead, what shall we do? The crowd was thrown into disarray upon witnessing Huang Lingtian's tragic demise. The soldiers of the Legion seized the opportunity to pursue. In mere seconds, they slaughtered yet another dozen students. Run! At last, the group could no longer maintain their composure, fleeing towards the playground's exit. With their leader deceased, what was the point of continuing the fight? Guan Li ordered the chase. He had no intention of letting these individuals slip away. A killer must always be prepared for death. Though the skeleton warriors were not particularly swift, their sheer strength allowed them to close the distance with ease. As for the Nightblade, they were akin to executing one kill every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. Those before them stood no chance of retaliation. The scene on the playground was entirely one-sided. Ah! The air was filled with cries of despair. Guan Li remained unmoved inside the performance room on the top floor. Many girls were pale with fear. Guan Li, how dare he commit murder? Is he not afraid of the law's retribution? A sense of foreboding arose within the crowd. Perhaps Guan Li was indeed correct. The world had truly changed. Murder was no longer an unattainable notion. Don't kill me, I beg you. Lin An lay on the ground, struggling in desperation. Several bloody holes marred his shoulders and arms. Guan Li, gripping the Qingfeng blade, wore an expression devoid of emotion. Damn it, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Realizing his pleas would yield no mercy, Lin Ang, aware of his impending doom, unleashed his telekinetic power, sending a fruit knife hurtling towards Guan Li. I was already prepared for you. Guan Li sneered. The skeletal armor coalesced around him. The fruit knife struck the armor and was deflected away. Guan Li lunged forward, forcefully pinning Lin Ang's arm to the ground. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. I told you not to attempt an ambush. With another kick, he smashed Lin Ang's knee. Crack, the tremendous force shattered his kneecap. Ugh! Lin Ang's eyes rolled back. Nearly losing consciousness from the agony, Guan Li proceeded to crush every bone in his body. Kill me, end my life. Lin Ang howled, resembling a frenzied beast, collapsing like a ragdoll. Satisfaction. With an act of mercy, Guan Li severed his head in one swift motion. He had no desire to waste time, for the night had completely fallen. In the dimly lit playground, cards emitted a faint glow. The moonlight cascaded down, barely illuminating the corpses on the ground. Kill! A cry of battle erupted across the darkened playground. Just as Guan Li prepared to engage, he heard a voice from the opposite side. Master, I, Wang Yu, have come to assist you. Guan Li, I've already finished. You arrived too late. Make a note of it. Do not engage. Guan Li hastily cautioned the soldiers. Huff, huff. Wang Yu sprinted to Guan Li's side, panting heavily. Master, you are incredibly swift. Upon hearing this, Guan Li's expression darkened. Make a note of that. It must be recorded. It's not that I'm too fast, it's that you are too slow. Guan Li retorted. Wang Yu was about to respond, but reason urged him to remain silent. The entire incident had unfolded and concluded in mere minutes. Unless he had jumped directly from the 7th floor, he would never have made it in time. Assist in clearing the battlefield. Each person will receive a reward of 5 one-star crystal cores. Trust those who serve you, and distrust those who do not. He deemed Wang Yu to be a decent fellow. Although there was an element of self-interest, he genuinely sought to lend a hand. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. The 6 individuals displayed expressions of excitement, as this equated to receiving 5 crystal cores without any effort. Chapter 22, Night Talk. Xinlian, this task is entrusted to you. Guan Li cast him a glance, and the latter instantly understood. Under the cover of night, the actions of the Night Army would not be hindered, they would become even more agile. Yes, my lord. Xinlian nodded, comprehending Guan Li's intent. He would tidy the battlefield while keeping an eye on Wang Yu and the others. On the 6th floor of the teaching building, Guan Li found a clean classroom to spend the night. Several skeleton warriors stood guard beside him. He produced a food card and crushed it. A gigantic poultry leg appeared before him. It was so large that it couldn't fit in a single pot. A rich aroma wafted through the classroom. Bones, would you care to partake? Guan Li inquired casually. Master, we do not require sustenance. One of them pointed to his skeletal form, devoid of any excess. Pardon the interruption. He lifted the roasted leg in satisfaction and took a hearty bite. Oh my, it's truly delicious. Guan Li activated his skill. Devouring voraciously, the roasted leg was swiftly annihilated. Having satisfied his hunger, he retrieved a 2-star crystal core and began to absorb its energy. This was a contribution from the esteemed Tian Yi. Master, may we enter? Wang Yu's voice called from outside the door. Let him in. No sooner had Guan Li spoken than the skeleton warriors parted to allow passage. Wang Yu and his companions approached Guan Li, holding an old-fashioned oil lamp. Did you manage to bring Xinlian back? Guan Li asked. Master, your foresight is remarkable, truly a modern-day Zhuge Liang. Wang Yu flattered. Brother Xinlian said our pace was too slow and hindered them. Master. We shall forego the reward. Guan Yu said awkwardly. Fear not, I shall honor my promise to you. Guan Li retrieved 31-star crystal cores from his spatial ring. Master, we are unworthy of such generosity. Guan Yu did not accept the crystal cores. Take them. Just call me Guan Li. The previous events had merely served as a small test for them, not a genuine request for assistance. After all, with the Nightblade army present, clearing the battlefield was a simple task. Their trial had been passed successfully, the others had refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Then thank you, Brother Li. They accepted the crystal cores with joy. The 6 individuals clasped their cores. Beginning to absorb their energy, moments later, each experienced a significant enhancement in strength. Are you on the brink of breaking through to 2 stars? Guan Li observed Guan Yu, noting that the energy emanating from him was alarmingly close to that threshold. Yes. Guan Yu nodded. Here. Break through now. Guan Li tossed him 10 1-star crystal cores. This, Guan Yu's face registered shock. He looked at Guan Li as if he had just been handed a handful of candy. Thank you. Brother Li. At that moment, Guan Yu could think of nothing more to say but gratitude. He began to absorb the crystal cores, a surge of robust energy radiating from him. Evidently, he had successfully broken through. Wow. I feel my strength has increased tremendously. Is this the power of 2 stars? It's terrifying. Guan Yu's enthusiasm ignited his spirit. Gurgled. The stomachs of Guan Yu and his companions betrayed them with rumbling sounds. Well, here they were again, seeking a free meal. Their eager gazes nearly implored Guan Li for food. 6 food cards were crushed, and an array of delectable dishes manifested in the classroom, releasing rich aromas that made those on the top floor drool. It smells incredible. Who is barbecuing? Guan Li, it must be him. The crowd collectively recalled the image of that cold, ruthless figure. After all, in the entire Z University, he was undoubtedly the most formidable. Not only was he powerful in his own right, but he also commanded a dozen subordinates and a legion of skeleton soldiers. At this moment, the crowd gradually began to accept reality. Several attractive girls gathered together, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. Wow, Brother Li is quite generous. A glimmer of envy flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. This was barbecue. Compared to bread, instant noodles, and ham sausages, it was on an entirely different level. Enough chatter. Isn't the meat enough to silence you? Indeed, I shall simply sew my mouth shut. Guan Yu wasted no more time. Seizing a beef leg and devouring it, with a variety of delectable seasonings, even the most basic of dishes would taste heavenly. They gorged themselves, licking their fingers clean afterward. After satisfying their hunger, Guan Li engaged in conversation with them. Primarily to get acquainted, Guan Yu was a local from Z City, with parents employed in various businesses. While not wealthy, his family was comfortably middle class. The bespectacled four-eyed came from a single-parent household raised solely by his father. Li Meng had lost both parents at a young age and was brought up by his grandmother. Just months before the apocalypse, he lost his only remaining relative, but this news was a relief to him. After all, in this damned apocalypse, merely surviving was akin to suffering. Lu Tianming was from out of town, attending university in Z City. His parents were ordinary workers. Xiaobin was also an outsider. His father was a university professor, and his mother a corporate executive, placing him in a relatively stable financial situation. Yu Hai had a background similar to Li Meng, raised by his elderly relatives. Recently, his grandfather had also passed away. My lord. The battlefield has been thoroughly cleared. Shen Lian entered from outside. The Nightblades lay hidden in the dark corners of the classroom, ready to respond to any danger facing Guan Li at a moment's notice. Thank you for your efforts. He accepted the heavy burlap sack from Shen Lian. Serving my lord is an honor, Shen Lian said before slowly retreating to the side. Utilizing the system, Guan Li scanned the contents of the sack. 441 star crystal cores, 35 2-star crystal cores, 137 white random cards, 5 green random cards, 1 deep green random card, and a vine staff, a contribution from Huang Lindian. This fellow is destitute, possessing nothing but this trinket. Naturally, Lin Ong is even poorer, lacking even a weapon. The only flying knife he had was bent by Guan Li upon witnessing Guan Li counting the spoils of war. Guan Yu and the others tactfully distanced themselves. They sought a quiet corner, preparing for a much-needed slumber. After all, in the apocalypse, there are no forms of entertainment. The long dreary nights can only be endured through sleep. Having exhausted themselves throughout the day, they quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. As for concerns regarding safety, the group felt no trepidation. The entire classroom was filled with Guan Li's subordinates. The thunderous sounds of their snoring resonated in Guan Li's ears. These rascals. He found himself somewhat speechless and decided to leave the classroom. In another tranquil classroom, Guan Li began to absorb the crystals in his possession. One by one, the 2-star crystals were swiftly assimilated. Warm currents surged through his body like a rushing river, continually washing over him. Countless cells revived, greedily absorbing the pure energy contained within. The energy encapsulated in the crystals was akin to a miraculous tonic for the body. After absorbing, one could evolve toward greater strength. Ha! Guan Li exhaled a breath of turbid air. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within himself. My strength should be nearing the advanced 2-star level. Should he encounter a mantis with a human face again, Guan Li was absolutely confident in his ability to vanquish it. Chapter 23, Advancing to the Nightblade. Upon completing the absorption of the crystals, Guanli shifted his focus to the cards. He began with the white random card, food card X30, advanced card X15, supply card X23, purified water X20, great cleaver X1, a sharp iron cleaver, regular crossbow bolts X13, incendiary crossbow bolts X3, creates a burning zone of 10 meters upon explosion, frost crossbow bolts X2, freezes targets within a 10-meter radius upon explosion, lockpicking skill X1. Master various lockpicking techniques after learning, glass marbles X2, utterly useless beads. Recommended for disposal, pistol universal bullets X8, enhanced potato seeds X19, genetically upgraded potato seeds. The sound of notifications announcing the acquisition of items resonated in Guanli's mind. The rewards this time were quite satisfactory. Except for the glass marbles, the rest of the items were of some utility. Learn lockpicking skill. Guanli immediately felt numerous lockpicking techniques integrate into his mind. Ding, congratulations, host has learned lockpicking skill. It was a handy little skill. Although temporarily of no use, having more skills is never a drawback. After finishing with the white cards, it was time for the green ones. Judging by the proportions, the rarity of the green cards was evident. Guanli directly utilized them, opening 5 green cards. Acquired decayed burning fruit X1, severely drained of energy, can only retain some burning capability, may be attempted for trade. Acquired intermediate advancement card X2, usable for legion advancement. Acquired firearm proficiency X1, mastery of various firearms. No more worries for my mother about my shooting skills. Acquired strength pill X1, double strength for a brief period lasting 1 minute. With all the green cards opened, Guanli's eyes sparkled with both surprise and disappointment. The disappointment stemmed from the mediocre quality of the rewards, while the surprise arose from the 2 intermediate advancement cards. Currently, the Legion's advancement didn't require intermediate cards, but it was always prudent to be prepared. Learn firearm proficiency. Guanli instantly felt as though he had transformed into a seasoned marksman. He retrieved a Desert Eagle and swiftly disassembled it. In mere moments, a heap of parts lay on the table. A few moments later, a complete Desert Eagle reappeared in his hands. Having multiple skills is never a hindrance. As for the decayed burning fruit, its appearance resembled that of an apple, though it was mostly rotten. The exposed flesh flickered with faint flames. After a moment of hesitation, Guanli opted against consuming it. Who knows what negative effects could arise from its decay? Decayed burning fruit, trade value 5,000 points. Wow, so expensive? Guanli was somewhat astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it was a fruit capable of granting abilities. Even in its decayed state, it still commanded a high price. Without hesitation, he chose to trade. Traded decayed burning fruit, gained 5,000 points. With the points credited, Guanli felt a sense of small fortune wash over him, dispelling the earlier disappointment. There remained only one last card. Gripping the deep green card, Guanli crushed it. The sheer number of zombies it took to yield this card suggested that its contents would be worthwhile. Acquired Legion expansion card X1, upon use. Increases the designated legion size by 10. Upon reviewing the item description, Guanli's eyes brightened. This was a valuable item, capable of augmenting the legion by 10 soldiers. What was his greatest asset? The system, the legion, this was his core. Anything that could bolster the legion's strength was indeed a treasure. Guanli refrained from immediately using the legion expansion card. The skeleton warriors and nightblades both possessed considerable strength. For a moment, he hesitated, returning to the classroom where the legion was stationed. The dim light of a kerosene lamp flickered weakly in the center. The glow wavered, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Apart from the kerosene lamp, the only illumination in the classroom came from the moonlight streaming through the window. Xinlian, prepare yourself, I'm about to upgrade you. Guanli announced as he entered the classroom. Yes. Thank you, Master. Xinlian's eyes lit up. System, advance the Nightblade Legion. Guanli retrieved the Nightblade Legion back into the system space. Ding, upgrading Nightblade Legion requires 20 Legion advancement cards. Shall we proceed with the advancement? Advance. Without a moment's hesitation, Guanli chose to advance. Advancing the Nightblade required 20 advancement cards. This situation likely correlated with the Legion's strength. After all, the skeleton soldiers required only 1-star strength for their advancement. Not dwelling too much on this issue, Guanli confidently proceeded, as he had ample advancement cards. Initiating advancement of the Nightblade Legion. Guanli decided to browse the points stored. He purchased a simple folding bed for 3 points. Such an ordinary item was not expensive. Observing the folding bed that had materialized before him, although it was quite rudimentary, it was far better than sleeping on the floor. Guanli glanced over at the corner, where Wang Yu and the others lay in disarray. Ah! This folding bed is a delightful luxury. Guanli set up the bed and lay down in a comfortable position. After a taxing day, it was time to rest. The skeleton warriors did not require sleep, so the task of keeping watch was entrusted to them. Just as Guanli prepared to close his eyes, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing from the corridor outside the classroom. Is someone there? As he was about to rise and investigate, he heard exclamations from outside. Ah, a monster. The voices were melodious, albeit laced with a hint of fear. My lord, we captured a few individuals. What do you intend to do with them? The skeleton casually tossed a girl before Guanli. Its method was straightforward, lacking any tenderness. Soon after, 3 other girls were similarly thrown at Guanli's feet. Sitting on the folding bed, he regarded the 4 girls before him. One of them looks familiar. Guanli noted a recognizable figure among the seated girls. It was Lin Nana. At this moment, she had removed her makeup, revealing her natural appearance. While not as stunning as before, she exuded a certain purity typical of a student. As for the other three, he only recognized one of them. She was Zhang Xingyue, one of the campus beauties of Z University. It was said that her father was an affluent entrepreneur in Z City, wielding considerable wealth. Due to these two illustrious identities, many rich heirs pursued her with fervor. In the past, Guanli had felt like a mere pauper in her presence. Besides Lin Nana and Zhang Xingyue, the other two girls were also quite attractive. Had it been in the past, they would have been the center of attention, yet now, they appeared utterly disheveled. Guanli scrutinized the four girls sitting on the floor. Their late-night visit was surely not a simple matter. Chapter 24, Seeking an Opportunity. Guanli, are these your subordinates? Lin Nana quickly pieced together the situation. She had seen these skeleton warriors during the battle in the afternoon. The dimness of the corridor had startled her. But now, aided by the faint light, she could clearly see the skeletons standing dutifully behind Guanli. Enough with the nonsense, speak plainly. Guanli sat on the folding bed, appraising the four individuals. His earlier drowsiness had been disrupted by their arrival, leaving him in a rather irritable mood. Guanli, do you still love me? Lin Nana finally blurted out what had been on her mind for so long. She knew it was shameless, but in the face of survival, pride had become irrelevant. If she could win back the heart of the man before her, her safety would surely be assured. You're not beautiful, so don't harbor such lofty thoughts, Guanli replied bluntly. Lin Nana was taken aback by Guanli's callousness. He had once been deeply in love with her. Get lost. Guanli waved his hand, and the skeleton immediately understood. It seized Lin Nana and unceremoniously tossed her out of the classroom. Woo. Lin Nana sat on the ground, feeling somewhat at a loss. What about the three of you? If there's nothing of importance, then be gone. Guanli spoke again. The skeleton approached the three girls, preparing to escort them out physically. Wait, I have something to ask of you. The girl who spoke was unknown to Guanli. However, her exquisite visage and alluring figure undoubtedly place her at the level of the campus beauty. Speak. Guanli's tone revealed a hint of impatience. I do not wish to perish, therefore, I propose a deal with you. Su Xingli began. A deal? What do you have to offer me? Money, that worthless thing is hardly worth my time. Guanli replied coldly. I am young, beautiful, and possess an enviable physique. If you agree to protect me, I shall become your woman. I am quite open-minded. I am willing to embrace any arrangement. Su Xingli hastily added. She understood that a powerful figure like Guanli would undoubtedly relish the idea of a harem. Her willingness to offer her body would surely be met with acceptance. Get lost. Guanli frowned slightly. What did this woman think of herself? A breeding sow, a paragon of masculinity? Su Xing's countenance instantly paled. She could not comprehend why Guanli remained unmoved. Surely, with her beauty and figure, she should attract attention. There had been no shortage of suitors in the past. Get out. Guanli waved his hand dismissively, and Su Xingli was cast aside. And you too, do not waste my time. He glanced at the remaining two women. Zhang Xian stood up and turned to leave the classroom. Her bargaining chip was the same as Su Xing's, offering her body. What about you? Guanli directed his gaze at the campus flower of Z University. Her delicate features, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared especially captivating. Although her figure was somewhat slender, it did not detract from her beauty. Zhang Xinyue's appearance could undoubtedly score a 90. If you intend to sell your body in exchange for protection, you may leave as well. Guanli rose to his feet, his pitch-black eyes deep and enigmatic. Guanli, I wish to survive, can you grant me a chance? Zhang Xinyue inhaled deeply and spoke resolutely. A flicker of stubbornness glimmered in her gaze. As a pampered daughter of a wealthy family and the campus beauty of Z University, Zhang Xinyue surprisingly possessed such tenacity. Should she survive, she might yet achieve something miraculous. Very well. First, slay a zombie to prove yourself. Guanli stated. If she could indeed overcome her fears, he would consider assisting her. If she merely spoke bravely, she would become zombie fodder. He exited the classroom, finding the three women had already departed. Come on. Did you not seek an opportunity? Guanli looked at Zhang Xinyue. Yes. Zhang Xinyue nodded and followed behind Guanli. The two traversed the eerie corridor, arriving at the adjacent building. Suddenly, a zombie lunged towards them. Guanli raised his hand and swiftly dispatched it with a shot to the head. It's your turn. Guanli temporarily lent her the discarded tang knife. He stepped back, watching coldly should Zhang Xinyue falter in the face of the zombie. She would meet her demise. I want to live. Zhang Xinyue gripped the tang knife, her gaze fixed on the advancing zombie. A resolute determination surged within her. Zhang Xinyue swung the tang knife at the zombie's head. However, being a woman, her strength was limited. The knife became lodged in the zombie's neck. As the zombie flailed its arms, it relentlessly reached for Zhang Xinyue, causing her to retreat repeatedly. Guanli showed no intention of intervening. Zhang Xinyue released the tang knife and rolled aside, causing the zombie to crash to the ground. Die. She seized the tang knife and struck at the zombie once more, with a sickening crunch. Brain matter mixed with foul blood gushed forth. Zhang Xinyue gasped for breath, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Excellent. Guanli approached and reclaimed her tang knife. Search for any crystal cores. He gestured towards the zombie's head. Crystal core? Zhang Xingyue. Though puzzled and advanced, she reached into the zombie's skull and unearthed a crystal core. What is this? She inquired, bewildered. A crystal core, it can enhance human physical abilities. This is your reward, absorb it. Guanli instructed. Yes, thank you. Zhang Xingyue nodded and began the absorption process. A warm current flowed throughout her body. Guanli stood by, gripping his Qingfeng knife, guarding her. After several minutes, Zhang Xingyue slowly opened her eyes. Incredible, my strength, speed, and reflexes, they seem to have all improved, she exclaimed in astonishment. The opportunity has been granted. If you wish to survive, strive to slay zombies. Guanli declared. I can only stay at Z University for one night. If you desire more supplies, exchange them for crystal cores. After speaking, Guanli turned and left without a backward glance. Zhang Xingyue remained in the corridor, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. Outside the performance studio, the three women appeared to be awaiting something. Why hasn't Zhang Xingyue returned? Zhang Xian inquired. She probably caught someone's eye. Su Xue's tone held a hint of bitterness. Let's go. She likely will not return. Lin Nana expressed her disappointment. Humph, just a Guanli, I am not interested. If Zhang Xingyue desires him, let her have him. Su Xue replied nonchalantly. All right, little Xue, let us return. There are quite a few impressive boys inside the performance studio. Zhang Xian remarked. Indeed. Su Xue nodded. The three of them made their way back into the studio. Upon returning to the classroom, Guanli heard the system's alert. Ding, the Nightblade Swordsman Legion has successfully advanced. Please, host, proceed to check. The system's voice resonated in Guanli's mind. Finally. The advancement is complete. Joy spread across Guanli's face. Chapter 25, Shadow Sword Cultivator. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. The system's prompt echoed. He summoned forth the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Thank you, my lord, for granting us a new life. Shenlian knelt on the ground. The Shadow Sword Cultivators also knelt in unison. Rise. Guanli gestured for them to stand. Yes. The Shadow Sword Cultivators stood before him. He scrutinized the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Externally, there seemed to be no significant changes. Clad in black, wielding a 3-foot Qingfeng, yet their aura had transformed remarkably. The Shadow Sword Cultivators now emanated a more subtle presence. Making them nearly imperceptible in the shadows, Guanli opened the attributes panel for the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion can be advanced. Number 15, potential 6 stars, strength 3 stars, leader Shenlian, skills Shadow Step. Shadow Sword Technique, Shadow True Essence, Shadowless Step or Sword Control Technique, Shadow Binding. The number has increased, skills have expanded, skills have been enhanced, strength has risen. 3-star strength, this is astonishing. Guanli exclaimed, with each advancement, the strength of all soldiers would be augmented. System. What are the requirements for the Shadow Sword Cultivator to advance again? Guanli inquired. Ding, to advance the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, 100 Legion advancement cards are required. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's notification resonated within Guanli's mind. Strength must reach 6 stars. System, how can the Legion's strength be enhanced? Guanli questioned. He could absorb crystal cores, but the Legion could not. Legion soldiers are constantly improving, as long as enough is accumulated. Their strength can be elevated. The host may also choose to use treasures to expedite the enhancement process. The system replied. Guanli nodded in understanding. He opened the points shop. Everything needed for the Legion could be purchased here. Ghost Grass, contains abundant spiritual energy, can enhance cultivation speed, priced at 500 points. Demon Eagle Beast Bone, contains substantial necromantic power, can enhance cultivation speed, priced at 600 points. A plethora of treasures capable of enhancing cultivation speed was available. Items with similar attributes could provide additional enhancement speed. You have purchased Ghost Grass, costing 500 points. You have purchased Demon Eagle Beast Bone, costing 600 points. Without hesitation, Guanli purchased both items. Although he spent over 1,000 points, it was well worth it. Points are meant to be utilized. He temporarily could not afford a new Legion card, so he decided to fortify the existing 2 legions. Guanli allocated the Ghost Grass to the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion and the Demon Eagle Beast Bone to the Skeleton Warrior Legion. After absorbing the treasures, both legions exhibited significant breakthroughs in strength. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion has surpassed 3-star strength. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. They have broken through? Guanli exclaimed in surprise. The effect of the Demon Eagle Beast Bone is truly remarkable. Thank you, my lord. The soul flames in the bone's eyes burned even more fervently. Although the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion did not break through, they could distinctly feel their strength gradually increasing. The effect of the Ghost Grass was ongoing. Once fully absorbed, the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion should reach intermediate 3-star strength. With the Legion's strength enhanced, Guanli felt elated. This prepared him well for his departure in the morning. As night deepened, sleepiness began to overtake Guanli. He relinquished his efforts to stay awake and fell into slumber. Bone and Shenlian exchanged glances, instinctively taking up positions to guard him. The Legion soldiers also stood watch in every corner of the classroom. The night was destined to bring restlessness for many. Survivors were left on edge. In the performance studio on the top floor, the three women quietly entered. Most students remained awake. The return of the trio did not attract much attention, as many had sneaked out. No one would pry into their affairs. Having experienced the events of the afternoon, most had come to terms with reality. The apocalypse had arrived, and they could perish at any moment. Jiang Xin, I have something to say to you. After the three returned, a robust young man approached them. The other two girls said little more and headed straight back into the performance room. Jiang Xin, however, found herself lost in thought as she gazed at the boy before her, a suitor of hers named Li Zichao. Let us go, we should talk outside. It's inconvenient here. Jiang Xin's eyes darted away as she left the performance room. Lin Nana turned back, a hint of jealousy in her voice as she remarked, our esteemed Miss Jiang has found a new target so quickly. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Lin Nana, what do you mean by that? Are you losing your mind because you were abandoned by Guan Li? Li Zichao has been pursuing Xiao Xin all along. What does that have to do with you? The girl, clearly closer to Jiang Xin, retorted sharply upon hearing Lin Nana's remarks. Humph, do you think you're so noble? Don't think I don't know that you've been secretly in love with Li Zichao. Unfortunately for you, he doesn't fancy you, Lin Nana replied with biting disdain. You're just a worthless nobody. The girl shot back immediately. The two exchanged a few more heated words before parting ways in discord. Li Zichao, being among the first to leave, had slain numerous zombies within the teaching building that day. According to Guan Li, killing zombies would grant one strength. Thus, those boys who had vanquished zombies quickly became the targets of flattery from everyone. By aligning with these awakened ones, their own safety could also be assured. At the very least, it would make them feel a bit more secure. Chao, are your feelings for me sincere, in a classroom? Jiang Xin displayed a bashful expression. Of course, Xiao Xin, you know my intentions. I have liked you since high school, Li Zichao declared with deep affection. I used to feel inadequate, unworthy of someone as noble as you. But that is no longer the case. I am about to break through to 2-star strength. Trust me, I will protect you well. Li Zichao slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the sturdy wooden surface in two. Chao, I believe in you. Please don't let me down, Jiang Xin said softly as she embraced him. Xiao Xin, I will treat you well. Li Zichao kissed her lips, and a springtime scene unfolded within the classroom. Such occurrences were not uncommon that night. Many girls with appealing figures took advantage of their assets, proactively seeking their targets. For them, it was merely a matter of switching boyfriends. Of course, many girls managed to maintain their principles. After all, every individual makes different choices. The cold moonlight shrouded the scarred city. Terrifying figures roamed the streets, occasionally discovering hidden prey, emitting horrific roars and desperate cries for help. The dilapidated streets, collapsed buildings, and burning vehicles all proclaimed, this world no longer belongs to humanity. Chapter 26. Departure. The morning was cool, a hallmark of summer's temperature fluctuations, yet this slight chill meant little to Guan Li. He opened his eyes and rose from the folding bed. Gazing at the sunlight outside, everything appeared eerily tranquil. Were it not for the thick black smoke rising in the distance, it would seem as if everything remained unchanged. Guan Li understood that there was no going back. The skeleton soldiers who had perished yesterday were revived by the system. He summoned them directly, fully replenishing the skeleton warrior legion. After a night of absorption, the Shadow Swordsman Legion had broken through to intermediate 2-star status. Holding an expansion card for the Legion, Guan Li decided to use it on the Shadow Swordsman Legion. The skeletons naturally had no objections, but Guan Li felt somewhat guilty. After all, the Skeleton Warrior Legion was the first to follow him. Yet such situations would frequently arise in the future. To avoid favoritism, he needed to find a way to compensate the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Bone, I will help you advance next time. This was the promise Guan Li made. Master, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. This declaration warmed Guan Li's heart. He chose not to be overly sentimental. A person of great ambition does not sweat the small stuff. The road ahead was still long. Ding. The Shadow Swordsman Legion has expanded by 10 members. The system's notification rang out. A summoning array appeared within the classroom, and 10 Shadow Swordsmen gradually materialized before Guan Li. We pay our respects, my lord. The newly formed Shadow Swordsman knelt respectfully on the ground. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, my lord. With 40 Legion soldiers now at his command, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence. He took out a food card and crushed it, and a sumptuous breakfast appeared before him. Fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soybean milk, all in generous portions. After consulting Xin Lian, he learned that the Shadow Swordsman Legion had minimal food requirements. After all, as swordsmen, it was quite normal for them to fast. Ignoring them, Guan Li began to enjoy his breakfast. Is that the taste of meat buns? Wang Yu's nose twitched. He quickly opened his eyes, and the others followed suit. Their gazes fixed on Guan Li like hungry wolves. Damn, a freeloader. In a matter of moments, Guan Li devoured the bun in hand of Li Gu. Good morning. Wang Yu greeted him as he got up. Yes, I need to leave Z University now. Until we meet again, Guan Li stated. Li Gu, can I tag along with you? Wang Yu asked, a hint of shyness in his voice. To become strong, one must carve their own path. Guan Li looked at him, devoid of any emotion. I see, Li Gu, I will forever remember this kindness, he proclaimed before bidding farewell to Guan Li. Li Gu, until we meet again. The others also said their goodbyes to Guan Li. Go, I look forward to the day we meet again. As Wang Yu and the others left the classroom, they vanished from sight. Guan Li waited a while and, seeing no one else arriving, prepared to leave. Just as he was about to head downstairs, a voice called out to him from afar. Wait a moment, Guan Li, wait for me. Zhang Xinyu jogged over, catching up to him, finally caught up. Sorry, I was delayed by a zombie. I kept you waiting. Zhang Xinyue's clothes were already stained black with grime and blood, and her aura had grown significantly stronger. In just one night, she had nearly reached 2-star strength. Congratulations, you've chosen the right path, Guan Li said with a smile, noticing the absence of the other three. He wore a knowing expression. Each person's choices varied. Some desired to become strong, while others wished to cling to the strong. Your words have enlightened me, thank you, Guanli. Zhang Xingyue bowed deeply. How many zombies did you kill overnight? Guanli inquired. I lost count, there should be around 20. Zhang Xingyue paused before responding slowly. 20, quite good. Guanli nodded. The night's dim visibility made it considerably more challenging to kill zombies. What do you seek to trade with me? Guanli sensed her potential for investment, weapons, food. Zhang Xingyue stated her desires. Guanli glanced at the weapon in her hand, a dull fruit knife, stained with grime. Satisfied, a large cleaver materialized in Guanli's hand. While the cleaver lacked elegance, it was sufficiently sharp and far superior to the fruit knife. How shall we exchange? Zhang Xingyue observed the cleaver, deeming it rugged enough to be an efficient weapon against zombies. She had intentionally saved some crystal cores for trading with Guanli. 2 crystal cores. A fair price. Guanli held up 2 fingers. Investments must yield returns. After all, the buyback price for that cleaver was a hefty 10 points. Alright, I'll trade. Zhang Xingyue did not hesitate. Her experience from the previous night's zombie hunts had taught her the importance of possessing a reliable weapon. After receiving the crystal cores, Guanli handed over the cleaver. And what about food? How do we trade for food? Zhang Xingyue asked. 10 loaves of bread, 10 sausages, and 5 bottles of mineral water, 2 crystal cores. Guanli quoted a price that was nearly at cost. Can we negotiate? I can forgo the sausages, Zhang Xingyue replied hesitantly. Forget it, take 1 crystal core, consider it a loss on my part. Guanli discerned her predicament. Thank you, Zhang Xingyue exclaimed with joy, promptly handing over the crystal core. Guanli delivered the supplies to her, also including a discarded shovel. He had never found a particular use for it and decided to give it away. What is this? Zhang Xingyue asked, eyeing the shovel with curiosity. Ahem, this is a treasure. Whether you can possess it depends on your own insight, Guanli replied with a mysterious expression. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have doubted him, yet Zhang Xingyue believed him. She sullenly accepted the shovel and expressed her gratitude. Guanli, I will make good use of it. Zhang Xingyue held the shovel as if it were an invaluable item. Guanli wondered if he had made a mistake. What if she used it to bash zombies? You must take good care of it, never use it to strike zombies, do you understand? He quickly reminded her. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xingyue tucked the shovel away. Time is ticking. I must be off, until we meet again. Guanli waved his hand as he departed with the legion. Guanli, we will surely meet again. Zhang Xingyue watched his retreating figure, the shovel she had tucked away glimmering with a faint red light. Guanli was unaware that this shovel would alter her destiny. Upon arriving at the school playground, Huang Lintian's corpse had begun to emit a foul odor. He noticed what seemed to be gnawing marks on the body of the deceased. Guanli did not pay much attention, after all. He was about to depart. The fate of the students here was of no concern to him. Having already dealt with the zombies on the playground, he felt he had done more than enough. Accompanied by his legion, he made his way towards the school gate. Chapter 27, Darkness in the Apocalypse. Guanli, it seems he is about to leave. In the performance room on the top floor, many people peered through the cracks in the window, observing the situation on the playground. Everyone was on edge, unable to sleep. Even if they managed to doze off, they were easily startled awake. This led to several individuals in the performance room sporting dark circles under their eyes. What? If Guanli leaves, what are we to do? Who will protect us? The strength of Guanli was well recognized by the crowd. He was like a guardian deity. Now, this protector was set to abandon Z University, leaving many students in disbelief. Chen Xiong's face also bore a grave expression. He had witnessed Guanli's prowess firsthand. The man had single-handedly cleared the zombies from the playground. The performance room was soon engulfed in commotion. Chen Xiong knew it was time for him to step up. Classmates, do not panic. Although Guanli may be leaving, we still have classmates Huang Xiao, Li Zichao, and Wang Li. Their strength is formidable as well. While Guanli was powerful, he was not under their control. The few who had just withdrawn were entirely different. Last night, he had already brought several of them into his fold, promising numerous benefits. As long as he led Z University's team, they would enjoy the finest resources in treatment. With their strength and his position as vice principal, their collaboration promised a win-win scenario. The individuals agreed with Chen Xiong, nodding in affirmation. Ahem, classmates. What Vice Principal Chen said is indeed correct. Unlike that selfish scoundrel Guanli, as long as we are alive, we will ensure everyone's safety. In these perilous times, let us join hands to overcome this together. Seeing that Chen Xiong had made his point, the others quickly stepped forward to voice their sentiments. They adopted an appearance of righteous determination, which was met with applause. Good, you speak the truth. In such dire moments, we must support one another. Numerous voices chimed in agreement. The girls nodded, gazing at the group with admiration. Li Zichao's eyes bore a slight darkness, clearly indicating he had exerted considerable effort the previous night. In contrast, Zhang Xian appeared exceptionally vibrant, her complexion glowing in stark contrast to the fatigue surrounding her. Li Zichao's endeavors made her even more radiant. Xiao Xian, you look far better today than yesterday. A girl approached Zhang Xian, her tone laced with unmistakable envy. This girl was Su Xue, the one who had accompanied Zhang Xian to find Guanli the night before. Her father was a leader in a certain county. Though her family was not as affluent as Zhang Xinyue's, it was still relatively well off. Not at all, Xiao Xue, you must be mistaken. Zhang Xian smiled, revealing a different kind of charm, captivating many surrounding boys with her smile. Xiao Xian, you've come to rely on Li Zichao now. You mustn't forget about me. That wretched Lin Nana was still bad-mouthing you behind your back yesterday. Upon hearing that, I immediately gave her a piece of my mind. Su Xue was also astute, recognizing that she needed to cling tightly to Zhang Xian for support. Lin Nana, is it? Zhang Xian replied with a cold smile. Under the organization of the Awakeners, they quickly formed teams. A total of 10 teams, each consisting of 30 to 50 individuals, were established. Each team was led by an Awakener, with those teams having fewer Awakeners comprising larger numbers. Classmates. Most of the zombies in the main building and nearby structures have been cleared. These areas contain a significant amount of resources. Our task is to gather these resources. At the forefront of the 10 teams stood a young man with ear studs. Exuding a hint of swagger, his name was Huang Xiao, a 2-star intermediate awakener. Additionally, he had obtained the profession of Earth Warrior, allowing him to conjure a layer of earthen armor on his body during combat, which possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Ordinary bullets could hardly penetrate it. Understood, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. The ordinary students felt a surge of adrenaline. The feeling of survival in this apocalypse sparked a sense of anticipation within them. Perhaps it was due to the powerful awakeners leading them that their fears began to dissipate. However, they would soon come to realize the true despair and terror of the apocalypse. Guanli was unconcerned with how the entire faculty and student body of Z University perceived him. He had already crossed the playground. Behind it lay the school library, its doors now firmly shut. Several fallen zombies lay at the entrance, and chaotic bloodstains told tales of fierce battles that had erupted here. As Guanli passed by the library, he sensed several malevolent gazes upon him. He raised his head to glance at the third-floor windows of the library, where several men with fierce expressions were fixated on him. These individuals were undoubtedly not students of Z University. Guanli made a gesture across his throat, provoking them. After a moment of hesitation, the men chose to relent, drawing the curtains and ignoring him. Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate to recognize your limits. Guanli did not linger, continuing his march towards the campus exit. He cared little for whether they engaged in wrongdoing. It was of no concern to him, as long as they did not draw him into their troubles. Phew, brother, that guy's gaze back there was terrifying. It left me feeling breathless. On the third floor of the library, the group of men exhaled in relief. In addition to them, there were around a dozen more men dressed like thugs within the library. These thugs wielded machetes, crowbars, and baseball bats. A dozen students were cornered by them. A few disheveled girls appeared to have endured violence, while the remaining boys were like deflated balloons, obediently staying put, daring not to resist. Damn it, keep your eyes peeled next time. This is the apocalypse now. If you bump into the wrong person, it's your own fault if you die, one man cursed vehemently. Yes, understood, please calm down, brother, one of the subordinates nodded submissively. You, come here. The thug pointed at a girl. The girl stood up in fear, not daring to defy his command. Those who had resisted were already fed to the zombies. Not wanting to die, she could only choose to comply. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll kill you. A few boys merely lifted their heads, only to be met with punches and kicks from the thugs. In the face of these remorseless fiends, they had lost the courage to fight back, for being a hero came at a price, namely their lives. The bloodstains on the ground were horrifying, and they dared not look up again, fearing they might end up like the blood-soaked ground. Bah, you ungrateful wretches. If it weren't for the boss, you'd have long been devoured by zombies. As a form of gratitude, shouldn't you do something for us? In the past, these college students had looked down upon them, but now, they were groveling. They suddenly realized that in this chaotic apocalypse, it wasn't so bad after all. Things they had never dared to imagine could now be achieved through sheer force. There were no restrictions, strength dictated everything. The darkness of the apocalypse was gradually revealing itself. Chapter 28, The Venomous Fuzzy Spider. Upon passing the library, not far ahead lay the gates of Z University, once a bustling place, a cherished destination for aspiring scholars. It was now a scene marred by blood and corpses. The security office lay in disarray, its windows stained with blood, and the school gate twisted in ruin. The stone monument that represented Z University's honor was also drenched in blood. In this grim setting, the words once adorning the walls, meant to educate and uplift, now seemed deeply ironic. Wailing. Guanli's arrival immediately caught the attention of the zombies at the gate. Dressed in security uniforms, these zombies advanced towards him relentlessly. There was no need for him to issue commands. The soldiers of his legion surged forth. The shadowy swordmasters moved with grace, their blades slicing through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Heads of the zombies tumbled to the ground. Rest in peace, dear security uncles. May there be no zombies in heaven. Infinite glory to the heavens. Despite many zombies having evolved to 2-star strength after a night of mutation, they were still no match for the Legion. Wow, these zombies are indeed evolving at a rapid pace. Although the Legion could easily dispatch them, Guanli had to admit that the speed of the zombies' evolution was remarkable. The power and speed of these 2-star zombies were considerably greater than their 1-star counterparts. A dozen zombies yielded 3 2-star crystal nuclei and 1 white-green card. The likelihood of ordinary zombies dropping crystal nuclei was significantly lower than that of mutated zombies. Holding the crystal nuclei, Guanli began to absorb them. A warm current coursed through his body, swiftly integrating into his being. As his strength increased, the speed of absorption also accelerated. Once he finished absorbing the crystal nuclei, he casually crushed the white-green card, obtained advancement card X1, a pleasant surprise, indeed. Without lingering further, Guanli proceeded toward the gates. Beyond the gates lay a once bustling street. As one of Z City's more renowned universities, significant resources had been invested in its development. Now, this once vibrant street had fallen eerily silent. A bloodstain splattered across the storefronts, and Guanli noticed a long drag mark on the ground indicating that the entire street was far from the safety it appeared to offer. As Guanli stepped out of the school gates, three options emerged in his mind. Option 1, remain at Z University, awaiting military rescue, reward, stamina potion X1. Option 2, depart along the left street. Reward, 2-star crystal core X5. Option 3, eliminate the hidden disaster creature among the students of Z University, reward, random skill X1. Without a moment's hesitation, Guanli dismissed the first option. The reward for the second option was decent, akin to acquiring 5 2-star crystal cores for free. However, for Guanli, 2-star crystal cores were not particularly hard to come by. It was the third option that intrigued him. Offering a random skill as a reward, although it carried an element of chance, this reward was undoubtedly the most enticing of the three. Let's go, we should investigate, Guanli declared, leading his legion towards the silent student street. Within the street, no signs of zombies were discernible, yet, the more silent it became, the more alert Guanli felt. The danger posed by disaster creatures was far greater than that of zombies. Master, it's too quiet here, something feels off, Bone exclaimed, wielding his shield and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Indeed, everyone stay cautious, Guanli reminded them that he wasn't overly concerned, as all 40 Legion soldiers possessed a 3-star strength. With such a lineup, even 4-star monsters would pose no significant threat to him. As they ventured deeper into the street, Guanli sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Turning back, he noticed nothing unusual at the street entrance. However, several headless corpses lay sprawled across the shops on either side. Adding an eerie atmosphere, this was exceedingly strange. Guanli furrowed his brow. The entire street was devoid of even the faintest sound, as if it were isolated from the outside world. Rustle. Suddenly, a sound pierced the stillness of the street. Guanli's vigilance heightened as he scanned the area, yet discovered nothing amiss. My lord, the source of that sound seems rather peculiar, Xinlian remarked gravely. Upon hearing this, Guanli too sensed something was off. The noise did not emanate from the surroundings, rather, it came from above. He abruptly looked up, spotting a massive spider web overhead. Spiders of an abnormal size crawled out from the buildings on either side. These arachnids were larger than an average human, with 8 elongated legs extending nearly 3 meters in length. Greenish tufts of hair sprouted from their backs, legs, and mandibles, while their enormous compound eyes, the size of a fist, spun incessantly. As Guanli's gaze swept across, information about the disaster creature appeared before him. Name, toxic furry spider, potential, 5-star, strength, 2-star, abilities, silk spitting, toxic fur, spider spear strike, /evaluation, a disaster creature from the abyss, absorbing toxic substances, its body covered in green toxic fur. Puff, a toxic furry spider clinging to the web, spat silk directly at Guanli. His pupils dilated as he rolled to the side. The silk struck the ground, piercing through the solid concrete. What the hell, is that silk? Guanli exclaimed, feeling a tightening sensation. Puff, puff, puff. A dozen toxic furry spiders simultaneously unleashed silk onto the street. The soldiers hastily dodged. The webs were suspended 5 to 6 meters above the ground, making it impossible for the skeletal soldiers to reach them. However, the shadow swordmasters could condense their sword energy to strike at the toxic furry spiders. Xinlian attempted to sever the silk but found it unusually resilient. The sword energy merely produced a metallic clink against it. Can't cut it? Then we shall burn it. Guanli retrieved his black iron crossbow, loading a flaming bolt. Everyone, retreat to the shops. With a commanding shout, the Legion soldiers hurried back inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming bolts flew forth, striking the spider webby. Flames rapidly spread along the silk, engulfing the air in an inferno. Crackle, crackle. One by one, the toxic furry spiders plummeted to the ground, their bodies ablaze, emitting screams of agony. Onward, let us finish them off, Guanli urged as the toxic furry spiders fell. Charge. Kill. The battle cries rose to the heavens. Splat, green spider blood gushed forth. The Qingfeng blade struck the toxic furry spider, leaving a deep gash. As the toxic furry spider let out a wail, Guanli pressed the attack, crushing its skull. The toxic furry spider lay lifeless on the ground. Killed toxic furry spider, gained 100 points. Bone raised his shield and brutally smashed the head of another toxic furry spider. Xinlian stabbed his long sword into its brain, dispatching it effectively. The Legion soldiers swarmed, leaving the fallen toxic furry spiders without any means to retaliate. Killed toxic furry spider, gained 95 points. Killed toxic furry spider, gained 110 points. Killed toxic furry spider, gained 120 points. The system notifications echoed in Guanli's mind. Chapter 29, The Crimson Queen. Damn it, weren't you just proficient at spitting silk? Show me again. Guanli kicked the corpse on the ground, his voice rising. The dozen toxic furry spiders had contributed a total of 1350 points. Additionally, he acquired 8 2-star crystal cores and 5 deep green random cards. As Guanli surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses, a sense of confusion washed over him. Why had the options not completed despite all the disaster creatures being slain? A furious roar suddenly pierced the air. The glass of the surrounding shops shattered under the force. I knew it couldn't be that simple. Guanli looked up. Spotting a massive spider scaling the wall, its pairs of crimson compound eyes scrutinized him intently. Goodness, that size is nearly comparable to a tank. The gigantic spider on the wall was blood red all over. Its 8 sharp spider spears adorned with bizarre blood patterns. A dark red ghostly face was emblazoned across its enormous back, shifting as if alive. Guanli's gaze swept across, and the system swiftly provided information about the creature. Name, Crimson Queen, boss level, potential, 7-star, strength, 3-star advanced, abilities, silk bomb, bloody rage, frenzy strike, ghostly howl, 8-fold slash, queen's command, evaluation, a disaster creature from the abyss, a rare spider queen capable of commanding spider hordes. Guanli felt a twinge of relief. Fortunate to have arrived in time, the Crimson Queen had not yet spawned many minions, otherwise it would have been a significant problem, while a dozen toxic furry spiders posed no threat to Guanli. What about dozens or even hundreds? Even he would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. The Crimson Queen locked its gaze on Guanli and raged. It had painstakingly created a dozen toxic furry spiders, nurturing them to 2-star strength, expending considerable resources, yet, in the blink of an eye, they had all been decimated by this human. Its roar seemed to convey a demand for vengeance. Return my offspring. Ha, a solitary creature dares to howl before my army? I've never encountered such an audacious spider. Brothers, let us finish it. Guanli readied his black iron crossbow and loosed an arrow at it. It was an armor-piercing arrow left over from slaying a brute. Whoosh, the armor-piercing arrow struck the Crimson Queen, producing a shower of sparks. The Crimson Queen's exterior had developed a shell, its defenses surpassing that of the brute. Even the armor-piercing arrow merely left a white mark, failing to penetrate its defenses. Truly a boss-level creature. Its strength is formidable. Guanli's expression grew serious. This Crimson Queen was undoubtedly a mini-boss. The Crimson Queen roared in fury, brandishing its spider spears and lunging at Guanli, vowing to tear him apart. Protect the master. Bone shielded Guanli with his shield. Kill. Xinlian commanded. Leading the charge with his sword drawn, the Shadow Swordmasters surrounded the Crimson Queen. Hiss. The Crimson Queen halted, wary of its surroundings. The strength of the Shadow Swordmasters instilled a sense of dread within it. It couldn't fathom where such powerful subordinates had come from for a mere ant. Of course, this question would remain unanswered until its end. Sword control technique. Xinlian sent forth his long sword. The blade soared through the air, aiming directly at the Crimson Queen. A swish, the sword sliced through the Crimson Queen's spider spear, leaving a blood mark. Xinlian manipulated the flying sword, continuing to strike at the Crimson Queen. The surface of the flying sword was shrouded in shadow essence, greatly amplifying its power, allowing it to easily breach the Crimson Queen's defenses. Over 20 Shadow Swordmasters simultaneously unleashed the sword control technique, creating a spectacular scene. Wow, this is incredibly impressive. Guanli marveled as a flurry of flying swords rained down upon the Crimson Queen. The creature swung its spider spears, being driven back steadily. This marked the first time the Shadow Swordmasters had unleashed their full might. Their power was undeniable. Under the relentless assault of the Shadow Swordmasters, the wounds on the Crimson Queen multiplied. Despite being a boss-level creature, it would still struggle for survival. Silk Bomb. The Crimson Queen opened its maw, unleashing a massive bundle of silk. The silk spread wide in the wind, transforming into a dozen enormous webs. The Shadow Swordmasters employed their shadowless step to evade the web's assault. Seeing this, the Crimson Queen attempted to flee, although it possessed 3-star advanced strength. It stood alone. The Shadow Swordmasters, all at 3-star intermediate strength, would overwhelm it with their combined might. Leave the green hills intact, and there will be no shortage of firewood. It sought to create more minions and return when it was stronger. As a boss, the Crimson Queen naturally possessed considerable intelligence, given its need to command its subordinates. However, at this moment, it was already too late to escape. Shadow Bind. Xinlian switched techniques, casting another skill. A black shadow chain shot forth, ensnaring the Crimson Queen's hind legs, pulling it down to the ground. A bloody rage. The ghostly face on its body glowed with a crimson light. The Crimson Queen's power surged. The shadow chain creaked under the strain. The remaining Shadow Swordsmen swiftly cast shadow binding. Over 20 black shadow chains enveloped the Crimson Empress, resembling a grand dumpling. Despite the augmentation of her powers, the Crimson Empress could not break free from her restraints. The dense web of chains had completely ensnared her form. It is our turn to take the stage. Seeing Xinlian immobilized, Gu rushed forward with the skeletal warriors. To enact shadow binding, one must invest their entire being into the effort. Guanli, too, was not idle. He brandished his Qingfeng sword and charged at the Crimson Empress. The skeletal warriors executed a triple slash, their bone blades striking the Crimson Empress. The pungent green blood erupted forth. The Crimson Empress struggled incessantly, yet remained motionless, forced to endure the blows from the skeletal warriors' blades. Be cautious, this creature may employ a mental attack. Guanli, noticing the Crimson Empress had ceased her struggles, sensed a nefarious plot afoot. Indeed, as soon as he discerned her treachery, the Crimson Empress erupted with fury. The ghastly visage on her back began to contort grotesquely, rapidly shifting through various forms. Simultaneously, waves of malevolent sound emanated from her. She had held back for this ultimate move. Mental attacks are insidious and can be nearly impossible to resist. Even the mightiest are vulnerable. The soldiers, caught in the throes of the mental assault, stood frozen. Observing this, the Crimson Empress hastily dragged her battered body away. She was at her last gasp. Even if she could slay a few soldiers, it would spell her own doom. The duration of the wailing was a mere 3 seconds. For those with unwavering resolve, it might be even shorter. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. Guanli, seeing the Crimson Empress attempt to scale the wall to escape, was the first to object. Prey must possess the awareness of their status. He unleashed the Shadow Dash, surging toward the Crimson Empress. Chapter 30, Unexpected Joy. Hiss. The Crimson Empress could not comprehend why the human before her remained unaffected. Guanli's immunity stemmed from his genetic gift. To disregard all negative effects is no trivial claim. The Crimson Empress let out a mournful wail of resentment, never imagining she would meet her demise at the hands of a mere human. The Qingfeng sword in Guanli's hand plunged mercilessly into the Crimson Empress's skull, which had already sustained a crack from the skeletal warriors. With a sickening sound, her head was pierced through. The massive form of the Crimson Empress swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Guanli withdrew his blade, now slick with her white brain matter. Crimson Empress slain, awarded 2,000 points. Barrier Halo X1, quest completed. Awarded teleportation X1, the system's notification resonated within his mind. A look of joy spread across Guanli's face. Both skills sounded exceptionally promising. As the Crimson Empress perished, the soldiers gradually regained their senses. They looked around, confusion etched on their faces. My lord, I was bewitched by the demon. I apologize for the alarm, I deserve death. Xinlian half knelt before Guanli, his first act upon awakening being to plead for forgiveness. Master. I too deserve death. Gu also knelt before him. All the soldiers dropped to one knee. Rise, you are not to blame. Everyone, stand. Guanli addressed the kneeling soldiers. Yes, thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. The soldiers stood and resumed their positions. Guanli noticed a pale blue card had dropped from the Crimson Empress's form, but this was the first time he had encountered such a card. Additionally, a crystalline core, translucent and glimmering, was extracted from the Empress's head. It was a 3-star core, radiating a rich aura. Although the rewards were modest, they were exceedingly precious. Merely possessing this core would incite fierce competition. In his hand, Guanli held 8 2-star cores, spoils from the recently vanquished venomous fuzzy spider. He absorbed them directly. Pure energy coursed through his body. The barrier he was on the verge of breaking through vanished in an instant. 2-star advanced. Guanli did not cease his absorption. He grasped the 3-star core tightly. Thunderous energy surged within him like a raging river. Guanli gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of energy. Under this energy's nurturing, his body steadily grew stronger. This absorption persisted for a full 10 minutes. When he finally reopened his eyes, his aura was markedly different. Is this the power of 3 stars? Guanli clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength. On the second day of the apocalypse, while others struggled in vain. He had already surged ahead of teleportation, able to teleport 10 meters in any direction, cooldown 120 seconds. Guanli examined his newly acquired skill. Incredible, he exclaimed aloud. Just imagine, during battle, suddenly appearing behind you, what a scenario that would be. Although there is a cooldown of 120 seconds, this skill is undoubtedly a divine ability. Teleportation. Guanli executed the skill, instantly vanishing from his spot and reappearing 10 meters away on the street. My lord. Impressive. Master, amazing. The two commanders promptly showered him with praise, the soldiers joining in with applause. Truly a band of sycophants. Ahem, let us keep it low-key. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. Guanli coughed lightly. Besides teleportation, slaying the Crimson Empress had also granted him another skill, Barrier Halo. Upon activation, grants a barrier halo to all Legion targets, immune to one negative effect. Upon reading the skill description, Guanli's eyes lit up. He had just been troubled by how to shield his Legion from mental disturbances. Now, with the Barrier Halo, all problems were effortlessly resolved. After learning the Barrier Halo, Guanli cast it upon his soldiers. A golden halo appeared around them, strikingly radiant. The halo lasted for 5 minutes before gradually fading. This meant that for those 5 minutes, the Legion would be immune to any negative effects. Guanli felt elated. Both skills, whether teleportation or barrier halo, were undeniably divine abilities. With these 2 skills alone, all his efforts had been worthwhile. Guanli gazed at the 5 green cards and opened them all at once. Advanced Card X1, Intermediate Advanced Card X1, Undead Spider Spear X1, contains powerful undead energy, can enhance cultivation speed. AK-47 Firearm X1, a weapon favored by bandits, possessing immense power and recoil. Genetically Enhanced Fertilizer X1, modified fertilizer that allows plants to grow rapidly. Guanli felt somewhat disappointed. These rewards were not particularly remarkable. Yet he understood, given that he had just received 2 divine skills. If he were to receive another 2, it would indeed be excessive. Even cheating does not operate in such a manner. The Skeletal Warrior Legion had reached a temporary bottleneck. To continue growing stronger, they must undergo another evolution. Although the undead spider spear could also be utilized by the Shadow Swordsman, it would diminish additional enhancements. Guanli, being a prudent and frugal individual, would not squander it. He stored the undead spider spear for later use when the Skeletal Warrior Legion evolved. Is this the infamous AK-47 for bandits? Guanli mused, examining the firearm in his hand. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage upon the nearby shops. Though he wielded the gun with one hand, there was not the slightest tremor. With 3-star power, he had already transcended the recoil of firearms. Delightful. After emptying the magazine, Guanli stowed the weapon away. He had long dreamed of wielding a genuine AK-47 since his days playing FC. Today, the dream had finally come true. This is not wastefulness, this is the fulfillment of a dream. After unveiling all the rewards, only the pale blue card remained in Guanli's hand. He took it out, scrutinizing it closely. The patterns on the card were remarkably distinct, resembling a towering ancient tree. Radiating a soft blue glow, with a slight exertion, he crushed the blue card, acquired Random Legion Card X1. Holy moly, I hit the jackpot? Guanli suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. He had drawn a Legion card. A golden card materialized in his hand. The back was adorned with a grand door, while the front bore a question mark. Gripping the Random Legion card, Guanli felt a rush of excitement. Wondering what Legion he would acquire this time, he crushed the Random Legion card. Ding, congratulations, host has acquired the Elven Archer Legion. After the golden card shattered, a brand new card appeared in his hand. The back still displayed the mysterious door, but the question mark on the front transformed into an elven maiden with pointed ears, with a curvaceous figure and a delicate face. She boasted golden hair and azure eyes. Chapter 31, Elven Archer Legion. Today is a splendid day. A broad smile spread across Guanli's face. Oh, Crimson Empress, my darling, how I adore you. He gazed at the corpse of the Crimson Empress, feeling as though she were a celestial being. After all, she had contributed so much. Clutching the Elven Archer Legion card, Guanli crushed it. Boom, a light sound echoed as the card disintegrated into countless fragments. Before him, a summoning array enveloped in white light materialized. And 12 humanoid phantoms gradually emerged. As the white light faded, 12 stunning elven maidens appeared before Guanli. These elven women were extraordinarily beautiful, capable of easily becoming the stars of any university. Their eyes sparkled in various colors: emerald, azure, violet, crimson, and more. Their hair, in shades of gold, purple, white, and green, seemed to have stepped right out of an anime. The elven maidens boasted enchanting figures, adorned in emerald green bustiers and brown shorts, exuding a refreshing charm that revealed arms akin to exquisite lotus roots. The slender, smooth forearms were devoid of any excess flesh. Long, delicate legs exuded a remarkable elasticity. Adorning her feet were a pair of high heels crafted from intertwining vines. While this ensemble was undeniably exquisite, Guanli harbored some concerns regarding their defensive capabilities. Fortunately, this was a legion of ranged archers, and opportunities for direct confrontation were limited, even if their defenses were somewhat lacking. It hardly mattered. There were advantages to being lightly equipped. At the very least, their mobility would remain unaffected. After all, as a ranged unit, maneuverability was paramount. At the forefront stood a striking elven maiden. Her beauty breathtaking, her finely sculpted face bore no blemishes, and her eyes shimmered with a depth that seemed to convey unspoken words. Silken tresses cascaded to her waist, and her waist was slender enough to be clasped by a single hand. Her long, delicate legs were firm and full, while her dainty hands appeared almost ethereal. The pointed ears of the elf added an enchanting allure of exoticism. Archer Eileen, I pay my respects to my master. Eileen bowed. Her hands clasped before her chest, performing a respectful greeting. The elves behind her mirrored her gesture. No need for such formalities. Guanli replied. Thank you, master. Eileen rose, casting a shy glance at Guanli, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he began to peruse the information regarding the Legion. He vowed to maintain his purity. Elven Archer Legion, upgradable, number, 12, potential, 6 stars, strength, 3 stars, beginner, leader, Eileen, skills, nature's might. Perception, thorn arrow, archer's focus, natural healing, piercing arrow. After reviewing the details of the elven archers, Guanli expressed his immense satisfaction. The Crimson Queen was truly formidable. The initial strength of the elven archers was already at 3 stars, beginner. And they boasted an impressive array of 6 skills. Most importantly, their beauty was unparalleled. System, upgrade the Elven Archer Legion. Ding, upgrading the Elven Archer Legion requires 100 upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's notification echoed in Guanli's mind. As expected, the upgrade conditions were akin to those of the Shadow Swordmasters. Eileen, what is your effective range? Guanli inquired. Master, we can inflict effective damage on targets within 300 meters. Beyond that, our lethality diminishes. At over 500 meters, our range becomes ineffective. Eileen responded, her voice melodious like silver bells. Guanli nodded, feeling reasonably content with this range. The arrows utilized by the elven archers needed to be purchased from the points marketplace. Fortunately, the price of ordinary arrows was not exorbitant. Approximately 1 point could procure 10 arrows. Guanli spent 100 points to acquire 1,000 feathered arrows from the marketplace. He accessed the system to equip the Elven Archer Legion with these arrows, which now resided within the system's storage, readily available for use. A most convenient arrangement. Having resolved the issue of ammunition, it was now time to extract skills, a segment Guanli eagerly anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to extract the perception skill. System, extract perception. Guanli selected the skill. Ding, initiating extraction of perception. The system's voice soon resonated. Guanli felt his surroundings gradually come into sharper focus. Hidden sights within the buildings became vividly clear. After a brief trial, he discovered that the range of his perception extended only about 5 meters around him. This ability was quite remarkable, enabling him to better identify enemies lurking in the shadows. The entire student street had been thoroughly cleared by the Crimson Queen, revealing an abundance of supplies that Guanli could not afford to overlook. Xinlian, gather your team to scavenge the surrounding supplies. Assemble at the end of the street in 10 minutes. Guanli commanded decisively. Understood. Xinlian nodded. Leading the Shadow Swordmasters away, Guanli traversed the student street, patiently awaiting Xinlian's return. In a mere 10 minutes, the Shadow Swordmasters emerged, laden with supplies, flour, rice, bottled water, canned goods. All were plentiful. However, they had refrained from collecting perishable items such as fresh meat and vegetables, as these would not endure long. After a night, many fresh vegetables had already begun to spoil. Even if they had not deteriorated, they had likely been ravaged by poisonous mold spiders. Xinlian could not possibly bring back such items. Although Guanli was immune to toxins, the sight of them was still quite unsettling. My lord, this is all I managed to acquire. There's still plenty left. Should I make another trip? Xinlian instructed his team to place the supplies on the ground. There were over 1,000 pounds of rice, 700 to 800 pounds of flour, 12 bottles of water totaling 180, and 200 to 300 cans. Guanli meticulously stored each item within his spatial ring. No need. Leave some for them. He shook his head, opting not to send Xinlian back. Them, of course, referred to the faculty and students of Z University. There was a supermarket within the student street, and its warehouse contained ample supplies. Xinlian had only taken a portion, sufficient for the survivors at Z University. Guanli prided himself on not being a villain, but he saw no necessity to be ruthless, while he did not consider himself a good person. He did not perceive himself as a bad one either, everything he did was merely to survive. Indeed, my lord is merciful. Shen Lian nodded, his admiration for Guanli reaching new heights. Let us move on. Continue hunting the zombies. Guanli pressed forward. The zombies and monsters were constantly growing stronger. If one wished to live, they must become stronger still. After departing the student street and walking over 100 meters. Guanli halted. Chapter 32. The zombie tide. He gazed ahead at the street, his scalp prickling with unease. The entire thoroughfare was choked with wrecked automobiles. Had anyone witnessed the process of making sausages? The scene before Guanli bore a striking resemblance. Numerous vehicles were belching thick black smoke. One could only imagine the horror that unfolded when the disaster struck with such a densely populated area. The number of zombies was, naturally, staggering. Every inch of the street that could accommodate a footfall was occupied by the undead. Moreover, many zombies had undergone mutations, their evolved forms visible throughout the street. Compared to this, the Z University playground seemed trivial. Guanli's appearance instantly drew the attention of the zombies, who turned in unison to regard him. He swiftly glanced over his shoulder, intending to make a hasty retreat, only to discover that the street behind him had become a veritable encirclement of zombies. Damn it, I'm surrounded. Guanli surveyed the scene, noting at least 10,000 zombies lining the streets. Hiss. He inhaled sharply. This number could undoubtedly be classified as a zombie tide. Even with 3 legions at his command, he felt a pang of trepidation in the face of such overwhelming odds. After all, the combined strength of his 3 legions barely amounted to 100 individuals. Though they were formidable, facing an army of this magnitude seemed rather insurmountable. Retreat, fall back into the building. Guanli urgently commanded. If he were to be completely surrounded by zombies, it would spell disaster. The street boasted numerous buildings and alleyways, and he could effectively leverage the terrain to his advantage. The soldiers of the Legion were powerful enough to handle ordinary zombies with ease. As long as they were not completely encircled, it should not pose a significant issue. Even if they could not win, he had means to escape. Thus, Guanli resolved to take a chance. After all, a fortune favors the bold. The Legion dispersed, racing towards the surrounding buildings. Accompanying Guanli were 3 skeletal warriors, 2 shadow swordmasters, and 4 elven archers. They entered a 30-story office building, each floor serving as a spacious platform. As dozens of zombies surged in from the stairwell, Guanli produced his last explosive grenade. He pulled the pin and hurled it. The grenade landed amidst the horde, detonating in a fiery explosion. The searing wave of heat radiated outward, scorching the once pristine white walls to charred black. Had the building's manager still been present, they would surely have fainted on the spot. A terror attack. This was a terror attack. Alas, the manager would not be appearing, for they had likely become one of the relentless zombies. The stairwell was narrow, and a single explosive grenade eliminated nearly 100 zombies. Not all the zombies pursued him into the building. Those approaching from afar, having lost their target, continued to wander aimlessly in the streets. Upon realizing this, Guanli was struck by an idea. Damn these foolish zombies, since they would not actively ascend the building, what was there to fear? He and a few soldiers stealthily climbed to the 3rd floor. Arriving at a window, he gazed down below. The aimless zombie tide continued to meander through the streets, their attention diverted only by the previous explosion. The zombies attracted by that sound had already been dealt with by the skeletal warriors. These zombies are utterly incompetent, Guanli mused. Calculating, the elven archers possessed the strength to dispatch 2-star zombies with ease. Each 2-star zombie would expend a single arrow. With nearly 10,000 zombies on the street, that equated to 10,000 arrows. This was under the assumption of a one-hit kill. However, the total expenditure would not exceed 15,000 arrows. At most, he would need to spend 1,500 points to eliminate this horde of zombies. This is a lucrative deal. We can make it happen, Guanli concluded, preparing for a grand undertaking. Everyone, remain completely still. First, eliminate the surrounding zombies. Through their mental connection, Guanli conveyed his orders. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers promptly sprang into action. My lord, I have cleared the surrounding zombies. What are your further instructions? Shen Lian's voice rang out. Not long after, the voices of Bone and Eileen followed suit. Eileen, your archer legion may have to work a bit harder. Master, please issue your commands. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. The sweet voice of Eileen resonated. Guanli seized the opportunity to convey his thoughts to her. No problem, Eileen replied promptly. Shen Lian. Gu, your soldiers must ensure the safety of the elven archers, Guanli declared. Understood. Shen Lian and Gu's voices swiftly echoed back. The legions collaborated seamlessly. Let us commence. 12 elven archers were tasked with eliminating nearly 10,000 zombies. This was no ordinary undertaking. After all, elves were not skeletal warriors. They could not engage in endless combat. However, Guanli had anticipated this dilemma. Supply cards, they would swiftly restore energy, although the 29 supply cards were limited. They could suffice for a while. Even if they ran out, he had the point store. He could purchase items to quickly regain energy. The only drawback was the steep price, approximately 5 points each. Yet, gazing down at the densely packed horde of zombies, such an expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Whoosh, an arrow silently pierced the brain of a zombie. The remaining zombies exhibited no reaction, continuing to wander the streets. Lacking intellect, they could not ponder why their companions had fallen. Soon after, another arrow sailed through the street, and a zombie collapsed. Guanli had already spent 2,000 points to procure 20,000 ordinary arrows. Minutes passed, and nearly 100 zombies lay slain on the street. The operation was progressing smoothly. Guanli leisurely leaned against the window, savoring canned beef. After 10 minutes of continuous shooting, the elven maidens began to perspire. Clearly, their stamina was waning. They were not undead beings capable of ceaseless combat. With great consideration, Guan Li utilized supply cards for the elven maidens. They felt an inexhaustible surge of power within them. Their once fatigued bodies began to regain their peak condition. The elven maidens revived their fighting spirit, continuing to excel at dispatching zombies. 20 minutes elapsed. 1,000 zombies had already fallen on the street. The area in front of Guan Li's office building was nearly cleared. Some mutated zombies sensed something amiss. They looked up towards the positions of the elven archers, then, with a single arrow striking down, they too fell to the ground. Roar! A brute grasped the surrounding zombies and hurled them towards Guan Li. Damn it! Guan Li cursed vehemently. With a swift strike of his Qingfeng blade, he dispatched the zombie that had entered the building. Shoot it dead! His temper flared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a dozen arrows rained down, transforming the brute's head into a porcupine of arrows. It fell, filled with rage and resentment. Chapter 33, Cleansing the zombie tide. As more and more zombies fell, the mutated ones began to realize the gravity of the situation. They raised their heads and gazed towards the windows from which arrows were being fired. Roar! The mutated zombies unleashed furious howls, intent on eliminating those lurking in the shadows, launching surprise attacks. Unfortunately, these mutated zombies could not command their companions. The ordinary zombies continued to wander aimlessly in the streets. Though the mutated zombies were incensed, they were powerless. After all, their intellect was only slightly superior to that of ordinary zombies, with no means to issue commands. What could they do? They had no choice but to engage directly. Several brutes lifted surrounding wrecked cars. Get down! Guan Li shrank back. Boom! The wrecked car smashed into the third-floor window, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly and glass to shatter everywhere. Eileen! Deal with these troublesome brutes. Guan Li ordered decisively. These brutes severely hampered the efficiency of the archer zombie eradication efforts. Fortunately, the number of brutes amidst the horde was not substantial. The elven archers momentarily ceased their assault on ordinary zombies, focusing their efforts on eliminating the brutes first. Observing this, Guan Li could not remain idle. He retrieved his black iron crossbow and swiftly loaded a bolt. Frostbolt. The azure arrowhead exuded a chilling aura. Upon striking the horde, it detonated, releasing a wave of frost elemental energy, freezing all zombies within a 10-meter radius. Even the brutes found their movements restricted, their feet encased in ice, turning them into enormous living targets. The elven archers concentrated their fire, swiftly dispatching 6 brutes. The commotion caused by the brutes stirred the zombies on the street into a frenzy. Damn it! Guan Li cursed. His carefully laid plan had been thoroughly disrupted by the brutes. The noise attracted the zombies, who surged into the building where Guan Li was located. Continue shooting the zombies. Skeleton warriors and shadow swordsmen, come with me. Block those zombies. Guan Li remained composed, quickly formulating a countermeasure. The zombies were solely fixated on his building. The building housing the 3 commanders faced only a handful of mutated zombies. Guan Li instructed them to continue eliminating the zombies in the streets. My lord! Do you require assistance? Xinlian's voice rang out. Can you make it here? Although a significant number of zombies had been cleared, their sheer quantity remained terrifying. Even the shadow swordsman, no matter how formidable, could not break through the horde. No problem. Xinlian replied confidently. All right, leave some soldiers behind to protect the elven archers. The rest, come to assist. Guan Li agreed to Xinlian's proposal. He was indeed short on soldiers. The zombies that had surged into the building numbered at least several thousand. Excluding the 4 elven archers, he had only 3 skeleton warriors and 2 shadow swordsmen. As you command. Moments later, in the shadowy area by the 3rd-floor window, 15 shadow swordsmen slowly materialized. Guan Li suddenly recalled the unique ability of the shadow swordsman. As long as there was a shadow present, they could infiltrate it. Of course, there were limitations to this range. However, the 2 buildings were separated by only a street. This distance was surely manageable. My lord! Xinlian led his soldiers to stand behind Guan Li. Prepare for battle. Guan Li held his Qingfeng blade upright before him. The low growls of zombies echoed within the stairwell. The cacophony of thousands of zombies sounded like a roar from hell. If it were anyone else, they might have been paralyzed with fear. Yet Guan Li displayed an eager expression, ready for action. There were 2 stairwells on the 3rd floor. At the end of the left corridor, a decayed zombie emerged. Following closely, dozens of zombies surged forth. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Here they come. Let us fight. Guan Li brandished his sword in one hand and held the crossbow in the other. The frost arrow was already loaded. Whoosh! The ice-blue arrowhead plunged into the mass of zombies, unleashing a violent wave of frost elemental energy. Within 10 meters, the zombies were instantly frozen. Kill! With Guan Li's command, he charged forward. The 3rd floor was spacious enough for him to maneuver. The zombies rushing from behind crashed into the ice sculptures, self-destructing without needing Guan Li's intervention. A swish, Guan Li executed the slicing technique, cleaving several zombies before him in half with concentrated energy blades. Behind him, the shadow swordsmen unleashed their sword techniques. Long swords soared through the air, harvesting the heads of the zombies. What a thrill! Guan Li shouted. The zombies fell like reaped wheat, collapsing in droves. The might of the sword techniques was instantly evident. Unfortunately, the energy consumption was immense. They could not sustain it for more than 10 seconds before exhausting their true essence. The shadow swordsman had no choice but to engage in close combat. Guan Li wielded his Qingfeng blade, relentlessly slaying the zombies before him. Blood splattered across his face, yet he paid it no mind. He even licked the blood from his lips, a strong foul odor flooding his mouth. The taste resembled that of rotting fish fermenting in a sewer. Pa! He regretted his actions. It seemed that this immunity gene did not shield him from the adverse effects of taste. Roar! Just as Guanli was immersed in battle, the growls of zombies erupted behind him. He took a moment to glance back. The number of zombies on the other side had dwindled significantly. It seemed the main force was all concentrated before him. Xinlian, take half the soldiers to intercept the zombies behind us. Ensure the safety of the elven archers. Understood. Xinlian nodded and swiftly departed. The 4 elven archers remained focused on eliminating zombies. They activated their archer concentration skill, which allowed them to remain undistracted and enhance their shooting speed. Their delicate fingers glided effortlessly over the bowstrings. Unleashing a flurry of arrows at remarkable speed, the system's products were simply extraordinary, defying reason. The zombies lunged forward, eager to savor the sweet flesh and blood, yet, regrettably, a long sword pierced through its skull. Xinlian arrived just in time. Kill. He swept through, and several more zombies fell to the ground. The nearby elven archers remained undeterred. Their fingers continued to dance over the bowstrings, rapidly dispatching the zombies in the streets. Incredible. Attack speed maxed out. Guanli glanced back. Arrows rained down upon the street. Due to the dense horde of zombies, aiming was hardly necessary. As time passed, the original horde of nearly 10,000 zombies had been reduced by half. A portion had surged into Guanli's building, but the vast majority had succumbed to the arrows of the elven archers. During this time, numerous mutated zombies had been slain. The system's notification echoed in his mind continuously. Guanli roughly calculated that these mutated zombies had provided at least over 2,000 points. Among them was one particularly unfortunate zombie that even granted him a cooking skill. Just these rewards alone were sufficient for Guanli to break even. Chapter 34, Frenzied Slaughter. The commotion of slaying zombies quickly drew the attention of surrounding survivors. On this street, there still exists a considerable number of surviving humans, suffocated by the overwhelming presence of zombies. These survivors lacked the courage to confront their undead foes, as nearly 10,000 of them roamed just beneath their feet. The slightest sound could result in them being torn to shreds, leaving no chance of even becoming a zombie themselves. In this atmosphere of despair, some fragile souls have chosen to take their own lives by jumping from heights. Those unfortunate individuals fall into the tide of corpses, leaving behind nothing but their skeletal remains. The remaining survivors cower in their homes, afraid to make any significant noise. They secure their doors and windows, drawing the curtains tight, while they await rescue from the city's defense forces. Early this morning, the sound of an explosion echoed through the streets, igniting a flicker of hope in the slumbering survivors. They believed that salvation had arrived. However, as they peered through the gaps in their curtains to survey the street, their rekindled hopes were once again dashed. There was no sign of the city's defenders. The explosion might have been caused by some unfortunate fool igniting gas, yet soon after, they witnessed a decline in the horde of zombies on the street. Clearly someone was taking action to clear the undead. It was not the city defense but rather another group of survivors. Everyone pressed against the windows, cautiously observing the situation outside. They saw several buildings continuously releasing a barrage of arrows, causing the number of zombies to dwindle rapidly under the relentless rain of projectiles. Whether it was the city's defenders or not became irrelevant. All that mattered was their rescue from this desperate prison. Surrounded by the undead, akin to an isolated island, once their food supplies were exhausted, death would be their only fate. Guanli was unaware that there were survivors on this street. At that moment, he was fully focused on exterminating the zombies on the 3rd floor. The continuous battles had left him feeling quite fatigued. Fortunately, he possessed items that could restore his energy whenever he felt utterly drained. A single vial of restorative potion would swiftly rejuvenate his expended stamina and energy. With enough points, he could even become an unceasing engine of combat. There was no other choice. He was free to act as he pleased. Gradually, the zombies before Guanli began to diminish in number until he broke through the horde and reached the stairwell. Inside, dozens of zombies charged towards him. Damn it! Guanli exclaimed, startled. He quickly activated his teleportation skill. Vanishing from sight, the horde of zombies lunged forward, only to fall upon each other in a chaotic pile. The approaching shadow swordsman wasted no time in collecting the heads of the fallen undead. Meanwhile, Xinlian, leading another group of shadow swordsmen, had also cleared the area of zombies. Over 2,000 of them had been eradicated by Guanli on the 3rd floor, leaving the street littered with bodies. A profusion of arrows covered the ground, and thousands of zombies still roamed the street, heedless of resistance. Observing this, Guanli rallied his soldiers and charged down. Eileen, continue providing ranged support. Leave 2 soldiers at each location to ensure the archer's safety. The rest, follow me into the fray. While Guanli could afford to avoid the massive horde of nearly 10,000 zombies, he would confront the smaller group of 1 or 2,000 head-on. He burst from the building, drawing the attention of the zombies on the street, which began to wave their arms and rush towards him. Swift shadow technique. Guanli's speed surged, and he weaved elegantly through the horde. The zombies were unable to grasp him. The Qingfeng blade sliced through them continuously, claiming one undead after another. The elven archers within the building continued to provide relentless ranged fire. By the time Guanli engaged, many had already collapsed. On the other side, Bone led his soldiers into the fray, wielding his shield to smash down large groups of zombies before crushing their skulls with his massive foot. The skeletal warriors exhibited a measure of civility, effortlessly severing the heads of zombies with their bone knives. A striking scene unfolded on the street. A legion of dozens pressed against 1 or 2,000 zombies. Suddenly, a long tongue from a licker shot towards Guanli. He swiftly reached out and seized it. Do you really think you can bully me? With a powerful tug, the licker was yanked towards him. Crashing into the Qingfeng blade, Kill Licker gained 30 points. Guanli shook the corpse off his blade and continued to eliminate the remaining zombies. Under the fierce assault of the legion, the number of zombies in the street dwindled rapidly. and the corpses underfoot began to blanket the entire thoroughfare. Hiss, how incredible! He single-handedly killed so many zombies. What did I just see? Was that blade energy? Am I dreaming? Heavens, what transpired in just one day? The survivors hiding in their rooms all wore expressions of disbelief. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly good news. The zombies had been cleared away, and they were saved. Guanli, oblivious to the thoughts of the survivors above, was solely focused on the spoils of battle, corpses strewn about and cards scattered everywhere. Alright. Life is looking up. Guanli beamed with joy. Although he couldn't achieve wealth and silence, the ultimate outcome remained the same. A minor horde of zombies had been vanquished, and all the spoils were his alone. Shen Lian. Bone, clean up the battlefield. Eileen, stay alert around us. Guanli swiftly issued commands. Eileen and 12 elven archers vigilantly observed the surroundings, their longbows drawn taut, ready to deliver deadly strikes to any encroaching enemies. Guanli held no concerns about anyone daring to seize the spoils, as the multitude of corpses served as the best warning. However, exercising caution was always prudent. Shen Lian led his soldiers to clear the battlefield within the building. Where another 1 or 2,000 corpses lay, Bone, accompanied by his soldiers, began to tidy up the street. Guanli was in no rush. He had all the time in the world to wait. He opened his system backpack to learn cooking skills. This was a reward offered by a mutated zombie clad in a 5-star chef's attire. After acquiring the cooking skills, Guanli felt a wealth of culinary knowledge flood into his mind. Another somewhat useless skill, but as the saying goes, a plethora of skills is never a burden. An unceasing stream of crystal nuclei and cards flowed into Guanli's possession. The cards were stored in the system backpack. While the crystal nuclei were tucked away in his spatial ring, half an hour later, the cleanup was nearing completion. The zombies on the battlefield had all been dispatched, and even if there were a few left, it was an insignificant number. For Guanli, this was of no consequence. He began to tally the spoils of war. After a few minutes, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The rewards he had reaped could only be described with 4 words: overflowing abundance. There were a staggering 3,514 1-star crystal nuclei. Out of the zombies in the horde, 2/3 were of 1-star strength, resulting in a remarkably high drop rate for 1-star crystals. There were only 535 2-star crystal nuclei. In comparison to the 1-star nuclei, the drop rate for 2-star crystals was considerably lower. Finally, the 3-star nuclei numbered just 5, as there had only been 5 3-star zombies in the entire horde. A 100 drop rate was already exceedingly rare. Aside from the crystal nuclei, there were also cards: 1 235 white random cards, 344 white-green random cards, 96 green random cards, 20 blue-green random cards, 4 blue random cards, and 1 dark blue random card. These constituted the spoils obtained from the clearance of the horde. It would be an exaggeration to say there was a multitude. It was more accurate to say it was exceedingly plentiful. Additionally, for slaying the mutated zombies, the system granted him extra rewards, a total of 6,380 points, 1 cooking skill, and 1 great recovery pill. Guanli had already learned the cooking skill, great recovery pill. Consuming it instantly restores all injuries. Note, the effect is significantly reduced for those whose strength exceeds 5 stars. These were the system's extra rewards, and no matter what they provided, Guanli stood to gain immensely. He inspected the contents of his spatial ring. Where crystal nuclei piled high, converting them all into points would yield a substantial fortune. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to trade all the 1-star crystal nuclei to the point store. With the previous stock in this latest haul, he had a total of 4,214 1-star crystal nuclei. Ding, transaction successful, gained 29,498 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The points earned from the transaction, combined with the over 6,000 points awarded by the system, meant Guanli had accumulated a total of 35,878 points. This was an unprecedented windfall for him, allowing him to recoup all previously spent points and even reap a significant profit. Killing zombies is indeed a splendid affair. For other survivors, zombies represented the source of calamity, but for Guanli they were akin to mobile treasure troves. Regroup. Guanli commanded. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to enhance his own strength. Grasping a 3-star crystal nucleus, he began to absorb its energy. A nucleus the size of an infant's fist was swiftly depleted. Guanli felt his power surge considerably. He did not pause, consecutively absorbing the remaining 4 3-star nuclei. The pure, dense energy coursed through his body, with every single cell greedily absorbing it. After a few minutes, Guanli clenched his fist and struck a nearby wrecked sports car. Bang! The door was smashed through, propelled away by his immense strength. Though I haven't quite reached the intermediate 3-star level, I'm nearly there. Looking at the ruined Lamborghini, Guanli felt immense satisfaction. He never imagined he would one day possess the strength to smash such a luxury vehicle. Once he finished absorbing the crystal nuclei, it was time for the moment he had been eagerly anticipating: opening the cards. With over 1,000 white random cards, Guanli chose to open them all at once. Acquired food card X385, acquired supply card X230, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X150, acquired advanced card X40, acquired common arrows X200, acquired universal rifle bullets X100, suitable for any rifle, acquired rotting seeds X35, seeds that have decayed due to prolonged storage. Barely edible, acquired moldy bread X60, bread that has molded due to prolonged storage, can fill the stomach but tastes dreadful. Abandoned mechanical parts X35, severely deformed mechanical components, seemingly of little use. A series of notification chimes echoed in Guanli's mind. Over 1,000 white cards, all offering basic items. Apart from the advanced cards, there were no surprises to be found. Mediocre. Guanli could only describe it in 4 words. These rewards were neither particularly good nor bad. They were truly tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Abandoned mechanical parts, recycling value 0.1 points, without hesitation, Guanli chose to recycle. Ding, transaction successful, received 3.5 points. Though small, every bit counts, Guanli collected all remaining items back into the system backpack. Moldy bread and rotting seeds could at least be considered food. In this apocalyptic world, life is not precious. What does it matter what one eats? You ask if moldy bread is edible. Sorry, eat it or not. He is no philanthropist and will not waste precious sustenance. As his strength continuously improved, he also felt his appetite growing larger. Hundreds of food cards seemed plentiful, yet they were still insufficient. Thus, Guanli now aimed to conserve. After exhausting the white cards, it was time for the white-green cards. Over 300 white-green cards were opened simultaneously. Acquired advanced card X20, acquired premium food card X100, grants high energy food upon use, acquired armor-piercing arrows X80, arrows crafted from special materials. Offering excellent armor penetration, acquired intermediate supply card X45, restores energy quickly upon use, with enhanced effectiveness, acquired universal rifle bullets X99, the system's notifications echoed in his mind, the rewards were similar to before. Not particularly impressive. All consumable resources, Guanli stored the acquired items back into the system backpack. Onward, he selected the green random cards, totaling 96, acquired premium food card X30, acquired advanced card X15, acquired intermediate advanced card X5, acquired recovery card X21, aids in healing injuries, acquired incendiary arrows X13, ignites a 5-meter radius, acquired explosive arrows X12, causes explosive damage to targets within a 5-meter radius. All green cards were opened. Still merely consumable resources, undeterred, Guanli stored the items back into the system backpack. The remaining cards were the more rare blue cards. Continuing, Guanli opened 20 blue-green cards in one breath, acquired black branch bow X1, equipment forged from black branches. Possessing greater strength, acquired scale armor heavy shield X1, crafted from the scales of the scale beast and sturdy cold iron, offering formidable defense, acquired intermediate advanced card X5, acquired Shen iron sword X1, a sharp sword forged from Shen iron, acquired precision technique X1, upon activation. Enters a state of precision, allowing for perfect aim within 100 meters, acquired intermediate supply card X10, acquired broken undead branch X1, a branch from the abyssal undead tree, infused with powerful undead energy. Capable of enhancing cultivation speed, the system's notifications resonated continuously in his mind. Truly, these higher-level cards yielded excellent items, equipment, skills, and tools to enhance the strength of the Legion. Chapter 36, Legendary Weapons. Guanli handed the scale armor heavy shield to Bone. It was a shield measuring 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. The shield bore a pattern resembling scales, exuding a sense of security. Thank you, Master. The soulfire in Bone's eyes brightened instantly. It excitedly accepted the scale armor heavy shield. Name, scale armor heavy shield type, shield grade, 3-star beginner talent, thick armor skill, rebound force, scale beast charge evaluation, crafted from the scales of the scale beast and sturdy cold iron. It possesses formidable defensive power. Bone raised the scale armor heavy shield and executed the scale beast charge. Its speed surged, and a phantom of the scale beast appeared upon the shield. Boom! Bone crashed into the building, creating a large hole as dust flew everywhere. Not bad, 3-star equipment is indeed impressive. Guanli was thoroughly satisfied. The black branch bow was given to Eileen, and the Shen iron sword was bestowed upon Xinlian. Name, black branch bow type, bow and arrow grade, 3-star beginner talent, armor piercing skill, focused attention, black branch arrow evaluation, a bow crafted from branches of the dark forest, infused with mysterious power. Eileen picked up the black branch bow and shot an arrow into the distance. Whoosh, the thick wall was effortlessly pierced. Thank you, Master. She smiled sweetly. Name, Shen iron sword type, sword grade, 3-star beginner talent, sharp skill, leaf blade sweep evaluation, a long sword forged from Shen iron. Extremely sharp, Xinlian took the Shen iron sword and executed the leaf blade sweep. True essence leaf blades coalesced around the sword. He swept forward, and the leaf blade shot out instantly. Swish, the nearby floor-to-ceiling window exploded. Thank you, my lord. Xinlian clasped his hands together, bowing slightly. The three commanders experienced a significant boost in strength after receiving their equipment. Guanli, on the other hand, began to learn the precision technique. He took out his crossbow and casually shot an arrow. The bolt flew forth, striking the head of a mannequin. He then attempted to shoot several more arrows. Almost every target he locked onto was hit. Once Guanli deactivated the precision technique, a sense of emptiness surged within him. He was hungry. The activation of the precision technique continuously consumed energy, after the fierce battle earlier and now testing the precision technique. His stomach began to protest. Sated. Guanli retrieved 3 food cards at once. Immediately, 3 delectable meals appeared before him. He activated the skill, gluttony. Moments later, the food was entirely devoured. A profound sense of satisfaction filled Guanli's being. Having eaten his fill, he continued to open cards. There were only 5 cards left. Nearly 10,000 zombies had yielded these 5 rare cards. All 4 blue cards were opened. Acquired advanced card X2, can be used to advance to a more powerful legion. Acquired evil repelling sword manual X1, to master this skill. One must first castrate themselves. A wondrous sword manual that grants immense power upon cultivation but comes with a slight cost. Acquired everlasting lamp X1, a lamp made with merfolk oil as the wick. Capable of burning indefinitely. 3 notification sounds rang in succession, leaving Guanli astounded. His eyes twitched incessantly as he gazed at the ancient sword manual. The azure cover bore the ancient characters spelling out evil repelling sword manual. What is the evil repelling sword manual? Guanli was all too aware. Practicing this would undoubtedly lead to significant consequences. Fortunately, the items drawn would not be automatically learned. Guanli breathed a slight sigh of relief. He contemplated discarding the evil repelling sword manual but hesitated. After all, it was a product of a blue card draw, tasteless to eat, regrettable to discard. After some thought, he decided to keep it. He might not need it, but it could be exchanged with others. Regardless, the people in this world are unaware of the evil repelling sword manual. In this precarious apocalyptic world, paying a small price for immense power is quite a bargain. Guanli tucked the evil repelling sword manual close. He dared not store it in the system backpack. He feared that one day, if the system was displeased, it might compel him to practice it. As for the everlasting lamp, it appeared somewhat antiquated in design. The wick still burned with a candle-like flame. According to the description, this lamp could burn indefinitely. It was a useful tool, with the power grid in disarray. One could only rely on candlelight for illumination at night. He stored the everlasting lamp back into the system backpack. Once inside the system backpack, everything seemed to freeze, and time ceased to flow. Guanli still held the last card in his hand. The deep blue card emanated a faint glow. The clear visible pattern depicted a towering ancient tree. The entire card exuded an air of mystery. Guanli felt a sense of anticipation about what this card might bring him. He grasped the card and gently crushed it. Crack! The card in his hand shattered, transforming into a faint glow. Acquired legendary weapon summoning card X1. A dazzling golden light radiated, illuminating the surrounding streets. Guanli's 24K titanium eyes were nearly blinded by the brilliance. Wow, a golden legend! He exclaimed in astonishment. The radiance persisted for several seconds before gradually retracting into the card. Guanli held the shimmering golden card in his hand. On both sides, there was a mysterious large question mark. With a heart full of excitement, he crushed the card. Ding, congratulations, host has acquired the legendary weapon, blood-drinking blade, sealed. The system's notification echoed in Guanli's mind. Before him, a summoning array materialized in the void. A rich scent of blood wafted from within. Guanli instantly felt as though a sea of blood had appeared before him. Countless withering souls languished within the blood sea. Despite having experienced so much, Guanli couldn't help but shiver. That feeling came swiftly but faded just as fast. A pure white longsword manifested within the summoning array. Guanli extended his hand and grasped the snow-white longsword. The summoning array before him vanished in an instant. Ding, a legendary weapon has been detected. The blood-sucking blade, a binding request has been issued. Shall the host bind it? The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Bind. Guanli nodded. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain radiate from his arm. Lowering his gaze to inspect the situation, he saw that countless blood-red tendrils had appeared on the hilt of the blood-sucking blade. The surface of those tendrils resembled cracked earth, akin to the molten magma of hell. The recent agony was due to the tendrils piercing through his arm. At this moment, those blood-red tendrils had completely fused with Guanli's right arm. With every movement of the tendrils, vast amounts of blood were siphoned from his body. My lord! Master! The three commanders, seeing Guanli in danger, immediately rushed forward to offer assistance. I am fine, remain vigilant around us. Guanli quickly interjected. Halting their advance, the blood-red tendrils had now fully integrated with his arm. The only way to separate them would be through surgical amputation. Guanli had no intention of becoming a character akin to a legendary hero just yet. As you command. The commanders complied without question. Urging their soldiers to remain on high alert, Guanli sensed that the blood-sucking blade bore no malice. It seemed merely intent on consuming his blood. System, what is happening? Guanli inquired, perplexed. Reporting to the host. The blood-sucking blade is currently binding with you, came the system's response. I see, you certainly have quite the appetite. At this point, Guanli had become nothing but skin and bones. He retrieved a great recovery pill and swallowed it whole. His previously emaciated body began to recover rapidly. Chapter 37, the blood-sucking blade. Guanli felt a slight resurgence of strength, but it soon waned once more, after consuming the great recovery pill. The blood-red tendrils grew even more active, hastening their extraction of his life force. What the hell, why has the intensity increased? In the blink of an eye, Guanli's body reverted to its skeletal state. This time at a much faster pace. He hastily opened the point shop and searched for items to restore his vitality. Blood chi pill, 100 points, recovery pill, 200 points, golden wound powder, 150 points, revitalization pill, 300 points, jade dew pill, 1000 points, soul blood pill, 2500 points, purchase. Buy them all. Guanli's complexion had turned utterly pale. If this continued, he would soon join the ranks of the skeleton warriors. After purchasing over 10 types of recovery pills, he spent more than 9,000 points. Without a moment to lament his expenditure, he quickly tossed a blood chi pill into his mouth. The moment it entered, the medicinal power surged within him. However, before long, it was forcibly drained away. The slight improvement in his condition was once again diminished. Guanli dared not waste any time. He stuffed all the pills into his mouth at once. The terrifying medicinal energy erupted forth. A torrent of blood vitality surged wildly within him. His body could barely withstand such an onslaught. It's over. I am done for. He felt the blood vitality within him spiraling out of control. The ferocious energy coalesced into spirals, battering against his body with a speed that rivaled a tornado demolishing a parking lot. His form began to swell rapidly, like an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Despair enveloped him. He was about to be suffocated by his own body. Such a demise was unbearably humiliating. Suddenly, the blood-sucking blade in his hand radiated a crimson glow. A powerful suction pulled the raging blood vitality from within him. Guanli's swollen body quickly reverted to its original state. Ah, this legendary weapon is truly remarkable. He exhaled in relief. After absorbing the blood vitality, the blood-sucking blade returned a pure energy back to him. His body, previously ravaged by the blood vitality, began to recover gradually, soon reaching its peak condition. Moreover, that pure energy continually reinforced his physique. Within mere seconds, Guanli felt as though a barrier within him had shattered. I actually broke through. His strength had now reached the intermediate level of the 3rd star. The excess blood vitality had been converted into pure energy by the blood-sucking blade. Ding! Legendary weapon, blood-sucking blade, sealed, binding successful. The system's prompt echoed in Guanli's mind. He looked down to discover the blood-red tendrils on his arm had retracted back into the blood-sucking blade. The once pristine white blade was now adorned with cracked blood-red tendrils. The hilt he grasped felt as if it were composed of some peculiar biological flesh, its exterior resembling molten lava flowing in the depths of hell. Impressive. After absorbing blood. The appearance of the blood-sucking blade could only be described in 7 words: incredibly cool, flamboyant, and utterly awe-inspiring. My master. My lord. Are you all right? The 3 commanders, witnessing Guanli's recovery, hurried forward, their expressions filled with concern. I'm fine. Guanli waved his hand dismissively. His spirits were exceptionally high. The gains from this encounter had far exceeded his expectations, especially with the blood-sucking blade in hand. Though it remained sealed, its potential was undeniably formidable. Name: blood-sucking blade, sealed, type, sword potential, legendary grade, 6-star beginner talent, legendary sharpness. Legendary armor breaking, blood absorption, sealed, skills, blood soul/blood demon hand, blood shadow clone, sealed, evaluation, originating from the deepest abyss. This malevolent artifact was once an ordinary iron sword. It has absorbed the blood of countless abyssal creatures. Nurturing a legendary spirit within its blade, every subsequent owner will be at risk of being eroded by the sword's soul. It is a double-edged sword. After reviewing the information about the blood-sucking blade, Guanli marveled at the richness of its description, a hallmark of legendary weaponry. System: will I be eroded by the sword's soul? Guanli was quite concerned about the implications stated in the description. While legendary weapons were desirable, he would prefer not to suffer any adverse effects. Rest assured, host, the blood-sucking blade has already bound with you and will not inflict any negative consequences. Furthermore, the host possesses immunity genes, rendering even legendary weapons incapable of affecting you. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Guanli felt a wave of relief wash over him, since there would be no adverse effects. He could confidently wield the weapon. Grasping the blood-sucking blade, he swung it towards a nearby abandoned vehicle. Whoosh! The blood-sucking blade cleaved the vehicle in 2 with effortless precision, offering no resistance whatsoever. Wow, so sharp! He had not exerted much force. Yet the blade had easily sliced through the automobile. Congratulations, master, you have acquired such a divine weapon. The 3 commanders exclaimed in unison. Keep it low-key, low-key. Guanli replied, feeling a bit bashful. Modesty was the way of the wise, one should not be overly ostentatious. He returned the Qingfeng knife to the system's backpack. With the acquisition of the blood-sucking blade, the Qingfeng knife could gracefully retire. Guanli then decided to test the skills of the blood-sucking blade. Blood soul slash. He felt a considerable amount of energy drained from him instantly. The blade emanated a red glow, unleashing a terrifying blood-colored sword energy directed at a nearby foe. Within that blood energy, countless wailing specters could be seen. Boom! The wall of the building was severed in 2, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Impressive! Guanli gasped in astonishment. Truly, this was a legendary weapon. Even a single skill could wield such power. Although the consumption was equally significant, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Blood demon hand. Guanli unleashed his second skill. He immediately felt over half of his energy siphoned away. The previously vanished blood-red tendrils re-emerged, intertwining rapidly to envelop his arm. Moments later, they coalesced into a gruesome, formidable blood-flesh arm. The arm was adorned with blood-red scales, and a chilling bone spike protruded from the elbow. Guanli felt as if his arm were encased in armor. Cool, incredible. He commanded Bone to unleash its full strength against the blood demon hand. The sharp bone blade struck the arm but left only a faint white mark, which rapidly faded away. The defense was terrifying, and the healing ability was formidable. Guanli was left in awe. However, the blood demon hand consumed energy at an alarming rate. The energy he had just restored was quickly depleted. Guanli could maintain the form for only about 10 seconds before he could no longer sustain it. The blood demon hand rapidly disintegrated, transforming into a multitude of blood-flesh tendrils that retreated into the blood-sucking blade. Chapter 38, The Advancement of the Skeleton Warrior. After dispelling the blood demon hand, Guanli utilized a mid-level supply card. His energy, drained completely, was rapidly replenished. Moments later, he was once again brimming with vitality. The first 2 skills of the blood-sucking blade had brought Guanli immense joy. He was confident that the final skill would be equally impressive. Blood Shadow Clone. Guanli activated the skill. He instantly felt 2/3 of his energy being siphoned away. A blood-colored silhouette separated from his body. A clone? As the ethereal blood shadow materialized, Guanli sensed a connection forming in his mind between himself and the shadow. He attempted to control the shadow, directing it to perform basic movements such as punching and kicking. The blood shadow executed these actions with ease. Awesome! Guanli exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. Attack that vehicle over there. He pointed towards a nearby abandoned car. The blood shadow immediately complied, delivering a powerful punch that left a distinct imprint on the vehicle. Well done. Only 1/3 of its own strength. Through that recent punch, Guanli had a rough understanding of the blood shadow clone's capabilities. A clone that fears not death, its potential is truly boundless. Such an extraordinary skill, the blood drinking blade undoubtedly lives up to its legendary status. These three skills can all be classified as divine abilities. The power of the blood drinking blade extends far beyond this. However, due to its sealed state, its remaining abilities cannot be unleashed. Yet, Guanli remains unperturbed. The journey must be undertaken step by step. After all, he does not dare to wield a fully unsealed legendary weapon. The sealed blood drinking blade nearly drained him of all vitality. Fortunately, he has the points shop, where he can exchange for powerful healing potions. Were it another, they would have surely perished by now. Thus, having points is indeed a boon. The blood shadow clone lasted about a minute before it gradually dissipated. These three skills have no cooldown time. As long as there is sufficient energy, they can be continuously utilized. Only one blood shadow clone can exist at a time. If a new clone is summoned, the old one will vanish. Nevertheless, this ability likely has room for enhancement. Guanli felt quite pleased. Bone, prepare yourself. I shall advance your legion. The card from earlier provided a substantial number of advancement cards, sufficient for the Skeleton Warrior Legion to undergo their next round of evolution. As you command. Thank you, Master. The flames of Bone's soul burned even more fiercely. Lacking eyes, it could not express its excitement visually and could only convey its emotions through this action. System. Advance the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guanli recalled the Skeleton Warriors into the system space. Ding, upgrading the Skeleton Warrior Legion, it will cost 50 Legion advancement cards. Shall we proceed with the advancement? The system's prompt rang out. Advance. Guanli chose to proceed without a moment's hesitation. Though he did not understand why advancing the Skeleton Warrior Legion required 50 advancement cards, he would not hesitate as long as he had them. He had also discerned a pattern. The higher the advancement requirements, the stronger the resulting power. This time, it required a full 50 advancement cards for the Skeleton Warrior Legion, and Guanli began to feel anticipation. Ding, the Skeleton Warrior Legion is commencing advancement. The system's prompt echoed. Instantly, more than half of the 78 advancement cards Guanli had saved were depleted, yet, he felt no regret. With increased power, the difficulty of obtaining advancement cards significantly decreased. This is what one might call a swift step leading to a series of swift steps. While others struggled between life and death, Guanli had already begun to amass wealth in silence. He suddenly recalled a saying: the disparity between humans is greater than that between humans and pigs. Guanli plunged the blood-drinking blade into the ground. Once bound, it became his exclusive weapon. Even if lost, he could retrieve it through their mental connection. He took out a food card, held it in his hand, and crushed it. A fragrant roasted steak materialized. After testing the blood-drinking blade, his stomach once again raised the flag of rebellion. The steak was quickly devoured, yet Guanli remained unsatisfied. He produced another food card and crushed it again. This time, a leg of a crawling creature appeared, roasted to a golden crisp. It looked exceptionally appetizing. Guanli grasped it in his hand and began to feast heartily. Several survivors cautiously approached. The street was quite desolate, allowing Guanli to easily spot the survivors drawing near from a distance. These were ordinary people, and the soldiers made no move to stop them. Given Guanli's current strength, even if they bore firearms, he could easily handle them. Ignoring the survivors, Guanli continued to indulge in his culinary delights. Hello? A few survivors ventured closer, attempting to greet Guanli. He still paid them no mind. Hello? Ah, you there. You little rascal. Swipe my card. The group switched between several languages, persistently trying to communicate. Damn it, what gibberish are you speaking? I can understand why you. Guanli rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Oh. Hello there, young brother. From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man dressed in a designer suit, wearing a Rolex and stepping in gleaming leather shoes. With a mature slicked-back hairstyle, he exuded the air of a successful individual. Guanli set aside his food and glanced at the man. The clothes he wore were worth several $100,000. In the past, Guanli wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Apologies, I am not your brother. Attempting to get chummy? Not a chance. He remained aloof. So pretentious, not satisfied, come and bite me. The man, evidently taken aback by Guanli's unexpected response, wondered if he was underdressed or if this country bumpkin could not appreciate his designer attire. Although he felt a surge of resentment in the current situation, he had to swallow his pride. The man's name was Zhang Qi, a renowned entrepreneur in City Z. His rise to this point was solely due to his ability to endure. Ah, young brother, you are truly humorous. May I ask if you are the one who slayed these zombies? Zhang Qi greeted with a smile, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it was me. Are you suggesting it was you? Guanli looked at him as if he were an imbecile. You. The man was infuriated. He recognized the look in Guanli's eyes. It was the gaze reserved for fools. Young brother, my name is Zhang Qi. I am the chairman of the Zhang Group. I often appear on television. You must have seen me. Zhang Qi, no longer wishing to remain low-key, laid his cards on the table. I have never seen you. Our village hasn't even got internet. Guanli decisively shook his head, taking a bite of the delicious roasted leg. This action caused tears to flow from the corners of the onlookers' mouths. It looked so tempting. From yesterday until now, they had only consumed a bit of dry bread. After all, they had no provisions and dared not eat more. Young man, do you have any food left? Would 100,000 be enough, just for that leg? Zhang Qi salivated, waving his hand grandly at he believed Guanli would not refuse. A boy from a village without internet surely had never seen such wealth. I don't want money. I am not interested in it. Guanli smiled slightly, speaking with a tone reminiscent of a certain wealthy individual. Chapter 39, The Ugly Side of Humanity. Ahem, young man. You might not grasp the significance of 100,000. Let me tell you. With that money, you could return to the countryside and marry a wife. Zhang Qi, seeing Guanli's demeanor, assumed he had never encountered wealth and hurriedly explained. What use is money now, to wipe my backside? Guanli looked at him as if he were a simpleton. Are you mocking me? Zhang Qi realized the situation and his face turned crimson. Mock you? Don't flatter yourself. Guanli finished the last bites of his food. Kid, do you have any idea who I am? Zhang Qi roared in anger, being mocked repeatedly, he could no longer contain himself. Who are you? Guanli retorted. I am Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi replied. Oh. And then? Guanli said flatly. I am worth over 100 million. Zhang Qi stated again. Oh, and then? Guanli's tone remained unchanged. Put. Zhang Qi felt a tightness in his chest, blood gushed from his mouth. Sigh. Such a small-minded person. Guanli shook his head. Pft. Zhang Qi coughed up blood, darkness enveloping his vision as he fainted. Damn, I hope I didn't scare him to death. Guanli kicked him a few times. But he remained unresponsive. Benefactor. You are so powerful, could you take us to find the city defense? A woman with a graceful figure swayed her serpentine waist, approaching Guanli. No. Without a moment's thought, he flatly refused. Clearing zombies and rescuing survivors here was entirely unintentional on his part. As for taking along these burdens, it was out of the question. Benefactor, don't be so heartless. The woman spoke in a coaxing tone. Your tactics do not work on me. Guanli waved his hand, signaling the woman to stop, yet she persisted, inching closer to him. Eileen. Whoosh, an arrow, sharp as ice, grazed her exquisite face. Ah! The woman shrieked, startled and collapsing to the ground. She quickly reached up with her slender hand, touching her cheek to confirm there was no disfigurement before letting out a sigh of relief. Kid, you are going too far. A bald man charged out from the crowd. He helped the fallen woman to her feet. Taking the opportunity to grope her, the woman felt it but said nothing. Indeed, young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. The beautiful woman's plight instantly ignited the protective instincts of the men. Ha! Saving a pack of ingrates. Observing the tense standoff among the crowd, Guanli chuckled coldly. Kid, I admit you possess some strength. But I advise you not to be too haughty. The previously fainted Zhang Qi rose from the ground. Seeing Guanli incurring the wrath of the crowd, he seized the opportunity to fan the flames. Do you wish to die? Guanli glared at Zhang Qi, a hint of murderous intent flashing through his mind. Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat, yet seeing the crowd behind him, he suddenly felt emboldened. Fear not, everyone, I do not believe he dares to kill. This kid must possess treasures. Why don't we rob him? It would be a case of robbing the rich to help the poor. Zhang Qi raised his arm high, rallying the crowd. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zhang Qi was right, given Guanli's prowess, he must have treasures on him. But if they obtain them, could they not become just like him? The greed within everyone began to surface, revealing the ugly side of humanity. Some survivors, whose consciences remained intact, quickly spoke up. You fools, if you're afraid of dying, then just get lost. Zhang Qi let out a cold snort. You brat, I don't care whether you're pretending to be foolish or genuinely simple-minded. I advise you to hand over everything on you, lest you suffer the consequences. Zhang Qi's gaze was sharp, convinced he had the upper hand over Guanli. That he did not believe Guanli would dare to kill, the latter was simply too young. How audacious to provoke the collective wrath. Seeking death. Guanli's tone turned icy in an instant. This was the inherent flaw of humanity. Everyone, attack together. Zhang Qi was the first to strike, charging towards Guanli, followed by dozens of men behind him. Eileen, shoot them all down. Guanli commanded, understood. Eileen replied immediately after. A volley of arrows was unleashed. Ah! Cries of agony echoed through the streets as the arrows descended. Help! Murder! Fear flickered in Zhang Qi's eyes as he beheld the fallen figures ahead. A yellowish stream flowed from his expensive trousers. He had soiled himself in terror. Zhang Qi turned to flee, but after just a few steps, he felt a searing pain from behind. Looking down, he discovered an arrow had pierced his body. Ugh! Zhang Qi staggered a few steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. After a chaotic barrage, all the men lay motionless on the ground. The remaining survivors turned pale in an instant, especially the woman, whose legs trembled in fright. You are fortunate, your innate conscience has spared your lives. Guanli surveyed the crowd before him, his gaze sharp as they dared not meet his eyes. Take care of yourselves. With that, Guanli and his legion departed. Benefactor, could you tell us where the city defenses are? A pregnant woman, seeing Guanli about to leave, hastily inquired. Guanli turned back, softening his tone upon realizing she was with child. I apologize, I am not certain myself. If I encounter them, I shall inform them of the survivors here. Guanli shook his head. Thank you. A flicker of disappointment crossed the pregnant woman's eyes. Yet she still expressed her gratitude to Guanli. There should still be residual crystal nuclei within the brains of those zombies. You might consider taking a chance. Absorbing the crystal nuclei will enhance your physical capabilities. With that, your chances of survival will improve. With that, Guanli took his leave, accompanied by his soldiers. The survivors began to search for the crystal nuclei that Guanli had overlooked. After exiting the street, Guanli found a place to rest. He felt pity for those survivors, yet his capacity to assist them was limited to in this apocalyptic world. There were many who were wretched. He could not possibly extend a helping hand to everyone. If he were to do so, even a saint would be worn out. Guanli could only do what was within his means. Anything beyond his capabilities was not to be considered. Above all, he prioritized his own safety. He retrieved several food cards and continued to indulge in a hearty meal. Soon, several delectable dishes were devoured by Guanli, who contentedly burped. How delightful! Leaning back on the sofa, Guanli began to rest his eyes, patiently awaiting the advancement of his skeleton warriors. Approximately half an hour later, the system's voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding! The advancement of the skeleton warrior legion is complete. Please check within the system. Guanli opened his eyes at last. The advancement is complete. Chapter 40, The Skeleton Undead Legion. Guanli eagerly accessed the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Skeleton Undead Legion. The system's notification chimed once more. Skeleton Undead? Guanli displayed a look of confusion. He summoned the Skeleton Undead Legion. A massive summoning array materialized within the room, and fortunately, the room was spacious enough to accommodate it. A putrid aura emanated from the summoning array, filling the air with a dense power of death. The changes in the Skeleton Warrior Legion seemed quite significant this time. Anticipation flickered across Guanli's face. Within the summoning array, 30 skeletal figures emerged, each with a unique appearance and wielding different weapons, shields and spears, staffs, and shielded swords. Notably, the transformation of Bone was the most remarkable. Its stature had surged to around 2.5 meters. Resembling a small giant, adorned with a cloak of bones and a resplendent crown atop its head. Thank you, Master, for granting us new life. Though Bone donned a crown, its loyalty to Guanli remained unwavering. It knelt before Guanli in homage, and the other skeletal undead followed suit. Rise. Guanli gestured for them to stand. Thank you, Master. Bone stood up, quietly remaining in front of Guanli. Guanli began to examine the information of the Skeleton Undead Legion. Skeleton Undead Legion can be advanced, total number 30, potential 7 stars, strength 3 stars. Advanced unit types: skeleton spear and shield soldiers 10, skills: shield charge, spear throw, bone shield formation, spear stab. Bone armor unit types: skeleton mages 10, skills: fireball, lightning strike. Unit types: skeleton sword and shield soldiers 10, skills: whirlwind slash, shield charge. Bone armor leader, bone skills: royal command, strength aura, rage, heavy strike, beast horn. Bone armor. The panel of the Skeleton Undead Legion had undergone significant changes. Originally a singular unit type, it had diversified. While the overall strength had not seen a substantial increase, the rise in numbers sufficiently compensated for this gap. Moreover, the Skeleton Undead Legion had begun to exhibit new unit types. Did this imply that continued advancement would yield even more powerful units? He began to feel excitement for the next advancement of the Skeleton Legion. System: advance the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guanli wished to ascertain the conditions for advancement. Ding. Advancing the Skeleton Undead Legion requires 10 intermediate Legion advancement cards. The Legion's strength must reach 7 stars. The system's notification resonated in his mind. Just as he thought, the conditions for advancing a legion fundamentally required meeting the potential cap. This was not a difficult task for Guanli's eye. In his hand, a piece of withered wood appeared, emitting a dense aura of the undead. Guanli presented the severed branch of the undead tree for the Skeleton Undead Legion to utilize. Their rate of strength enhancement accelerated significantly. He could not be negligent. Guanli opened the point store to purchase 2 types of items to enhance the Legion's strength. Dark Spirit Source Fruit contains rich spiritual energy, capable of accelerating cultivation speed, priced at 2,000 points. Greenwood Fruit contains natural power, capable of accelerating cultivation speed, priced at 2,500 points. In an instant, 4,500 points were spent without hesitation. Guanli felt no regret. These were beneficial items for the Legion. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Master. Shenlian and Eileen carefully accepted the items. Both legions felt a noticeable increase in their enhancement speed. Guanli once again opened his personal panel. Name: Guanli. Strength: 3 stars. Intermediate abilities: bone armor, immunity gene, shadow sprint, lockpicking, firearm proficiency, night inner force, teleportation, barrier aura, sensing, precision. Cooking Legion, Skeleton Undead Legion, Shadow Sword Master Legion, Elf Archer Legion. Points: 33135. Evaluation: you have become a formidable cannon fodder. Please continue to strive. The corners of Guanli's eyes twitched involuntarily. The system's bluntness had not changed one bit. The bone armor remained intact. As long as the skill was present within Bone's Legion, Guanli could continue to benefit from it. Should the skill vanish, he would have the chance to extract it anew. This setup was exceedingly user-friendly. A commendation was in order. Bone armor. Rapidly, a suit of armor coalesced around Guanli's body. The armor's design resembled a fierce beast, nearly enveloping him entirely, with only a small area around his head left exposed. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Guanli could only describe himself with 2 words: eye-catching. On his shoulders rested a pair of fearsome skeletal beast heads. The gauntlet sprouted barbs reminiscent of a ferocious beast's claws. The chest plate bore a massive skull, exuding a chilling aura. Guanli deactivated the bone armor. Sustaining it required energy. After donning his gear, Guanli resumed his journey. Z City was vast, with just the area surrounding Z University being suffocating. On the streets, a dozen red-eyed huskies were hunched over, gnawing at corpses. Judging by the blood on the bodies, they had likely perished not long ago. Damn. Even the animals are mutating now? Guanli observed the huskies, noting their abnormal behavior. The normally goofy and lovable Siberian huskies had reverted to their ancestral ferocity. Their bared fangs could easily tear through flesh. Oh, upon spotting Guanli, the huskies roared, abandoning their meal and charging towards him. After mutation, these huskies had grown remarkably robust. Kill. Without hesitation, Guanli issued the order to eliminate them. 10 fireballs erupted, most striking the charging huskies. 6 were engulfed in flames. Howling in anguish, of the remaining mutated huskies nimbly dodged the attacks. Possessing a degree of intelligence, they understood how to evade danger, unlike zombies, which simply charged forward. But how effective was their evasion against fireballs? The skeleton mage began chanting spells once more, summoning lightning strike. 10 lightning bolts, as thick as an arm, struck into the horde of mutated huskies. Wails echoed as many were turned to charred remains. Unfortunately, there would be no animal rights activists to condemn Guanli this time. 2 mutated huskies, battered and bruised, approached him. With a swift motion, the bloodthirsty blade sliced through the air. The 2 mutated huskies fell to the ground. Their bodies cleaved in 2. Crimson tendrils erupted from the blade, greedily devouring their flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, 2 desiccated corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Guanli regarded this scene with indifference. The ability to siphon blood was intrinsic to the bloodthirsty blade. This power proved exceptionally useful, allowing for the silent absorption of an opponent's life essence during combat. With Guanli's consent, the bloodthirsty blade extended its sanguine tendrils. Commencing the feast upon the fallen huskies, observing their lifeless forms, Guanli felt a flicker of curiosity. What force had driven them to mutate? Chapter 41, Retribution. Guanli shook his head. This was not a concern he ought to entertain. Even if animals began to mutate, so what? As long as his strength remained formidable, no issues would arise. Once the bloodthirsty blade had consumed the flesh and blood of the mutated huskies, it returned with several crystalline cores. Its sole interest lay in the sanguine offerings. 3 2-star cores were promptly deposited into his spatial ring. The mutated creatures were but a minor interlude. Guanli pressed onward, having taken only a few steps. He inadvertently triggered a selection. Option 1, proceed to the aquarium, eliminate the soon-to-be-born Xuanjia Turtle King. Reward, Xian Turtle Essence, Xian Scale Armor, 6-star core. Option 2, venture to the tropical rainforest pavilion in the southern district. Slay the impending Silverhorn Giant Python. Reward, Silver Serpent Essence, Random Skill Book, 7-star core. Option 3, head to the Z City Shopping Mall, vanquish the forthcoming Zombie King. Reward, Zombie King's Treasure, 5-star core. After a moment of hesitation, Guanli dismissed the first 2 options. Their challenges were exceedingly daunting. Although the rewards were enticing, their completion was fraught with peril. The Xuanjia Turtle King required combat in water, while the Silverhorn Giant Python awaited in the tropical rainforest. Both were the native domains of these monsters. Presenting significant disadvantages for Guanli, only the Zombie King resided within the confines of the shopping mall, a terrain more favorable to him. Weighing the pros and cons, he decisively selected the third option. His current location was not too distant from the central shopping mall. Let us proceed to the central shopping mall. Guanli glanced at the Z City map by the roadside and began to traverse the streets beneath his feet. He needed to navigate through 2 residential areas, a natural park, 3 commercial streets, and a soccer field. As he walked along the street, zombies lurking at the roadside lunged at him, though fearsome in appearance. These zombies were merely of 1-star strength. A typical facade whoosh, a volley of arrows flew forth, instantly decapitating the zombies by the roadside. Why aren't you feeding? Guanli queried, casting a puzzled look at the bloodthirsty blade. The crimson tendrils quickly formed 2 crooked characters, unpalatable. Guanli was momentarily at a loss for words. This creature was surprisingly a picky eater. Reluctantly, he directed his soldiers to swiftly scour the corpses. 5 1-star cores were unearthed by his soldiers. He opted for a transaction, acquiring 38 points. At the end of the street stood an opulent residential complex. Passing through here would significantly shorten his route. A few zombies, trapped in the security kiosk, spotted Guanli and extended their claws through the windows. Bone dashed forward, swiftly dispatching several zombies with his battle knife. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as no cores or cards dropped. He smoothly entered the complex via the wide pathway. The vegetation along the roadside was meticulously maintained. Zombies donned in security uniforms wandered the streets. Alien released a few arrows, effortlessly eliminating these zombies. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, with few zombies in sight. After all, it was a residential area. Even if zombies existed, they were likely trapped within their homes. Bright red cloths hung from the walls of the buildings, emblazoned with various pleas for help. Survivors on the upper floors waved the red cloths. Upon spotting Guanli, they dared not raise their voices, fearful of attracting the attention of the undead. Evolved zombies exhibited tremendous strength. Ordinary doors might not withstand their assaults. Just yesterday, many had provoked the zombies outside, only to meet their demise when the creatures broke through the doors. Having witnessed such grim fates, the remaining survivors had become exceedingly cautious. Guanli naturally ignored their cries for help. The survivors, in turn, grew frantically scribbling on the red cloths. I have a great deal of money. Whatever you desire, I shall give, wrote a man clad in designer clothes. Handsome, come rescue me. I will grant any request. Penned a beautiful woman with ample bosom. I am a leader of XX. Should you save me, I can arrange a job for you, wrote a bald, rotund man. Guanli disregarded them all. Of their offers held no value in this apocalyptic world. Money, what use is that? Status and identity, those were relics of the past. Beautiful women, such a lure would only invite calamity. May you meet a wretched end. I curse you, scrawled the man in designer clothes on the red cloth. You heartless bastard, I will see you dead, hurled the rotund man, tossing a kitchen knife. If aimed accurately, it could indeed strike Guanli. Seeking death. Bone raised his shield, deflecting the knife behind him. The skeletal mage conjured a fireball spell. 10 fireballs launched toward the knife-wielding man. What the hell, magic, the man exclaimed, ducking into his abode. The fireballs impacted the 7th-floor balcony, instantly charring the once pristine white wall. Master, shall we eliminate him? Bone inquired. This was not a challenging task. Merely a slight expenditure of time. Xinlian, go ahead, Guanli commanded, his tone icy. To disregard his pleas for help while wishing death upon him was a malice too vile to overlook. Understood. Xinlian's form vanished from sight. Let us continue onward. Guanli did not linger. Given Xinlian's speed, he would complete his task and return swiftly. Impulsive, that fellow is quite formidable. In a lavish living room, the knife-wielding man panted heavily. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have been incinerated by the fireball. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, what has happened to this world? Why has even magic emerged? He cursed. He had initially believed the zombie outbreak was merely the result of some unknown viral infection. Once the chaos subsided, he anticipated returning to his previous life, but now that seemed increasingly impossible. The city's defenses had yet to provide any assistance. The situation appeared dire. That fellow, he must have departed by now? The knife-wielding man peeked through the curtain, observing Guanli's figure gradually receding. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I reside on a high floor. The man sank to the ground, yet his moment of relief was short-lived. As he soon heard a violent banging at the door, the howls of zombies pierced his ears. Zombies? How could they come here? His face paled instantly. He had checked the safety of his floor just yesterday. It had seemed secure. The pounding grew increasingly fierce. The knife-wielding man hurriedly rose, attempting to barricade the door. Creak. The sound of the door lock disengaging stunned him, who was opening the door, but before he could ponder further, the zombies surged in. He screamed in terror as a zombie tackled him to the ground. Its claws tore open his abdomen, spilling his innards onto the floor. The zombies ravenously feasted upon him. The man did not perish. He remained conscious, forced to watch helplessly as he was consumed. The process filled him with despair. Through a gap, he glimpsed a figure standing in the corridor. The man's face bore a smile that instilled a profound sense of hopelessness. Chapter 42, Encounter with an Awakened One. He regretted provoking that young man, but alas, there was no remedy for regret in this world. Xinlian's form gradually became ethereal, vanishing into the corridor. The events that transpired were undoubtedly his handiwork. Xinlian could traverse through shadows, a feat not particularly challenging for him. Guanli traversed the residential complex, emerging onto another street. Xinlian's figure quickly materialized. My lord, the task is complete. That fellow met a dreadful end, Xinlian reported. I shall not inquire into the details. Guanli waved his hand. He had brought this fate upon himself. There was nothing more to say. The streets were rife with zombies, all drawn to Guanli's growing legion. With the number of soldiers now reaching 67, maintaining a low profile was no longer feasible. The zombies roared as they charged toward Guanli. Just as he was about to take action, a massive crocodile suddenly burst forth from an alleyway. The creature stood 3 meters tall and measured 5 to 6 meters in length, its scaly hide bulging like armor. 4 powerful limbs were adorned with razor-sharp ice. Crack! Several zombies were instantly severed in half by the icy behemoth's jaws. Roar! The ice giant crocodile exhaled a frigid mist, unleashing a torrent of icy breath that instantly froze the zombies on the street. The biting chill permeated the air. Even Guanli felt it from a distance. Following this, the ice giant crocodile swept its massive tail, scattering the frozen zombies into shards within a mere 30 seconds. 20 zombies had been obliterated. Though they were all 1-star zombies, their demise attested to the crocodile's prowess. Guanli refrained from intervening, for he had spotted a figure atop the ice giant crocodile. A human, a survivor. The individual atop the crocodile noticed Guanli as well. It was a somewhat frail young girl, her delicate features devoid of color. A little croc, forward, a young girl commanded the icy giant crocodile to approach Guanli. Maintaining a distance of approximately 5 or 6 meters, it was evident that she regarded Guanli with a certain level of caution. Hello, my name is Han Xiaolu, the girl exclaimed as she descended from the back of the icy giant crocodile. Guanli, he responded, sensing that the girl bore no ill intent. Is this your ability, summoning skeletal soldiers? I thought I was the only one who had acquired a special power. Han Xiaolu inquired with curiosity, her eyes blinking in wonder. I suppose so, what about you? Guanli replied ambiguously. The skeletal undead army was indeed summoned by him. I received a small crocodile as my initial reward, Han Xiaolu proudly declared. Adding, furthermore, I possess the ability to control ice. As she spoke, she demonstrated her power, swiftly conjuring an ice crystal in her hand. Guanli's instincts heightened at once. One must always be vigilant. He tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty blade, discreetly ordering his army to enter a state of readiness. Should Han Xiaolu attempt a sudden attack, he could retaliate instantly, potentially ending her life. However, it was clear that Guanli was being overly cautious. The young girl before him evidently had no such intentions. After displaying the ice crystal, she promptly put it away. Guanli felt no embarrassment. In this apocalyptic world, human intentions were the most difficult to decipher. You are quite fortunate. Guanli nodded, his gaze sweeping over the colossal beast beside Han Xiaolu. The system quickly provided information. Name, Icy Giant Crocodile, Evolvable, Potential, 8 stars Strength, 2 stars Intermediate Abilities, Frost Armor. Ice Breath, Frenzied Tail Whip, Death Strangle Evaluation, a giant crocodile infused with icy bloodlines, possessing formidable potential. This icy giant crocodile exhibited commendable strength, yet it still paled in comparison to himself and his army. It's alright, Han Xiaolu replied. Compared to my friend, I am quite lucky. She recalled her friend who had undergone a transformation into a zombie. Had she not been fortunate enough to acquire the icy giant crocodile at a critical moment to counter her friend's transformation, she would likely have perished when the apocalypse first struck. Where do you plan to go? Han Xiaolu asked. To find the city defense army. Guanli fabricated a casual excuse, as he could not possibly reveal his true intentions. That's wonderful. I am also seeking the city defense army. Shall we team up? It would provide some mutual support. A bright smile illuminated Han Xiaolu's face. I apologize, I prefer to operate alone. Guanli replied. His tone cautious. Alone? Han Xiaolu pointed at the army of dozens behind him. Indeed, alone. Guanli stated without a flicker of shame. Very well, if that is the case, I shall not intrude. Han Xiaolu nodded. Not pressing the matter further. Han Xiaolu, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. In this apocalypse, do not place too much trust in others. With that, Guanli turned and departed without a backward glance. Han Xiaolu stood there wearing a perplexed expression. Little crocodile, do I appear foolish? The icy giant crocodile nodded, then shook its head. How dare you, your meal is gone for today. Han Xiaolu declared fiercely. The icy giant crocodile appeared bewildered. Encountering Han Xiaolu was merely a minor episode. Guanli traversed the street, the icy giant crocodile gradually fading from view. In the alley, several large mutant cats loomed. Perched atop the walls, glaring hungrily at Guanli. However, after weighing the risks, they refrained from attacking. The man before them was far too formidable. As they watched Guanli depart, the mutant cats concealed themselves. Awaiting their next prey, upon crossing the alley, Guanli found himself before a natural park. The plants have begun to mutate. He stood on the street, observing the natural park 100 meters away. Dense foliage obscured the entrance fence, with numerous leaves sprawling onto the street. Guanli gazed at the natural park, noting the overnight transformation that had rendered it a primordial forest. The entrance to the park resembled a beast bearing its fangs. Eager to devour any survivors that dared to pass undeterred, Guanli strode directly into the park. The thick canopy shielded him from the blazing sun, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Rustling sounds emerged as a wandering zombie appeared before him. Judging by its attire, it seemed to be an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi. Upon noticing Guanli, the zombie lunged at him with a mournful groan. Unfortunately for it, it was far too weak. The bloodthirsty blade in Guanli's hand swiftly dispatched the creature. A few drops of tainted blood were flung from the blade, clearly repugnant to him. Guanli pressed onward. The most perilous threats in the park were not these zombies. Following the park's path, he arrived at the edge of a lake. Beside the lake, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a lion was crouched, drinking water. Something's amiss. Guanli instructed his soldiers to conceal themselves among the surrounding foliage. Disaster creature. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Master, shall we eliminate it? The skeleton crept up beside Guanli. Struggling to remain hidden due to its height, Guanli chuckled knowingly. Do it. Chapter 43, The Lion-Human Monster. Guanli commanded his soldiers to encircle the artificial lake. Disaster creatures were not zombies, they possessed considerable intelligence. Should they find themselves outmatched, they would likely choose to flee. The soldiers silently surrounded the artificial lake as the lion-human creature remained lazily sprawled at the water's edge, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Name, Lion-Human Monster. Boss level, potential, 7-star strength, 4 stars. Intermediate abilities, Claw Kick, Thunder Fist, Earth-Shattering Claw, Golden Claw. Strike evaluation, a disaster creature that emerged from a fissure, possessing immense strength. Capable of utilizing thunder and gold elements in combat. Guanli scrutinized the Lion-Human Monster as the system provided information about the creature. 4 stars. Intermediate. Guanli's expression grew serious. Currently, all of his soldiers possessed only 3-star strength. Are we to engage in a battle beyond our level? Guanli mused aloud. While others might find such a challenge daunting, to Guanli it was not insurmountable, especially with the numerical advantage on his side. The soldiers were poised for action, awaiting Guanli's command. Archers, prepare. Skeleton mages, ready yourselves. Guanli issued the orders. The elven archers drew their bows, employing armor-piercing arrows, as ordinary arrows would struggle to inflict meaningful damage on such a formidable creature. The skeleton mages raised their skeletal staffs, aiming at the lion-human monster. Fire. Guanli commanded. Whoosh, boom, 12 arrows emanating a chilling glow surged toward the lion-human monster above the creature. 10 bolts of lightning coalesced, ready to strike it down. Roar. The lion-human monster let out a furious howl. Sensing the danger and attempting to evade, alas, it was too late. The 12 armor-piercing arrows embedded deep into its flesh, while the lightning strike was absorbed by a golden aura surrounding it. It can absorb lightning energy? Quite intriguing. Guanli noted with mild surprise as the lightning strike failed to harm the creature. Nevertheless, this did not alter the outcome. The lion-human monster was destined to perish. Charge, attack. Guanli brandished the bloodthirsty blade and surged from the underbrush. Followed closely by his soldiers as they attacked from all sides. Roar. The lion-human monster, realizing it was surrounded, ignited in fury. Was it now regarded as prey? Unforgivable. It yanked the armor-piercing arrows from its body. Blood oozing from the wounds, yet, almost instantaneously, the injuries began to heal at a visible rate. The lion-human monster slashed forward with its razor-sharp claws, unleashing a golden energy blade. The skeleton sword and shield soldiers and the skeleton spear and shield soldiers hurriedly raised their shields to defend. The golden energy blade struck the shields, cleaving them in two. Several skeleton soldiers huddled behind the shields lost significant portions of their shoulders. What a powerful attack, truly worthy of a 4-star disaster creature. Guanli noted as injuries appeared among his ranks just as the battle commenced. Fortunately, skeleton soldiers felt no pain. Even with a shoulder severed, they continued to fight with their remaining limbs. Bone spears and bone blades rained down upon the lion-human monster. The creature's tough hide merely bore shallow white marks. Failing to penetrate its defenses, however, the pain inflicted only served to enrage the lion-human monster. How dare these bone-laden insects attack it? It swept its leg, sending 3 skeleton spear and shield soldiers flying. Fireball. Taking advantage of the lion-human monster's momentary misstep, scorching fireballs struck its body directly. Roar. The lion-human monster howled in anguish as charge marks appeared across its form. If it could absorb lightning energy, then fireball attacks would surely be effective. Following the fireballs, 12 armor-piercing arrows were released, striking the lion-human monster's arms, shoulders, chest, and vital areas. It howled once more. While the lion-human monster was indeed powerful, it was merely a solitary creature. In contrast, Guanli commanded an army of dozens of soldiers. With the soldiers' close coordination, the lion-human monster found itself besieged. At that moment, Guanli also surged forward. Blood Soul Slash. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, unleashing a wave of crimson sword energy. The lion-human monster sensed a terrifying presence surging toward it. And without a moment's hesitation, it began to gather its strength. Thunder Fist. Golden lightning erupted from the lion-human monster's fist as it thrust forward, summoning a golden energy lion. The 2 energy attacks collided. With the blood-red sword energy dissipating slowly and the lightning lion vanishing into thin air, Guanli, with his 3-star intermediate strength, managed to hold his ground against the lion-human monster thanks to the bloodthirsty blade. This was already a significant achievement. Seizing the opportunity while the lion-human monster paused to catch its breath, the waiting Xingli finally found his chance. Art of Sword Control. The Shadow Sword cultivators collectively unleashed their mastery, commanding 26 flying swords to slice towards the lion-hound monster. Roar. The lion-hound creature sought to retaliate. Yet the consumption from the Thunder Fist was too great, rendering it incapable of reusing the technique in such a short span of time. With no other option, it could only evade the impending danger. Scaled Beast Charge. Bone brandished the heavy shield adorned with scales. Propelling directly towards the lionhound, the tremendous force of impact sent it sprawling. Although the attack did not inflict significant damage, it successfully realigned the creature's trajectory, bringing it back in line with the flying sword's path. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sharp blades of the flying swords struck the lionhound, leaving a multitude of gashes upon its body. The lionhound knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The sword wounds, though healing, were evidently recovering at a sluggish pace compared to before. It was clear that its rapid regeneration had limitations. Roar. A cornered beast fights back. The lionhound's eyes blazed red as it fixed its gaze intensely upon Guanli, unleashing all its might to charge at him. Protect the master. Bone shouted urgently. He attempted to intercept the lionhound, but alas, his speed was insufficient. The lionhound barreled through several shadow sword cultivators, reaching Guanli in an instant. It possessed remarkable intelligence, recognizing that the creatures surrounding it were all centered around this human. If it could seize him, escape would be within reach. A clever thought, but I am no soft target. Guanli had honed himself precisely to prevent such scenarios from occurring. Teleportation technique. His figure vanished from sight. The lionhound lunged at the empty space. Confusion evident in its eyes, it could not comprehend how the human before it had simply disappeared. Guanli reappeared behind it. Blood Demon Hand. A gruesome, blood-soaked arm materialized instantly, emanating an overwhelming sense of power. Guanli struck at the lionhound, and under the enhancement of the Blood Demon Hand, his strength surged dramatically, effortlessly breaching the lionhound's defenses. The lionhound attempted to retaliate, but the preceding battle had already left it battered and bruised. The blood-draining blade, as if sensing a delectable meal, pierced into the lionhound's body, causing blood-colored tendrils to spread forth. Fear etched across the lionhound's face as it launched an attack against Guanli. Observing this, Guanli's lips curled into a slight smile. He relinquished his grip on the blood-draining blade. The lionhound clutched the hilt, aiming to extract the blade, but the insatiable blood-draining blade was not so easily deterred. It voraciously siphoned the lionhound's blood, and its arm became ensnared by the crimson tendrils. Moments later, the lionhound's entire body was enveloped by the blood-colored appendages. Chapter 44. The football stadium. The lionhound struggled momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Had the lionhound been at its peak, the blood-draining blade might not have been able to subdue it. However, after consecutive battles, its strength had diminished to a mere fraction. The blood-draining blade acted as the final straw. Crushing the beast, lionhound killed, earned 2,000 points. Lionhound summoning card X1. The system's notification echoed. The blood-colored tendrils enveloping the lionhound receded like a tide, revealing a ghastly, terrifying corpse before Guanli. The lionhound's body was stripped of flesh, leaving only skin draped over bones. The blood and meat having vanished, Guanli stepped forward to retrieve the blue card dropped by the lionhound. He withdrew the blood-draining blade, along with a shimmering crystal core. The crystal core, entwined by the blood-colored tendrils, was extracted from the lionhound's remains. Well done. Guanli patted the blood-draining blade, which quivered slightly in acknowledgement. Grasping the lionhound's crystal core, Guanli began to absorb its energy. This 4-star crystal core contained a torrent of energy, flowing into him like a raging river. He fervently absorbed the pure energy. Pop. The sound of a shattered barrier echoed. He opened his eyes, his aura sharpened significantly. After absorbing the lionhound's crystal core, he successfully broke through to the 3-star advanced level. The surging energy within him seemed to herald that the 4-star strength was now within reach. After completing the absorption of the crystal core, Guanli picked up the summoning card provided by the system. Lionhound summoning card, can summon a 4-star intermediate lionhound for battle. the Lionhound is immune to death and all negative effects during the summoning period, lasting 1 minute. Upon reviewing the card, Guan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed a valuable one-time card, capable of summoning an invincible 4-star combatant. He tucked the card away, reserving it as a trump card. The Lionhound's prowess was quite formidable, and with the invincibility buff, its strength could be further amplified. Guan Li's ability to slay it was solely due to the numerical advantage, with so many soldiers from the Legion overwhelming it. The Lionhound had little chance of survival. In the recent battle, 5 soldiers had perished, 3 skeletal sword and shield soldiers and 2 skeletal gun and shield soldiers. The fallen soldiers would return to the system for revival, while the remaining injured soldiers would rest in place. Holding the blue card dropped by the Lionhound, Guan Li gently crushed it. Gain Legion Upgrade Card X1. After use, it can elevate the Legion's strength by 1 level. Applicable only to those below 10-star strength. What a splendid item! Guan Li's eyes lit up. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to utilize the upgrade card on the Skeletal Undead Legion. The Skeletal Undead Legion's strength hovered around the 3-star advanced level. An upgrade would elevate them to 4-star beginner status. Guan Li currently required a legion with 4-star capabilities, and the Skeletal Undead Legion boasted the largest numbers. Utilizing the upgrade card on them was the most prudent choice. System. Upgrade the Skeletal Undead Legion. After weighing the pros and cons, Guan Li did not hesitate further. He was not the type to dither. Without delay, he executed the command. Upon using the upgrade card, the Skeletal Undead Legion was enveloped in a radiant white light. Their aura intensified, becoming even more formidable. Congratulations! Shunlian and AI Lin chimed in. He, thank you. Bone responded with an endearing grin. The atmosphere among the legions was harmonious. Onward, let us find a suitable refuge before nightfall. Seeing that the legion soldiers had largely recovered, Guan Li pressed forward. The area of the natural park was not excessively vast. Besides the Lionhound, Guan Li encountered several other mutated creatures. These mutated beings were not particularly strong and posed little trouble. After approximately half an hour, Guan Li sliced through the thorns before him, bending down to crawl through a broken railing. This was not a dog hole, merely a damaged railing. Upon re-emerging onto the street, the sun was gradually setting. Woof, woof, woof. Several disheveled zombies lunged towards Guan Li. He wielded the blood-draining blade, effortlessly dispatching them. The Legion soldiers crossed through the railing, all making their way onto the street. Guan Li did not linger. Continuing onward. In less than 2 days, this once opulent metropolis had begun to exhibit signs of decay. The deserted streets were strewn with wrecked vehicles. The once vibrant thoroughfare had transformed into a haven for zombies and monsters. The former inhabitants now cowered in the shadows, trembling in fear. As Guan Li traversed the street, zombies lunged at him from the sides. Ai Lin's team kept firing, and before the zombies could draw near, they collapsed lifelessly. The skeletal sword and shield soldiers led the front line, followed by the shadow sword cultivators and ranged soldiers. Guan Li remained safeguarded in the center of the formation. The team advanced continuously, navigating through the narrow street. The buildings on either side cast envious gazes. After 2 days of torment, most survivors had come to terms with the apocalypse. How they longed for the person shielded by the soldiers to be themselves. Yet, alas, they could only dream. Exiting the street, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The blood-red twilight gradually faded from the horizon. The final rays of sunlight seemed to announce to the world that night had fallen. Roar, 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 woof, woof, woof. The sun had completely set, and darkness reigned once more. Terrifying roars echoed from all directions. Were it anyone else, they might have been paralyzed with fear. Yet Guan Li remained remarkably composed. He instructed the elven archers to activate their senses, should there be any signs of movement. They were to attack immediately. Guan Li recalled that not far ahead lay a city football stadium. Many football matches were held within its confines. He resolved to seek shelter for the night in the stadium. Drawing upon his past memories, he knew there had been no recent football matches, suggesting that the number of people inside during the outbreak was likely minimal. Following the dimly lit street, he walked for about 10 minutes. Encountering several waves of mutated creatures along the way, fortunately they were neither strong nor numerous. Easily subdued by the Legion soldiers. Under the moonlight, Guan Li beheld a towering structure rising in the distance. Illuminated by the moonlight, 3 enormous red characters stood out. Football stadium. Yet at that moment, the 3 red characters appeared somewhat eerie. The tranquil stadium exuded an oppressive aura. Let us go inside. Guan Li showed no signs of trepidation. In the apocalypse, there was no such thing as an absolutely safe haven. The entrance of the stadium, popcorn and soda cups were scattered about. Although there were no large-scale matches, enthusiasts still frequented the stadium for casual play. Thus, even during normal times, the stadium remained operational, with all items for sale still available. Under the moonlight, Guan Li noticed bloodstains on the ground, a shocking sight. It seemed that even during the outbreak, this place had not been entirely peaceful. On either side of the entrance stood statues of famous football stars, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not be alarming, but at this moment, it felt particularly sinister. Chapter 45, Terrifying Puppets. The interior of the football stadium was eerily quiet. The entrance hall bore no signs of zombies. However, the bloodstains on the ground indicated that all was not well. The terror of the apocalypse stemmed not solely from the undead. Given the current situation, many unknown and mysterious entities remained unencountered by Guan Li. Moonlight failed to penetrate the hall. Guan Li produced a long-lasting lamp, its bright flame dispelling the surrounding darkness. The flickering light of the eternal lamp can illuminate a radius of approximately 5 meters. Guan Li stepped into the dimly lit corridor. The ground was stained with numerous dried blood traces, each handprint leaving a long sinister mark. It was evident that a horrific event had unfolded here. Within the entire football arena, not a single trace of zombies could be found. Dismissing the possibility of zombies, The only remaining explanation was that of calamity-born monsters. Undeterred, Guanli pressed forward. The passageway was not overly long, and soon a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Guanli traversed the corridor and emerged into the open football field. The spectator stands were in disarray, littered with various forms of debris. Clearly chaos had erupted within the stadium at the onset of the apocalypse. Still, there was no sign of any zombies. It felt as if he and the Legion soldiers were the only beings present. The silence was unnaturally profound. "Bones, I shall trouble you to stand watch tonight," Guanli declared. "Yes, master." Bones nodded, commanding the soldiers to remain vigilant. Guanli approached the side of the stands and retrieved a folding bed. A chilling autumn breeze swept through the football field. September brought scorching days and cool nights. Guanli lay upon the folding bed and soon drifted into slumber, initially believing that the night would pass uneventfully. However, in the dead of night, an eerie sound echoed within the stadium, cackling, cawing, giggles. Guanli abruptly opened his eyes. Seeing the Legion guarding the surroundings, he felt a slight sense of relief. "Master, you are awake?" Bones approached the folding bed. What is the situation?" Guanli nodded. The bizarre sounds had completely dispelled his drowsiness. He folded up the bed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. "I have yet to make sense of it," Bones replied. "Those strange sounds just suddenly erupted. They lasted for mere seconds before vanishing." Guanli inquired, Such a peculiar occurrence?" He was not afraid of formidable monsters, he simply wanted to act, yet, the oddity of the situation left him perplexed. Without a target, he could do nothing. "Aileen, have you discovered anything?" Guanli turned his gaze toward Aileen, who possessed perceptive abilities. "Master, not at the moment." Aileen shook her head as well. "What about Xinlian?" Guanli asked again. "No discoveries." Xinlian also shook his head helplessly. The earlier events had been exceedingly strange. The sounds had appeared out of nowhere. The Legion had barely reacted before they vanished again. "It seems this entity enjoys playing hide and seek." Guanli furrowed his brow slightly. An enemy lurking in the shadows was exceedingly troublesome. For one could never predict when they would strike. There must be some mysterious creature within this football field. It had likely set its sights on him the moment he entered, although the strange sounds had ceased. Guanli did not rush. Since the opponent had chosen to make a move, they would not give up easily. Time passed slowly. Guanli sat atop the stands, observing his surroundings. The entire football field remained eerily silent. Aside from the sound of the night breeze, only his own breathing could be heard. "Are you afraid?" Guanli mused inwardly, cackling, cawing, giggles. The eerie laughter returned to the football field. This time, Guanli discerned it clearly. The sounds resembled the laughter of women, the elderly, and children. The bizarre laughter floated erratically, emanating from the football field, the corridor, and the stands. At times clear, at times indistinct, it whispered in Guanli's ears. Had it been someone of weaker will, they would have long been paralyzed with fear. Yet, with his steadfast resolve and immunity genes, the uncanny laughter had no effect on him. "Everyone, remain alert." Guanli rose from the stands, grasping the bloodthirsty blade, and leaped into the football field. "Such trivial tricks are utterly useless against me. If this is all you can muster, then step forth and meet your demise." Holding the bloodthirsty blade, Guanli surveyed his surroundings with defiance. The eerie laughter abruptly ceased. From within the surrounding corridors came the sound of chaotic footsteps. Soon, figures emerged from the 4 corridors surrounding the football field, humans with rigid bodies. Their eyes were vacant, and their forms stood in grotesquely contorted postures that no normal person could replicate. "Food, it must resemble food." A woman, her head twisted a full 180 degrees, opened her mouth in a stiff manner. Her voice lacked any emotion, as if she were a machine. The woman's face bore faint makeup, and apart from her extreme contortion and her ashen, lifeless eyes, she appeared almost normal. "Foolishness." Guanli swiftly decapitated her. "You will die. The food I desire cannot escape." The severed head, rolling on the ground, continued to open its mouth in a rigid manner. No blood gushed forth from her body. Guanli kicked the head, shattering it. Contrary to expectations, there was no splattering of brain matter or blood. The head shattered like porcelain. "Puppet?" Guanli suddenly had a realization. The headless body lunged at him. From the vacant neck, black threads erupted wildly, intent on strangling him. "Bone armor." Guanli instantly summoned white bone armor. The threads sliced against the armor, leaving no trace. With a swift strike, he cleaved the headless corpse in 2. Upon splitting the body, it revealed its insides. Just as Guanli suspected, there was no flesh and blood inside. Countless threads supported the corpse's movements. "Attack, protect the master." Bones shouted, charging toward the puppets. The 4 corridors of the football field housed hundreds of puppets. To defeat these puppets, the threads within them must be destroyed, otherwise, they could continue to function. Bones wielded a scaled shield, slamming it against a puppet. The tremendous force instantly flattened the puppet, proving highly effective. The skeletal mages summoned fireballs and lightning strikes into the massive puppets. The skeletal sword and shield soldiers struggled. They lacked the capability to dispatch the puppets instantly and could only attack with effort. The shadow swordsmen executed shadow sword techniques, their swords swiftly slicing through the puppets. The elven archers also faced challenges, as their arrows had a limited area of effect, often piercing through heads. The puppets would still be able to move. Guanli wisely instructed them to target the puppets' legs. Once they lost their mobility, their threat level would significantly diminish. Chapter 46, The Hidden Hand. Guanli continued wielding the bloodthirsty blade, slaying the puppets. Blood soul slash. He swung forward fiercely. The crimson blade aura sweeping through, cleaving a dozen puppets in half after utilizing Blood Soul Slash, he quickly crushed a supply card to replenish his expended energy. The Legion soldiers did the same. Directly supplying themselves with supply cards, want to engage in a war of attrition with Guanli, not a chance. There was no depletion when faced with supply cards, it was simply a matter of abundant resources. Under the relentless assault of the Legion soldiers, the hundreds of puppets were swiftly eradicated, the ground was littered with black threads and fragments of human remains, creating a truly chilling scene. Guanli stepped upon a shard of an eye. Your subordinates are hardly impressive. What a naive expectation. He summoned his lifetime of knowledge to articulate a phrase in a foreign tongue. Cackling, an eerie woman's laughter echoed, the surrounding air grew suddenly frigid. A figure rapidly emerged from the corridor directly facing Guanli. It was a tattered humanoid puppet, its face grotesquely stitched with blood-red threads. Its large doll-like eyes sewn on, continuously oozed blood. It was evident that this had been extracted from some unfortunate soul. The puppet's head was adorned with a thick mass of black hair, which fell to the ground and writhed as if alive. Remembering the earlier black threads, Guanli began to piece together the answer. This humanoid puppet used its hair to manipulate the puppets. Blood dripped from its claws. It seemed that other survivors had entered the football field after Guanli. But it appeared those unfortunate souls had already been slain by the humanoid puppet. This was likely the reason for the initial attack's interruption. Guanli had assumed the entity was wary of him. Not realizing it had gone to deal with those later unfortunate souls. He silently mourned for them for 3 seconds. Guanli scrutinized the humanoid puppet, and the system rapidly provided information. Name, string puppet potential, 7 stars strength, 4 stars beginner ability, puppet mastery. String control, thread entanglement, fine strangulation evaluation, a calamity-born monster from the rift, originally a discarded puppet, mutated due to accumulated resentment, possesses the ability to create and control puppets, beware its sharp hair. Guanli felt a slight sense of relief. It was merely a 4-star beginner calamity monster. In terms of strength, the string puppet was significantly inferior to the lion beast. However, its bizarre abilities allowed it to control puppets. Fortunately, it had not produced many puppets, otherwise he would have had to bide his time. Your power is quite impressive, I almost hesitate to kill you. The string puppet gazed at Guanli as if appraising an intriguing toy. TSK. And these fellows, they make for excellent puppet materials. The string puppet's voice was high-pitched. Enough chatter, taste my blade first. Guanli took the initiative, swinging his blade toward the string puppet. This was not a sneak attack, it was a preemptive strike. Cackle. Cackle. Struggle, the more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Such intriguing prey, I shall savor it slowly. From the hands of the puppet master, sharp black threads emerged, advancing toward Guanli with lethal intent. The blood-drinking blade cleaved through the black threads effortlessly, severing them without the slightest hindrance. What? How is this possible? The puppet master exclaimed in astonishment, incredulous that its own threads had been so easily cut. What a razor-sharp weapon, it seems I have struck gold. The puppet master's eyes, reminiscent of large gemstones, flickered with an eerie light. Protect the master, charge. Bone, wielding a shield, lunged at the puppet master. With a deft tiptoe, the puppet master evaded the assault. It surveyed the battlefield, its gaze sweeping over the legion of soldiers. Not bad. These shall all be my toys. Once abandoned by its creator, the puppet master tirelessly crafted puppets to serve its whims. With its strings in command, the puppet master's long twisting hair rose, then shot forth in all directions. What is this creature planning? Guanli pondered. Bewildered, the multitude of threads swiftly ensnared the soldiers' bodies, binding their limbs with thick black lines. The puppet master exerted control over the soldiers, forcing their bodies to obey, although the soldiers instinctively resisted. They could not break free from their bindings. Only 3 commanders managed to barely escape the grip of the black threads. Master, quickly recall the soldiers. The commanders urged, realizing the soldiers were spiraling out of control. In such a dire situation, they could only attempt to retract the legion and forcibly sever the puppet master's control. Do not fret, I have my own plans. Guanli reassured the commanders through internal communication. At the same time, he commanded the soldiers to attack the puppet master with all their might. Ahaha, despair. All your subordinates have become my toys. The puppet master's thread-sewn mouth twisted into various shapes, brimming with arrogance as it awaited the expression of despair from Guanli. Why are you not afraid? The puppet master sensed something amiss. This human's calm reaction was unsettling. Quite the impressive tactic. But alas, it is of no use against me. Guanli scoffed with disdain. The puppet master instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. It attempted to control the soldiers to launch an attack on Guanli. But it was too late. Barrier technique. Just as the puppet master unleashed its skill, Guanli activated his barrier technique. His earlier pretense of being controlled was merely to facilitate the puppet master's performance. Allowing it to lower its guard completely, the threads ensnaring the soldiers vanished in an instant, replaced by a golden halo above their heads. The soldiers, regaining their agency, charged toward the puppet master. Many soldiers, previously ensnared, had gathered around to ensure their safety. The sound of fabric being pierced echoed. Ah, how can this be? Impossible, why has my thread control failed? The puppet master shrieked in agony. Its abilities were indeed strange. Yet its physical form was exceedingly fragile. Had it not been utterly confident in its triumph, it would never have revealed its true self. Regrettably, it had underestimated Guanli. The barrier technique rendered soldiers immune to any negative effects. Which was why Guanli felt so secure. It must be said, the barrier technique was indeed a miraculous skill. Without it, he would have likely needed to retract all his soldiers, incurring a cooldown period of several minutes. During this interval, the puppet master could very well escape. Impossible, ah! The puppet master's voice grew fainter, its form entirely submerged by the soldiers. The rage from its earlier control was now unleashed. Guanli exhaled in relief. The puppet master's capabilities were exceedingly bizarre. Had this been anyone else, they would have likely met a grim fate at its hands. Just imagine, if all your companions were controlled, leaving you utterly alone, what a despairing sensation that would be. Chapter 47, Puppetry, Kill the Puppet Master, Gain 2000 points, Control Thread X1. The system's notification chimed as the puppet master met its demise. The legion of soldiers dispersed, revealing a ground strewn with cotton, tattered cloth, and a blue card. No trace of a crystal core could be found amidst the puppet master's remains. Instead, a milky white bead caught Guanli's attention. What is this? Guanli picked up the milky bead and examined it in his hand. Mental bead, increases mental strength upon use. The system efficiently transmitted the item's information to Guanli. Increases mental strength, you say? This is quite a treasure. Guanli's face lit up with excitement. Mental strength was a mysterious and potent force. In his previous life, he had read extensively about it. Without hesitation, Guanli grasped the mental bead and began to absorb its essence, unlike a crystal core. It did not inundate him with powerful energy. Instead, it infused his mind with waves of enigmatic mental strength. Guanli shuddered as his senses sharpened, becoming increasingly attuned to his surroundings. He felt an immense power within his mind. Yet he did not yet comprehend how to unleash it. This was due to his lack of mastery over the method of utilizing mental strength. Guanli did not despair. He knew that these abilities would eventually come. The enhancement of his mental power simply amplified his perception. He could now sense a radius of 7 meters around him. Although it was merely an expansion of 2 meters, it was a significant improvement. After all, encountering a creature of mental prowess was no easy feat. Even if one did encounter it, defeating such a foe was a formidable challenge. The puppet master had been overly arrogant, revealing its true form. Had it exercised caution and solely commanded its puppets to kill, it could have retreated unscathed even if it could not eliminate Guanli. This encapsulates the difficulty of dealing with mental creatures. If I cannot defeat you, I shall simply avoid you. Slaying the puppet master was an unexpected boon. Guanli retrieved the system rewards, which included 10 almost transparent threads. Control thread, capable of controlling targets whose strength does not exceed one's own. This was a handy little tool. Although it could only control targets weaker than himself, it was still quite valuable. Here, control meant complete domination. He could command them to their demise without a hint of hesitation. Possessing the control threads was akin to wielding a puppet. He stored the control threads in his system backpack for the time being, as he had no immediate use for them. Guanli then turned his gaze to the blue card, gently squeezing it until it shattered. Acquired Puppetry X1, learn the method of creating and controlling puppets. This is an evil skill. Oh, a skill! Guanli exclaimed with surprise. He disregarded the final ominous note of the skill description. There are no inherently evil skills, only those who wield them with malice. Learn puppetry. An influx of knowledge regarding puppetry flooded Guanli's mind. There were various forms of puppetry, but the most common were twofold. The first was direct control, forcibly transforming a target into a puppet. The second involved crafting a puppet and controlling it with special tools. Guanli had already witnessed the former method firsthand. As it was the very technique the puppet master had employed at the end, while this method was expedient, it bore significant drawbacks. The puppets could eventually break free from their bindings. The latter method of creating puppets was far more reliable, as it ensured complete mastery over the creation. Unfortunately, Guanli lacked the materials and containers required for puppetry, rendering this skill temporarily useless. As the saying goes, having many skills is never a burden. Furthermore, this puppetry skill was indeed a commendable addition. Guanli's spirit soared. Though the quantity of rewards was modest, their quality was exceptional. After vanquishing the puppet master, the ominous shadow that had loomed over the football arena dissipated entirely. The lingering sense of unease vanished without a trace. He could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Gazing at the hazy moonlight, he noted that the hour was still ample. He retrieved his folding bed once more and collapsed into it. The legion of soldiers stood guard around him, thanks to the puppet master's intimidation. No monsters dared to approach the vicinity of the football arena. Consequently, Guanli slumbered soundly throughout the latter half of the night. The first rays of dawn sunlight graced his face, rousing him from his rest. Guanli arose and tidied his folding bed. The first order of business upon waking was, of course, breakfast. His stomach had begun to protest vigorously. As his body grew stronger, so too did his appetite. Maintaining robust physical functions demanded a considerable amount of energy. Guanli produced 2 food cards and crushed them. 2 delectable portions of food materialized before him, activating the skill. Gluttonous Devour. Burp. Guanli satisfiedly released a hearty belch. After finishing breakfast, he resumed his journey. If all went according to plan, he would reach the central shopping mall today. At the entrance of the football arena, just as Guanli had anticipated, numerous bloodstains marred the ground. Many unfortunate souls had fallen victim to the puppet master's onslaught the previous night. In this apocalypse, death was a constant companion. Guanli paid little mind to it as he stepped into the sunlight. Leaving the football arena behind, upon reaching the XX neighborhood, Guanli halted in his tracks. He noticed tracks etched into the ground, unmistakably the marks of tank treads. The city's defense forces had finally commenced their rescue operations. Observing the scattered shell casings and shattered corpses of zombies, it was evident that a fierce battle had unfolded here. The clarity of the tread marks indicated they had been made not long ago. Young brother, are you part of the city's defense forces? A few figures approached from within the neighborhood. I am not. Guanli shook his head. Ah, too late again. I warned you not to covet wealth. Now look. The city's defense forces have departed. These individuals are evidently a family. The man at the forefront gestured towards the woman beside him, who cradled a considerable amount of gold and silver ornaments in her arms. Guanli found himself at a loss for words. His life was already hanging by a thread, and yet they were preoccupied with salvaging such trinkets. I don't care, these are my lifelines. The woman clutched her possessions tightly, casting a wary glance at Guanli. A quintessential miser. I couldn't care less about your worthless items. Without pausing, Guanli continued along the trail left by the treads. Hey, little brother, wait for us, the man called out urgently. However, Guanli paid him no heed, maintaining his brisk pace. Just toss those worthless scraps aside. I won't toss them, I'd rather die than part with them. The sounds of their quarrel gradually faded into the distance. Guanli slightly altered his plans. He sought to locate the city defense forces. He yearned to comprehend the plight of Huagua. A staggering 80 of the global population had succumbed to the zombie virus. With such a dense population, the transformation of 80 into zombies in Huagua would yield catastrophic consequences. Chapter 48. The City Defense Forces. As Guanli advanced along the remnants of the city defense forces, fresh blood began to appear on the streets before him. Two wrecked armored vehicles lay abandoned in the middle of the road, each bearing large gashes indicative of a ferocious assault by terrifying creatures. Zombies, dispatched by gunfire, lay scattered along the roadside. He did not witness the monsters that had destroyed the armored vehicles. It seemed that the firepower of the city defense forces was insufficient to eliminate them. Run! Hurry, this place is perilous! A faint voice called out. Guanli scanned his surroundings. Leaning against a wrecked armored vehicle was a fully armed city defense soldier, his pupils a ghostly white, signaling an imminent transformation into a zombie. The other soldiers around him had all perished. Guanli held a profound respect for these brave defenders of the populace. They had sacrificed their lives to ensure the survival of many others. Guanli approached him swiftly. The soldier was coughing up dark blood, and with the last vestiges of his consciousness, urged Guanli to flee. Such is the resolve of the city defense forces. An ironclad will. Guanli pricked his finger, letting his blood drip into the soldier's mouth, hoping to test if his immune genes could save the soldier before him. Regrettably, the soldier's transformation did not cease. Guanli had anticipated this outcome. The effects of his immune genes were only applicable to himself. I am sorry, Guanli declared as he used the blood-drinking blade to end the soldier's life. The soldier's visage was frozen in the moment before his transformation. He surely did not wish to become one of those grotesque monsters after death. No drinking. Guanli stated coldly. The tendrils of the blood-drinking blade retracted immediately. This was a worthy hero deserving of respect. Guanli hoisted him onto the armored vehicle and set it ablaze. Amid the roaring flames, the bodies of the surrounding soldiers slowly ignited. Perhaps this was the best resting place for them. Although Guanli felt a pang of sorrow, he shed no tears. In this apocalyptic world, such occurrences were commonplace. If he wept every time, he would inevitably weep his eyes blind. For the strong, tears were a luxury. After dealing with the soldiers' remains, Guanli pressed onward. After approximately 10 minutes, the distant sound of cannon fire reached his ears. Finally, I found it. Following the sound of the artillery, he quickened his pace towards a medium-sized shopping mall. City defense forces clad in camouflage were relentlessly firing downwards. The shopping mall was already surrounded by zombies. 3 tanks were obstructing the entrance. The cannon barrels roared as shells rained down into the thrones of the undead. In an instant, many zombies were obliterated, their remains scattered, yet the breach created was swiftly filled anew. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, rendering the firepower of the 3 tanks utterly ineffective. Damn it, there are too many zombies. If this continues, the tanks won't hold out for long. Hurry and contact the main force. Inside the tanks, several city defense soldiers were drenched in cold sweat. Many zombies had already begun assaulting the tanks. Signal lost. We can't get through. One soldier exclaimed, clutching the communication device, which emitted nothing but static. Damn it, if it weren't for that monstrous creature, we wouldn't have gotten separated from the squad, the soldier cursed. Rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire erupted from the second-floor windows, targeting the zombies below. This was a scattered team, initially tasked with rescuing nearby survivors. However, during their regrouping, they encountered terrifying monsters. After suffering heavy losses, they managed to repel the creatures but had completely lost contact with the main force. Within the shopping mall's second floor, alongside over 200 city defense soldiers, were 700 to 800 survivors who were huddled in corners trembling in fear. Mommy, I'm scared, a little girl cried. Don't be afraid. XIN, the city defense uncles will protect us, her mother reassured her. It's over, we're all going to die. There are so many zombies, we can't escape. Damn it, how did it come to this? Ah! Despair swiftly spread among the crowd. Many began to seize food from the mall, engaging in a final frenzy. They resolved to perish with full stomachs. The city defense soldiers did not intervene in this behavior, as they were already overwhelmed. Their ammunition was nearly depleted, yet the zombies continued to surge forth. They understood that once their bullets ran out, they would be left to engage the zombies in close quarters, although the tanks blocked the entrance to the mall. The sheer number of zombies was insurmountable. The glass windows around them shattered as the zombies crashed against them, surging into the mall. Damn it! The soldiers inside the tank could only watch helplessly as zombies infiltrated the mall. There was nothing they could do. Even moving the tanks would not halt the relentless tide of undead. With the barrier gone, more zombies would only flood and heavy shells continued to bombard the surrounding undead. The only action they could take, zombies. They've broken in, we're doomed. The zombies charged toward the second floor, and the makeshift barricades of tables were utterly inadequate to stop them. Some survivors near the escalator were directly overwhelmed by the rushing zombies. Splatter, his veins were torn, blood gushing forth. Help me. Gurgle, the man struggled momentarily before his voice was silenced forever. The city defense soldiers quickly reacted, opening fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The munching zombies were instantly dispatched, however. Soon after, more zombies rushed up the escalator to the second floor. Retreat. Back to the third floor. Seeing the second floor on the verge of collapse, the soldiers hurriedly organized the survivors to flee to the third floor of the mall. Run, hurry. In the face of crisis. Human nature often reveals its selfishness. Many survivors disregarded the soldiers' commands, frantically fleeing to the third floor. Those who had fled first were overtaken by the zombies surging from the second floor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Go, follow me. A dozen city defense soldiers forged a path. Shooting down the zombies at the escalator, the survivors closely followed behind them. Xin, don't be afraid, don't look. The woman covered the little girl's eyes, hastening their ascent to the third floor. Most of the soldiers remained on the second floor, firing at the invading zombies. The cacophony of artillery abruptly ceased. Fire, why has it stopped? A soldier observing the situation shouted anxiously, out of shells. A dismal proclamation echoed. Plunging everyone into silence, the tanks, now devoid of ammunition, were rendered nearly useless. Click, click, click. Inside the second floor mall, numerous soldiers pulled the triggers, only to find no bullets firing. They reached for their waistbands, only to find them empty. No ammunition left. Chapter 49. Prepared to face death. Damn it, no bullets left, a city defense soldier exclaimed, watching the relentless horde of zombies closing in. He swung his rifles but, knocking a zombie to the ground, which struggled to rise. Gurgle, it attempted to get up but was swiftly dispatched by the soldier's blow to its head. Do you have any bullets left? The soldier inquired after dispatching the zombie. Li Chi. I've got a few, but not many. Another soldier tossed him a magazine. Thanks, a phone. Li Chi expressed gratitude as he hastily loaded the magazine. The zombies continued to pour onto the second floor. The soldiers aimed carefully before firing. As their dwindling ammunition allowed for no waste, the majority of the survivors had safely retreated to the third floor. The soldiers knew this was futile. Staying on the second floor only led to death. Fleeing to the third floor offered them a chance to survive a little longer. Damn it, it's a mutated zombie, a soldier shouted from the window. A rotting zombie crashed through the window. Its arms had developed a layer of flesh membrane, resembling bat wings extending from its armpits. Under the influence of a potent viral gene, the zombie had evolved to possess wings. Terrifying. Open fire, quickly, open fire. The city defense soldiers reacted, immediately squeezing the triggers. The newly arrived zombie was swiftly riddled with bullets, its head exploding into a pulp. Before they could catch their breath, 3 more flying zombies lunged in. They pounced on the soldiers by the window, splattering blood everywhere. Damn zombies, die. The 3 fallen soldiers summoned their last ounce of strength to detonate grenades at their waists. Boom, the 3 mutated zombies were blown to bits. Retreat, move away from the windows. Aware of the existence of flying zombies, the soldiers hastily retreated from the windows. The staircase entrance on the second floor. Zombies relentlessly surged upwards. Many soldiers, armed with daggers, engaged in close-quarters combat with the undead. Through their valiant efforts, the majority of survivors were safely evacuated to the third floor. Meanwhile, the soldiers steadfastly held their ground on the second floor, battling the encroaching zombies. As time passed, the gunfire on the second floor abruptly ceased. The ammunition of the city defense soldiers had been entirely depleted. Let us fight to the death against these zombies. A soldier drew forth his razor-sharp dagger as the zombies lunged forward, impaling one through the skull. Li Chi, I entrust my family to you, lamented a soldier named Afone, who had tragically been scratched and infected by a zombie. After delivering his last words, he activated a grenade and charged into the horde of undead. No! Afone! Li Chi screamed in agony, but there was nothing he could do to change the outcome. Afone plunged into the mass of corpses, the grenade exploding and sending a multitude of zombies flying. He himself perished in the blast. Why? Die, all of you, die. Li Chi, gripping his bloody dagger, continued to slash at the zombies before him. Consumed by rage, Afone had been his companion since childhood. They had initially joined the city defense forces together, taking on the sacred mission of protecting the populace and safeguarding Huagua. Yet, due to this damned catastrophe, this accursed zombie virus, his beloved brother had died right before his eyes. The tragedy of Afone was replayed incessantly on the second floor. Those soldiers infected by the zombies chose to end their own lives in a mutual destruction manner. However, the true despair did not end there. A tremendous rumble echoed through the air. They felt the building tremble beneath their feet. A tank had been forcefully rammed into the shopping mall. The soldiers could clearly see the dents on the tank. All the soldiers collectively gasped in horror. What kind of immense force could dent a tank? Thud thud thud, the ground continued to shake. A 3-meter-tall zombie slowly entered the mall. Its muscles were as hard as steel, its face revealing a gruesome white grin and various sinewy tissues. Its robust arms were covered in sharp bone spurs. Yet another new type of mutated zombie. With a roar, the giant zombie unleashed an ear-splitting howl that shattered nearby glass. The onlookers covered their ears, yet still felt dizzy from the sound. The giant zombie charged forth. Seizing the immobilized tank, with its vicious claws, it brutally pierced into the vehicle, tearing apart its armor piece by piece. Witnessing this horrifying scene, despair engulfed the soldiers. The zombies had evolved to the point of being able to shred tanks. At this rate, did humanity truly have any hope? A few soldiers tumbled out of the tank, resolute in their determination to die. They pulled the pins of their grenades and rushed towards the giant zombie. The giant zombie sensed the threat and swung its massive arms, throwing several soldiers aside, yet, amidst the chaos, the sound of explosions rang out. The blasts forced the giant zombie back. The soldiers held their breath, fixated on the giant zombie's response. How is this possible? It's unharmed. All eyes widened in shock as they beheld a terrifying sight. The giant zombie stood up, brushing off the dust from its body. Despite the force of the grenade explosions, it emerged unscathed. What kind of terrifying defense could achieve this? The giant zombie spotted the soldiers on the second floor. It seized the tank from the ground and hurled it towards them. Not good. Take cover. Li Qi shouted. The soldiers reacted quickly, rolling aside as the tank crashed through the second floor, shattering the ground. Some zombies were instantly reduced to mush. Brothers, let us fight this monster. Li Qi pulled out a grenade, preparing to take the giant zombie down with him. If a few grenades won't do the job, how about dozens? Each soldier was equipped with grenades. Let us do this, we're all going to die anyway. I've lived bravely all my life, I refuse to die a coward, proclaimed a middle-aged city defense soldier. Exactly. If we're going down, we're taking this beast with us. Let us blow this monster to pieces. More and more soldiers began to rally in agreement. Meanwhile, the group of survivors on the third floor turned pale with despair. It's over. We doomed. Wah, I don't want to die yet. Despair, true despair. The city defense soldiers drew their grenades, each prepared to face death without fear. They honored their promise to protect the populace with their lives. Just as the soldiers were about to pull the pins on their grenades, a black feathered arrow struck the giant zombie's back. Astonishingly, the zombie's steel-like skin was pierced by the arrow. What incredible power! The soldiers glimpsed a flicker of hope. With a roar, the giant zombie yanked the black arrow from its back, its blood-red eyes fixated on the entrance of the mall. There stood a lithe figure, holding a longbow with a thorn-covered arrow knocked whoosh. The giant zombie's shoulder was once again pierced by an arrow. This minor injury was merely a nuisance to it, yet such provocations had deeply angered the creature. Chapter 50. The tyrant Guanli arrived just in time. The scene before him made him furrow his brow. The area around the shopping mall was completely surrounded by zombies. He issued a direct order for the Legion soldiers to carve a path. Despite the overwhelming numbers of zombies, most were of 1 or 2 star strength, with only a few 3-star zombies present. Leveraging their superior strength, the Legion soldiers forged a bloody path through the horde. This is precisely why the previous scene unfolded. The bloodied path was quickly filled by the swarm of zombies. The Legion soldiers formed a semicircle, with the outermost ranks comprised of gunmen and shield-bearing skeleton soldiers. A total of 20 held their shields to fend off the zombie assault while occasionally retaliating with their weapons. Elven archers stationed themselves at the back, continuously loosing feathered arrows, while shadow swordsmen managed the flanks. The rear was left to the Legion soldiers. Li Ling stood at the entrance of the mall, searching for an opportunity to shoot. Guanli Gu and Shen Lian charged into the mall, their gazes swept over the giant zombie. And the system promptly provided information. Name, Tyrant Potential, 6 stars Strength, Mid-level 4 stars Ability, Rampage, Brutal Charge, Steel Skin, Spike Charge. Evaluation, a powerful zombie mutated from a brute, possessing even more terrifying strength and a body akin to steel. Good heavens, no wonder it looks familiar. So it's an old acquaintance. At first glance, Guanli recognized the Tyrant. It had unexpectedly evolved from the brute he had nearly fallen to. Before a roar, the Tyrant let out another deafening roar. How dare these insignificant ants take the initiative to attack? It was a blatant provocation. The Tyrant advanced, charging toward Guanli. Each footstep caused the ground to tremble. Brothers, keep killing zombies. Li Qi, seeing a glimmer of hope, swiftly turned to continue his assault on the zombies. He wanted to survive. A Feng's family depended on him. The city defense soldiers ignited with hope. If they could survive, who among them wished to perish? Shadow speed. Seeing the Tyrant charging, Guanli swiftly activated his skill. His speed surged dramatically, allowing him to evade the Tyrant's attack. The Tyrant's strike missed and crashed into the ground, sending countless shards of stone flying. The spot where Guanli had just stood was left with a massive crater. What terrifying power! The Tyrant was indeed a fortified version of the brute. Just in terms of strength, it undoubtedly reached high-level 4 stars. Guanli slashed with the blood-sucking blade. The sharp edge grazed the Tyrant's body, leaving a visible gash. Roar. The Tyrant, seeing the wound, bellowed in rage. Though it felt no pain, the injury provoked its fury. Steel Skin. The Tyrant activated its ability, instantly sealing the original wound. A layer of steel covered its skin, reflecting a metallic sheen. The Tyrant turned, swinging its robust arm toward Guanli. Bone armor. Guanli hastily activated his skill. A striking white bone armor materialized around him in an instant. The blood-sucking blade was positioned before him. The force behind the Tyrant's strike was formidable, sending Guanli flying. He felt a surge of blood within him. Yet with the protection of the blood-sucking blade and bone armor, he sustained only minor injuries. Although the Tyrant's blow had hurled Guanli away, it also revealed an opening. Damn monster, how dare you harm my master? Gu roared. A blood-red glow enveloping his form as his anger skill activated. Gu's power surged significantly. He struck the Tyrant with a single blow. The terrifying force cleaved through the Tyrant's steel skin. Good. Well done. Guanli shouted. Sword control. Shen Lian manipulated his black iron sword and struck at the Tyrant's wound. Whoosh, the flesh around the wound was sliced open, dark blood gushing forth. The Tyrant swung its arm toward Gu. Gu raised his shield to defend, but the overwhelming force still sent him flying. Find an opening, attack its weak points. Guanli observed the Tyrant's wound, which continued to spew forth dark blood, yet its onslaught showed no signs of abating. The best approach to dealing with zombies was to target their vulnerabilities. Such ordinary flesh wounds meant nothing to a zombie. Understood. Gu and Xinlian nodded in agreement. Guanli adjusted his stance and charged once more at the tyrant. Due to the horde of zombies, a group attack strategy was unfeasible. Guanli could only engage in a hard-fought battle. He swung the blood-sucking blade, striking the tyrant. The sharp blade pierced through the tyrant's defenses. The blood-sucking blade extended its tendrils, attempting to absorb the tyrant's flesh and blood, but the tyrant broke free. Seizing the opportunity, Eileen unleashed an arrow. This arrow was entirely composed of condensed energy, the piercing arrow. The arrow, imbued with terrifying momentum, hurtled toward the tyrant's head. Crack! The energy arrow struck the tyrant's side, blood gushing forth, yet the tyrant gripped the energy arrow tightly in its hand. It yanked the arrow free. Still bearing the massive eyeball, with a roar, the tyrant, feeling threatened, entered a berserker state. Its originally 3-meter-tall frame surged once more, nearly breaching 4 meters in height. Standing within the mall, it resembled a small giant. The tyrant, now in a frenzied state, found its power amplified. Its speed increased dramatically as it charged directly towards Eileen. The sole target of the tyrant was clear: Eileen, the one who had harmed it. Bone raised his heavy shield, blocking the tyrant's advance. The tyrant responded with a powerful punch, sending Bone flying. Xinlian utilized Shadow Bind, conjuring black chains that coiled around the tyrant's body. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great. The tyrant swiftly broke free from the chains. Observing this, Eileen refused to remain passive. With agility, she began to dart through the mall. Blood Demon's hand. Guanli's arm was quickly ensnared by blood-colored tendrils. He charged towards the tyrant, swinging the blood-drinking blade. Empowered by the Blood Demon's hand, his strength surged. The blade struck the tyrant's arm, severing several bone spikes. The tyrant swung its arm, intent on eliminating Guanli first. Teleportation. Guanli vanished, leaving the tyrant's blow to miss. Just as the tyrant pondered this, it suddenly felt a chill in its skull. Guanli appeared above it. Blood Soul Slash. A terrifying blood-colored sword energy sliced towards the back of the tyrant's head. Explosive spike-charged fist. The tyrant sensed the imminent threat of death. The raised both arms, the terrifying energy coalescing upon them. In the next moment, bone spike shot forth, hurtling towards Guanli. The tyrant also leapt high. Its fist aimed at Guanli. The two forces collided. Guanli was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. His skeletal armor had cracked. Without hesitation, Guanli rapidly crushed several recovery cards. Soothing energy flowed into his body, gradually stabilizing his injuries. The tyrant across from him, however, was far less fortunate. Its head had been nearly severed by the Blood Soul Slash and it now knelt. Struggling futilely, Eileen, not one to miss an opportunity, gripped her black branch bow, slowly conjuring an energy arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, striking precisely at the gap in the tyrant's skull. The tyrant's head was pierced through. Its kneeling form collapsed with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled slightly. Chapter 51, Explosive Fist. Tyrant slain, gained 2,500 points. Explosive Fist skill. The system's voice echoed, and Guanli exhaled in relief. He could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground. His chest heaving violently, energy depleted, the Blood Demon's hand dissipated. Master, are you alright? The three commanders knelt before Guanli, expressions of guilt etched on their faces. They felt it was their failure to protect him. I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Compared to that creature, I consider myself fortunate. Guanli was assisted to his feet by Bone. He gestured towards the fallen tyrant in the distance, its penetrated head oozing brain matter. With the tyrant's demise, the remaining horde of zombies posed little threat. Eliminating them was merely a matter of time. Guanli continued to crush supply and recovery cards in his hands, after overexerting himself with the blood-drinking blade. He felt as though he had been hollowed out. Under the influence of the two types of cards, a sense of strength returned to his body. No need to support me. Guanli signaled for Bone to let go. He felt uncomfortable with the bony structure. I'm fine now, go deal with the zombies outside. Understood. The three commanders nodded. Power Aura. Bone activated the skill. The skeletal soldiers were enveloped in a yellow glow. Their strength was instantly enhanced. The melee soldiers, previously overwhelmed by the zombies, pushed back fiercely. Beast Horn. Awaken slumbering behemoth from the abyssal grave. Come forth. Bone chanted an obscure incantation. In its hand appeared a massive horn made of bone. Upon sounding the horn, a colossal summoning circle emerged within the mall. From within the circle, a giant beast made of bone slowly materialized, standing at a staggering 4 meters tall. Its form resembled that of an ape. Adorned with antlers atop its skull, the skeletal giant summoned by Bone possessed strength equal to its OW and IT leapt into the horde of zombies, trampling them mercilessly. Its immense size crushed numerous zombies underfoot. Xinlian and Eileen exchanged glances. Unwilling to be outdone, they organized the soldiers and began to reap the zombies in a frenzy. Guanli glanced at the second floor. The zombies that had surged upward were nearly all eliminated. He had resolved the greatest threat. The majority of the zombies were held at bay by the Legion. If they could not deal with this small number of zombies, how could they hope to survive in this apocalypse? Guanli strode directly to the tyrant's corpse. With the blood-drinking blade, he cleaved open its skull. White brain matter splattered across the ground. The blood-drinking blade was particularly intrigued by the tyrant's body. After all, it was a 4-star zombie, and it seemed to have no aversion to it. Truth law. Guanli plunged the blade into the tyrant's body. Blood-colored tendrils spread rapidly, enveloping the corpse. A fist-sized crystal core was extracted by Guanli, who flicked away the residual brain matter. It was truly a perfect work of art. As Guanli grasped the crystal core, he began to absorb its essence. Pure energy surged forth like a fountain. Coursing through his limbs and bones, Guanli could distinctly feel every inch of his skin undergoing a transformation. Crackling sounds echoed as he stretched his body, producing a series of explosive pops. So refreshing. It was an unprecedented sensation. His strength successfully broke through to 4 stars. While he absorbed the energy, the blood-drinking blade completed its consumption. The once massive tyrant's body had deflated into a mere shell. The blood-drinking blade trembled lightly. Indicating its satisfaction, Guanli withdrew the blade, and the tyrant's body collapsed instantly. A deep blue card materialized before his eyes. The harvest was abundant. The tyrant had proven to be quite rewarding, contributing a deep blue card. A skill book, a crystal core, and 2,500 points. Explosive fist unleashes an explosive energy attack within a 3-meter radius in front, with increasing power the closer one is. Without hesitation, Guanli learned the skill. Having a variety of techniques is never a burden. Ding, congratulations, host, for mastering explosive fist. The system's voice rang out, and Guanli instantly grasped the explosive fist technique. Explosive fist. He concentrated energy in his arm. Boom, the wall 3 meters away was smashed through, leaving a large hole. The ground cracked along the path. Hiss, such terrifying power. Guanli was immensely satisfied, although the explosive fist consumed a great deal of energy. Rivaling that of the Blood Soul Slash, its destructive potential was formidable. The defensive soldiers on the second floor had cleared the zombies entirely. Guanli temporarily stowed the blue card away. Salute. Over 100 defensive soldiers performed a precise military salute. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives, they said in unison. No need for thanks. Guanli waved his hand. He held a certain fondness for these defensive troops. Even in dire situations, they stood up to rescue the masses. Sir, do your soldiers need assistance? Li Qi observed the skeletal legion and hesitantly classified them as soldiers. Over the past few days, he had gradually come to accept reality. No, they can handle it. Guanli had great confidence in his legion. Who is your leader? I have some questions. Guanli inquired, looking at the dusty and bloodied defensive soldiers before him. The captain has fallen. Sir, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Li Qi spoke up, temporarily assuming the mantle of leadership as the vice-captain of the squad. All right. I want to know the state of Huagua. Speak candidly, I do not wish to hear comforting words for the survivors. Guanli regarded Li Qi, his gaze imposing. Sir, do you truly wish to hear the truth? Li Qi swallowed hard. Yes. Guanli nodded. Good. Internal communications within the defensive army have revealed. Due to the widespread outbreak of the zombie virus, the defensive troops are fighting in isolation. Huagui has perished. Li Qi gritted his teeth, struggling to voice the words. As expected. Huagua has indeed fallen. Guanli fell into silence. With its overwhelming population and an infection rate of 80, Huagua was utterly powerless against such a calamity. What is the defensive army in Z City planning to do? Guanli asked. Now that Huagua no longer existed, various regions had descended into fragmentation. The future of humanity appeared bleak. The Lord President has ordered to rescue survivors whenever possible. Li Qi replied. All right. Guanli nodded, satisfied with the answer. Sir, are there any further questions? Li Qi inquired. None. Guanli shook his head. The battle outside the mall was drawing to a close. With the tyrant defeated, the remaining zombies were akin to helpless fowl. Under the overwhelming onslaught of the Legion, they were gradually eradicated. The ground was littered with corpses and cards. Undoubtedly, this was yet another bountiful harvest. Guanli did not immediately collect the rewards. He fell into contemplation. How should these spoils be divided? After all, many of the zombies outside had been slain by the defensive soldiers. Guanli's principles dictated that he could not monopolize the gains. Chapter 52. A word of caution, I only want the cards and crystal cores of 3 stars or above. I shall take none of the lower tier cores. What do you all think? After a moment of thought, Guanli finally articulated his proposal. The lower tier crystal cores held little value for him at present. At most, they could be exchanged for supplies or points. Unless in large quantities, they would prove of limited utility. However, the cards were different. They could yield various items. Among the numerous props, many held significant utility for Guanli, such as the advancement cards, supply cards, and recovery cards. Sir, you have saved us all. These crystal cores rightfully belong to you. The city defense soldiers were evidently aware of the value of the crystal cores. Are you able to accept them? Guanli did not answer the question but instead posed a counterquery. Of course. Li Qi nodded in agreement. Given the distribution ratio, they had already secured a considerable advantage, especially since the 1-star and 2-star zombies comprised a substantial portion of the horde. Very well, let it be so. With a firm resolve, Guanli instructed Xinlian to clear the battlefield. The city defense soldiers also sprang into action, understanding the preciousness of these crystal cores. Without factories, there would be no means to produce ammunition. Firearms would gradually fade from human sight, and the future would be dominated by cold weapons. Becoming an awakened individual was the only path for humanity. Xinlian's speed remained as swift as ever. Presenting a multitude of 3-star crystal cores before Guanli. In addition, various colored cards were also laid out. He counted them, totaling 34 3-star crystal cores, 317 white cards, 245 white-green cards, 177 green cards, 50 blue-green cards, and 3 blue cards. Guanli temporarily stored away the crystal cores and cards. At that moment, the startled survivors cautiously descended the stairs, only to be met with a gruesome sight of corpses. which caused many to retch uncontrollably. Guanli, unfazed by their reactions, found it unsurprising that these fragile souls would succumb to such distress. A few city defense soldiers quickly moved to calm the crowd. Sir, I have an ungracious request. Could you possibly lead us to reunite with the main force? Li Qi approached Guanli. I apologize, I have matters to attend to. Guanli politely declined, while he respected the city defense forces. He could not devote himself to their cause. Very well, I was presumptuous. Disappointment flickered across Li Qi's face. Though I cannot escort you, I can exchange some supplies for you. Guanli's words rekindled hope in Li Qi. What did the team currently lack the most? Supplies and ammunition. May I inquire if you have any ammunition? Li Qi asked cautiously, noting that Guanli's hands were empty and did not appear to possess any ammo. Indeed. How much do you require? Guanli nodded. Ordinary rifle ammunition would not cost much in points, making it a lucrative deal. 3,000 rounds of M4 ammunition. Li Qi tentatively suggested. Fulfilled. Guanli snapped his fingers. And wooden crates suddenly materialized before him, neatly arranged with magazines. Wow, this is simply unbelievable. Li Qi gasped in astonishment. 3,000 rounds of M4 ammunition cost 81-star crystal cores. Guanli extended his hand. Realizing Li Qi promptly retrieved the crystal cores. Satisfied, Guanli accepted the cores. The price of universal bullets was equivalent to that of ordinary arrows, both costing 0.1 points, thus 3,000 rounds would amount to 300 points. 81-star crystal cores guaranteed a transaction worth 400 points. Even if Guanli's luck were as bleak as coal, he would still make a profit of 100 points. Engaging in the trade of supplies proved to be a profitable endeavor. Guanli traded all the 1-star crystal cores to the marketplace. Transaction successful, gained 570 points. Instantly, he earned an additional 270 points. Sir, I wish to exchange for more ammunition. 10,000 rounds of M4 ammunition. Li Qi uttered a figure he scarcely believed himself. Fulfilled. Guanli snapped his fingers once more. And boxes of magazines appeared before him. 10,000 rounds of ammunition will cost 241-star crystal cores. Guanli extended his hand, and Li Qi promptly handed over the cores. Transaction successful, gained 1680 points. In the blink of an eye, a net profit of 680 points was realized. Although these crystal cores had originated from his own supply, Li Qi subsequently exchanged for grenades and shells, all of which Guanli fulfilled. As long as one was willing to purchase. Guanli was ready to sell. He netted an additional 1230 points. Concluding this round of transactions, the soldiers, once looking disheveled, were now fully equipped. The supplies in the marketplace were swiftly depleted by the survivors. The soldiers attempted to persuade the survivors to distribute the food uniformly but were met with resistance. Why should we found this food. If you want it, go find it yourselves. Indeed, the city defense forces should protect us. How can they take our food? The survivors stood defiantly. Entirely forgetting that it was these city defense soldiers who had risked their lives to protect them, yet not all survivors were selfish. A considerable number willingly offered their food for the soldiers to distribute. Guanli observed coldly from the sidelines, choosing not to intervene. This scene was a true reflection of the apocalypse. Li Qi, come here for a moment. Guanli called out. Yes. Li Qi set aside his tasks and trotted over to Guanli's side. Here. Take this weapon. Guanli produced a long knife with a silver blue sheen, its blade glinting ominously. A fine blade. Li Qi praised without reservation. Sir, are you gifting this to me? It is far too precious. Li Qi was about to refuse. But Guanli had already placed the blade into his hands. Thank you, sir. Li Qi, not one to be overly sentimental, carefully accepted the blade. All right, I must take my leave. Guanli had done all he could. As noon approached, he needed to set off immediately for the central shopping mall. Sir, may I inquire your name? If we meet again, Li Qi shall repay today's kindness. Li Qi spoke earnestly. Guanli. After a moment's thought, he decided to offer Li Qi a word of caution. Remember, excessive kindness can lead you to the abyss. Times have changed, the apocalypse demands its own rules. Do not coddle these survivors. When necessary, you may need to show an example. He gestured as if to cut a throat. In chaotic times, harsh measures must be employed. If one individual jeopardizes the safety of the team, you are entirely justified in eliminating such trash. Do not mistake this for cruelty, it is the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Remember these words. And you shall be grateful to me. Guanli did not allow for rebuttal, departing without a backward glance. The soldiers of the Legion followed closely behind him. Li Qi stood frozen in place. His mind replaying Guanli's words, which lingered like a spell, refusing to dissipate until the voice of a soldier jolted him back to reality. Vice Captain, the team is ready. Both tanks are functioning normally. Communication devices have contacted the main force. Shall we proceed to rendezvous? Li Qi snapped back to attention, realizing Guanli had vanished without a trace. Set off, let us head to the rendezvous. He nodded affirmatively and issued the command. Chapter 53, Digesting the Spoils. Everyone. Prepare to depart. The city defense soldiers organized their ranks. What, we are setting off again? I haven't even caught my breath. Right, my legs are trembling, did you not see? Trembling, look at my pants, they're soaked. We pay so many taxes, is this how the city defense forces protect us? Exactly. I nearly lost my life just now. If this were XX country, such a thing would never happen. A number of survivors voiced their discontent, growing increasingly outrageous. The faces of the city defense soldiers darkened upon hearing these remarks. They had just risked their lives to protect them, only to be met with such treatment. Everyone, please do not speak like this, the city defense forces just protected us with their lives. Many survivors could not stand by and speak out in defense of the soldiers. Seeing this, the soldiers felt somewhat relieved. TCH, that was their duty. The selfish survivors wore disdainful expressions. Everyone, please calm down, let me say something. Li Qi rushed forward to intervene as the crowd began to argue. Here's the situation, we just contacted the main force. So we must head to the assembly point immediately. I understand that everyone has just experienced a fright, but please bear with us. Once we reunite with the main force, we will be much safer. As soon as Li Qi spoke these words, the crowd fell silent. Really, once we meet with the main force, we will be safe? Skepticism lingered in the air. Absolutely, the city defense forces possess powerful heavy weaponry. Li Qi assured them. Wonderful, let us depart swiftly. The survivor's demeanor shifted entirely. Li Qi felt a foreboding sensation rising within him. Guan Li's words were proving true all too quickly. He couldn't help but ponder, should a riot break out among the survivors one day? What would he do? Vice Captain, we are ready to depart. A soldier stood before Li Qi. Let us go, one tank will lead the way, and another will bring up the rear. Ensure that the survivors walk in the center of the formation. Regardless of what the future held. Li Qi prioritized the people's safety at this moment. Understood. The soldier nodded and quickly went to make arrangements. With a rumble, the tanks roared to life, leading the procession. Thus, the convoy set forth in grand fashion. Inside a tidy little room, Guan Li reclined on a sofa, instructing the Legion soldiers to maintain vigilance around the premises. The time had come to quietly amass wealth. The first to be activated were the white random cards. Totaling 317. Without hesitation, Guan Li opened them all at once. Acquired food card X57, acquired supply card X68, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X26, acquired advancement card X10, acquired regular arrows X50, acquired universal rifle bullets X60, acquired recovery card X30, acquired all-purpose seasoning X10, just a sprinkle makes even grilled flip-flops delectable, acquired burning grenade X4, creates flames upon explosion. Scorching targets within a 10-meter radius. The system's notification echoed in his mind that the rewards were quite standard, but at least there was no trash. Next came a stack of white and green cards. Totaling 245, acquired food card X37, acquired supply card X45, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X12, acquired advancement card X25, acquired armor-piercing arrows X50, acquired recovery card X15, acquired grenade X15, standard grenade power. Without special effects, acquired chocolate cake X46, a delightful cake, a splendid dessert after meals. The system's voice continued to ring out. The rewards from the white-green cards were also merely basic consumables. Guan Li collected everything into his spatial ring. Basic supplies were crucial for ensuring his survival. Next were the green cards, totaling 177, acquired food card X20, acquired supply card X30, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X15, acquired advancement card X15, acquired intermediate advancement card X2, acquired armor-piercing arrows X33, acquired recovery card X15, acquired frost arrowheads X30, arrows imbued with frost power. Capable of slowing down the target's movement speed upon impact, acquired thornvine seed X17, grows rapidly upon contact with soil, ensnaring surrounding targets. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. There was no trash. So it could be considered a decent reward. He stored all the rewards, replenishing his inventory once more. And next were the blue-green cards, totaling 50. This level, there was a certain probability of obtaining something valuable. Acquired intermediate advancement card X5, acquired premium food card X20, acquired intermediate supply card X10, acquired intermediate recovery card X15. The system's voice announced, all consumables. Guan Li stored the rewards. He had 4 cards remaining. Blue quality cards generally yield good items. Guan Li reassured himself. Acquired Heart of the Dark Wolf X1, contains immense energy, can be absorbed by the Legion. Acquired Legion expansion card, 5 people, X1, after use, can expand the limit by 5 for any unit. Acquired Blood Ginseng, contains potent blood energy. Usable for cultivating blood energy. All blue cards had been drawn. Not bad, indeed, good items are all outside. Guan Li exclaimed excitedly. The rewards from the blue cards were excellent. He entrusted the Heart of the Dark Wolf to the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. The Shadow Swordmasters were already on the brink of becoming a 3-star elite. With the Heart of the Dark Wolf's assistance, they successfully broke through to 4 stars. Thank you, my lord, for the treasure. After the breakthrough, Xinlian half knelt before Guan Li in gratitude. Rise. Guan Li motioned for him to stand. The blood ginseng appeared in Guan Li's hand. A rich aura of blood energy enveloped him. Buzzing, the dormant bloodthirsty blade suddenly quivered. It seemed to have caught a whiff of a delectable feast. The tendrils entwined around the blood ginseng, almost directly indicating to Guan Li. Take it, bandit. Guan Li handed the blood ginseng to the bloodthirsty blade to consume. After devouring it, the blade glimmered with a crimson light, its grade had improved. After consuming such an abundance of flesh, the bloodthirsty blade finally advanced to a 6-star intermediate level. It was no small feat. The last item was the Legion expansion card, 5 people. After a moment of contemplation, Guanli decided to expand the Elven Archer Legion. His ranged power was still somewhat lacking. System, expand the Elven Archer Legion. Ding. Expansion successful. Elven Archer Legion 5. The system's voice resonated. A summoning array filled with the essence of nature appeared. 5 light elven maidens emerged before Guanli. Greetings, Master. The elven maidens bowed their heads in respect. Return to your ranks. Guanli commanded. The 5 elven maidens rejoined the formation. Guanli was exceedingly pleased. The strength of the legion had significantly increased, laying a solid foundation for the battles to come. Chapter 54, Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. Incredible. Tyrant brother. Awesome. Guanli exclaimed in astonishment. A golden card appeared, one side engraved with a mysterious door, the other side marked with a question mark. He was all too familiar with the appearance of this card. All the legions he currently possessed were acquired through card draws. There was no other option. The legion cards in the shop were prohibitively expensive, prices often soared into the tens of thousands, which Guanli found somewhat burdensome. For such exorbitant prices, one could only procure the most worthless legions, for instance, the Chicken Legion, the Husky Legion, the Braid Legion, and so forth. These types of legions possessed no special abilities and could not be upgraded. Essentially a scam. Slightly better legions required at least hundreds of thousands of points. A legion of the caliber of the Nightblade was priced at 500,000 points in the points shop. Guanli found the pricing already outrageous, but the shop was even more so. He grasped the random legion card and gently crushed it. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. A brand new card appeared in his hand. The back of the card still bore the mysterious door, but the question mark on the front transformed into a towering figure clad in iron armor. Guanli could not discern the figure's features, as it was entirely enveloped in armor, save for a narrow gap for breathing around the nose and mouth. The imposing figure wielded a heavy shield in one hand and a sharp battle axe in the other. Exuding an aura of formidable defense, he shattered the card in his hand. A silver-white summoning array manifested within the room. 30 soldiers shrouded in iron armor appeared before Guanli. The room instantly became cramped. Greetings, Master. The ironclad shield guards knelt on one knee, observing knightly etiquette. Rise. Guanli gestured for them to stand. Thank you, Master. The foremost towering figure spoke, donning a lion-headed helmet, while the ordinary soldiers were adorned with barrel-like helmets. Guanli eagerly opened the system to examine the Ironclad Shield Guard's capabilities. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, upgradable, number, 30, potential, 7 stars, strength, 3 stars high, commander, Leo, skills, Ironclad Shield Formation. Battle Axe Whirl, Copper Wall Iron Block, Iron Shield Charge, Iron Taunt. The Ironclad Shield Guard Legion was essentially a born tank, almost all skills were related to tanking. Not bad. Guanli nodded in satisfaction. With the acquisition of the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, he felt much more confident about the tasks ahead. After sufficient rest, Guanli commanded an immediate departure. There was still some distance to the central mall, and he must hasten to avoid unforeseen circumstances. After all, the Zombie King would not necessarily wait for his arrival. If he delayed, it was possible the Zombie King might have already departed. Stepping out of the house, he was met with a pack of calamity creatures. A dozen pitch-black wolves advanced toward him. Name, Shadow Wolf. Potential, 6 stars strength, 3 stars ability, Shadow/instant pounce evaluation. Calamity creatures descended from the rift. They possess incredible speed. Oh, the Shadow Wolf spotted Guanli and charged at him. The massive lead wolf lunged forward in an instant. The ironclad shield guards rapidly formed a defensive line. Standing before Guanli, the pack of Shadow Wolves attempted to circumvent the ironclad shield guards, but in that moment, their battle axes relentlessly struck against the shields, creating an ear-piercing clang. Whoa, the lead wolf's eyes turned a fiery red. Fixating intently on Leo, the atmosphere was charged with an unyielding hostility. The lead wolf exerted force beneath its paws, leaping directly at Leo. Clang! It collided with the ironclad shield, sending it hurtling back, yet undeterred, it relentlessly attacked the ironclad shield guards with fervor. Well done! Guanli shouted. The remaining Legion soldiers surged forward to engage the Shadow Wolves. As the taunt's duration waned, the wolf pack regained their composure. However, at that moment, they had already been surrounded by the soldiers. The lead wolf howled. The soldiers surged forward, annihilating the entire pack of Shadow Wolves. The bloodthirsty blade trembled slightly, but Guanli did not intervene. Countless blood-soaked tendrils extended forth, ravenously absorbing the remains. The corpses of the Shadow Wolves visibly shriveled away. Leo, does your taunt skill work on zombies as well? Guanli inquired. This taunt skill was exceptionally powerful. Indeed, any target within proximity will be affected by the taunt. But if the target is too strong, it may not have an effect. Leo patiently explained. How much stronger are we talking about? Guanli asked. Approximately 2 stars stronger. Leo pondered briefly before responding. 2 stars, that's sufficient. How long does the taunt last? Guanli pressed further. A maximum of 10 seconds. If the target is exceptionally strong, the duration may be reduced, but it won't be less than 5 seconds. Leo clarified. What about the range of the taunt? Guanli continued. All targets within 100 meters. Leo replied. Good, that is ample. Guanli nodded. This iron taunt could undoubtedly be classified as a divine skill. Coupled with the ironclad shield guard's defensive capabilities, it would prove immensely beneficial on the battlefield. The bloodthirsty blade quickly finished its absorption. It was coiled around 5 crystal cores, which were handed to Guanli. Holding the presented crystal cores, Guanli immediately commenced absorption. Waves of energy coursed through his body, swiftly assimilated after absorbing the crystal cores. His strength was significantly augmented. The wolf pack did not yield any cards. Guanli continued onward, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. As time elapsed, he finally arrived near the central mall. Listening to the distant roars echoing from afar, Guanli sought out a towering building and ascended to the top floor. He gazed into the distance at the central mall, which had once been the shopping hub of City Z. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, the foot traffic here had been unimaginable. Now, all those people had succumbed to the infection, transforming into zombies. Guanli inhaled sharply. The entire plaza was teeming with writhing undead. With the figures of mutated zombies lurking everywhere, these were merely the zombies in the square within the vast shopping mall itself. The sight was no different. Something is amiss. The density of zombies is alarming. Even City Z's largest shopping mall could not possibly harbor this many zombies. Guanli recalled the path he had traversed and realized he had not encountered any signs of zombies along the way. It was as if they had been summoned away by some unseen force. The zombie king. A sudden thought struck Guanli. It appeared that this zombie king had already gained sentience. Otherwise, it would not have summoned the undead to safeguard its own existence. The difficulty of the situation escalated dramatically. What he faced now was not merely the zombie king, but an entire horde. The number of zombies congregated at the central mall was at least around 100,000. Such a figure was suffocating. Chapter 55, Pre-Battle Preparation. Master, shall we strike? Bone inquired. Not yet. Guanli took a deep breath. Faced with such a terrifying horde, he felt a tremor of fear within. Over 100,000 zombies, nearly all the nearby undead had congregated here. Let us move closer. Guanli led his soldier battalion downstairs, clearing the zombies near the shopping center with swift efficiency, causing no disturbances. He selected a suitable building and climbed to the top floor. The location of this structure was impeccable. It was sufficiently high and offered a broad view. Nearly 100 meters from the shopping plaza, the wandering zombies within the building were eliminated by the soldiers. Dozens of crystal cores and several cards were handed to Guanli. All zombies had been gathered in the plaza and the mall, leaving very few remnants in this building, which ironically facilitated Guanli's plans. The top floor of the building was spacious enough to accommodate all the soldiers. As the sun gradually set, its rays illuminated the rooftop. A night fell, and the zombies became increasingly active, emitting a cacophony of restless roars. Naturally, Guanli could not choose to act under the cover of darkness. Apart from the shadow sword cultivators, the other soldiers would be adversely affected to some degree. Daylight, that was the optimal moment. Guanli remained unhurried. Since he had arrived, the zombie king could not escape. What harm was there in allowing it to survive another night? I am still quite merciful. Guanli gazed at the mall gradually engulfed in darkness. After several days of effort, he had accumulated over 40,000 points. In his space ring, there were still over 500 2-star crystal cores. Without hesitation, he exchanged them all for points. The price of 2-star crystal cores fluctuated between 20 and 30. Transaction successful. You have gained 13,450 points. Guanli observed his total points soaring to 50,000. The Elf Archer Legion and the Skeleton Mages would undoubtedly serve as the primary output in tomorrow's battle. His plan was straightforward. The melee soldiers would draw fire while the ranged units would deliver the main damage. Star-level Legion expansion card. 10 members can expand the limit of a legion below 10 stars by 10 members. Priced at 20,000 points. Guanli scoured the points shop and finally located the desired item. Purchase 2-star level Legion expansion cards, 10 members, total cost 40,000 points. Proceed with purchase? Yes. Without hesitation, Guanli affirmed. Ding. Purchase successful. Your discernment is commendable. The system's notification was unusually flattering. Expand the Elf Archer Legion. 2 summoning arrays, infused with the essence of nature, materialized in succession. 20 exquisite elven maidens, with alluring figures, appeared before Guanli. No need for formalities. Guanli quickly waved his hand to stop them from bowing. The expansion card was indeed remarkable. The summoned soldiers were directly on par with the Legion S level. The strength of the Elf Archer Legion had already reached high 3 stars. Guanli resumed his search. Natural Silver Branch. Using this item can enhance the speed of Legion advancement, with additional effects for legions closely related to nature, priced at 3,000 points. Purchase. He waved his hand decisively. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Natural Silver Branch. You are becoming increasingly dashing. Guanli ignored the system's flattery and handed the Natural Silver Branch to the Elf Archer Legion for use. Thank you, Master. Aileen exclaimed joyfully, her voice melodious. After utilizing the Natural Silver Branch, the strength of the Elf Archer Legion began to rise rapidly. At this rate, they should break through to low 4 stars by morning. Silver Armor Soul. Using this item can increase the speed of Legion advancement, with additional effects for defensive-type legions. Probability of comprehending the skill Silver Armor Soul, priced at 5,000 points. Guanli's eyes brightened, halting his search. Purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Silver Armor Soul. It is my honor to bind with you. The system's flattery grew ever more excessive. Guanli assigned the Silver Armor Soul to the Iron Shield Guard Legion for use. Ding. Congratulations, host, the Iron Shield Guard Legion has comprehended the Silver Armor Soul skill. The system's notification chimed out. A smile appeared on Guan Li's face. He had approached this with a mindset of experimentation and had not expected to truly comprehend the skill. Leo. Demonstrate your new skill. Guan Li urged eagerly. Yes, master. Leo activated Silver Armor Soul, manifesting a larger-than-life shadow of himself behind him. This shadow could actively attack targets within a 3-meter radius. An excellent skill. Guan Li was thoroughly satisfied. This was akin to a clone. Although it could not stray more than 3 meters from the original, it was still quite impressive, especially since it was a complementary skill. In a word, delightful. The Silver Armor Soul lasted approximately 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Given the current rate of advancement for the Ion Shield Guard Legion, they should easily break through to low 4 stars before dawn. Especially considering the Silver Armor Soul's cost of 5,000 points, there was a reason for its high price. After a spree of retaliatory spending, Guan Li was left with just over 7,000 points. Clearly, enhancing the Legion was out of the question. Everything related to the Legion was exorbitantly priced. Standard arrows, extremely ordinary arrows with no special effects. Their only advantage is their low cost. Priced at 0.1 points. Give me 50,000. Guan Li waved his hand, spending another 5,000 points. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring 50,000 standard arrows. You are truly the system's flattery was promptly ignored. Low-end incendiary arrow, capable of igniting a 1-meter radius. Economical and efficient, priced at 1 point. Low-end explosive arrow, capable of causing explosive damage to targets within a 1-meter radius. Economical and efficient, priced at 1 point. I'll take 1,000 of each. After spending 2,000 points, he was left with a mere 300 points. His final purchase was a telescope, costing 10 points. Closing the shop, he had become utterly bankrupt. For the battle tomorrow, Guan Li had gone all in. It was either the zombie king perished or he did. Gurgle, his stomach protested. Guan Li retrieved and crushed 3 food cards, feasting heartily. 3 portions of delicious food paired with a bottle of pure water left him thoroughly satisfied as he patted his belly. After eating and drinking to his fill, he took out the newly acquired telescope. The moonlight streamed into the plaza, illuminating the writhing zombies as they rubbed against one another. Guan Li lifted the telescope. Searching among the horde, the zombie king, this creature evidently possessed remarkable intelligence. If he could not locate it, there was a significant chance it would evade him. After a thorough search, Guan Li found no particularly noteworthy zombies. Likely due to the dim visibility, many corners of the plaza were obscured from his sight. Of course, it was highly probable that the zombie king was hiding within the mall, shifting his focus. Guan Li peered inside the mall, but it was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Forget it, I'll return at dawn. Guan Li conceded, retreating to the lower floor where he set up a folding bed. As the saying goes, when faced with difficulties, one should sleep soundly. Chapter 56, the battle begins. Due to the horde of zombies, no monsters dared to approach, facing such a massive number of undead. Catastrophe creatures were reluctant to take any chances. Besides, zombies were exceedingly repulsive, lacking any desire to be consumed. Such a thankless task was not something catastrophe creatures would willingly undertake. However, if the zombies initiated an attack, it would be an entirely different matter. Due to a certain delicate balance, that night, Guan Li slept remarkably soundly. Sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated his face. He opened his eyes and packed away the folding bed. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, his biological clock had been remarkably punctual. After all, at his age, how could he possibly sleep in? Climbing back to the top floor, the scene below was vividly clear. The same little darlings were still present. Guan Li held the telescope and observed again, yet still found no sign of the zombie king. This fellow was exceptionally adept at hiding. Guan Li set the telescope down. Locating it among such a multitude of zombies was no simple task. Since plan A was unfeasible, he would resort to plan B. If the zombie king did not reveal itself, Guan Li would force it to do so. Dawn had broken, it was time for action. Soldiers, are you prepared? Guan Li turned to face his soldiers, conducting a final rally. Although their numbers were few, only a little over 100 soldiers remained. Yet this momentum must be unleashed. Ready. I am willing to fight for my master. The soldier's voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering determination. Leo Wabone, the pressure rests heavily upon you too. Do you have confidence? Guan Li inquired, observing him. 50 men, bearing the burden of so many zombies. The pressure is indeed palpable. Even the strength of the 2 legions has reached the lower tier of 4 stars. I vow to fight for my master until the very moment of death. Leo knelt partially before Guan Li, the weight of his iron armor producing a dull thud. I shall battle for my master across all realms, clearing every obstacle in our path. Bone proclaimed, also kneeling. Rise. Guan Li nodded, permitting the 2 commanders to stand. Shen Lian. Keep a keen eye out. Report to me immediately upon discovering the whereabouts of the zombie king. Guan Li commanded once more. As you command. Shen Lian nodded. Aileen, just focus on your output. Guan Li turned his attention to her. The Elven Archer Legion had successfully advanced to 4 stars. Yes, master. Aileen assented. The battlefield situation, everyone adapt as necessary. Let us engage in a grand endeavor. Onward. Guan Li felt a surge of fervor. As you command. The commanders responded in unison. Eileen's Elven Archer Legion was concealed at the edge of the top floor, while the skeleton mages also took their positions, wielding their staves. They began to chant incantations. The 3 commanders, Leo Bone and Shen Lian, swiftly descended to the ground with their respective legions. While Guanli, armed with an AK-47 and grenades at his waist, descended to the lowest level, outside the door awaited a horde of wandering zombies. Form ranks, charge. Leo led the charge, followed closely by 30 ironclad shield guards. The zombies, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by the battle axes. The iron shield surged forward. Upon entering the plaza, Leo quickly arranged his formation. The ironclad shield guards clustered tightly together, forming an impenetrable steel line. And then charged towards the zombies before them. Under the terrifying force of their assault, the zombies blocking their path were knocked to the ground, trampled beneath the heavy armor. The sheer power, combined with the weight of their armor, caused the fallen zombies' skulls to shatter. From the top floor, Guanli observed a silver torrent of steel rampaging through the undead horde. The zombies, having quickly realized the threat posed by the ironclad shield guards, emitted guttural roars, their mouths exuding a foul stench. Claws swiped at the iron shields, but the zombies' assaults left no mark. Seeing this, Leo swung his battle axe, cleaving through several zombies in an instant. Ironclad shield formation. Circular formation. Leo had already charged into the plaza. With a single command, the ironclad shield guards began to clear the surrounding zombies. The originally aligned formation swiftly transformed, and moments later, a round iron barrel formation was established. Iron's taunt. Leo activated his skill. His battle axe striking the heavy shield, clang, clang, clang. The resonant sounds of taunting echoed among the horde. Roar. The zombies' hatred was instantly drawn towards them, surging forth with the intent to tear them apart. Faced with the terrifying tide of the undead, Leo felt the pressure intensify. Copper wall, iron wall. The heavy armor of the ironclad shield guard shimmered with a glint of light. Empowered by the skill, the ironclad shield guards stood resolute like towering mountains. Unyielding. Prepare, fire arrows. Observing that the time was ripe, Guanli commanded the archers to release their arrows. Alien released an arrow engulfed in flames. Subsequently, a barrage of flaming arrows rained down into the horde. Instantly, the plaza became engulfed in flames. The fire ignited the zombies, yet they felt no pain, continuing their relentless assault despite being engulfed in flames. Explosive arrows, fire. Noticing the limited effect of the burning arrows, Guanli ordered the elven archers to unleash explosive arrows. One after another, explosive arrows rained down, causing the horde to erupt in chaos. Waves of zombies were flung into the air. Guanli also pulled out grenades, tossing them downwards. Boom, 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 a cacophony of self-made explosions. The carnage was exhilarating. Under the influence of the explosive arrows, numerous zombies were obliterated into fragments. At this moment, Bone also led his soldiers into the fray. Sounding the horn of the behemoth. A terrifying skeletal giant emerged in the plaza. The giant leaped into the horde, unleashing massive bone fists that crushed the surrounding zombies. Any zombie struck by its blows found their bodies distorted. The skeleton spearmen pressed forward, shields raised, thrusting their bone spears into the fray. Zombies fell before the relentless onslaught. The skeleton warriors whirled their bone blades, executing sweeping strikes that severed the zombies in half. These ordinary zombies, all possessing 1 or 2 star strength, stood no chance against the 4-star Legion soldiers. The skeleton mages had also completed their incantations, raining fireballs down upon the horde. Boom, boom, groups of zombies were reduced to charred remains. The shadow swordmasters followed closely behind the skeleton shield soldiers, employing their sword control techniques. The flying swords darted through the horde, claiming the heads of the zombies. The central shopping plaza erupted into chaos. Guanli raised his AK-47, activating his precision skill. Rat-a-tat-tat, bullets flew forth, striking their intended targets with lethal accuracy. Even without the precision skill, the dense concentration of zombies allowed him to eliminate several with mere sweeping fire. The commotion in the plaza quickly drew the attention of the Zombie King. A pale-faced youth appeared before the transparent windows of the mall, almost indistinguishable from the zombie save for his grayish-white eyes. Chapter 57, The Zombie King. The Zombie King stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surrounded by powerful mutated zombies, all possessing strength above 3 stars. Even beside the Zombie King stood 2 fearsome figures. On the left was the tyrant whom Guanli had encountered before, and on the right was a mutated zombie encased in a layer of bone armor. Both of these mutated zombies possessed the strength of 4 stars. The Zombie King had gathered his elite forces within the mall. Go! Eliminate them, the Zombie King commanded, pointing towards the soldiers in the plaza. Its voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. These fools dared to intrude upon its territory. Roar! The tyrant bellowed, leaping down from the 4th floor of the mall. Boom! The terrifying mass of flesh created a massive crater upon landing, charging forth like a bulldozer, sending ordinary zombies flying. The remaining mutated zombies also leaped down from the 4th floor. Found you! Guanli! Peering through binoculars focused on the mall. The 4th floor position stood a gaunt figure, a pale-faced youth with long black hair, unremarkable in appearance and easily overlooked in a crowd. Initially, Guanli had his doubts, but the moment the youth commanded the mutated zombies to attack, he was certain this was the Zombie King. With the target now in sight, it was time for him to act. Guanli stowed away his binoculars and vanished from the rooftop. As he descended, he contemplated how to approach the Zombie King. Although the mutated zombies surrounding the Zombie King had been dispatched, many ordinary zombies remained within the mall, serving as sentinels. Approaching the Zombie King silently seemed nearly impossible. Wait! I can use that item. Guanli suddenly recalled something. In his hand appeared a piece of shell, mimic shell. When affixed to the skin, it can simulate the surrounding environment, allowing for concealment. Note: this item is consumable and can only be used once. This was a reward obtained from defeating the praying mantis man. At this moment, it was perfectly suited for his needs. Just as he was about to reach the ground floor, Guanli affixed the shell to his arm. His form began to fade gradually until he vanished completely. Exiting the building, he circled around the plaza. As the mutated zombies joined the battle, the pressure on the Legion soldiers increased significantly, especially the tyrant, whose relentless strikes forced even the formidable ironclad shield guard legion to retreat. However, the ironclad shield guards, being 4-star beginners, were resilient enough that even the mighty tyrant could not easily breach their defenses. Leo. Bone, hold on for a moment. I have located the Zombie King's position. Guanli communicated telepathically. No problem. Leo's voice responded. Master, you may proceed. Bone's voice followed. Guanli activated his shadow step skill and sped towards the mall. Eileen's Elven Archer Legion continued to provide covering fire, showering arrows that exploded like waves in the horde. You fiend, do not overstep your bounds. Leo raised his shield, deflecting the tyrant's arm. He charged forward. Colliding with the tyrant, the battle axe whirled. Leo's axe sliced horizontally, but the tyrant quickly raised its arm to block. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Bone faced the skeletal zombie clad in bone armor, capable of manipulating its armor to transform into various combat forms. Name, Bone Wielder. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, 4 stars. Intermediate ability, Bone Armor Morphing. Guanli transmitted the information about the Bone Wielder to Bone. Clang, clang, clang. Bone braced against the scaled heavy shield. Enduring the onslaught, the bone chains relentlessly struck against the shield. Enraged, Bone activated his skill, refusing to yield. Bone Armor, Scale Beast Charge. He initiated his counterattack. The Bone Wielder, caught off guard, was sent flying. Following this, Bone swung his blade towards the Bone Wielder. A bone shield swiftly materialized before the Bone Wielder. The Legion soldiers clashed with the zombies in a fierce melee. Aside from the 2 4-star mutated zombies, the remaining 3-star mutated zombies are utterly incapable of halting their assault. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. Guanli stealthily approached the entrance of the mall, his agile form weaving through the horde of the undead. He swiftly ascended to the second floor, where the density of zombies increased significantly. Yet, for Guanli, this posed no considerable challenge. The Zombie King stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, observing the fierce battle unfolding in the square. Its bare feet were cut by shards of glass, but it paid no heed. These fellows possess extraordinary strength. It could sense the formidable power of the soldiers, all at a preliminary 4-star level. If I were to devour these creatures, I am certain I could evolve once more. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of the Zombie King's mouth. In the next moment, its smile abruptly froze. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged within it. Instinctively, it dodged, and a chilling glint suddenly erupted. A blood-red, enchanting longsword materialized before it, cleaving into its shoulder and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Who dares? Roared the Zombie King. Guanli appeared before it. Delivering a powerful punch, a shattering blow, the horrifying force erupted from his fist, piercing straight through the Zombie King's chest, leaving behind a gaping wound. With a crash, the Zombie King was sent crashing into a glass counter, scattering fragments across the floor. Quite vigilant, what a pity. Guanli shook his head. He had initially aimed to assassinate the Zombie King through stealth, but regrettably, its alertness was far from ordinary. Human, how did you manage to ascend? The Zombie King exclaimed in fury. Rising from the ground, flesh buds writhed within the blood hole on its chest, healing at a visibly rapid pace. You guess. Guanli did not respond. Name, Zombie King Suyu, King level, potential, 10 stars. Strength, 4 stars. Intermediate abilities, intelligence, command over zombies, superlative healing, flesh transformation evaluation, a rare zombie king among millions, a newly awakened lifeform with the ability to control the undead. The system's information materialized. The Zombie King's inherent strength stood at 4 stars. Intermediate. However, its true terror lay in its capacity to command hordes of zombies. Overconfident, it had dispatched all its surrounding zombie bodyguards. Curse you, human, are you toying with this king? Zombie King Suyu fumed, possessing extraordinary intelligence. It sought to stall for time. No more chatter, let us battle. Guanli was not about to grant it any opportunity. Should it summon the horde, the situation would become dire. Damn you, human, die. The arms of Zombie King Suyu extended wildly, lunging toward Guanli. Is this your ability? Merely mediocre. Guanli retorted dismissively as blood-red tendrils began to entwine his arms. Chapter 58, Option Complete, Blood Demon S-Hand. Guanli extended his arm, resembling that of a demon. With a claw-like grasp, he seized the incoming arm. What is this? Zombie King Suyu exclaimed in terror. Guanli exerted force, tearing the arm from the Zombie King. A crunching sound echoed as the blood soul hand opened a gaping maw, ravenously consuming the severed limb. Damn it, you are the true monster. A look of sheer horror contorted the face of Zombie King Suyu. It was a zombie, utterly intimidated by a human. Guanli offered no respite. Blood soul slash, a terrifying surge of blood-colored sword energy sliced toward Zombie King Suyu. Nevertheless, being a zombie king, it quickly regained composure, evading the attack with a swift motion. Die, human. Zombie King Suyu charged at Guanli, its previously severed arm rapidly regenerating into a new grotesque form, with exposed flesh and bulging veins, crowned by a single eye embedded in its palm. Explosive fist. Guanli remained undaunted, swinging the Blood Demon S-Hand toward Suyu. Empowered by the Blood Demon S-Hand, his explosive fist became even more fearsome. The two monstrous arms collided, shattering the ground beneath them. Guanli staggered backward as the Blood Demon S-Hand cracked. Swiftly healing, Zombie King Suyu fared worse, its bloody arm completely obliterated, revealing stark white bones within. Brother, your Kirin arm pales in comparison to my might. Guan Li grinned. Ah, damn human. I shall kill you, I must kill you. Zombie King Su Yu shrieked. As a proud zombie king, it found itself in such a wretched state, an absolute humiliation, yet helpless. Its bodyguards were now preoccupied with the soldiers in the square. A flee, a thought flashed across its mind. As long as it preserved its life, it could regain its strength. Losing its current assets mattered little. If it could escape, it would soon rally a legion of zombies. At that moment, it would trample the entire Z city and shred the humans before it into pieces. No, it would transform him into a zombie, making him its servant. Arise, my minions, protect your master. Zombie King Su Yu bellowed as hordes of zombies surged forth toward Guan Li. Seizing this opportunity, Zombie King Su Yu turned to flee. Think you can escape? Guan Li vanished, reappearing directly behind Zombie King Su Yu. It is over. He swung his sword, cleaving the Zombie King in two. Yet, the system's prompt did not sound. What is happening? Guan Li pondered. As he observed the Zombie King Su Yu descending lightly, realization dawned upon him. It was merely a layer of skin. At that moment, Zombie King Su Yu had already reached the edge of the fourth floor, turning back to glare at Guan Li, its horrific visage filled with malice. Human, you shall pay for this. As long as it could merge into the horde in the square, it would be safe. Who told you I came alone? Guan Li suddenly laughed. What? Zombie King Su Yu was momentarily baffled. From the shadows before it, a glimmer of cold light emerged. No. It attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Swish, the Xian iron sword pierced through the head of Zombie King Su Yu. Shen Lian had awaited this moment for a long time. The Zombie King was cunning and valued its life. If it sensed defeat, it would surely attempt to flee. Hence, he had instructed Shen Lian to lay an ambush. Anticipating any tricks, kill Zombie King Su Yu. Gain 10,000 points. Skill upgrade opportunity X1. Legion upgrade card X1. Successfully slayed the newly born Zombie King. Completing the option, gain Zombie King's treasure, 5-star crystal core. The system's notifications rang out in succession. And Guan Li finally exhaled in relief. This signified the demise of Zombie King Su Yu. Even after its death, its body continued to writhe. Wait, do not absorb just yet. Guan Li halted the blood-drinking blade. The corpse of Zombie King Su Yu seemed rather peculiar. The blood-drinking blade trembled lightly, signaling its confusion. This body is mine to keep. You may absorb the rest of the flesh as you wish. Guan Li stored the body within his spatial ring, denying any chance for rebuttal. After the body vanished, a pale purple card remained in its stead. The purple card shimmered like a dream across a starry sea. Guan Li felt exhilarated and promptly secured the card. A single Zombie King had yielded numerous rewards. However, he refrained from using them, immediately aware that the battle was far from over. The elimination of the Zombie King was merely the first step. Within the central shopping plaza, a vast tide of the undead remained. Shen Lian, let us descend and continue the fight. Guan Li grasped the blood-drinking blade, slaying the zombies before him. At your command. Shen Lian replied. Wielding his longsword and following closely behind Guan Li in the plaza, Leo rose from the ground, his heavy shield marked with several dents, and his armor battered. Big guy, you are not all that impressive. Leo regarded the tyrant before him, whose body was similarly marred by gashes from axe blows. The tyrant's eyes burned crimson as it entered a berserk state, smashing its arms and sending Leo flying. Crack, the once impenetrable iron armor now bore a fissure. Coughing, Leo struggled to rise, feeling an overwhelming weight upon his body. The tyrant charged forward, ready to deliver a final blow. Suddenly, a robust figure collided with the tyrant. Griffin Beast summoning card. Can summon a 4-star intermediate Griffin Beast to fight. Immune to death during the summoning, ignores all negative effects, lasts for 1 minute. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Guan Li's figure appeared in the plaza. We are willing to die for our master, the Legion soldiers roared. Do not speak of death so easily. We must survive. Guan Li swung his sword, swiftly dispatching several zombies. At your command. Leo rose from the ground. Guan Li generously employed a recovery card, rapidly healing Leo's wounds. The plaza was littered with traces of explosions. The once dense horde of zombies began to show gaps. Joining forces, Leo and the Griffin Beast managed to pin the tyrant to the ground. The Griffin Beast's strength was already comparable to that of the tyrant, and with Leo's assistance, they swiftly brought the tyrant down. Kill tyrant, gain 2,000 points. Tyrant's claw X1. The Griffin Beast still had half a minute of summoning time remaining. Guan Li urged it to maximize its efforts against the mutated zombies. The three commanders united to assault the Bone Ruler. Although its power was formidable, it struggled against the trio's combined might. Kill Bone Ruler, gain 2,000 points. Shapeshifting Bone Armor X1. Eileen continuously unleashed a barrage of arrows, raining down upon the zombies as they fell in droves. As time progressed, the number of zombies in the plaza diminished significantly. The system notifications echoed in Guan Li's mind, and a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 59, A Battle of Wealth. Thunderous roars reverberated across the sky. Dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a shadow over the land as the daylight rapidly waned. Silver lightning streaked across the heavens, dancing as if to rend the very fabric of reality asunder. Raindrops, no larger than grains of beans, fell at an angle like a shower of arrows. This downpour arrived most fortuitously, reminiscent of the tears of a compassionate sky, cleansing the earth of its impurities. Guan Li's hair was drenched by the rain, cascading down his cheeks before dripping onto the ground. His chest rose and fell gently, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand trembled slightly. The ground was strewn with corpses and tainted blood, a veritable mountain of dead and a sea of blood. Among the soldiers who survived the battlefield, scarcely more than 20 remained. The ironclad shield guard had lost 20 men. The combined casualties of skeleton spearmen and blade shield soldiers totaled 15. The shadow swordmasters had suffered 5 fatalities. The 3 leaders were also grievously wounded, with Leo bearing the brunt of the conflict. He had drawn the attention of the majority of the undead, his armor marred by countless claw marks. "My lord! The enemy has been utterly annihilated." The 3 leaders knelt amidst the pool of blood. "Thank you, esteemed leaders, for your valiant efforts." Guanli spoke of the toll of this battle was severe, yet the spoils were equally abundant. Fallen soldiers could be resurrected, though it required time. "It is our honor to fight for our lord," the 3 leaders replied in unison. "Rise, let us first clear the battlefield," Guanli commanded. "As you wish," they nodded, leading their respective soldiers to commence the cleanup. Eileen, maintain vigilance in the surroundings, Guanli relayed through his mental prowess. "Yes, master." Eileen instructed the elven archers to disperse atop the surrounding buildings, braving the downpour. Guanli began collecting the cards from the bodies. Blood-red tendrils emerged from the blade of the bloodthirsty blade, leaving no mutated zombie unharvested. The lost flesh of the corpse king needed to be replenished here. And Guanli made no effort to stop it, for the flesh of the mutated zombies held little value for him. As the bloodthirsty blade absorbed, it also reclaimed the crystal cores and cards. The corpses in the square had piled high, making the task of clearing them far from easy. Guanli spent a full 2 hours before the square was finally tidied. As the rain ceased, the sun once again poured its light upon the earth. Though the rain had been heavy, it could not wash away the sorrows of humanity. "Everyone, rest in place." Guanli walked into the marketplace. Selecting a set of black athletic wear to change into, the fabric was exceptional, comfortable against his skin. After consuming a food card to satiate his hunger, Guanli began to tally the spoils of war. A total of 50,738 1-star crystal cores, 12,568 2-star crystal cores, 1 203-star crystal cores, 10 4-star crystal cores, and 1 5-star crystal core. The zombies from the tide were predominantly of 1 or 2-star strength. Hence the majority of the crystal cores obtained were of these lower tiers. Guanli traded all the 1-star and 2-star crystal cores for points in the points marketplace. Such low-tier cores were of no further use to him. Transaction successful. Earned 380,535 points. Transaction successful, earned 251,360 points. The system's prompt echoed, and a substantial sum was credited. Hiss, what a windfall! Guanli inhaled sharply. The points acquired from the trades had reached over 600,000. Combined with the additional rewards from earlier slaying the mutated zombies, his current points totaled a staggering 675 for 10. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. He did not touch the 3-star crystal cores, temporarily storing them within his spatial ring. He grasped the 10 4-star crystal cores in his hand and began to absorb them. Waves of surging energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Phew, almost there. Guanli felt the energy within him gradually dissipating. His strength remained at the initial 4-star level. The ascent in power became increasingly arduous. He withdrew the 5-star crystal core, sensing the potent energy within even before absorption. Without hesitation, he clutched it and began to absorb. Boom, pure energy surged into his body, causing Guanli to shudder violently. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain from the energy impact. Pop, he broke through to the intermediate 4-star level, yet the energy within him showed no signs of depletion. Guanli dared not relax for a moment, fervently absorbing the energy within. The magnitude of this energy was immense. Failure to absorb it promptly could spell disaster. This absorption took Guanli half an hour. And his strength soared to the advanced 4-star level. He felt both a sense of power and an overwhelming hunger within him. Retrieving a food card, he began to replenish his strength, crushing 10 food cards to satisfy his appetite. After tallying the crystal cores, Guanli turned his attention to the cards. 23001 white cards, 11301 white green cards, 9612 green cards, 6210 blue green cards, 205 blue cards, 10 deep blue cards, 1 purple card. Without hesitation, Guanli activated all 23001 white cards, obtained food card X5025, obtained supply card X4 564, obtained recovery card X3 765, obtained advancement card X3 10, obtained purified water 500 ml X3 230, obtained universal rifle ammunition X1 795, obtained ordinary arrows X4 312. The system's prompts rang out in succession. The rewards were quite satisfactory. The preceding battle had nearly exhausted all supplies, recovery cards, ammunition, and arrows. This replenishment was most timely. The acquired items were automatically deposited into the system's backpack. Guanli continued to open cards. He activated all 11,301 white green cards in one go, obtained food card X3 201, obtained premium food card X564, obtained supply card X2 214, obtained intermediate supply card X458, obtained recovery card X2 714, obtained intermediate recovery card X345, obtained advancement card X230, obtained intermediate advancement card X12, obtained ordinary arrows X1 563. The system's notifications continued to sound as the white green cards were exhausted. The rewards were similar to those from the white cards, primarily consumables, though with a slight quality improvement. The rewards were automatically added to the system's backpack. Guanli did not pause but continued to open cards. He activated all 9,612 green cards, obtained food card X123, obtained premium food card X980, obtained ordinary arrows X3510, obtained high-quality fertilizer X200, can facilitate rapid crop growth, obtained iron blocks X300, usable for repairing and crafting equipment, obtained intermediate supply card X1 203, obtained blood replenishing pills X512, can restore vitality, though effects are not significant. Obtained strength potion X489, temporarily increases strength slightly for 1 minute. Obtained recovery card X188, the system's announcements echoed in his mind once more. The rewards were foundational, yet they included several new items. Luck was on his side. Next were the blue-green cards, totaling 6 to 10. Guanli felt a sense of anticipation, for cards of this level had a chance to yield superior items. Obtained premium food card X501, obtained armor-piercing arrows X2 610, obtained intermediate recovery card X1 560, obtained intermediate supply card X1 440, obtained incendiary bottles X30, capable of igniting targets within a 10-meter radius, obtained mini self-destructing robots X20, crawl a short distance before exploding. Equivalent to a grenade, obtained explosive arrows X49. Compared to the green cards, the quality of rewards from the blue-green cards had significantly improved, yet they still did not yield any particularly powerful items. Guanli remained unfazed, for the real highlight was yet to come. The quantity of cards obtained indicated just how rare the blue cards were, from the slaughter of 100,000 zombies. He had only received over 200 blue cards. Without a hint of hesitation, Guanli activated all of them. Obtained fine iron ore X50, usable for upgrades and crafting equipment. Obtained speed potion X35, temporarily increases movement speed slightly. Effects stackable up to 3 times, lasting 30 seconds. Obtained chi pill X30, upon consumption, can instantly elevate strength to 2-star, effective only for those below 2-star. Above 2-star, can be consumed as a sweet treat. Exceptionally tasty. Obtained intermediate advancement card X10, obtained low-tier armor selection card X50, allows selection of any standard 2-star armor. Obtained invisibility potion X30, upon consumption, conceals the user's form for 5 minutes. Dissipating upon active attack, the blue cards were fully opened, and the rewards were quite commendable. After the blue cards were activated, Guanli found himself holding 10 deep blue cards. These deep blue cards were contributions from mutated zombies of 4 stars or higher. The cards were as thin as a cicada's wing, and Guanli held them in his hand, gently crushing them. Obtained cleansing technique X1, upon learning, can remove anomalies from clothing, extremely convenient. Obtained advanced advancement card X3, obtained troop expansion card, 5 people, X2, obtained wall climbing technique X1, upon learning. Enables free climbing on walls. Obtained thunder element summoning card X3, upon use, summons a thunder elemental to fight for 3 minutes. Guanli nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the deep blue cards were remarkable. Yielding 2 skill books, although at first glance they appeared to lack practical use. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down. What may not be needed now could prove invaluable in the future. Learn cleansing technique. Learn wall climbing technique. Guanli seamlessly absorbed the 2 skills with the system's assistance. Cleansing technique. Guanli employed the cleansing technique, and his athletic wear appeared brand new, devoid of any odors. The consumption of the cleansing technique was minimal, nearly negligible. It was indeed a practical skill. Mother, you need not worry about my wardrobe any longer. After testing the cleansing technique, Guanli approached the wall. He extended his palm and pressed it against the surface. In the fleeting moment when his palm pressed against the wall, it felt as though a mystical force firmly adhered to it. How impressive. A look of astonishment graced Guanli's face. Initially, he had approached this endeavor with a mere spirit of experimentation, yet unexpectedly, he was met with delightful surprises. The practicality of the wall running technique had escalated dramatically. After testing the 2 newly acquired skills, Guanli proceeded to draw cards. In his hand, only 1 card remained. The dreamlike purple radiance captivated Guanli, for it was the highest grade card he had obtained thus far. He gently crushed the card. Crack, a dazzling light emanated from the center of his palm. Although it did not shine as brilliantly as during the acquisition of the bloodthirsty blade, the ensuing disturbance indicated that the item he received was extraordinary. Acquired Demon Wing X1, a biological component from the terrifying abyssal demon race, usable for crafting puppets and bestowing partial powers of the demon wing. As the light gradually faded, a massive fleshy wing materialized before Guanli. The wing unfurled, stretching over 3 meters in length, its skeletal structure adorned with sharp barbs, while its flesh was covered in scales. Dark crimson patterns were imprinted upon the wing. A formidable and terrifying power radiated from it. What a remarkable item! Guanli's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had preserved the body of the Corpse King specifically to create a puppet. Once all the cards had been drawn, Guanli opened his system backpack. In the last compartment lay a small square box, intricately engraved with a design of numerous corpses. Corpse King's treasure, granted to the valiant who slays the Corpse King, capable of yielding abundant rewards. This was a reward from the selection. Without hesitation, Guanli opened the gift box, acquired Devouring Claw, an arm from the abyssal devouring demon race, usable for crafting puppets and bestowing partial powers of the devouring demon. Splendid! A wide grin spread across Guanli's face. Truly, what he wished for had come to fruition. He had nearly gathered enough materials to begin crafting puppets. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the Corpse King's body, even though it had been dead for some time. The flesh still writhed incessantly. Even the head, pierced through by Xinlian, had restored itself to its former state. The skinned blood corpse appeared somewhat peculiar, and Guanli harbored a slight concern that it might suddenly rise from the dead. Of course, this worry was somewhat unfounded, as the system had provided notifications, and the cards had been drawn. The Corpse King was undoubtedly dead. Guanli placed the demon wing beside the Corpse King and then retrieved several other items. The Tyrant's Claw, a reward for slaying the tyrant; the shifting bone armor, a reward for defeating the bone collector; and the control threads, a reward for vanquishing the puppet master. Tyrant's Claw, an arm from the tyrant, usable for crafting puppets and bestowing partial powers of the tyrant. Shifting bone armor, an outer armor piece from the bone collector, usable for crafting puppets and bestowing partial powers of the bone collector. Corpse King's body contains potent shapeshifting genes within its flesh, perfectly compatible with any materials, making it an excellent puppet body. After mastering the art of puppet creation, Guanli could discern at a glance what could be utilized for crafting puppets. Bones. Shunlian, Leo. Heighten the perimeter patrols and ensure no external forces disrupt me. Guanli commanded. Crafting a puppet was no easy feat, especially one that incorporated such powerful materials. A slight misstep could lead to utter failure. Guanli would not allow such a situation to transpire. After all, the materials were far too precious. Understood, the three leaders responded. The remaining soldiers of the Legion surrounded Guanli. He took a deep breath and commenced the puppet creation process. His hands skillfully exploring the Corpse King's body, the methods of crafting puppets surfaced in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. With control threads in hand, Guanli affixed the tyrant's claw to the Corpse King's left arm. This process appeared deceptively simple, yet it was anything but. Any minor error could render the entire puppet vessel inoperative. Phew! Guanli exhaled in relief. The tyrant's claw was successfully installed. Next, he began to sew the shifting bone armor. The control threads danced within the Corpse King's body, suspending it partially in midair. Guanli's hands moved swiftly, integrating the shifting bone armor into the Corpse King's interior. Crackle, a series of explosive sounds echoed like popping beans. The shifting bone armor smoothly melded into the Corpse King's body. That was close. Guanli sighed in relief, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. Next came the two most challenging components, given their exceptional quality. Guanli grasped the devouring claw and affixed it to the Corpse King's right arm. His hands moved rapidly, manipulating the threads to entwine around it. Please don't let anything go wrong, Guanli silently urged. Fortunately, the devouring claw was highly cooperative, and the Corpse King's body exhibited excellent compatibility. The flesh writhed continuously, enveloping the devouring claw. It was a close call. Guanli's heart raced. The final component, the demon wing, this was the highest quality material among them. Guanli focused intently, unwilling to allow even a moment of distraction. The demon wing fused into the Corpse King's back. Crack. The Corpse King's body began to tremble violently. The power of the demon wing was overwhelming, causing the flesh to strain under the pressure. Oh no! Guanli's expression shifted dramatically. It appeared the Corpse King's body was on the verge of being shattered by the demon wing's force. In a critical moment, the bloodthirsty blade began to tremble. The sword's blade radiated an eerie red glow. Blood-red tendrils entwined around Guanli's arm, coalescing into the blood demon hand. A terrifying aura enveloped the room. Guanli recognized this was the power bestowed by the bloodthirsty blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The once quivering demon wing instantly stilled, and the Corpse King's body swiftly integrated it within. Chapter 61. Long Jie Fu. That was close. Guanli gazed at the gradually stabilizing Corpse King's body, the tension in his chest finally easing. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that his clothing was soaked with cold sweat. Cleanse garment technique. He cast the spell, and the sweat and unpleasant odors vanished instantly. A remarkably practical little skill. The flesh of the Corpse King continued to writhe, the puppet materials merging at a visible pace. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Corpse King puppet. Following the fusion of the Corpse King's body, the system's notification sounded. Name, Corpse King puppet. Potential, unknown strength, 4-star advanced abilities, exceptional healing. Perfect compatibility. Devouring demon wing, tyrant's claw, shifting bone armor. Evaluation, a puppet transformed from the Corpse King, boasting a flawless body with infinite growth potential. A summary of the Corpse King puppet appeared before Guanli. Infinite growth potential? Impressive. Guanli was exceedingly pleased. His extensive investment in materials had not been in vain. This Corpse King puppet far exceeded his expectations. The Corpse King puppet before him appeared indistinguishable from a regular person, its terrifying organ systems perfectly integrated within its body. Attack! Guanli commanded. Pointing toward a distant wall, without a moment's hesitation, the Corpse King puppet unleashed a powerful punch, creating a massive hole in the wall. This was the puppet in its normal state, in its complete form. Its power could easily elevate to the next level. I should give you a name, let us call you Long Jie. The Corpse King puppet did not respond, it was merely a shell, devoid of independent thought, acting entirely upon Guanli's commands. Let's see if you can adopt a more dashing appearance. Guanli instructed. Long Jie's face began to shift, and moments later, a brand new visage materialized. At this point, Long Jie had transformed into an undeniably handsome figure, the kind that would stand out among thousands. However, compared to the readers, it still fell slightly short. Alright, you've got a bit of a pretty boy talent. Guanli nodded in satisfaction. With the Corpse King puppet completed, he turned his attention to enhancing the strength of his legion. The points and cards he had just acquired were sufficient to elevate the existing legion to a higher tier. Legion expansion card, 5 people, x2. After a moment's contemplation, Guanli decided to utilize them for the Ironclad Shield Guards and the Shadow Sword Masters. System, expand the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion and the Shadow Sword Master Legion. 2 summoning arrays. 1 black and 1 silver materialized before Guanli, and 10 figures emerged. Master! My lord! 10 soldiers knelt before him respectfully. Rise! Guanli gestured for them to stand. Low-level armor selection card X50, without hesitation, he chose to use it. Various standardized armors appeared before Guanli. Shield Mountain Heavy Armor, Moonwheel Armor, Swift Armor, Courageous Chainmail. System, any suggestions? With so many armor types, Guanli found himself dazzled by the options and decided to seek the system's advice. Host. Please select the Legion in need of equipment. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. As the main frontline tank legion, they should be equipped with the best armor first. The Ironclad Shield Guard officers belong to a highly defensive yet somewhat less mobile regiment. This system recommends equipping them with shield mountain armor and heavy iron armor, both exceptionally strong in defense. This will maximize the survival capability of the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. The system provided a reasonable suggestion. Guanli quickly located the armors the system had mentioned. Name, Shield Mountain Heavy Armor Type, Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, crafted from top-quality refined iron. It possesses the imposing presence of a mountain, offering formidable defense. Name, Heavy Iron Armor Type, Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, made from dense iron. This heavy armor provides exceptional defense, difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate. The Shield Mountain Heavy Armor resembled a colossal mountain, while the heavy iron armor was entirely dark, imparting a sense of heft. Guanli favored the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor for its grand and imposing appearance. Men must be formidable. Acquired Shielded Heavy Armor X35, Leo, equip the gear. Guanli utilized the system to directly replace the equipment. Aside from the resurrecting ironclad shield guards, all donned the new armor. The heavy armor exuded a profound sense of security. Thank you, Master. Leo expressed. There remained 15 low-level armor cards. Guanli prioritized outfitting the skeletal shield guards. Name, Undead Plate Armor Type, Plate Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Undead Power Evaluation, Plate Armor traversed by abyssal undead, suffused with potent undead energy. Attackers will suffer from its malevolent influence. The armor appeared somewhat antiquated. Dark tendrils of energy emanated from its surface. The surviving skeletal shield soldiers, enveloped in the armor, transformed into noble knights. Guanli nodded in satisfaction. This way, the skeletal soldiers appeared far more discreet. He subsequently accessed the points marketplace. The size of the Legion was of paramount importance. Guanli resolved to invest the majority of his points here. Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 persons, I'll take 10. With a grand flourish. He spent 200,000 points. There was no other way. Such extravagance was his style. Apologies. With points, one can act as one pleases. Purchase Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 persons, x10, costing 200,000 points. Confirm purchase? The system's voice echoed. Purchase. Guanli nodded without a trace of hesitation. 200,000 points were well within his reach. Congratulations, host, you have successfully purchased Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 persons, x10, you truly are astute and formidable. The system's voice came dripping with flattery. Guanli chose to disregard it. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion expansion 20 persons, Shadow Swordmaster Legion expansion 20 persons, Elven Archer Legion expansion 20 persons, Skeletal Undead Legion expansion 30 persons. The system's notifications chimed in succession. The Skeletal Undead Legion comprised 3 troop types, each expanding by 10, for distinct summoning arrays materialized. 100 Legion soldiers appeared before Guanli. We pay our respects, Master. The Legion soldiers bowed in unison. No need for formalities. Guanli waved his hand. Thank you, Master. The soldiers stood upright, respectfully awaiting Guanli's command. Observing the gradually expanding force, he revealed a satisfied smile. Now, that looks promising. Although the Legion soldiers number only a little over 200, this is merely the beginning. Guanli remained unhurried. Glancing at the Ironclad Legion, he suddenly recalled something. I seem to have an unused skill extraction opportunity. Previously, the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion lacked suitable skills, hence the delay in extraction. The skills of the Ironclad Shield Guards were all tank-oriented, and he did not wish to become a mere shield, but now, having comprehended Silver Armor Soul, it was the perfect time for extraction. This skill appears quite promising. Chapter 62 Survivors Camp System, Extract Silver Armor Soul. Guanli selected the Silver Armor Soul. Ding, commencing extraction of Silver Armor Soul. The system's voice rang out. He activated the Silver Armor Soul. And a spectral figure appeared behind him. The Phantom could attack targets within a 3-meter radius. Once more, he opened the points marketplace. Legion Upgrade Card X1, upon use, can elevate the power of the Legion by 1 level, limited to those below 10-star strength, priced at 50,000 points. I'll take 8 of those. Guanli selected the Legion Upgrade card, instantly spending 400,000 points. Ding, congratulations, host, you have purchased Legion Upgrade Card X8, you are truly extravagant, so impressive, so cool. Guanli directly ignored the system's flattery. His ears were nearly calloused. System, upgrade the Skeletal Undead Legion. System, upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. Guanli declared, upgrading all 4 legions in one breath. The power of the Legion soldiers surged dramatically. The soldiers' aura began to escalate rapidly. Soon, they broke through to intermediate 4-star, then to advanced 4-star. The Legion's strength instantly soared significantly. After a bout of lavish spending, approximately 70,000 points remained. Guanli once again expended 40,000 points to purchase items that would hasten the soldiers' advancement. He reserved the last few points for emergencies. It was essential to have some resources on hand, otherwise one would feel insecure. Guanli produced a premium food card. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Just a whiff invigorated him. Is this the flesh of an evolved creature? Guanli could distinctly sense the difference in this meat. No wonder it was more suitable for awakeners. This single premium food card was equivalent to 5 ordinary food cards. He took a hearty bite, juice streaming forth. Delicious. Guanli activated the skill, gluttonous devouring. Moments later, he contentedly burped. A bottle of pure water revitalized him instantly. Fully nourished, time to set out. Guanli declared, but then felt something amiss. Ugh. I meant it's time to slay monsters. He quickly corrected himself. Eileen, you can withdraw now. He communicated with Eileen atop the building through mental connection. Understood. The elven archers and skeletal mages returned to the square. The 200-strong legion departed with great vigor. Z City Tower. This was a 50-story building, once the center of Z City. Now it served as a stronghold for city defense, the survivor camp of Z City. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the city defense forces, nearly 100,000 survivors had been rescued in just one day. This was no small feat. After all, 80% of the population had been infected with the zombie virus. Z City had an approximate population of 10 million, that meant 8 million people were susceptible to the virus. The remaining survivors, ravaged by zombies and monsters, were dwindling in number, given the current situation. The survivors in Z City would not exceed 1 million. The outermost perimeter of the tower had been fortified with makeshift barbed wire defenses. Beyond the barbed wire lay a minefield, should a horde of zombies attack. They would be bombarded. Tanks were stationed behind the barbed wire defenses, and fully armed city defense soldiers patrolled incessantly. Thousands of rocket launchers were positioned behind the ironclad defenses formed by the tanks. Within the camp, survivors had erected simple tents. Those without tents could only sit on the muddy ground. Many people's gazes had lost their luster, becoming utterly numb. They had learned from the city defense forces about the fall of Huagua. The apocalypse had truly descended. Not only were there zombies, but also terrifying disaster monsters. Even native animals and plants had undergone horrifying mutations. It was as if, in a matter of days, humanity had fallen from its position as the apex predator to the most humble and fragile of ants. Forced to survive in the cracks, the entrance to Z City Tower was heavily guarded. Inside lay supplies and weapons. Not long ago, many rioting survivors attempted to storm the tower to seize provisions. Ultimately, the instigators were shot down and the remaining survivors, witnessing this, dared not cause further disturbances. They understood that the rules had utterly changed. With the fall of Huagua, they had lost their protection. It was only at this moment that they realized how great their nation had been. Hey. When at dinner, a rotund man inquired. If Guanli were present, he would certainly recognize him, the vice president of Z University, Chen Xiong. Not yet, please wait a moment, a soldier replied. Oh. Chen Xiong nodded, disappointment evident on his face. He returned to the Z University camp, where hundreds of students gathered. The majority looked disheveled and grimy. Clearly they had not fared well in recent days, yet surviving was already a significant achievement. Chen Xiong, you're back? What did the city defense say? A strangely styled male student asked. His arm tattooed with a venomous snake and his hair dyed a striking green. Lin Gu. Chen Xiong greeted the young man with a fawning smile. As the vice president of Z University. He had never been so humiliated, bowing and scraping before a student. Alas, that was in the past. Now that city defense had announced the fall of Huagua, Chen Xiong knew there was no return. To survive, what harm was there in playing the fool? Previously, at Z University, he had allied with several awakeners, preparing to showcase their prowess when a group of even more formidable students stormed the performance hall. A fierce confrontation erupted between the two factions. Huang Xiao, Wang Li, and Li Zichao fell within less than half a minute, all perishing at the hands of the opposing group. Since then, Z University had been under the control of these students. These students were ferocious. Chen Xiong's tactics were utterly ineffective against them. They understood that with power, anything was achievable. In just a few days, the female teachers and students of Z University had all met with tragic fates. Anyone who dared to resist was killed and fed to the zombies. Only when the city defense forces arrived did they temper their behavior somewhat. You're becoming more and more like a dog. Lin Quan laughed, kicking Chen Xiong in the face. Hee, what do you mean by that, Lin Gu? To serve Lin Gu is my honor. Chen Xiong's face was a mask of forced cheerfulness, although the city defense had gathered the survivors here. They had taken no substantial measures, they merely guaranteed 2 meals a day. As for the affairs between groups, as long as there weren't large-scale riots, they turned a blind eye. Rescuing survivors was already a considerable headache. They had no time to deal with these trivial matters. Less chatter, when at dinner. Lin Quan kicked Chen Xiong aside, disdain evident in his voice. Due to their excessive indulgence, their food supplies had long been depleted. Now, the entire Z University faction could only rely on relief food to survive. Not yet, Lin Gu, could you please bear with it a little longer? Chen Xiong maintained his ingratiating smile. Get lost. Go summon Jiang Xin. That wretched woman. Lin Quan declared, striding into the tent. Yes. A flicker of resentment flashed across Chen Xiong's face, yet he dared not show any outward sign of it. Chapter 63, the meeting a few minutes later. Jiang Xin swayed her alluring figure as she approached the tent's entrance. Chen Xiong walked beside her, occasionally stealing glances. This little girl has become increasingly beautiful lately, he mused inwardly. How did I not realize before that she was so seductive? Step inside. Lin Gu is looking for you. Chen Xiong halted outside the tent, with a lone man and a woman sharing a space. Everyone was acutely aware of what might transpire. I know. Jiang Xin nodded. Showing no sign of resistance, her complexion was more radiant, and her eyes held an enchanting allure. That vile woman, truly seductive. Chen Xiong cursed under his breath as he observed Jiang Xian's retreating figure. In recent days, he had seen her consorting with numerous men. Without exception, all were awakened ones. Chen Xiong found a place to sit. The surrounding students huddled together in despair, particularly the boys, whose faces were etched with anguish. Many of their girlfriends had left them for a mere piece of bread and water, a harsh blow to their spirits. Damn it, why can't I muster the courage to kill zombies? I can hit the target perfectly in games. If only I had strength. Xiaoshan wouldn't have run off with someone else, lamented a bespectacled boy. Stop dreaming, with your pathetic self, you think you can slay zombies? A crisp voice rang in the boy's ears, causing him to tremble. He looked up to see a familiar figure, his girlfriend, though now accompanied by someone else. Xiaoshan, the boy stammered, his voice quaking. Qianfeng, just look at yourself. You're nothing but trash, a waste. The girl looked down at the boy named Qianfeng from a superior position. Xiaoshan. Please leave this man. Come back to me, and I will protect you. I've conquered my fears, I dare to kill zombies now. Qianfeng stood up, his tone tinged with excitement. Ah, you, a useless fool, you think you can kill zombies? The man beside the girl suddenly spoke. Get lost. You worthless piece of trash. The man kicked him away. Qianfeng fell to the ground, howling in agony. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Darling, let us go. Xiaoshan glanced back at Qianfeng with disdain in her eyes. Don't go. Xiaoshan. Qianfeng hunched his body, watching the two depart, powerless to do anything due to his lack of strength. The other students had long since become numb, observing Qianfeng on the ground without a flicker of emotion. Such incidents were not unprecedented. This was the apocalypse, the weak are prey to the strong. Not far away, Zhao Hai crouched in a corner, his fists clenched as he watched Qianfeng. I must grow stronger. Recent events had shattered his illusions. Once a rich second generation, he now felt utterly worthless. What good is money, merely for wiping ones behind? In a hidden corner of the survivor camp, the darkness of humanity was ever expanding. At the top floor of the Z City building. In a spacious conference hall, numerous officers of the City Defense Army clad in military uniforms sat at a white long table. At the head sat a middle-aged man adorned with several gleaming gold stars on his chest, symbols of past glory and markers of his status within the Z City Defense Army. Su Xingli, he joined the City Defense Army at 18 and now, at 43, he is the commander of Z City in just over 20 years. He had climbed to this position, a testament to his capabilities. Before Su Xingli sat an elderly man and a young one, both vice commanders in the Legion, holding power just beneath him. The elder was named Wu Hai, while the young man was Xin Lingfei. The purpose of today's meeting was to determine the future plans of the Legion. With the fall of Huagua, they were like uprooted weeds, reliant solely on themselves. Gentlemen, let us discuss the future direction of the City Defense Army. Su Yunjian announced as he sensed enough personnel had arrived. Commander, our Z City Legion still has over 30,000 soldiers. We also have substantial heavy firepower. We can certainly gather survivors and establish a base city. A military officer spoke up. Su Yunjian recognized him as Liu Sandao, a right general under Wu Hai. The hierarchy within the Legion consisted of the commander, vice commanders, generals, and captains. Only those holding the rank of left general or above were permitted to attend this meeting. I support this proposal, another right general stated. I concur. We have no idea what the situation outside is like. It could be worse than Z City. Moreover, if we leave this place, we have nowhere to go. A general voiced his perspective. The majority agreed, advocating a steady approach to develop a base city. Su Yunjian remained silent, deep in thought, while Wu Hai and Xin Lingfei also held their tongues. I believe staying in Z City might not be prudent. There are no defenses to hold. Establishing a base city will be far from easy. Furthermore, Z City lacks granaries. How will we solve the food issue? Currently, with 100,000 survivors, we consume vast amounts of food daily. A dissenting voice broke the silence in the conference room. Judging by the badge on his chest, he was a general named Zhao Qua, a burly man in his 30s, exuding an unusual aura. He was an awakened one. After the fall of Huagua, the Legion's leaders, having witnessed the ferocity of zombies and monsters, permitted Legion soldiers to absorb crystal cores. This apocalypse could no longer be explained by science. For humanity to endure, evolution was inevitable. Stagnation would lead to extinction. All present in the conference hall were awakened, with varying strengths, as Zhao Qua's prowess placed him among the elite of the Legion. During a rescue mission, he had fortuitously gained an opportunity, rapidly advancing to a 4-star low level. Not only that, he had become a steel warrior, capable of hardening his skin to become impervious to blades and bullets, remarkably formidable. Zhao Qua, please share your thoughts. Su Yunjian valued Zhao Qua's opinion. Recognizing his strength as part of the Legion's upper echelon, heavy weaponry would eventually be rendered obsolete. The emerging awakened ones were the future safeguard of the Legion. As time passed, terrifying monsters would appear. Capable of withstanding tank fire, monsters would continue to evolve, but firearms would not. Chapter 64, The Fate of the City Defense Army. Yes, Commander. Zhao Qua stood and saluted Su Yunjian. First and foremost, the food issue must be addressed. Z City has no granaries. Previously, food supplies were allocated from the provinces. Secondly, there are no buildings around Z City suitable for establishing a base city. If we were to begin construction now, how much material would be required? Take this temporary camp as an example. Can such a camp truly withstand a horde of zombies? Zhao Kuo's two inquiries plunged the meeting room into silence. Food and defensive structures were indeed significant concerns. Zhao Kuo, what do you propose we do? After a lengthy silence, Wu Hai finally spoke. I believe we should migrate south. Zhao Kuo asserted. The south, why? The three responded in unison. Guangnan Province. Yangchang. Zhao Kuo merely mentioned two words, and the three instantly understood Yangchang. This ancient city boasted formidable walls and fertile land abundant in food. Moreover, Yangchang housed dozens of legions equipped with far superior weaponry than Z City. If they could ally with Yangchang, it would indeed be a favorable choice. General Zhao Kuo, your proposal is indeed commendable. But how do we get there? Yangchang is quite distant from Z City. Even in peaceful times, a flight would take a day. Let alone now, with the survivors in tow. It's likely that before we even exit Min Province, many will have perished. A voice of dissent arose. The crowd turned to see a right general named Guo Xiaotian. Guo Xiaotian possessed formidable strength rivaling Zhao Kuo. He was also a 4-star awakened one, inheriting the explosive warrior class. He could unleash explosive damage through his hands, a terrifying ability, though he held the title of right general. In this strength-centric apocalypse, former status and hierarchy held little weight. With Huaguo's demise, the structure of the city defense army had long since crumbled. Now, they were merely maintaining order under the old system. But soon Z City's legion would face a major upheaval. The strong would rise, while the weak would recede. This was the rule of the apocalypse. I concur with General Guo Xiaotian's perspective. To venture recklessly into Yang City is indeed a perilous endeavor, remarked a left general. Having a cordial relationship with Guo Xiaotian, he felt compelled to express his stance in such turbulent times. Moreover, Zhao Kuo's ideas were undeniably somewhat radical. Remaining in Z City to rescue survivors and establish a base city is the most prudent approach. The issue of food can be resolved by scouring the nearby urban areas. I concur with General Guo Xiaotian's perspective. I agree. Indeed. The number of affirmations grew steadily. Cowards, in the face of calamity, to seek a bloodless resolution is utterly impossible. I stand with General Zhao Kuo. A journey to Yang City is the solution. Those in support of Zhao Kuo also voiced their opinions. The two divergent viewpoints ignited a fervent debate. Within the conference hall, no one was willing to yield. This situation revealed that the Legion was far from united, rather, it resembled a disjointed assembly. Let us search for survivors. Establish a base city. To Yang City. The two opposing voices reverberated throughout the meeting room. The soldiers outside displayed anxious expressions, concerned that those within the conference room might resort to violence if it came to that. Which side should they aid? Ahem, enough of this commotion. You are all not children, such squabbling serves no purpose. Wu Hai coughed twice, and the room fell silent. As a venerable figure in the Legion, he commanded a degree of respect. Since consensus eludes us, let us settle this through a vote. Wu Hai, despite appearing aged, showed no signs of fatigue. Beneath his frail exterior lay immense strength. It was evident that he too was an awakened one, and not without considerable power. Agreed. Let us proceed as Wu Lao suggests. We shall vote. Very well, that is an excellent approach. With Wu Hai intervening to mediate, the contention subsided. Continuing the argument would yield no resolution, although the voting method was somewhat glitched. It proved effective. Bring forth the ballot box and writing materials. Su Yunjian called to the soldiers outside. They swiftly exited and returned with an array of supplies. Let the voting commence, no interference shall be tolerated. Su Yunjian declared. He too was a 4-star awakened one, albeit without any unique abilities. No problem, fair and just. All the generals nodded in agreement, indicating their approval. Soon, white papers were cast into the ballot box one after another. Now, let us reveal the results. Zhao Kuo 1 vote. Guo Xiaotian 1 vote. Zhao Kuo 1 vote. Su Yunjian read aloud the names while recording on a blackboard behind him. Zhao Kuo received 18 votes, while Guo Xiaotian also garnered 18 votes. A tie. At that moment, only one vote remained in the ballot box. Su Yunjian unfolded the paper, and the result was clear, for this vote was cast by him. Guo Xiaotian 1 vote. With 19 votes surpassing 18, Guo Xiaotian emerged victorious. Su Yunjian voted for Guo Xiaotian due to the inherent dangers in Zhao Kuo's proposals. Given the current situation of the Legion, a forced retreat to Yang City would likely lead to complete annihilation. Even if they reached their destination, the casualties would be devastating. Alas, foolishness, utter foolishness. Zhao Kuo expressed disappointment, yet felt powerless. This was the collected decision of the assembly. He could not contravene it. In that case, let us act swiftly. Search for survivors. Scour the major shopping centers and supermarkets. Gather all edible supplies. Su Yunjian swiftly issued orders. Understood. The group nodded in unison. Regardless of circumstances, survivors must be rescued, and provisions must be collected. The decisions of the city defense forces were unknown to Guanli, who was currently en route to the southern district, after vanquishing the zombie king. Suyu, the legion's strength had significantly increased. Thus, Guanli resolved to seek out the misfortune of the silver-horned giant python in the southern district. This region was characterized by a network of intertwining mountain ranges. Following the outbreak, the flora within these mountains had begun to grow wildly, enveloping the surrounding cities in a short span. The tropical rainforest Guanli aimed to reach lay nestled within these mountains. As he ventured deeper into the southern district, the surrounding structures dwindled, gradually replaced by dense vegetation. The roars of zombies became increasingly faint, giving way to the howls of monsters. The population in the southern district was relatively sparse, rendering it a veritable paradise for wildlife. Prior to the apocalypse, this area was a natural tourist attraction of Z City. After the outbreak, it transformed into a haven for mutated creatures. Chapter 65, Southern District. The number of zombies in the southern district was few, yet mutated creatures were abundant. Shortly after entering the southern district, Guanli encountered a mutated being, a gigantic python, as thick as a barrel, sprawled across the concrete road. This was once a street, but following the apocalypse, the flora had surged uncontrollably. The scenic trees on either side had encroached upon the roadway, and the once civilized urban landscape was gradually reverting to its primordial ecological state. Name: Scaled Python. Potential: 5 stars. Strength: 4 stars. Beginner. Abilities: Constriction, Tail Whip. Resilient Scales. Evaluation: a newly evolved creature stemming from ordinary pythons, possessing formidable constriction capabilities and defensive strength. This was a mutated creature. The python measured 7 to 8 meters in length. Its scales arranged in a distinct pattern. It languidly basked in the sun, flicking its tongue. Its swollen abdomen indicated it had recently feasted. Guanli's arrival swiftly captured its attention, its cold, slit-like pupils fixated upon him. Hiss! The scaled python coiled its body, lunging toward Guanli. Long Jie. With a command, Long Jie leaped forth, delivering a powerful punch to the python's head. Crack! The sheer force shattered its scales, blood oozing from the wound. Long Jie possessed 4-star advanced strength, posing no challenge to the scaled python. Hiss! Whoosh! The scaled python cried out, its massive tail swinging violently, creating a gust of wind. The tail struck Long Jie, who staggered back a few steps but quickly regained his footing. Subsequently, his right arm began to morph rapidly, transforming into a terrifying, twisted, and indescribable limb. The devouring claw writhed, an eye splitting open on the scales of the back of his hand. The solitary eye scanned the surroundings as if in search of prey. Long Jie swung the devouring claw toward the scaled python, its sharp fingers instantly slicing through the python's scales, ripping. 5 strips of fresh red flesh were torn from the scaled python, its mouth gaped open, greedily consuming the blood and flesh. The scaled python was bewildered. Who was the real monster? Sensing danger, it attempted to flee. With a swift tail whip, it aimed to repel Long Jie. However, this time, it did not succeed. The enormous, twisted, and terrifying claw seized the scaled python's tail and began to swing it violently. The overwhelming force brutally struck the scaled python, causing its scales to shatter and blood to gush forth. A blue card fell from the scaled python's body. Long Jie picked up the blue card and dragged the carcass before Guanli. Devour it, leave the crystal core. Guanli pocketed the card. Long Jie understood, and its devouring claw opened wide, extending a tooth-like organ. The 7 to 8 meter long python carcass was swallowed whole, the organ retracted, and a crystal core was expelled. The previous body seemed to have never existed. After devouring the carcass, Long Jie experienced a slight enhancement in strength, a result of its devouring ability. Guanli absorbed the crystal core, yet his strength showed no significant increase. He felt no discouragement. With continuous accumulation, a breakthrough would eventually come. Hey, little brother. Can you help me? From the buildings along the street, a few survivors peeked out, pleading for Guanli's assistance. The city defense forces have commenced rescue operations, please be patient. Guanli refrained from offering aid. He was no altruist, it was impossible to assist everyone. Then could you spare some food? The survivors remained undeterred. The monster has been dealt with, those who wish to leave should do so promptly. Guanli cautioned before proceeding deeper into the southern district. Upon hearing this, the survivors hastily packed their belongings. The giant python on the street had trapped them for ages. Now that it was slain by Guanli, they were eager to escape. The mutated creatures in this area were too terrifying. They would rather confront zombies than face mutated beasts. Moreover, not long ago, they received news via radio broadcasts that the city defense forces had established a survivor camp at Z City Tower. There, they could find a safe haven and a steady supply of food. In any case, remaining in the southern district was not an option. As one delved deeper into the southern district, the surrounding vegetation grew denser. Compared to zombies, the aggression of mutated creatures was far greater. They did not wander aimlessly. Instead, they actively sought out targets. Even humans hiding in rooms could be easily detected. Thus, the deeper one ventured into the southern district, the harder survival became for the survivors. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Guanli also adopted a more serious demeanor. Mutated creatures possessed intelligence, making them far more formidable than zombies. Caw caw caw. 3 grotesque creatures leaped from the surrounding foliage. The trio of grassland? Guanli instantly became alert. These creatures exhibited a healthy green hue to their skin. Their features were grotesque, with large noses and pointed ears. They were quite diminutive, their eyes glinting with greed. Goblins? Guanli found the creatures before him eerily familiar. They resembled the weakest goblins from online games. Such creatures, like skeleton soldiers, were mere cannon fodder, yet this was reality, and goblins belonged to the category of disaster monsters. Their strength was not to be underestimated. On the contrary, they were quite formidable. Name: Greedy Goblin Trio. Group Monster. Potential: 7-star Strength. 4 stars. Intermediate. Abilities: Ominous Evaluation. Goblins from a rift in an alternate dimension. They are not the weaklings of the game, do not underestimate them. The system scanned, and the goblin's profile appeared. Should there be an absence of systematic individuals, complacency is bound to ensue. After all, who could have anticipated that the cannon fodder goblins within the game would possess a 4-star prowess? Yet, let me reiterate, this is the realm of reality. Never should one dare to draw comparisons with the game, otherwise a most dreadful demise awaits you. Gibberish. Karaji fat. Karaji thin. The trio of goblins uttered a cacophony of nonsensical language. Guanli found himself utterly baffled by their words, however, the aggressive movements of the goblins were unmistakable to him. Let us impart a lesson to this band of youthful goblins. Show them what a proper brawl truly entails. With a commanding shout, dozens of legion soldiers surged forth. Spear throw. A handful of bone spears were hurled towards the goblin trio. Gibberish. The goblins screeched in disarray, nimbly evading the spear's assault. The goblin leader charged forward, swinging his sword with ferocity. A skeletal shield bearer, taken by surprise, was sent reeling by the goblin leader's strike. A gash was left upon the breastplate, a testament to the goblin's strength. Guanli narrowed his eyes slightly. Truly, a 4-star intermediate goblin. It indeed possesses some merit, yet one pair of fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Guanli had no intention of adhering to any martial ethics. Dozens of soldiers surrounded the trio of goblins. Despite the goblins' desperate counterattacks, they managed to hold their ground through cooperation and strategy. Such is the formidable nature of sentient beings, they comprehend teamwork and tactical maneuvers. Alas, the goblins number but 3, the encircling soldiers. However, number 30 to 40, a full 3 times the goblins' count. Each time the goblins repelled an assault, they bore additional wounds to eye. In the early stages, they could afford such reckless tactics, but as time wore on, their stamina began to wane, blood flowed continuously from their wounds. After several minutes, the youngest goblin could no longer withstand the strain. A perfect defensive formation revealed a gap. It's over, Guanli declared. Chapter 66, the goblin tribe seizing the opportunity, the soldiers lunged forward, the youngest goblin was slain, and the remaining 2 goblins gradually met the same fate. Kill goblin trio, group monster, reward, 1000 points. Language proficiency, the system's notification echoed. Though the points were modest, they granted him a new skill. The soldiers had taken mere minutes to dispatch the goblin trio. That remarkable strategy must indeed stem from their innate abilities. It had allowed them to withstand the soldiers for several precious moments. That was quite impressive. Keep up the good work next time, Guanli remarked as he gazed upon the goblin corpses. The goblin trio yielded a peculiar blue card adorned with an X3 symbol. In an instant, Guanli comprehended. This signified a reward multiplied by 3, whatever he might draw would be tripled, an unexpected delight. He pocketed the card, of course, for he relished the thrill of multiple draws. Upon inspecting the goblin remains, he found no crystal cores. The bloodthirsty blade held disdain for such creatures, while Long Chia was more than willing to accept them. The devouring claw blossomed, consuming the 3 goblin corpses. Seizing the moment, Guanli examined the newly acquired skill book, language proficiency. Upon learning, one becomes adept in the languages of various civilizations. A splendid find. Guanli's eyes lit up. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that among the calamity monsters existed civilized races. Mastering language proficiency could prove invaluable in critical moments. System, learn language proficiency. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired language proficiency. The system's voice resonated. And Guanli felt a surge of immense intelligence flood his mind. Bone, communicate with me in the language of the undead, Guanli commanded. Gibberish, as you wish, master. Bone uttered a few phrases, all of which Guanli comprehended. Impressive. The system's output was undoubtedly top tier. No longer would Mother need to fret over my language skills. The consumption of language proficiency was virtually negligible. Even if activated continuously, it would pose no problem. Guanli surveyed his surroundings, ensuring nothing was left behind. He prepared to depart. As he lifted his foot, options suddenly materialized before him. Option 1, proceed straight ahead to obtain a hemostatic herb X1. Option 2, veer left for a safe passage. Reward, 4-star crystal core X1. Option 3, follow the right path for 10 kilometers to discover the goblin tribe, kill the tribe leader, and acquire the goblin treasure X1. An option has been triggered. Without hesitation, Guanli dismissed the first 2 choices. Although they offered easy gains, the rewards were too paltry. Undoubtedly he would opt for the third. He was drawn to adventure. The rewards were simply too enticing. Following the system's guidance, Guanli chose to advance down the right path. To avoid alarming the goblins, he recalled most of the soldiers, retaining only 4 leaders and 10 legion soldiers. Once the cooldown period elapsed, he could summon them immediately. Guanli traversed the narrow path. The way was overgrown with weeds, as if it had only recently been cleared. Throughout his journey, he maintained heightened perception. After walking for a kilometer, he sensed a massive pit amidst the underbrush. The pit was filled with sharp iron spikes, each over a meter long, sufficient to chill one to the bone. A trap. Guanli's heart raced. Fortunately, he had activated his perception, otherwise he would surely have fallen victim. This was undoubtedly a trap set by the goblins. Guanli beckoned his soldiers to crouch low and began to keenly sense the surroundings. The range of his perception expanded significantly. Indeed. I've found you. In the thicket 7 meters to the left, 5 goblins were crouched, lurking with a predatory demeanor. They wielded weapons such as spiked clubs, axes, and spears. Even if a target fell into the trap unscathed, they could swiftly deliver the coup de grace. This intelligent race was indeed remarkable. Alas, they had encountered Guanli. Approach quietly. Let them know what a true surprise is, Guanli communicated through mental projection. The soldiers encircled from the left while Guanli approached from the right. These goblins must perish, otherwise they would return to sound the alarm. Should that occur, his ambush would be thwarted. This location was clearly a goblin outpost. Gibberish. Where are the 3 brothers? I do not know. Who cares, let us just hold our positions. The goblins conversed, their words reached Guanli's ears. Indeed, they are part of the same group. Guanli thought to himself. This language proficiency is truly useful, a round of applause is in order. He quickened his pace, drawing nearer to the goblins. The encircling soldiers had also reached their positions. Attack! With Guanli's command, he sprang forth from the underbrush. The 5 goblins were taken aback. What was happening? Had they been ambushed? The foremost goblin, caught off guard, was cleaved in two by Guanli's strike. Enemy attack, retreat. The remaining 4 goblins, realizing the peril, attempted to flee. However, as they turned, they were met with the oncoming soldiers. The soldiers launched their assault. The fleeing goblins were driven back, caught between 2 fronts. The 4 goblins were thrown into disarray, utterly lacking the capacity to resist, and were swiftly dispatched by Guanli. Kill Goblin Outpost Sentinels X5 reward, 500 points. The system's notification chimed. The 5 goblins yielded 2 blue cards and 1 4-star crystal core. Their remains were devoured by Long Chia. Guanli executed his tasks flawlessly, leaving no trace behind. He continued onward. Following the recent events, Guanli became increasingly cautious. His perception diligently scanned the area, wary of any potential threats. After several more kilometers, 2 makeshift watchtowers came into view ahead. Each tower housed 5 goblins. Guanli divided his forces, sending 10 soldiers to tackle the left tower while he and the legion leaders engaged the right tower. Enemy alert! The goblins sensed movement in the underbrush. They hastily unleashed arrows, yet in the next moment a figure soared into the sky. Long Chia unfurled his demonic wings, soaring directly to the watchtower. Guanli and 3 leaders clung to his feet as they landed atop the tower. The 5 goblins resisted briefly before being vanquished. Meanwhile, the soldiers swiftly subdued the 5 goblins at the other tower. Kill Goblin Outpost Sentinels X10 reward, 1000 points. The 10 goblins dropped 3 cards and 4 crystal cores. Long Chia managed their remains. Guanli pressed on, drawing ever closer to the goblin tribe. In the subsequent journey, he encountered no further goblins. Soon, Guanli found himself at the entrance of the goblin tribe. The once narrow path opened into a vast clearing. The goblin settlement lay within an open space, surrounded by rudimentary wooden structures. Numerous bearskin tents dotted the campsite. Chapter 67. Camp situation. The entrance to the camp was flanked by 2 wooden watchtowers. These towers were larger in scale. Each tower was manned by over 20 goblin sentinels. Numerous arrows and falling stones were stored within the towers. Between the 2 towers stood a wooden bridge, where a dozen goblins wielding spears stood guard. All of these goblins possessed 4-star strength. Humanity's most formidable foes in the future would undoubtedly be these invading monsters and mutated beings, unless zombies could evolve to reproduce. There would inevitably come a day of reckoning. The camp's gates stood wide open, showcasing a row of iron spikes, their sharp tips glimmering ominously. 5 squads of goblin patrols continuously surveyed the perimeter of the camp. Their equipment appeared significantly upgraded, clad in leather armor that covered a substantial portion of their bodies and legs. This leather was not sourced from ordinary beasts, but rather from mutated creatures. The defensive capabilities, when compared to iron armor, are not significantly inferior. Clutching a hefty iron blade stained with streaks of blood, one finds oneself deep within the encampment, surrounded by dozens of tents crafted from the hides of mutated beasts. These hides too possess formidable defensive qualities. Encircling the tents are various stone utensils, while a campfire roasts a human thigh, and a half-dismembered corpse dangles from a rack. Scattered around are remnants of gnawed bones, with several skulls adorning the tents as macabre decorations. It is evident that these are the unfortunate survivors from the southern district, captured by goblins. Besides the human remains, numerous corpses of mutated creatures litter the goblin tribe. At the heart of the cluster of animal skin tents lies a more opulent tent, vastly larger than its neighbors and adorned with extravagant embellishments. A skull of an unidentified gigantic beast hangs at the entrance, flanked by 2 rows of goblin soldiers resembling elite guards standing sentinel. Undoubtedly, this is the tent of the goblin chieftain, the very target of Guanli's expedition. This goblin encampment has existed for quite some time. Although the facilities appear rudimentary, they are remarkably well structured. The strength of intelligent life is clearly manifested here. Guanli has gleaned a general understanding of the goblin tribe's situation. There is only one entrance, with no backdoor. The wooden walls of the camp rise approximately 6 meters high. Current estimates suggest there are over 100 goblins, all at a 4-star strength level. It is highly likely that more goblins inhabit those tents. By such calculations, the entire goblin tribe must possess at least 500 goblins, excluding women and children. The number of combat-ready goblins would still exceed 400. This is no trifling number, in terms of manpower. The Legion does not hold an advantage. As for strength, it has not reached a point of overwhelming superiority. After all, these goblins are all of 4-star prowess. Furthermore, there exists a goblin chieftain within the tribe. As the leader, his strength is assuredly formidable. This is rather troublesome. Guanli mused, stroking his chin and falling into contemplation. To engage or not to engage, that is indeed a philosophical question. Damn it, what is there to fear? Let us attack. Guanli quickly resolved. He accessed the system, noting that the resurrection of the Legion soldiers was still about 2 hours away. Given the current circumstances, it would soon be dark. Then we shall act under the cover of night. Guanli prepared to launch a nocturnal assault on the goblin tribe. Unlike zombies, goblins are sentient beings, equally affected by the night. You will remain here. Guanli instructed 10 soldiers to conceal themselves near the goblin encampment, observing their every movement, anytime a goblin departed or returned. It was to be reported immediately. Understood, the soldiers replied in hushed tones. Once arrangements were complete, Guanli departed with his commanders. With 2 hours until the operation, he could not afford to squander time. He wandered the surrounding area, hoping for unexpected gains. Guanli vanished into the jungle. The soldiers, following his orders, hid in secretive corners, keeping a watchful eye on the goblin camp. Fortune favored Guanli as he stumbled upon a spirit tree. The tree stood in a clearing, its surroundings blanketed in a thin layer of frost. A cerulean fruit dangled from its branches, pulsating with energy that could be sensed from afar, just as he reached out to pluck it. A terrifying maw lunged at him. A sneak attack, how uncouth. Guanli reacted swiftly, employing his teleportation skill. His figure vanished from his original location, the fearsome maw snapping at empty air. A whoa! Once he regained his footing, Guanli beheld the creature that had attempted to ambush him. It was a terrifying giant wolf, measuring over 5 meters in length, its snow-white fur radiating a chilling aura. Its fangs were encased in a layer of solid ice. Name: Frost Wolf. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 5 stars. Initial abilities: Frost Armor, Frost Fangs, Ice Beam. Description: a creature from the rifts of another world. It grows alongside the frost fruit and can unleash ice-based attacks. Guanli's gaze swept over the giant wolf as the system rapidly relayed information. Goodness, a 5-star monster. Had it not been for the teleportation skill, he might have indeed fallen victim to that earlier assault. The Frost Wolf's eyes fixated on its surroundings, perceiving a threat from Guanli and his 4 commanders, all possessing 4-star advanced strength, along with a Dragon .6 4-star advanced beings posed a considerable danger to the Frost Wolf. Hesitation flickered in the Frost Wolf's demeanor as it turned towards the frost fruit, yearning to devour it. Although it was still not fully ripe, urgency took precedence. If it did not consume it now, it might lose the opportunity. Even if the fruit's effects were diminished, it still belonged to it. Planning to pilfer a meal? Stop it. Guanli discerned the Frost Wolf's intentions. Eileen acted swiftly, unleashing an arrow that pierced the air with formidable force. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to rupture. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air alerted the Frost Wolf to the imminent danger. Should it persist in its desire to eat, it would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. The Frost Wolf spun around, swiping a paw to deflect Eileen's assault. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the other commanders surged forward, confronting the Frost Wolf head-on. Bone wielded his massive blade, striking the creature's side. The thick hide offered some resistance, but under the immense strength, it was cleaved open. Blood gushed forth as the blade tore through flesh. A whoa! The Frost Wolf howled in pain, sending Bone hurtling away. Bone crashed against a tree. His form slightly unsteady, the full force of the Frost Wolf nearly shattered him. Blood Soul Slash. Seizing the opportunity, Guanli advanced, unleashing a wave of Crimson Sword energy. Frost Armor. In response to Guanli's assault, the Frost Wolf's exterior coalesced into a layer of ice armor. The blood-red energy struck the surface, sending shards of ice scattering. Crack. The Frost Armor shattered, littering the ground with fragments of ice. Sword Control Technique. Xinlian, seizing the moment, executed the Sword Control Technique. The Xin Iron Sword shot forth, embedding itself within the Frost Wolf's body. The creature writhed in agony, its flesh taut, trapping the Xin Iron Sword within. A sphere of blue light began to coalesce in its maw. Ice Beam. This was the Frost Wolf's ultimate move. Chapter 68. Goblin Shaman Leo pounded his shield, activating Silver Taunt. Instantly, the Frost Wolf's attention was drawn to him. The terrifying Ice Beam struck Leo, instantly encasing his shield in frost. All of the Frost Wolf's wrath was unleashed upon Leo. His taunt was impeccably timed. Had the Ice Beam been unleashed indiscriminately, its destructive potential would have been formidable. Be it man or beast, all were in the fray, yet only Leo bore the brunt of the assault. Kill. Guanli pressed forward once more, after releasing the Ice Beam. The Frost Wolf would be unable to conjure another for a while. This was the creature's moment of weakness. Long Chia unfurled his demonic wings, launching an aerial assault. He landed on the Frost Wolf's back. Delivering a devastating blow with his tyrant claw, the overwhelming force caused the Frost Wolf to tremble violently. Whoosh! From a distance, Eileen readied another piercing arrow. Seizing the opportunity, she shot it without hesitation. The energy arrow penetrated the Frost Wolf's left eye. Blood spraying forth. A whoa! The Frost Wolf howled in anguish, its claws thrashing wildly in a desperate bid for survival. Long Chia conjured his devouring claw, relentlessly tearing at the Frost Wolf's flesh. Guanli and the other commanders distanced themselves from the Frost Wolf's attack range. The more the Frost Wolf struggled, the more it bled out, rendering it increasingly feeble. This was a vicious cycle. A gaping bloody wound appeared along the Frost Wolf's back as Long Chia extended his devouring claw, tearing out its heart. TSK TSK TSK, how brutal, how gory. I like it. Guanli's lips curled into a slight smile. He had long since grown accustomed to slaughter. Long Chia's performance exceeded his expectations. Upon losing its heart, the Frost Wolf collapsed to the ground. Frost Wolf slain, earning 10,000 points. Frost Wolf Soul. The system's notification rang out, conclusively declaring the Frost Wolf's demise. Frost Wolf Soul, upon use, summons a Frost Wolf Soul, retaining its pre-mortem strength, immune to death during the summoning period, lasting 3 minutes. Guanli examined the item provided by the system, a rather commendable little artifact. Long Chia approached Guanli, gripping the bloodied heart, presenting the trophy with reverence. Even though the beast had perished, the heart still pulsed faintly. Here you go, devour it. Guanli found no use for the heart himself, best to let Long Chia consume it. Long Chia's right arm split open into a gaping maw and swiftly devoured the heart. Dang, the Corpse King Long Chia has consumed the Frost Wolf's heart, gaining the Ice Beam ability. The system's notification chimed. Oh. Gained a skill? A look of delight spread across Guanli's face. The ability of the devouring claw was truly remarkable. By merely consuming flesh and blood, it could enhance strength and potentially unlock new abilities. Long Chia's body resembled a perfect vessel, capable of assimilating any power. Long Chia's right arm unleashed a beam of frost. In the distance, a great tree was instantly encased in ice. Impressive! Guan Li exclaimed. Although the ice beam had a 3-minute cooldown, it was still quite remarkable. After all, it was an ability acquired without cost. Delightful. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand was already restless. Guan Li plunged it into the carcass of the frost wolf. Countless blood-red tendrils emerged, greedily absorbing the frost wolf as flesh. The heart was given to Long Xia, while the body was offered to the bloodthirsty blade, an equitable distribution. Guan Li approached the spirit tree. The frost fruit had now fully matured. The tree that bore the fruit began to wither rapidly, expending its final energies. He plucked the fruit, holding it in his hand, feeling a chill that pierced to the bone. Frost fruit, a fruit from the rifts of another world containing potent ice elemental energy, capable of enhancing the legion's strength and having a high probability of enabling mastery of ice elemental power. This was a splendid find. Rather than consuming it himself, Guan Li decided to pass it on to Eileen. If the Elven Archer Legion could comprehend the ice element, it would equate to an endless supply of frost arrows. Just the thought of it feels like a bargain. Thank you, Master. Aileen gracefully accepted the frost fruit, performing an elegant bow. As she consumed the frost fruit, a chilling sensation surged within her body. Eileen's delicate form quivered slightly. Moments later, a layer of frost enveloped her beautiful hair. Ding, congratulations, host, the Elven Archer Legion has successfully comprehended the ice element. The system's notification rang out, and Guan Li knew the achievement was secured. Aileen drew back her bowstring. Swiftly conjuring a frost element arrow, whoosh, the frost arrow struck a tree trunk, instantly encasing it in a thin layer of ice. Not bad. Guan Li nodded approvingly, although she couldn't freeze a target 10 meters away. It was still quite impressive. After all, it was an ability gained without cost. The blood-sucking blade, having absorbed the flesh and blood of the frost wolf, glimmered with a crimson light. A blood-red tentacle coiled around a crystal core and a pale purple card. Presenting them before Guan Li, he stowed away the purple card and began to absorb the 5-star crystal core. The core vanished from his grasp in an instant. A torrent of energy surged within Guan Li's body. He held his breath and focused, absorbing the pure energy. The 4 commanders immediately stood guard, aware that Guan Li was on the verge of a breakthrough. The pure energy washed over Guan Li's body. The 5-star crystal core was distinctly different, its energy far more refined than that of a 4-star core. Guan Li could feel his strength rapidly increasing. 10 minutes later, a powerful aura emanated from his being. His strength had reached the initial stage of 5 stars. What a sensation of power, so exhilarating. Guan Li threw a few punches, creating a series of whooshing sounds as he did so. He had not anticipated such a significant gain from merely wandering about. Not only had he elevated his own strength to the initial stage of 5 stars, but Long Xia and Aileen had also grasped new abilities. In addition, he had acquired 1,000 points. The Frost Wolf's soul, and a purple card. Noticing that the sky was gradually darkening, Guan Li realized it was time to return. He opened the Legion system and found that the soldiers had been resurrected. It was time to head back. On his way, Guan Li stumbled upon a cave. In front of the cave stood several goblins, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Oh, something's afoot. Guan Li halted his steps. He instructed the commanders and Long Xia to stay put. He swiftly consumed an invisibility potion, causing his form to vanish from sight. The invisibility potion was an excellent little gadget. He stealthily approached the cave. Chirpy chirp. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Any suspicious individuals approaching should be warned immediately. Lulu, understood. The goblin's conversation reached Guan Li's ears with clarity. His curiosity about the cave situation intensified. Utilizing the invisibility potion, Guan Li quietly infiltrated. The cave was deep. After walking for several minutes, he still had not reached the end. The effect of the invisibility potion began to wane. He drank another vial and proceeded forward. Guan Li faintly heard voices of conversation. Luca bro. Great priest. At the deepest part of the cave, Guan Li spotted 2 goblins. One of them was clad in priestly garb. Chapter 69, Conspiracy. The other goblin was dressed in armor. Guan Li took another sip of the invisibility potion, leaving the passage and advancing to the cave's innermost depths. He chose a rock near the passage to hide behind. This position was excellent for clearly hearing the dialogue between the 2 goblins. Guan Li cast his gaze over them. Name, Goblin Priest, Meyer, potential, 8-star strength, intermediate 5 stars ability, unknown description, the priest of the goblin tribe. Second only to the Goblin Chief. Name, Goblin Warrior, Joss, potential, 8 stars strength, initial 5 stars ability, unknown evaluation, the warrior of the Goblin tribe, second only to the chief and priest. Ranking 3rd in the tribe, the system quickly provided the information. Goodness, the 2nd and 3rd in command are secretly meeting. This is likely to stir up trouble. Guan Li mused inwardly. Chirpy gurgle. The common tongue skill activated. So, how are the preparations going? Priest Meyer inquired. All is ready, we can act tonight. I have already incited 200 goblins in the tribe. The remaining ones are loyal to Har, and I dare not attempt contact. Warrior Joss replied. All right. Then we will act tonight. Har is unworthy of being chief. If he continues unchecked, the tribe will surely meet its demise. Priest Meyer spoke with bitterness. May the great priest lead the way. The great priest's foresight will undoubtedly bring glory to the tribe. Warrior Joss flattered him earnestly. Upon hearing this, Priest Meyer's face broke into a smile. Rest assured, after dealing with Har, I will nominate you as chief. As for the warrior position, let your brother Buka take that. The priest's status in the tribe far exceeds that of the chief. Meyer had no desire to be chief. Tonight's plan was entirely due to Har's insubordination. He needed a compliant leader, and warrior Joss fit the bill perfectly. Thank you for your trust, great priest. I shall not disappoint you. A look of joy spread across warrior Joss's face as he quickly knelt on the ground. He lowered his head, indicating his willingness to submit. Rise. The time is near, prepare yourself. After the priest Meyer spoke, he headed towards the passage. Guanli pressed himself against the rock thanks to the invisibility potion. Priest Meyer did not detect him. Shortly after, warrior Joss followed him out of the passage. Phew. Guanli's form became visible. Isn't this more thrilling than palace intrigue? The conversation he had just overheard provided Guanli with a general understanding of the situation. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. The goblin tribe was embroiled in internal strife. He could reap the benefits as a bystander. Guanli relished watching the drama unfold. A few minutes later, Guanli returned to the cave entrance. He used his perception to scout the surroundings, ensuring that the goblins had departed before stepping out of the cave. The splendid show could not be interrupted by his presence. The goblin priest was no fool. If they discovered an external threat, they would undoubtedly unite against it. Internal strife could only occur if the safety of their home was assured. If their lair were to be wiped out, there would be no room for conflict. Master, are you all right? The four commanders inquired with concern. I'm fine. That group of goblins is about to engage in internal strife. Let us go watch the show. Guanli led the commanders back to the outskirts of the goblin tribe. As night fell, the tribal camp was illuminated by the glow of firelight. The patrolling goblins remained vigilant, undeterred by the darkness. Guanli concealed himself atop a large tree, allowing him to observe the chief's tent at the center of the camp. All Legion soldiers had been resurrected by the system. A total of 222 soldiers had been summoned. Elven archers, take the high ground. The rest of the soldiers ambush around the camp. Guanli issued commands. Such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. Thanks to the traitorous goblin priest, Guanli faced far fewer complications. The soldiers stealthily advanced through the forest. Soon, the camp was surrounded. The elven archers found optimal positions for shooting. Beneath the tree canopy, their sharp arrows gleamed with a chilling light. Once Guanli was ready, he saw the goblin priest return to the camp. It was now dinner time, and all the goblins gathered around the bonfire to feast. As he had anticipated, there were over 500 goblins in the tribe. Priest Meyer did not linger, making his way directly to the chief's tent. The goblins along the way all bowed respectfully. Facing those who bowed, Priest Meyer merely nodded slightly. Great priest. The soldiers outside the chief's tent all bowed in respect. Has the banquet begun? Priest Meyer inquired. Reporting to the great priest, it has already commenced. The guard soldiers responded respectfully. Good. Priest Meyer nodded and proceeded into the tent. Upon entering, he found several goblin maidens performing an enchanting dance. Naturally, Guanli found no appreciation for these green-skinned beings. Inside the tent, there were a dozen stone tables adorned with various wild fruits, roasted meats, and alcoholic brews. The drinks were a thick red liquid, the origin of which was unknown. The great priest has arrived, please take your seat. In the center of the tent stood a grand stone table, laden with food far more exquisite than that on the other tables. A tall goblin was seated there, revealing sharp fangs and an ugly visage, exuding a fierce demeanor. His pointed ears were lined with wrinkles, and he wore a necklace of bone teeth around his neck. Beneath his green skin were bulging muscles, and he donned a pair of beast hide shorts, with two goblin maidens nestled in his embrace. Very well, Chief. Priest Meyer displayed utmost politeness. This was not the time for confrontation. He positioned himself to the right front of Har. There lay a stone table reserved for the priest's use. Raising his wine cup, Priest Meyer toasted Har. Chief, thank you for your hard work for the tribe these past few days. Upon hearing this, Har revealed a satisfied smile. You're too kind, great priest. The red liquid flowed down his throat, filling his senses with a rich bloody flavor. The goblins found it exceedingly sweet. What a fine wine. Priest Meyer sincerely praised. Haha, drink up. We won't return until we're drunk tonight. Chief Har remained oblivious to anything amiss, laughing heartily. Of course, I shall not disappoint the chief's generosity. Though he wore a cheerful facade, Priest Meyer's heart harbored sinister thoughts. Soon, I shall send you to the afterlife. Chief Har's strength surpassed his own considerably. Within the confines of the tent, the majority comprised Har's trusted subordinates. He had brought only a few guards with him. Priest Meyer awaited in silence as time gradually slipped away. How dreadfully dull. Why has the grand performance yet to commence? Guanli had already consumed the 10 pounds of sunflower seeds he purchased from the marketplace after waiting for half an hour. Yet, within the tent, there was not the slightest stir. Chapter 70, Infighting. Could that traitor be having second thoughts? Guanli pondered, a hint of skepticism creeping in just as he contemplated utilizing an invisibility potion to sneak in and investigate. A sudden commotion erupted within the camp. At last, the show is about to begin. Guanli quickly took a seat, a packet of seeds appearing in his hands. The patrolling goblins altered their course, approaching a tent nestled in the corner. Brave Lord. Those stationed at the watchtower have been replaced with our men. Lord Boha has also assembled his troops, ready and awaiting orders. The squad leader of the patrolling goblins spoke up. This batch of patrolling goblins had been the earliest targets for defection. They had long harbored grievances against their goblin chief. Well, what are Har's subordinates up to? Brave Geos inquired. Ha, they are still indulging in drink. Devouring meat and reveling in the company of beautiful females, one of the patrol leaders replied with a mischievous grin. Fear not, as long as we slay Har tonight, we shall revel as we please. The tribe's lovely maidens are yours to choose at will. Before the battle commenced, Brave Geos painted a grand vision to invigorate the soldiers' spirits. For the sake of the brave lord, we shall fight. The patrolling goblins promptly declared their allegiance. No, we fight for the priest lord. Brave Geos chuckled. For the priest and the brave lord, we shall fight. The morale among the patrolling goblins surged. Onward! With a single command from Brave Geos, over 100 goblins followed in his wake. Guanli observed from the treetops as two groups stealthily advanced toward the chief's tent. Timing suggests that Brave Geos should have arrived by now. Priest Meyer mused to himself. Brave one. What are you plotting? Ah. The guards outside issued a challenge followed by a piercing scream, clanging. The clash of weapons erupted amidst cries of battle. The sudden turn of events jolted the goblins within the tent awake, dispelling much of their earlier drunken stupor. Damn it, that scoundrel Geos dares to defy me. Chief Har raged, pushing aside a goblin beauty beside him as he strode towards the tent's exit. As he passed Priest Meyer, she seized the opportunity, chanting a spell under her breath. A searing fire spell was unleashed. Chief, be cautious. A goblin confidant instinctively shoved Har aside. The fire magic struck, reducing the goblin to ashes. The act, capable of gravely injuring Har, merely caused him slight harm. Ah, cursed be it. Meyer, you too have betrayed me? Chief Har, realizing the string of betrayals, was engulfed in fury. He launched a fist towards Priest Meyer. She intoned her spell, conjuring a protective barrier before her. The force of his punch crashed against the barrier, shattering it instantly. However, this brief moment of defense allowed Priest Meyer to escape. Har, your end has come. Priest Meyer burst from the tent. Damn it, two traitorous wretches. Chief Har followed closely. With a dozen loyal goblins hastily trailing behind, upon exiting the tent, Chief Har discovered himself surrounded by armed goblins, numbering in the hundreds. You all dare betray me? Chief Har could scarcely believe it. We heed the commands of the priest lord. Prepare to meet your doom. The goblin soldiers jeered from the distant tents. Screams of agony echoed. Chief Har recognized them as the cries of his own subordinates. How can you worthless scum dare to kill me? Chief Har charged forward, smashing the foremost goblin to pieces with a single punch, blood splattering, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. Kill, let us eradicate the traitors. Chief Har bellowed. His fists fell upon the surrounding goblins, reducing them to mere flesh. Even injured, Chief Har remained formidable. Har, your opponent is me. Brave Geos declared, brandishing his large blade towards Chief Har. Humph, a mere 5-star novice dares to challenge me? Chief Har sneered, unleashing a punch that collided with the blade. What's this? How can it be, your strength? Chief Har suddenly grasped something. Mired wretch, he roared. Die in the distance. Priest Meyer continued her incantations, radiating a continuous stream of light into Brave Geos' body. This was the priest's ability, to bestow her power upon a specified target. Capable of doubling that strength, Brave Geos, initially a 5-star novice, now suddenly reached the level of a 5-star advanced warrior. This power was now on par with Chief Har. From afar, Guanli held a telescope in one hand. You cannot hope to defeat the goblins this way. Chop them down. Have you not eaten? Exactly, smash its head. Splendid. Guanli observed the battling goblins, wanting to commend their performance. Their fighting was exhilarating, even more thrilling than a game. He briefly glanced at Chief Har. Name, Goblin Chief, Har, potential, 9 stars strength, 5 stars advanced abilities, undisclosed description, the chief of the goblin tribe. Commanding hundreds, undeniably the leader. The system swiftly provided the information. Chief Har was indeed fierce, even against the combined might of the priest and the brave, he did not falter. I shall tear you apart. Chief Har unleashed a punch, sending Brave Geos staggering back. Humph, you will undoubtedly die tonight. Brave Geos slashed, leaving a wound upon his foe. Frenzied slash. Brave Geos concentrated his energy into the blade, cleaving forward. Shattering fist. Chief Har's muscles tightened, gathering terrifying energy in his fist. Boom, the two forces collided violently. Brave Geos' armor was instantly shredded. Chief Har was not faring much better, his body marred with wounds, blood flowing freely. Har, I concede your strength. Even with the priest lord by my side, we may not be able to slay you. Alas, I have the numbers. Boha, finish it. Brave Geos commanded. A burly goblin charged towards Chief Har, swinging a large blade that carved a deep gash. Chief Har fought back, throwing punches to deflect the attacks, yet the continuous combat wore down his stamina. Die. Brave Geos and Boha attacked in unison. The weary Chief Har revealed an opening, his robust right arm severed. Get away. Chief Har, fighting through the pain, pushed them back, his eyes blazing with rage as he gasped for breath. Submit to your demise. Brave Geos raised his large blade, preparing to finish Har. Eileen, stop him. Guanli discarded his seeds and hastily commanded. Chief Har could be maimed, but not killed. That head Guanli had set his sights on, whoosh, an arrow imbued with a chilling aura pierced Jios' arm. Ah, who, he screamed, glaring furiously at his surroundings. Soldiers, prepare for battle. Guanli sheathed his telescope. The grand performance had concluded, it was time for him to take the stage. Chapter 71, The Fisherman Enters. Archers, get ready. Guanli commanded. Elven archers poised themselves atop the treetops. Release arrows. Guanli instructed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a volley of explosive arrows shot forth, descending upon the goblin encampment. Brave Jios remained vigilant until he spotted darkened skies filled with incoming arrows. Damn it, an enemy ambush. Brave Jios finally realized that in an instant. The explosive arrows detonated within the goblin camp, unleashing a violent wave of explosions. Ah! Cries of horror surged. Numerous goblins were thrown to the ground, their armor torn asunder, their green skin marred with severe burn marks. Rising from the ground, these goblins appeared as fearsome specters from the depths of hell. The explosive arrows lacked the power to annihilate 4-star goblins but could leave them gravely wounded. The enemy is outside the camp. Counterattack, quickly counterattack. Brave Jios soon grasped the situation, hastily preventing the goblins from retaliating. He could not afford to focus on slaying Chief Har at this moment. Dealing with the external threat took precedence. Chief Har seized the opportunity to flee. The goblins stationed at the watchtower, having discerned the direction of the explosive arrows, swiftly identified the position of the elven archers. They drew their bows and began firing. Arrows flew towards the treeline outside the camp, but the elven archers halted their assault, nimbly evading the incoming projectiles. After all, the goblins were 4-star monsters. Their attacks posed a significant threat to the elven archers. Guanli was acutely aware that this battle would not be easily won. Intelligent beings were far more challenging to contend with than zombies. Fortunately, the infighting within the goblin tribe had resulted in substantial casualties on their side. Otherwise, the price paid tonight would have been steep. Frontline troops, charge. With the elven archers occupied, it was the turn of the melee troops to engage. Charge, kill. The cries for blood echoed around the goblin encampment. Brave soldiers surged forth into the camp. What is happening? Brave Jios was left bewildered. He could not fathom that so many enemies lay in ambush around the camp, yet, under the current circumstances, he had no time to ponder. Gripping his large blade, he charged forward. The goblins atop the watchtower quickly adjusted their aim. They fired upon the soldiers on the ground. The armored shield-bearers advanced steadily, their shields held aloft. The arrows struck against the shields. Failing to penetrate, shadow swordmasters concealed themselves behind the armored shield-bearers. As they neared the watchtower, they unleashed their abilities, like shadows. Within the shadows of the goblin archers, a dozen shadow swordmasters gradually emerged. Swish, 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 several goblin archers were instantaneously severed from life. Chirp, chirp. The enemies are coming, the goblin spearmen shouted, rushing to provide support. The barricades were pushed aside as soldiers entered the camp. 10 armored shield-bearers ascended the watchtower to assist the shadow swordmasters. The remaining soldiers continued their advance into the camp. The watchtower descended into chaos. Both sides suffered casualties, yet overall, the goblins found themselves at a disadvantage. The elven archers selected their positions once more. Arrows imbued with a chilling aura rained down into the camp. 4 commanders followed the troops, plunging into the fray. Damn those wretches, I shall have my revenge. You will pay for this. In the concealed woods, the leader Har sprinted with great effort, dragging his injured body. His right arm hung limply, blood oozing profusely. Thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities, the wound from his severed arm had already scabbed over. However, regrowth seemed nearly impossible unless he could find some rare treasure. Rustle, rustle. The sound of rustling surrounded leader Har, causing his nerves to tense. I saved you not to allow you to flee. The voice of Guanli echoed, the effects of the language spell taking hold. Who is it? Leader Har's expression shifted dramatically as he warily surveyed his surroundings. A figure descended from the trees, appearing before him. It was an ugly human, wielding a peculiar longsword. A mere ant dares to obstruct me? Leader Har sighed in relief. In his mind, humans were feeble, often regarded as food. Coincidentally, he was hungry, and this human would serve as a source of sustenance. Leader Har strode toward Guanli. You look down upon me? Guanli replied, somewhat irked, and unleashed his blood soul. A crimson blade of energy coalesced. Leader Har's countenance shifted drastically. Green light fist, a brilliant green light erupted from his left arm. The two attacks collided. Leader Har was sent flying, crashing against a sturdy tree. Cough, cough. His chest heaved violently as he coughed up blood. Guanli also staggered back but remained unscathed. He crushed a supply card, rapidly restoring his expended energy. A 5-star novice human. Leader Har exclaimed in disbelief. In his prime, he could have easily dispatched a 5-star novice. Yet now he was grievously injured, with one arm severed. His strength had plummeted to its nadir. Humph, even in my wounded state, I possess the might of a 5-star elite. Do you think you can kill me? A futile dream. Leader Har shattered his bone-tooth necklace. A terrifying power surged through his body. Though his weakened form regained only half of its strength, it was sufficient to deal with this human. Prepare to meet your demise. Leader Har charged toward Guanli. Unfazed, Guanli engaged him in close combat. Enhanced by the shadow step technique, he moved with agility. Grasping the bloodthirst blade, he inflicted numerous wounds upon Leader Har. The one-armed Har could not seize Guanli. Damn it! If you have the ability, don't evade. Leader Har growled in frustration. He stomped the ground with great force, causing the earth to tremble. Guanli faltered momentarily. Die, little pest. Leader Har seized this opportunity. Dragon's Claw. Guan Li remained calm. A frosty blue beam struck Leader Har's remaining arm, greatly slowing his punching motion. Blood Demon Hand. Exploding Fist. A horrific and formidable arm manifested, charged with wild power, and smashed toward Leader Har. Bang! Leader Har was instantly sent flying. The flesh from his one arm exploding, leaving only bare bone. Ah! Leader Har cried out in agony. Dragon's Claw swiftly appeared behind him, its devouring claws piercing through Leader Har's heart. The sound of chewing followed. You! Leader Har's eyes widened in horror. As though he beheld a demon. Dragon's Claw withdrew its arm, leaving a gaping wound. Leader Har staggered and collapsed to the ground. A purple card appeared atop Leader Har's corpse. Kill Goblin Leader, Har. Reward 30,000 points. Fong of the Frenzied Beast, successfully killed Goblin Leader, Har. Objective completed. Reward Goblin Treasure X1. The system's notification echoed repeatedly. Chapter 72. Not a single one left behind. Guan Li stepped forward to secure the purple card. After Dragon's Claw devoured Leader Har's heart, its power surged, swiftly breaking through to 5-star novice. Guan Li plunged the Bloodthirst Blade into Har's corpse. Dragon's Claw consumed the heart, leaving the flesh for the Bloodthirst Blade. A fair distribution, blood-red tendrils rapidly enveloped the corpse. Seizing this moment, Guan Li examined the system's reward items. Fong of the Frenzied Beast, the wielder's strength will receive a slight boost, effective only for 10-star and below. This was an unknown beast's Fong, roughly the size of a finger. Guan Li strung the Fong of the Frenzied Beast with a cord and wore it around his neck. Upon wearing it, he felt a surge of mysterious power, a delightful little accessory. The Bloodthirst Blade, having absorbed Leader Har's flesh and blood, shimmered with a rich crimson glow. Ding! Bloodthirst Blade has advanced to 6-star elite. Another unexpected joy. The blood-red tendrils coiled around a crystal core, presenting it to Guan Li. This crystal core was as large as an infant's fist, covered in irregular shapes. Guan Li grasped the crystal core and began to absorb its energy. A torrent of power surged within him. The process of energy absorption was familiar to Guan Li. Pop! He felt a barrier within him shatter. 5-star intermediate. The Goblin Leader's crystal core was indeed a remarkable boon. Commanders! How fares the battle on your end? Guan Li contacted several commanders via mental force. Master, a small force remains, resisting futilely. Bone's voice replied. Good, continue the onslaught, I shall return shortly. Guan Li severed the connection and hurried toward the goblin camp. The goblin camp, flames soared high within the encampment. The animal skin tents were engulfed in a fierce blaze. Goblin corpses littered the ground. Before the leader's tent, dozens of goblins were besieged. The valiant hero Joss was battered and breathless. While Priest Meyer bore a weary visage as if gravely wounded, the remaining goblin soldiers stood before them. At the innermost position were several goblin women and children. Kill! The Legion soldiers charged forward. Earlier, the Legion had lost over 30 soldiers in the battle. Yet the gains were significant, nearly annihilating the goblin tribe. In the face of the Legion's assault, the valiant hero Joss wielded his great sword, desperately fending off the onslaught. However, the relentless fighting had exhausted him. Under the siege of the Legion soldiers, valiant hero Joss met his end, his head severed by Xinlian's sword. Kill goblin hero, Joss, reward 10,000 points. As Guan Li returned to the camp, he heard the system's notification. Dragon's Claw, assist. The Legion soldiers were making their final encirclement. Dragon's Claw nodded and dashed out in a single leap. 2 terrifying arms instantly tore apart a goblin soldier. Priest Meyer had long since lost the will to resist, regretting his self-inflicted harm. Dragon's Claw pierced through his heart and began to devour him. Kill Goblin Priest, Meyer, reward 15,000 points, Cursed Doll X1. The system's voice announced the death of Priest Meyer. In the camp, only a handful of goblin women and children remained. They gazed at Guan Li with eyes filled with hatred. Guka, devil, a goblin child exclaimed. This is a war of races. I shall show no mercy. When you hunted humans, did you not foresee this day? Guan Li's tone was icy, devoid of any compassion. Even if there were goblin infants among them, what of it? Reality is harsh. If the roles were reversed today, how would a group of humans fare when besieged by goblins? Master, how shall we handle these captives? Bone inquired, brandishing his great sword. Kill. Leave no survivors. Guan Li replied calmly. As you command. The Legion soldiers wielded their blades. Slaughtering the goblin tribe, was this cruel? Certainly not. Compared to what the goblins had done to humans, he had already shown ample mercy. In this clash of two opposing races, it was either their demise or his. Master. All are slain. These are the spoils of war. 3 commanders knelt before Guan Li. Xinlian presented 120 blue cards and 2 purple cards. Bone offered 234-star crystal cores and 2 5-star crystal cores. In this battle, over 30 soldiers had perished, consuming 300 supply cards and 200 recovery cards, yet the rewards were substantial. Guan Li stored the 4-star crystal cores in his spatial ring. Keeping 2 5-star crystal cores to absorb. 2 torrents of energy surged into Guan Li's body, every cell greedily absorbing the influx. Moments later, the energy torrents gradually subsided, although he did not achieve another breakthrough. The energy within him had significantly increased. Dragon's Claw, all of these are for you. Guan Li gestured toward the multitude of goblin corpses. He intended to rest here for the night, and these bodies needed to be cleared away. Dragon's Claw's devouring claws unfurled, processing the corpses. Guan Li began to examine the rewards obtained from killing Priest Meyer. Cursed Doll, write the name of the person to be cursed, and the individual will receive special attention from the god of misfortune. A fine little prop, Guanli tucked it away. He took out all the blue cards he had obtained today. The time for the draw had arrived, a total of 126 blue cards. All to be opened: acquired intermediate advancement card X5, acquired low-level armor card X50, acquired fine iron or X25, acquired quality food card X10, acquired seeds of the flame flower X6, upon successful planting. One can obtain a flame flower requiring specific professions for cultivation. Acquired low-level weapon card X30, allows selection of 1 2-star weapon. The system's continuous notifications rang out. The rewards were quite satisfactory. With an abundance of equipment cards, they were just right to replace the worn-out weapons and gear of the Legion soldiers. In Guanli's hand appeared the blue card that granted triple rewards. Acquired intermediate weapon card X3, allows selection of 1 3-star weapon. The rewards were indeed commendable, and Guanli proceeded to open more cards. 4 resplendent purple cards, radiating light, were utterly enchanting, without hesitation. Guanli crushed the 4 purple cards, acquired Legion expansion card, 10 people, X1, acquired Legion upgrade card X1, acquired disguise technique X1, after learning, can freely alter one's appearance. Acquired weakening technique X1, after learning. Can impose a weakened state on a designated target, reducing their strength by 10 for 1 minute. The system's voice continued to chime. Incredible! Guanli exclaimed in delight. The purple cards were exceptionally powerful. They had directly granted him 2 skill books, an expansion card, and an upgrade card. Both skills were quite impressive, and without hesitation, Guanli began to learn. Ding, congratulations, host, for mastering the disguise technique. Ding, congratulations, host, for mastering the weakening technique. The system's voice echoed. Guanli felt a surge of vast knowledge pouring into his mind. The skills of disguise and weakening were instantly comprehended. Chapter 73, Silver Lion Cavalry Legion, Disguise Technique. Guanli's face began to morph, swiftly transforming into a different visage. My lord, how have you become me? Xinlian exclaimed, staring at the figure before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Do I look similar? The impersonating Xinlian spoke. However, the difference in voice was still quite discernible, as were the distinct expressions and gestures. Identical. Xinlian nodded vigorously. Even he found it difficult to distinguish between the two. Guanli was very pleased. He activated the disguise technique once more, reverting to his original appearance. If there were any flaws in the disguise technique, they lay solely in voice and demeanor. All other aspects were nearly flawless. Master, this is astonishing. Can you transform into my appearance as well? Bone inquired. That might not be wise. Guanli hesitated, fearing he would not be able to revert from the skeletal form. Weakening technique. Guanli selected Bone and cast the weakening technique. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Bone lamented. It felt its body becoming somewhat heavy, with its strength and speed significantly diminished. The effect will automatically wear off after 1 minute. Guanli waved his hand, reassuring it that there was no great harm. Oh. Understood. Bone nodded eagerly. After opening all the cards, Guanli took out a treasure chest. This was the reward for completing an option, Goblin's Treasure, bestowed upon the brave who eliminate the Goblin tribe. It can yield substantial rewards. Guanli opened the chest. Dazzling light emanated from within. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the Fantasy Legion card X1. The system's voice resounded. Guanli was momentarily stunned, then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Although he was unsure of the difference between the Fantasy Legion card and the Random Legion card, he knew that any Legion card was a valuable asset. A card that appeared dreamlike floated out from the chest. Once the chest was opened, it vanished automatically, leaving only the ethereal card before Guanli. The card was as delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a silvery glow. Fantasy Legion summon, upon use. Grants a Fantasy-type Legion. I see now, Legions are indeed categorized by type. Guanli seemed to grasp something significant. The cheapest Legions in the point store were likely the most ordinary types. For instance, the Braided Legion consisted of typical flesh and blood beings, incapable of upgrading, with average strength and abilities. He felt fortunate that he had not drawn an ordinary Legion at the outset, holding the Fantasy Legion card. Guanli gently crushed it. Crack. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion card. The question mark on the card transformed into an image of a silver-haired man riding a silver lion, flanked by thousands of cavalry. Cavalry? Guanli's spirit soared. Cavalry was an excellent asset. He eagerly employed the Legion card. A silver summoning circle materialized in the camp. 22 figures gradually emerged. As the summoning circle dissipated, 11 armored soldiers appeared before Guanli, each accompanied by a magnificent silver lion adorned with protective armor that safeguarded vital areas without hindering movement. I am Kyle. Your subordinate, I greet you, my lord. The foremost silver-haired man knelt before Guanli. He was the leader of the Silver Lion Cavalry, Kyle, clad in silver armor, with flowing silver hair and blue eyes that appeared somewhat otherworldly. Kyle's silver lion was even larger, its limbs and body encased in silver armor, with tendrils of silver lightning coursing between its claws. Rise. Guanli promptly motioned for the soldiers to stand up. He began to assess the capabilities of the Silver Lion Cavalry. Silver Lion Cavalry Legion, upgradable, number of members, 10, potential, 8 stars, strength, 4 stars intermediate, leader, Kyle, skills, Silver Lion Roar, War Trample, Thunder Charge, Intimidation. The appearance of the Silver Lion Cavalry was undoubtedly to Guanli's taste. The cavalry's capabilities on the battlefield were formidable. These silver lions, massive in size, measured over 3 meters in length and more than 2 meters in height, truly behemoths of war. Their presence on the battlefield would instill an undeniable sense of pressure. For in the era of cold weapons, cavalry reigned supreme in warfare. Moreover, these silver lion cavalry were all fantasy creatures, boasting strength far superior to that of ordinary steeds. Without hesitation, Guanli utilized the recently acquired Legion expansion card on the silver lion cavalry. A silver summoning circle appeared, and 10 soldiers riding silver lions manifested before Guanli. System: upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. He also employed the upgrade card on the Silver Lion Cavalry. A powerful aura radiated from the Silver Lion Cavalry, swiftly elevating their strength to 4 stars advanced. Kyle, what do these war lions require for sustenance? Guanli inquired. These were his prized possessions, and they needed to be well cared for. Among his current legions, the skeleton soldiers belonged to the undead and required no sustenance. The shadow sword masters were cultivators and also had minimal dietary needs. The elven archers did not require food either. The ironclad shield guards similarly had little need for sustenance. My lord, these war lions are not picky eaters, they thrive on meat. Kyle replied. Guanli nodded. This was not a challenge for him. He produced over 20 quality food cards. The quality food cards primarily yielded high energy meat. 20 succulent meat cuts materialized out of thin air. Roar. The silver lions let out a gentle roar, affectionately nudging Guanli with their large heads, resembling a cat begging for food. Eat up. Guanli tossed the meat cuts into their mouths. A single piece of high-energy food was sufficient to satiate their hunger. The silver lions playfully rubbed against Guanli. The other silver lions quickly gathered around, seeking food from him. Guanli, of course, was not stingy, tossing meat cuts into their mouths. After feeding the silver lions, Guanli retrieved the equipment cards, acquired intermediate weapon card X3, allows selection of 1 3-star weapon. Bone, Shenlian, and Eileen, the 3 leaders, all possess 3-star weapons, so Guanli intended to allocate these 3 intermediate weapon cards to Leo and Kyle. Name: Berserker's Axe Type, Axe Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Berserker Strike Evaluation, an axe wielded by berserkers, possessing furious power. Guanli selected a 2-meter-long battle axe, its blade stained with crimson blood yet retaining its keen edge. Leo, catch. He tossed the Berserker's axe to Leo. Thank you, my lord. Leo caught the axe and swung it a few times. Finding it exceptionally comfortable to wield, Guanli then turned his attention to Kyle, who possessed 2 weapons, the spear in his hand and a 2-handed sword at his waist. Name: Silverwing Spear Type, Spear Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Silverwing Penetration Evaluation, a spear forged from silver iron ore, possessing formidable penetrating power. Name: Storm Greatsword Type, 2-handed Sword Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Storm Power Evaluation, a greatsword forged from fine iron, possessing immense storm power. Chapter 74, Primal Forest. Kyle, catch. Guanli threw the spear and greatsword. Thank you, my lord. Kyle accepted the new weapons and knelt before Guanli once more. Rise. Guanli gestured for him to stand. The ironclad shield guards received an additional 20 soldiers. He opened the low-level armor card, selecting the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor, acquired Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X20. Guanli equipped the soldiers of the Legion with the new gear. Next, he turned to the Undead Plate Armor. Acquired Undead Plate Armor X15, he outfitted the Skeleton Shield soldiers with the Undead Plate Armor. With 15 low-level armor cards remaining, Guanli planned to allocate them to the Silver Lions. The armor cards not only feature the defensive gear for soldiers but also include protective equipment for mounts. Name: Silver Armor Set, Claw Guards, Saddle, Neck Guard, Leg Guards. Type: Mount Armor Grade, 2-star Beginner Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, crafted from silver iron ore. This armor possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Guanli replaced the Silver Lion. 30 beginner weapon cards were prepared for the Shadow Swordmasters, for their weapons were on the verge of ruin. After all, they had been following him since the beginning of Z. Name: Refined Iron Sword Type, Sword Grade, 2-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Evaluation, a long sword forged from refined iron, exceptionally keen. Guanli handed the refined iron sword to the Shadow Swordmasters. Long Chia moved swiftly, having devoured all the goblin corpses scattered throughout the camp. Everyone take a moment to regroup. Guanli commanded as he turned and entered the leader's tent. The skeleton army took on the task of keeping watch. A night of silence ensued. The next morning, Guanli emerged from the tent, stretching lazily, feeling invigorated. Warriors, prepare to set forth. Guanli declared. Yes, sir, the soldiers responded. After departing from the goblin tribe, Guanli advanced deeper into the southern region. The tropical rainforest area lay deep within the south, once the largest primeval forest in Z City before the apocalypse. Compared to ordinary cavalry, the lion riders were more suited for combat within mountainous forests. He recalled his legion, leaving only the silver lion riders to forge ahead. Charge, slaughter. Kale commanded the silver lion riders as they surged forward. The ordinary mutated creatures were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the silver lion riders. Dozens of mutated wolves attempted to challenge the authority of the silver lion riders, charging directly at them. Thunder charge. Kale brandished his spear, charging toward the wolf pack. Dazzling lightning erupted around the silver lion. The wolf pack was scattered in disarray. The silver lion riders turned back and charged again, leaving the wolves without any means of defense. Under the onslaught of the silver lion, they were reduced to a scene of shattered corpses. The silver lion began to feast upon the fallen bodies. Moments later, the procession resumed. The recent wolf pack had yielded 23 3-star crystal cores and 12 blue-green cards. As they ventured deeper into the southern region, The surrounding mutated creatures grew increasingly formidable. Mutated beings below 3 stars were almost unseen. Many mutated plants were entirely unfamiliar to Guanli, such as flowers that emitted frost and vines that strangled mutated beings, as well as man-eating flowers with sharp teeth. Fortunately, the strength of the Silver Lion Riders was immense, easily trampling over any mutated plant encountered. The aberrations in the southern region intensified Guanli's unease. The rate of biological evolution had far surpassed his imagination. This was why Guanli alone had managed to survive. Any other individual would have been devoured by mutated animals or plants long ago. Roar, the path beneath Guanli's feet had been completely obscured by vegetation. He activated his perception skill, scanning the surroundings to avoid ambushes from monsters lurking in the jungle. A terrifying roar echoed from a distance. Guanli stealthily approached, only to witness a fierce battle between two monstrous beings. One was a massive black ape, towering over 5 meters, wielding a thick tree branch. Its adversary was a lizard, measuring 6 meters in length and over 3 meters in height. Adorned with white scales. Name, Mighty Ape. Potential, 8-star strength, 5-star advanced abilities, earth armor, mighty fist. Description, a bloodline revived giant ape with unparalleled terrifying strength. Name, Frost Lizard. Potential, 8-star strength, 5-star advanced abilities, frost spike. Tail whip, ice armor. Description, a giant lizard with a frost bloodline capable of utilizing terrifying ice attacks. The mighty ape brought the tree branch crashing down upon the frost lizard, sending it flying. However, in a swift retaliatory move, the lizard lashed its tail against the ape's chest, leaving a trail of blood. Roar. The mighty ape, enraged, raised the branch and struck the frost lizard with ferocity. How exhilarating. Is this truly something I can witness? Guanli instructed the Silver Lion Riders to conceal themselves in the nearby foliage. Since fate had brought him to this encounter, he could not let it slip by. After all, these were 2 5-star monsters. To be cautious, he summoned the Elven Archer Legion to take position among the treetops. The 5 Legion leaders were poised for action, awaiting Guanli's command. The wounds on the mighty ape multiplied, while the frost lizard also sustained significant injuries. Its scales cracked from the blows. The mighty ape activated its skill, Earth Armor. A thick layer of earthen armor manifested on its surface. With this protection, the frost lizard found it difficult to breach the ape's defenses. Mighty fist, terrifying power coalesced in the mighty ape's arm as it struck down upon the frost lizard, aiming to seal its fate with a single blow. The frost lizard, too, summoned its ice armor, conjuring sharp frost spikes. The spikes shot forth, colliding with the mighty ape's fists. Boom, a terrifying shockwave sent both beasts tumbling. The surrounding forest trembled. The 2 giants fell to the ground, blood gushing from their wounds. They struggled to rise, but their injuries were too severe to continue the fight. What an opportunity! Attack! Guanli seized the moment, commanding his soldiers to strike. The Silver Lion Riders lunged forward, tearing into the mighty ape. The soldiers skillfully maneuvered the lion riders, pulling and tugging relentlessly. The elven archers unleashed a barrage of frost arrows. The mighty ape's movements grew sluggish. Sensing danger, the frost lizard attempted to flee, but a terrifying arm seized its tail, dragging it back. 4 leaders surged forward, relentlessly assaulting the frost lizard's wounds. Blood flowed profusely, and the frost lizard grew weaker by the moment. Roar. The mighty ape let out a mournful cry as much of its flesh was torn away by the silver lions, exposing vast areas of bone. Kill mighty ape, gain 20,000 points. The system's notification chimed as the mighty ape succumbed to death. Kill frost lizard, gain 20,000 points, ice armor x1. The system's voice echoed once more. Guanli examined the rewards bestowed by the system. Name, ice armor. Type, armor grade, 5-star beginner. Talent, sturdy ability, ice slow evaluation, armor crafted from the scales of the frost lizard, imbued with potent ice power. Chapter 75, The Giant Tree and the Python. The ice armor was a pale blue, full coverage suit of armor. At the shoulder, a pair of imposing claw-like scales added an air of dominance. The body was enveloped in a dense array of scales, emanating a chilling aura. Any ordinary person, unenhanced, would feel a wave of cold merely by approaching the armor. A splendid item. Guanli nodded in satisfaction. He did not don it himself but instead entrusted it to Leo. Guanli was never one to be stingy when it came to his legion. Thank you, my lord. Leo exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the ice armor. Clearly enamored with the equipment, once clad in the ice armor, Leo radiated an overwhelming presence. The mighty ape's corpse had been thoroughly devoured by the silver lions. Kale respectfully presented the 5-star crystal core and purple cards. The frost lizard's remains were consumed by Long Xie, who also offered up the crystal core and purple cards to Guanli. Guanli collected the cards and absorbed the crystal cores. Upon completion, his strength surged yet again. After clearing the battlefield, Guanli continued onward. They had now ventured deep into the southern region. In just a few days, this place had transformed into an entirely different world. The remnants of human civilization lay buried beneath the dense vegetation. A towering skyscraper stood before him, its surface riddled with cracks, as if it had been abandoned for centuries. Thorny vines extended from the windows, climbing the building's facade. Such structures were abundant in the southern region. As he journeyed deeper, Guanli encountered numerous human skeletons, yet not a single survivor. This place had become a forbidden zone for ordinary people. Crack, Guanli crushed several shards of glass beneath his feet. Before him loomed a colossal structure, the tropical rainforest area. Once a popular attraction in Z City, it had now become a paradise for mutated creatures. The favorable environment allowed them to evolve unchecked. Guanli was uncertain whether the silver-horned python still resided here, yet since he had arrived, he felt compelled to explore further. The Silver Lion Riders led the way, with the Legion soldiers closely trailing behind. Dozens of humanoid figures appeared in the trees ahead. They were a group of fearsome-looking, long-limbed mutated monkeys. Upon spotting Guanli's party, they launched an immediate attack. Stones imbued with great force were hurled towards Guanli. Leo positioned his shield in front of Guanli. Name, Iron-Armed Long Ape potential, 6-star strength, 4-star advanced ability, throwing evaluation, a mutated monkey that has undergone transformation. Known for its propensity to attack in groups by throwing stones. Eileen, eliminate them. Guanli commanded directly. The elven archers unleashed a volley of arrows at the monkeys in the trees. A dozen iron-armed long apes were instantly pierced through the skull. Their brains splattering, ugh, they emitted strange cries. Realizing Guanli's prowess, abandoning their fallen comrades, they fled into the dense forest. The elven archers continued to dispatch several iron-armed long apes until they vanished completely from sight. Guanli chose not to pursue. His goal lay with the silver-horned python. These iron-armed long apes were mere pawns. Long Chia devoured the corpses of the iron-armed long apes. Through this consumption, its strength had surpassed the 5-star intermediate level. This was an unexpected delight. Long Chia presented Guanli with 6 4-star crystal cores and 3 blue cards. Guanli pressed onward. The encounter with the iron-armed long apes had been but a minor interruption. He summoned all Legion soldiers, organizing them into teams of 10 to commence a search of the tropical rainforest area. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours have slipped away. Guanli has yet to catch sight of the silver-horned python. Alas, indeed, I have arrived too late. Guanli shakes his head. Just as he prepares to depart, a certain squad discovers traces of the silver-horned python. Upon receiving the news, Guanli promptly assembles his soldiers and heads over. Approximately 10 minutes later, Guanli arrives at the squad's location. He observes a massive trench on the ground, reminiscent of the trail left by a serpentine creature. Found you. A smile creeps onto Guanli's lips. The creature capable of leaving such marks can only be that silver-horned python. Oh, that creature is injured. Guanli notices several bloodied scales within the trench. These scales are clearly not naturally shed. Although the silver-horned python reigns supreme in the tropical rainforest, the vast southern region harbors other terrifying creatures beyond just the python. Move, search along the trail. Guanli commands decisively, yet he has no reason to let a wounded silver-horned python escape. It is a veritable treasure trove on the move. Following the traces, Guanli encounters numerous corpses of mutated creatures along the way. These mutated beings exhibit twisted forms, as if struck by some immense force. Guanli swiftly analyzes the situation based on the scene. These mutated creatures must have been slain by the silver-horned python, but its injuries are severe, leaving it no time to concern itself with the corpses before hastily departing. Kyle, let your war lions feast. The corpses are remarkably fresh. And Guanli certainly cannot afford to waste them. The flesh and blood of mutated creatures are imbued with energy, making them the finest sustenance for the war lions. They prefer raw meat over cooked. Relishing the thrill of the hunt, with Guanli's approval, the silver war lions begin to devour voraciously. Something feels amiss. Guanli ponders, gazing at the multitude of corpses. Logically, the flesh and blood of mutated beasts should aid in recovery. Yet the silver-horned python abandoned them. What could have compelled it to leave in such haste? Guanli is baffled. The silver war lions swiftly consume the corpses, and a dozen 4-star crystal cores are handed to Guanli. Since these were slain by the silver-horned python, no cards were dropped. Guanli stashes the crystal cores and continues to follow the traces on the ground. Once he locates the silver-horned python, his lingering doubts will surely be resolved. After advancing along the traces for about 10 minutes, Guanli gradually exits the tropical rainforest. The visibility around him begins to dim. At this moment, Guanli feels as though he has entered a fantastical forest. The surrounding vegetation radiates an enchanting aura, with luminous buds towering above him, coral-like trees, and glowing insects flitting about. The ecology here seems quite different. Guanli senses something. Everyone, be cautious. Although he has yet to discover any signs of mutated creatures, he remains vigilant. In such places, one must exercise utmost caution. The traces left by the silver-horned python remain distinctly visible. It appears this area may serve as its stronghold. Guanli presses on along the traces. Suddenly, he halts. All units, conceal yourselves. Through the power of his mind, Guanli issues the command. The soldiers of the Legion swiftly hide within the surrounding thickets. Guanli crouches low and proceeds with utmost care. The area before him opens up dramatically. Before him stands a shallow lake, dominated by a towering giant tree. A massive python, its form imposing, coils around the tree. Chapter 76, The Injured Python by the Heavens. This is truly a spectacular sight. Guanli marvels inwardly. Before him lies what seems to be a self-contained world. The sky is obscured by dense foliage, and beneath the canopy lies a crystal-clear lake. Spanning several thousand meters. At the center of the lake stands the colossal tree, its trunk measuring 30 meters in diameter. The gnarled roots intertwine complexly within the water. At this moment, the silver-horned python is entwined around the giant tree. Its body marred by numerous wounds, with many areas exposing stark white bone. Just as Guanli surmised, the silver-horned python is gravely injured. Guanli carefully observes the behemoth coiled around the giant tree. The silver-horned python is at least 5 meters wide and stretches over 80 meters in length. Its scales shimmer with a silvery hue, and faint currents of energy can be seen coursing across its surface. For diminutive claws adorn its body, each no larger than a human's hand, nearly negligible in comparison to its massive form. Yet Guanli understands the significance of those 4 claws. He notices a small bulge on the python's head. As if something within is striving to break free, the silver-horned python is on the verge of metamorphosis. Perhaps it is about to undergo another evolution. Utilizing his system, Guanli examines the information regarding the silver-horned python. Name, silver-horned python, king level, potential, 10-star strength, 6-star intermediate ability, unknown evaluation, a giant python whose bloodline has evolved to its utmost limit, on the brink of transforming into a new life form. Hiss, 6-star intermediate. Guan Li gasps in astonishment. He had not anticipated the silver-horned python's evolution to progress so swiftly. Guan Li feels a twinge of relief that he did not overestimate his abilities earlier. If he had recklessly sought out the silver-horned python's misfortune, he would surely have returned empty-handed. However, the situation has changed. His legion has grown stronger. Moreover, the silver-horned python is gravely injured by an unknown creature. Even with its terrifying strength of 6-star intermediate, Guan Li might still have a fighting chance. This is a being on the verge of transformation. Should he succeed in defeating it, the rewards would be unimaginable. Fortune favors the bold. Guan Li suddenly notices a gentle aura emanating from the branches of the giant tree. Under the influence of this aura, the silver-horned python's wounds begin to heal gradually. Not only that, but the python's vitality appears to be on the rise as well. The 4 tiny claws are slowly growing, and the bulge on its head seems even more pronounced, as if it could burst forth at any moment. This giant tree is extraordinary. Guan Li quickly utilizes the system to check the information about the giant tree. Name: Azure Giant Tree. Potential: Gold Strength, 8-star beginner ability, unknown evaluation, a plant from the Azure realm. Possessing considerable intelligence and containing immense life force. Hiss. Guan Li gasps again, overwhelmed by the shock of the Azure Giant Tree, far surpassing that of the silver-horned python. However, given the circumstances, the Azure Giant Tree likely lacks offensive capabilities. Otherwise, its 8-star beginner strength would be more than sufficient to slay the silver-horned python. This thought brings some comfort to Guan Li. With this Azure Giant Tree, he might just turn the tide. Guan Li quickly opens the points marketplace. He currently possesses around 11,000 points. Legion upgrade card, upon use, can elevate the Legion strength by 1 level, applicable only for those below 10-star strength. Priced at 50,000 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li purchases 2 cards. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing 2 Legion upgrade cards. You are truly. He promptly silences the system's flattery. All 5 legions are currently at the 4-star advanced level. Now he has the opportunity to elevate 2 legions to 5-star beginner or 1 legion to 5-star intermediate. After some contemplation, he concludes that upgrading 2 legions to 5-star is the more advantageous choice. System. Upgrade the Elf Archer Legion. System. Upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. After selecting the legions, Guan Li initiates the upgrades. Moments later, both the Elf Archer and Shadow Swordmaster legions break through to the 5-star beginner level. To defeat the silver-horned python, the ranged output from the Elf Archers will be essential. The Shadow Swordmasters possess skills such as Sword Control and Shadow Bind, which will be particularly effective against the silver-horned python. Therefore, Guan Li decides to prioritize upgrading these 2 legions. He spends the remaining points on purchasing powerful armor-piercing arrows. Powerful armor-piercing arrow possesses exceptional penetration capabilities, priced at 5 points. Guan Li purchases 3,000 powerful armor-piercing arrows in one go. After all, the silver-horned python possesses 6-star intermediate strength, and ordinary arrows would be utterly incapable of penetrating its defenses. After spending a few minutes completing the upgrades, Guan Li is keen to avoid any further delays. The silver-horned python's injuries have already begun to heal significantly, with some wounds starting to scab over. Hear my command. Archers, prepare. Taking a deep breath, Guan Li prepares to launch his attack. The Elf Archers draw their bows. Aiming at the silver-horned python perched on the tree, the unhealed wounds become their targets. Fire. With a command, dozens of chilling powerful armor-piercing arrows soar through the air. The silver-horned python does not react immediately. It is only when the arrows come within 10 meters that it suddenly opens its eyes, revealing a pair of cold, indifferent slit pupils. With a deafening roar, the silver-horned python thrashes its massive body. The powerful armor-piercing arrows strike the python but fail to hit any wounds. Its hard scales deflect most of the arrows, with only a few managing to slip through the gaps and pierce its flesh. Yet even that frigid element has little effect on the silver-horned python. Kill. Guan Li is taken aback by the python's swift reaction. Since the ambush has failed, they must confront it head-on, although the silver-horned python's wounds have healed somewhat. It remains in a weakened state, able to exert only 50% of its peak strength. Weaken. Without hesitation, Guan Li employs the skill. The silver-horned python's strength diminishes even further. The weakened skill is exceptionally potent. The Silver Lion Knights swiftly approach the giant tree. The silver-horned python seems provoked, launching itself from the tree towards Kyle. Unfazed by the gaping maw, Kyle thrusts his spear forward. Beneath him, the silver lion reacted with remarkable swiftness. Darting aside to evade the oncoming strike, the silver-horned giant python missed its target, its scales marred by a white mark left by the lance. Silver wings pierced through. Kyle unleashed the power of his weapon. Thrusting forward with ferocity, the lance penetrated directly into the python's pupil. Hisses. The silver-horned giant python emitted a pain shriek. Kyle, well done, Guan Li exclaimed, filled with delight. By sheer chance, the silver-horned giant python had lost an eye. A pivotal factor for the ensuing battle. Chapter 77, a brutal combat. The silver-horned giant python roared in agony, thrashing its body as its colossal tail lashed out relentlessly. Silver Lion Knights, unable to evade, were swept away. Crashing to the ground and spewing blood, their armor warped from the impact. This illustrated the terrifying strength of the silver-horned giant python. Even gravely injured, it retained such formidable power. Without hesitation, Guan Li utilized restoration cards for the wounded soldiers. After enduring excruciating pain, the silver-horned giant python began to recover, its remaining vertical pupil fixated intently on Guan Li. The python writhed, shaking off the surrounding soldiers, and lunged directly at Guan Li. Long Chia unleashed a barrage of icy rays from his arm. The silver-horned giant python's scales were penetrated by the icy assault, yet such damage was trivial in its eyes. The python opened its cavernous maw, preparing to devour Guan Li. Instantaneous movement. Guan Li's figure vanished in an instant. A flurry of piercing ice arrows shot into the python's gaping mouth. Hisses. The silver-horned giant python hissed in pain. Compared to its hardened scales, the interior of its mouth was considerably more vulnerable. The power of ice coursed through its bloodstream, visibly impairing its mobility. The skeletal mages conjured fireballs, hurling them at the python. Boom! The scales on the silver-horned giant python turned charred black, and the wounds that had begun to heal were once again torn open. Noticing this, Xinlian swiftly employed sword control, sending flying swords towards the gaping wounds. A hiss. The silver-horned giant python let out another mournful cry, furiously thrashing its tail, sending nearby armored shield guards flying. The shields were dented from the impact. The shadow sword masters all utilized sword control, their blades embedding themselves into the python's injuries. In pain, the silver-horned giant python became even more frenzied, relentlessly charging into its surroundings, blood-staining the waters beneath. Skeletal shield guards and armored shield guards were knocked aside, yet new wounds were inflicted upon the python. Though these injuries were slight, their sheer number was overwhelming. As minor wounds accumulated, they would inevitably turn severe. Elven archers incessantly targeted the python's injuries with penetrating arrows while the armored shield guards drew its fire. The silver taunt compelled the silver-horned giant python to prioritize attacking them. However, the python's strength was equally terrifying. In mere minutes, over a dozen shield soldiers were slain by its might. With the passage of time, the python's wounds multiplied. It could have chosen to flee, yet it did not. Guanli observed that the silver-horned giant python held the ancient tree in high regard. This was fortuitous, as it spared him considerable trouble. Had the python insisted on escaping, he might not have been able to restrain it. Elven archers and shadow sword masters utilized their ranged capabilities to assault the python's wounds. The expenditure of various cards reached an astonishing pace, yet Guanli understood that capturing the silver-horned giant python would render all these efforts worthwhile. He executed the shadow technique, constantly maneuvering around the python. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would dash in to land a few strikes. The sharpness of the bloodthirsty blade was sufficient to breach its defenses, leaving several wounds with each attack. Guanli's weakening spell was unceasing, just as the duration was about to end. He always managed to extend the spell's effect on the silver-horned giant python. Long Chia took to the skies, landing on the python's back, gradually consuming its blood and flesh with the magic claws. Under the relentless assault of the Legion soldiers, the silver-horned giant python grew increasingly feeble. However, it remained a 6-star intermediate monster. Despite the various weakening effects, it still possessed extraordinary strength. Roar! The silver-horned giant python emitted a furious roar. Its body thrashing wildly, flinging Long Chia from its back. Crackle! Silver arcs of electricity flickered around the python. It realized that if this continued, its demise was inevitable. Yet the ancient tree was the key to its evolution. It could not abandon its pursuit. Thus, it resolved to fight with all its might. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the silver-horned giant python. Its 4 diminutive claws began to grow rapidly, and a silver-white horn burst forth from the bump atop its head. Though the horn appeared juvenile, it radiated a terrifying energy. Roar! The silver-horned giant python raised its head and let out a powerful howl, rearing up on its 4 claws. Thick silver currents surged chaotically around its horn. That creature, it's forcibly evolving. Guanli frowned, aware that the python was prepared to unleash its full potential. Kill. Guanli chose to confront it head-on rather than continue to evade. Allowing the silver-horned giant python to complete its evolution would spell certain doom for him. At this juncture, there was no retreat. Either the silver-horned giant python would perish, or Guanli, would meet his end. The Legion soldiers exhibited no fear in the face of the formidable python. The Silver Lion Knights charged forward, Kyle raising his lance high and thrusting it towards the silver-horned giant python. Boom! A bolt of silver lightning struck from the horn. The silver current spread through the surrounding waters. Barrier aura. Guanli reacted swiftly, enveloping the Legion soldiers in a protective glow. The current that touched their bodies failed to induce paralysis. The Silver Lion Knight's lance pierced into the silver-horned giant python's body. Blood gushing forth, skeletal soldiers relentlessly thrust their bone spears into the python, while flying swords assaulted it with abandon. The elven archer's rate of fire peaked. As one arrow was released, another swiftly took its place. The Legion soldiers attacked the silver-horned giant python with fervor. In retaliation, the python spewed forth bolts of silver lightning. One armored shield guard was struck, instantly killed, his body vanishing and returning to the Legion system. Entering a countdown. Roar! The silver-horned giant python continued to unleash silver lightning. Any soldier struck by the lightning was immediately slain. Damn it, I'll kill you. Guanli's eyes burned with rage. The bloodthirsty blade relentlessly struck the python. The blood magic claw on his right arm had reached its zenith, blood-red tendrils coiling around his shoulder. He summoned the blood shadow clone, launching a frenzied assault on the python. Die, under Guanli's relentless barrage. The silver-horned giant python's blood, energy, and life force drained away. Its condition was dire, insufficient to sustain its evolution. Roar! The silver-horned giant python bellowed, terrifying silver lightning erupted from its horn. Not good. Guanli's pupils constricted as an intense sense of crisis surged within him. Bone armor. He swiftly conjured a protective armor of bones, positioning the bloodthirsty blade defensively. Boom! Multiple bolts of silver lightning struck him. Guanli coughed up blood, his body hurled backward into the waterlogged ground. The bone armor shattered, blood streaming from his arm. The silver-horned giant python interrupted its evolution, releasing all the energy it had gathered. All soldiers in close proximity to the silver python were annihilated by the terrifying silver lightning. The ground was littered with remnants. The scene was utterly devastating. Chapter 78. The Heart of Nature. Master, are you alright? Several surviving captains hurriedly inquired. They had endured the silver lightning through sheer strength. Yet their condition was dire, lacking the ability to rise. Guanli crushed a mid-tier recovery card, beginning to heal himself and the captains. The silver-horned giant python was equally in a wretched state. Due to its failed evolution, the silver horn atop its head had shattered, the limbs it had sprouted were broken, and its body was riddled with wounds, not a single part remaining intact. It now radiated a desperate will to survive. Dragging its broken body toward the ancient tree, where it sensed the energy it craved, Long Xia used the bloodthirsty blade to kill it, Guanli said, trembling. Long Xia had narrowly escaped disaster moments ago. Sustaining only minor injuries. He picked up the bloodthirsty blade from the ground and charged at the silver-horned giant python. Eileen, skeletal mages, block it, Guanli shouted urgently, seeing the python nearing the ancient tree's vicinity. He could not allow it to recover. Ice arrows and thunder strikes fell upon the python, successfully hindering its advance, buying time for Long Xia. The massive body of the python was pursued relentlessly as Long Xia sprinted forward. Plunging the bloodthirsty blade into its flesh. Blood-red tendrils erupted forth, and Long Xia located the heart. The magic claws lunged in, tearing into the python's gaping maw, reaching for its beating heart, with a fierce tug. A bright red heart was wrenched from the silver-horned giant python's body. Hiss, the python let out its final mournful cry, its enormous form falling silent. Kill the silver-horned giant python. Gain 100,000 points. Silver Dragon Blood, Thunderous Might X1, the system prompt echoed, announcing the demise of the silver-horned giant python. Phew, Guanli sighed in relief, collapsing into the water. He felt the soothing sound of the lake's flow beside him. Though he had slain the silver-horned giant python, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Over 200 soldiers remained, with only 70 or so ranged soldiers left. Fortunately, the soldiers could be resurrected. Otherwise, he would have lost even his undergarments. Master. Are you all right? Eileen helped Guanel to his feet. He only felt a soft sensation against his body. I'm fine. Guanel shook his head. Have your soldiers remain vigilant around us. Guanel did not lower his guard. In times like these, one must exercise utmost caution to avoid unexpected calamities. Yes, master. Eileen nodded in acknowledgement. The dragon was consuming the heart of the silver-horned giant python, which contained a terrifying energy. The blood-drinking blade was also absorbing the remains of the silver-horned giant python. Its once mountainous corpse was visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. Moments later, Guanel's injuries had largely stabilized. He signaled for Eileen to release him, then walked toward the towering azure tree, gazing upon the majestic tree. Guanel felt a profound sense of insignificance. Looking up, he was met with an expanse of lush foliage. Standing before the azure tree, he felt as if he were basking in the gentle embrace of spring. It was the essence of life itself. The wounds within him were healing at an extraordinary rate, faster than even a mid-level recovery card could manage. Guanel was taken aback. This azure tree was indeed remarkable. No wonder the silver-horned giant python was willing to fight to the death rather than relinquish it. Swish, 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 the branches and leaves of the azure tree swayed gently, and an ancient voice reached Guanel's ears. Activated by the language of communication. Impressive, it can even translate the language of trees. Guanel exclaimed in awe. Young warrior, please do not kill me, the azure tree pleaded. Kill you, why would I do that? Guanel inquired. Puzzled. Are you not after the heart of Flora within me, the azure tree questioned, quickly realizing it had spoken too freely. Heart of Flora? Guanel seized the opportunity to press further. This was something that even the silver-horned giant python coveted greatly. Ah. It matters little to tell you, the azure tree sighed. After all, you did save my life. I saved you? Guanel was even more bewildered. Whether by intention or by happenstance, you indeed saved my life. The giant python guarded me solely for the heart of Flora, the azure tree continued. Clarifying Guanel's confusion. Our azure tree clan possesses a formidable life force. When this life force accumulates within, it forms the heart of Flora. The heart of Flora possesses miraculous effects that can aid in the evolution of living beings and restore their life essence. The silver giant python you killed sought to devour the heart of Flora to transcend the limits of life. Had it been given 2 more days, it would have surely breached my defenses. Alas, it perished at your hands prematurely, the azure tree lamented. So that's how it is. I am fortunate to have arrived early. Guanel felt a sense of relief. Had the silver-horned giant python succeeded in consuming the heart of Flora, the entire southern region would likely have become its hunting ground. Are you not afraid that I might covet the heart of Flora by sharing this with me? Guanel smiled at the azure tree. Such a precious item would surely tempt anyone. The azure tree boasted an impressive 8-star strength yet lacked any means of resistance, otherwise it would not have been pleading with him. Brave warrior, as long as you do not destroy my body, I can bestow the heart of Flora upon you. The azure tree's proposition piqued Guanel's interest. Let us hear more, he replied eagerly. The heart of Flora is a product of life energy accumulation. Even if it is taken, it will not pose a significant issue. However, if my body is destroyed, I will perish completely, the azure tree explained. The silver-horned giant python, lacking intelligence, did not comprehend such intricacies. In its quest to evolve, it would do anything, oblivious to the importance of a gradual approach. Very well, you shall give me the heart of Flora, and I will not harm you. Guanel did not press the azure tree unduly. He was not a greedy person. Forcing the issue could lead to disastrous consequences. Whether the azure tree truly possessed only one heart of Flora mattered little to him. The heart of Flora was already an unexpected boon. Even without it, he would still have slain the silver-horned giant python. Thank you, you are a good person, the azure tree said gratefully. The roots that sprawled across the water began to tremble. The entire lake quivered in response. A wooden heart slowly emerged from the roots of the azure tree. It was merely the size of a fist, yet it radiated a rich life force. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful heartbeat echoed across the lake. Young warrior. I hope you will keep your promise. The azure tree's voice resonated, the heart of Flora landed in Guanel's hands, and he could distinctly feel its rhythmic pulsing. Rest assured, while I may not be a virtuous man, I am certainly not a villain. I promise I will not harm you, that vow I shall uphold. Guanel declared. Chapter 79, The Heavenly Scale Python Legion. Having lost the heart of Flora, I am on the verge of slumber. This place is relatively safe, you may rest easy. The azure tree's voice faded into silence. The life force emanating from its branches gradually diminished, as if the towering tree had become an ordinary one. This was also a means of self-preservation for the azure tree. After all, who would go out of their way to trouble a tree? Guanel utilized the system to examine the heart of Flora in his possession. Heart of Flora, a spiritual object created from the life force accumulated by the azure tree clan over millennia. Imbued with a potent life essence. Feeling the energy radiating from the heart of Flora, Guanel understood why the silverhorn giant python was unwilling to abandon it. Unfortunately, it had ultimately fallen into his hands. After the dragon consumed the heart of the silverhorn giant python, it condensed into a blood cocoon. The cocoon pulsed rhythmically, as if nurturing a brand new life. Guanel chose not to intervene. He sensed that the dragon was in excellent condition. This consumption would significantly enhance its strength. After the blood-drinking blade absorbed the flesh and blood of the silverhorn giant python, all that remained of its once massive corpse was a thin layer of snakeskin. The flesh and blood had been entirely devoured. The blade's form became even more eerie and otherworldly. Mid-level 7 stars. After consuming the silverhorn giant python's flesh, the blood-drinking blade advanced 2 levels. Blood-colored tendrils coiled around a 6-star crystal core. Presenting a deep purple card to Guanel. The crystal core of the silverhorn giant python was somewhat unique. A miniature silverhorn giant python, composed of condensed energy, coiled within the crystal core. The deep purple card shimmered with vibrant hues, adorned with mysterious golden patterns at its corners. Its appearance alone signified that it was of high quality. Heart of Flora, 6-star crystal core, 100,000 points. Silver python blood, thunderous might. Purple card. Though the quantity was modest, each item was exceptionally precious. Guanel opened the Legion system to check the resurrection time for his soldiers. It required 12 hours. This meant that for the next 12 hours, the only soldiers he could deploy would be the elven archers and skeletal mages. Perfectly, he could use this time to digest the spoils. He was in no hurry to leave. The azure tree had declared that this place was relatively safe. Guanel began to examine the rewards for defeating the silverhorn giant python provided by the system. Silver python blood, the essence of blood from the silverhorn giant python, containing a trace of dragon bloodline. Thunderous might. After learning, you can control lightning powers to unleash lightning elemental attacks on targets. Good stuff. Guanel's eyes lit up. System, learn thunderous might. He wasted no time and directly learned the skill. Information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Skills awarded by the system required merely to be learned to be comprehended. Even a dullard could master them without any talent. Crackle, crackle, silver currents danced in Guanel's hands. He increased his energy output, and a bolt of silver lightning struck the ground. Boom. The spot where lightning struck was marked by a charred scar. Impressive. Guanel attempted again. He spread his arms wide, allowing the silver currents to dance in his palms. Crackle. Several bolts of lightning, resembling silver snakes, struck the lake's surface. The surface erupted instantly, as silver lightning crackled wildly. After several attempts, Guanel gradually became proficient in the application of thunderous might. The more energy he expended, the greater the power of thunderous might became. This was indeed a commendable skill. Once Guanel had mastered thunderous might, he retrieved the deep purple card. He exerted a slight pressure with his palm, and the card shattered instantly. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the Heavenly Scale Python Legion card. The purple light dispersed, revealing a golden card within. The front of the card depicted a coiling giant python. Whoa, a Legion card? Guanel was astonished. He had not anticipated that this purple card could summon a legion. After all, he had only recently obtained the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Truly, when luck arrives, it is unstoppable. Guanel crushed the card in his hand, and a summoning circle slowly materialized before him. 6 enormous pythons coiled into the summoning circle. We pay our respects, my lord, the leading heavenly scale python hissed. Although it had awakened its spirit, it could not speak human language. Guanel understood its meaning only due to his language of communication ability. You need not rise. He retracted his intent to speak as he looked at the 6 pythons coiling on the ground. This was his first time acquiring a beast legion, and fortunately it was not an ordinary type. After all, these heavenly scale pythons were quite large, clearly evolved beings. Guanel examined the information regarding the heavenly scale python legion. Heavenly Scale Python Legion, can evolve, number, 5, potential, for stars, strength, for stars beginner, leader, Sanglin, skills, tail whip, constriction, strangulation. The ability seems rather limited. Guanli nodded lightly, showing no sign of disdain. The Skeleton Legion is not strong at the beginning either. However, after several advancements, it can still grow. Thus, Guanli is not afraid of a weak legion. He fears a legion that cannot improve. Fortunately, the Tianlin Python does not belong to the ordinary type. It is capable of evolution. This is already sufficient for Guanli. A nurturing series is truly interesting. Guanli gazed at the silver flood dragon blood in his hand, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. The Tianlin Python had just met the conditions for advancement. System, can the Tianlin Python incorporate silver flood dragon blood during its advancement? Guanli inquired of the system, seeking clarification. Yes, you must add an advancement card, the system replied with a smug demeanor. No problem, I have plenty of advancement cards. Guanli nodded, responding promptly. After this period of effort, he possessed over 600 advancement cards. System. Advance the Tianlin Python Legion, incorporate Silver Flood Dragon Blood. Guanli selected the Tianlin Python Legion. Ding, advancing the Tianlin Python Legion requires 200 advancement cards and 1 unit of Silver Flood Dragon Blood. Proceed with the advancement, the system's voice echoed. Advance. Without hesitation, Guanli nodded decisively. Ding, the Tianlin Python is commencing its advancement. A flash of white light enveloped the scene as the Tianlin Python Legion was withdrawn into the system space. Guanli felt a surge of anticipation, curious about what the Tianlin Python Legion would evolve into. Although it had integrated Silver Flood Dragon Blood, the final outcome remained uncertain. The Silver Flood Dragon Blood was merely an auxiliary item. The commotion caused by this advancement was quite significant and could not be completed in an instant. Guanli was not anxious. Ding, Long Xia absorbs the heart of the Silver Horn Giant Python and gains the Silver Flood Claw. The system's prompt resounded. Guanli turned to observe the blood cocoon formed by Long Xia began to rupture. A claw covered in silver scales emerged from within. With a rip, the blood cocoon was completely torn apart. Revealing Long Xia inside, with well-defined muscles and silvery hair, a terrifying aura emanated from its being. A 5-star high-level entity, the heart of the Silver Horn Giant Python contained the bloodline of the Silver Flood Dragon. After consuming it, Long Xia's power surged dramatically by 2 levels. Moreover, it had acquired the Silver Flood Claw as an organ. The surprises brought by Long Xia were becoming increasingly numerous. Chapter 80, Colorful Light Rain. Long Xia. Try out your new abilities. Guanli gripped the bloodthirsty blade and charged toward Long Xia. His speed was remarkable, crossing 100 meters in an instant. Long Xia complied with Guanli's command. Vanishing from its original position, the two figures converged at the lake. The silver-scaled arm of Long Xia lunged towards Guanli. Here it comes. Excitement gleamed in Guanli's eyes. The bloodthirsty blade struck down on the Silver Flood Claw with a resounding clang. Sparks flew as the two forces clashed. The defense of the Silver Flood Claw was formidable. That strike left only a faint white mark. It was worth noting that the bloodthirsty blade could pierce the defenses of the Silver Horn Giant Python. Though the Silver Horn Giant Python was gravely injured, this still demonstrated the power of the Silver Flood Claw. Zzz. Silver currents danced across the Silver Flood Claw, followed by a terrifying lightning attack aimed at Guanli. Goodness! It can even control lightning. Guanli was quite pleased. He utilized his teleportation technique, disappearing from sight. That's enough. Guanli commanded, and Long Xia halted all actions, retracting the Silver Flood Claw back into its body. Long Xia's form was indeed capable of adapting to all abilities, whether it was the Tyrant's Claw, the Devouring Claw, or the Silver Flood Claw. It could transition effortlessly. Guanli reflected on this, recognizing the truth in it. After all, it was a rare corpse king, one of only a million. Only one had been born in the entire Z city. Its rarity was evident. Had Guanli not discovered it early and promptly dealt with it, it would undoubtedly have become a nightmare for Z city. Just how terrifying would a grown corpse king be, Guanli could not fathom, but it certainly would not be lacking, as it could command hordes of corpses. The thought of the zombie population in Z city alone sent shivers down his spine. In Guanli's hand appeared a 6-star crystal core, its energy having coalesced into a tangible form. The diminutive Silver Horn Giant Python. He took several deep breaths and began to absorb it. Guanli trembled all over, feeling a torrent of terrifying energy surging wildly within him. The miniature Silver Horn Giant Python seemed to have found an opportunity for revenge, incessantly battering against the organs within Guanli's body. Indeed, am I pushing it too far? Guanli gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from within. The crystal core of the Silver Horn Giant Python far exceeded that of a typical 6-star crystal core. It forcefully sought to evolve, aiming to break through the limits of life. Even if it ultimately failed, the residual energy would gather within the crystal core. The energy of this 6-star crystal core was comparable to that of a 7-star. Guanli was essentially absorbing energy equivalent to 2 levels higher. The energy released by the Silver Horn Giant Python was exceedingly violent. Within moments, it wreaked havoc on Guanli's body, coughing violently. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood as his skin was torn apart by the overwhelming energy, blood gushing forth. Master! Several leaders were taken aback at the sight, shocked to see Guanli, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, transformed into a bloodied figure. I'm fine, don't come near. Guard the perimeter, and do not let any external forces disturb me. Guanli gritted his teeth, exerting his last ounce of strength. Understood. The leaders would not defy Guanli's command. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Guanli naturally could not absorb blindly. In his hand appeared a pulsating wooden heart. The heart radiated a green glow, symbolizing the power of rebirth, the heart of grass and wood. Guanli dared to forcefully absorb it precisely because of the heart of grass and wood. He swallowed it whole. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful beating resonated sharply of the heart of grass and wood melted away, forming a rich life energy. The previously ruined organs gradually began to recover under this life energy's influence. Within Guanli's body resided 2 forms of terrifying power, one from the crystal core of the Silver Horn Giant Python and the other from the heart of grass and wood. Now these 2 energies had reached a state of equilibrium, neither could overpower the other. This was precisely the effect Guanli desired. Only in this manner could he successfully absorb the 2 terrifying energies. Guanli acknowledged that there was an element of risk involved. However, it appeared that his gamble had paid off. As Guanli absorbed the 2 energies, he continuously fortified his body. Gradually, his strength broke through. The surrounding light was not so dim. Master! Are you all right? Several commanders rushed forward upon witnessing Guan Li emerging from his cocoon. I am fine. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. How long have I absorbed? He inquired. Approximately 10 hours, the commanders replied. That long? Guan Li expressed a hint of surprise. He quickly assessed his condition. 6-star intermediate. Guan Li was taken aback. In just a matter of hours, he had ascended 3 levels, breaking through from 5-star intermediate to 6-star intermediate. Moreover, judging by the energy amassed within him, it seemed he would soon achieve another breakthrough. The heart of the wood and the crystalline core of the silver-horned python were extraordinarily potent. Not only that, but after absorbing the heart of the wood, Guan Li also comprehended a new skill, limb regeneration. Limb regeneration, you possess an exceptionally strong self-healing ability, capable of even restoring severed limbs. Incredible, truly remarkable. Guan Li exclaimed. His eyes lighting up in excitement, this heart of the wood was astonishingly powerful, no wonder it could assist the silver-horned python in transcending the limits of life. Guan Li had indeed stumbled upon a great fortune this time. Not only had he advanced to 6-star intermediate, but he had also acquired the formidable skill of limb regeneration. He made a cut on his arm, and in the next moment, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere seconds, it was restored to its original state. Guan Li noted that the healing process required an equivalent amount of energy. The more severe the injury, the greater the energy needed for recovery. This was understandable, as limb regeneration was, after all, a skill. With his current strength, healing wounds was no issue. However, to achieve limb regeneration it would likely require supplementary energy cards, otherwise, there would not be enough energy. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient for Guan Li. With limb regeneration at his disposal, his survival capabilities had significantly enhanced. He opened the Legion system and discovered that the revival time for the soldiers had reset to 0. He summoned the Silver Lion Knights. The Tianlin Python Legion was still in the process of evolution and would likely require some more time. Guan Li instructed the Silver Lion Knights to clear the way as they prepared to depart from the area. After several hours of recuperation, the Legion commanders had also returned to their peak condition. The Silver Lion Knights led the way. In the dreamlike forest, no monsters could be seen. It seemed as though this place was isolated from the world. Guan Li surmised that the silver-horned python had only stumbled upon this location by chance. He walked in the same direction for half an hour, and the surrounding scenery gradually darkened. The glowing, peculiar plants vanished from sight. We've emerged. Guan Li heard terrifying roars echoing around him. He realized they had left the dreamlike forest. Everyone, remain vigilant. Guan Li activated his perception with the enhancement of his strength. His perception range had extended from 7 meters to 10 meters, the energy expenditure had naturally increased as well, thus, he merely sensed the movements around him to conserve energy. The group headed towards the southern mountain range. Rustling sounds emerged from the nearby grass. We have a situation. Guan Li commanded the soldiers to form a defensive formation. The grass swayed, and a giant beetle appeared before Guan Li. The beetle was entirely crimson. Its patterns resembling flames in the darkness, it stood out prominently. Its body was as large as a car, with 8 robust legs encased in spiky armor. A single horn protruded from its head, adorned with colorful appendages. Its insectoid eyes emitted a faint glow. Guan Li scanned the beetle, and the system promptly provided information. Name, Crimson Flame Beetle. Potential, 6-star strength, 4-star intermediate abilities, flame armor, charge impale evaluation, a creature of the insectoid race that descends from the rifts. Possessing terrifying charging capabilities, its flesh is filled with acidic toxins, while the meat of its legs is tender and contains 10 times the protein of beef. Insectoid, quite intriguing. The so-called calamity monsters were indeed beings from another dimension. The rustling intensified, and more crawling sounds surrounded them. Dozens of crimson flame beetles encircled Guan Li's group with the tactic of overwhelming numbers. If memory served him correctly, this was the specialty of the insectoid race. However, dozens of crimson flame beetles were clearly insufficient. He swiftly summoned his legion soldiers. Over 200 soldiers quickly surrounded the swarm of crimson flame beetles. The current situation was that the legion soldiers encircled the beetles, while the beetles encircled Guan Li. Attack, eliminate them. Guan Li commanded. The legion soldiers launched a fierce assault. The Silver Lion Knights charged outward, while the Shadow Swordmasters, Skeleton Legion, and ironclad shield guards advanced inward to exterminate the enemy. The elven archers provided cover from the outer perimeter. The swarm of crimson flame beetles was effectively trapped. Hiss hiss hiss. The crimson flame beetles were no pushovers, their 8 stout legs continuously scraped against the ground. In the next moment, they charged forward with tremendous force. The Silver Lion nearly toppled over but narrowly avoided disaster at the last second. Thunderous charge. Kyle changed direction and continued to charge at the crimson flame beetles. Although the beetles possessed formidable charging abilities, their agility was severely lacking. After a charge, they often needed to realign before charging again. The Silver Lion Knight seized the opportunity, leaping onto the back of a crimson flame beetle. Their sharp claws tore into its armor. Kyle thrust his spear downward. Thud. The head of the crimson flame beetle was pierced through. A green insect blood gushed from the wound. The central nervous system was destroyed, and the beetle convulsed a few times before collapsing lifelessly. The other 3 legions had also arrived. The formation of the crimson flame beetles was instantly thrown into chaos. Several soldiers besieged a single crimson flame beetle. With comparable strength, they overwhelmed it. Though fighting in the dark, the crimson flame beetles were too conspicuous. Their bright red shells made them impossible to overlook. As time passed, the remaining crimson flame beetles dwindled. Guan Li swung his sword, dispatching the last of them. The battle is over. Save those insect legs for me. Guan Li instructed the soldiers to disassemble the corpses of the crimson flame beetles. Thick insect legs were removed, the battlefield was cleared. These crimson flame beetles yielded 24 4-star crystals and 14 blue cards. Half of the beetle corpses were given to Long Chia for consumption, while the rest were absorbed by the blood-drinking blade. Not a single resource was wasted. There was no alternative. Sustaining these two gluttons placed considerable pressure on Guanli. Chapter 82, New Type of Zombie. After cleaning the battlefield, Guanli retracted the Legion soldiers into the system, leaving only the Silver Lion Knights to lead the way. By midnight, Guanli finally exited the southern mountain-ranged. Structures of human civilization gradually came into view. The path he had taken was not the same as before. The southern mountain range was intricate and complex, making it easy to lose one's way. Guanli glanced back at the seemingly endless southern mountain range. He felt that in just half a day, the entire range had become even more terrifying. The roars emanating from its depths sent shivers down his spine. The southern mountain range was undoubtedly far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Many terrifying entities lurked within. Although Guanli had not encountered them, it did not mean they were absent. The creature that had severely injured the silver-horned python possessed formidable strength. Upon returning to the city, Guanli sought out a clean room. He planned to rest there for the night. He entered the kitchen and discovered it was still usable, so he retrieved the insect legs from his spatial ring. After cracking open the outer shell, he revealed the translucent insect flesh. Although the crimson flame beetles were not visually appealing, their meat was indeed quite delectable. Guanli prepared the meat, tossing it into a pot. He then sprinkled a universal seasoning, and a rich aroma filled the kitchen. Once he deemed it ready, he added a few pieces of flatbread to finish it off. A fragrant bowl of crimson flame beetle instant noodles was now prepared. Although the food from the food cards was palatable, after indulging too much, one inevitably yearns for the flavors of real food like this bowl of noodles. Due to the cramped space, the Silver Lion Knights were temporarily retracted into the system. After replenishing the Legion soldiers' stamina with food cards, Guanli sat at the table and began to feast. "Would you like some?" Guanli asked, holding up the instant noodles, glancing at the Legion commanders. "Master, we are not hungry." They all shook their heads. "Very well, this delicacy is beyond your reach." Guanli sighed and continued to relish his noodles. Thanks to the universal seasoning and insect meat, what was once an ordinary bowl of noodles transformed into a culinary delight. Especially the insect meat, which was exceptionally tender. Guanli quickly filled his stomach and then retired to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed for sleep. The commanders also took their time to rest. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Guanli's biological clock was punctual. He rose from his bed, feeling invigorated after a night of sleep. Exiting the bedroom, he found the commanders had been waiting for him. He entered the bathroom for a casual wash-up. After breakfast, Guanli stepped out of the room and onto the street. An oddly shaped zombie quickly caught his attention. Upon noticing Guanli, the zombie lunged directly at him. Its head had split in two, with a tendril extending from the fissure. Guanli scanned the zombie, and the system rapidly provided information. Name, new type evolved zombie, splitter, potential, 8-star strength, 4-star beginner abilities, unknown description, an organism undergoing an unknown mutation, evolving in a completely new direction. What is going on? Guanli furrowed his brow. He had only been in the southern mountain range for 2 days, yet these zombies had undergone such significant changes. The splitter charged towards Guanli, its tendril shooting forth, attempting to strike him in the head. Seeking death. Guanli replied coldly. Regardless of how the opponent had evolved, it was merely a 4-star beginner in strength. While it posed a lethal threat to ordinary survivors, it was nothing but a weakling before Guanli. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending the splitter hurtling away. The formidable force erupted. The body of the splitter instantaneously exploded into countless fragments of flesh and blood. A crystal core rolled out, which Guanli casually picked up. The commotion here attracted the wandering zombies in the vicinity. At the corner of the street, several distorted figures of zombies lunged towards Guanli. The foremost zombie resembled a beast, moving on all fours with a head akin to a battering ram. It possessed no eyes, only ears, and a mouth remained. The following zombies were not much better in appearance. Their arms sprouted tentacles, and their chests were split open to reveal a massive single eye. Name, new evolution zombie, impactor, potential, 8-star strength, 4-stars intermediate ability, unknown description, physique akin to a beast. Liberated from its original genetic shackles. Name, new evolution zombie, eyeballer, potential, 8-star strength, 4-stars intermediate ability, unknown description, abandoned original genes, evolving towards a more terrifying form. Guanli swept his gaze over the zombies before him, and the system swiftly provided information. Without exception, they were all new evolutionary entities. He was certain that during his time in the southern district mountains, something significant had transpired in the outside world. A few new type zombies quickly charged towards Guanli holding the blood-drinking blade. He advanced and struck. Swish. The new type zombies before him were all eliminated by Guanli in an instant. Is someone there? Guanli immediately became alert. Through his senses, he detected the approach of survivors nearby. At the end of the street, several survivors appeared before Guanli. "Oh, the zombies have been taken down," one of them voiced in confusion as they all turned to look at Guanli. "Brother! Isn't this rather unethical of you? These zombies were clearly our prey. What right do you have to snatch them?" A young man spoke with evident displeasure. "Shui Ping, silence." A slightly older man in the group reprimanded him directly. By his demeanor, he seemed to be the leader of the group. "My lord, this young man is simply ignorant. Please do not take offense. These zombies are your kills, all the spoils belong to you." The man hurriedly offered a smile. As Wang Liang spoke, his heart raced. He realized that those zombies were dispatched with a single blow, zombies of 4-star strength, even he would have to exert considerable effort to take them down. Yet this man before him could eliminate them with ease, demonstrating the extent of his terrifying power. In this apocalyptic world, should the other party take offense, they could easily annihilate his group. Xue Ping. Is it quite bold? Unfortunately, your strength is lacking. Guan Li vanished from sight, charging towards the group. So swift. Wang Liang felt a tightening in his chest. Guan Li appeared before Xue Ping and seized him by the neck. MMM. MMM. Xue Ping's face turned crimson as the terrifying force constricted his throat, nearly suffocating him. He struggled desperately, but it bore no fruit. My lord, I implore you to spare him. I am willing to offer all crystal cores and cards. Wang Liang quickly interjected. Remember. Trouble often arises from careless words. This is the apocalypse. Even if I were to kill you, none would dare speak a word. Guan Li released his grip, and Xue Ping collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. I am willing to offer all my possessions. Wang Liang hastily proclaimed. I spared him not for your possessions. Do you understand? Guan Li looked at him. Revealing a faint smile, this feeling of superiority was intoxicating. Yes, yes. Wang Liang nodded repeatedly. You may keep these spoils. You only need to answer a few of my questions. The earlier display of power was merely a means to achieve his ends. Chapter 83, Changes in the Outside World. What would you like to know, my lord? I assure you, I will speak candidly. Wang Liang quickly responded. Clearly Guan Li's show of force had proven highly effective. This was the apocalypse, in such times. Might makes right. In recent days, has anything peculiar occurred? Guan Li inquired, eager to discern what had transpired in the outside world during his time in the enchanted forest. Why had the zombies suddenly evolved? This was certainly out of the ordinary. You don't know? Wang Liang expressed surprise. It was astonishing that someone of such strength was unaware of the event known as the Rainbow Rain. I just emerged from the Southern District Mountains. Guan Li explained. You actually ventured into the Southern District Mountains. The members of the group all displayed astonishment. The Southern District was rife with mutated creatures, and those lacking strength would not dare approach. My lord, please forgive my ignorance. Xue Ping, who had previously been so arrogant, immediately softened. Continue speaking, do not change the subject. Guan Li disregarded him. Urging Wang Liang to proceed, Xue Ping, too afraid to speak further, remained silent. Wang Liang composed himself and recounted the events of the previous day in their entirety. Absorbing the Rainbow Rain allows one to awaken and gain extraordinary abilities? Indeed. I was merely an ordinary person. After absorbing the rain, I obtained the ability to manipulate rock. As Wang Liang spoke, he demonstrated his power, rapidly enveloped by a heavy earthen armor. I have gained the power of lightning. A young man, no older than 17 or 18, exclaimed as purple lightning danced in his palms. A crack, the violet lightning shot forth, striking a wrecked car and leaving a charred mark. I can control flames. A strikingly beautiful girl conjured a ball of fire in her hand. The team comprised 7 members, 3 of whom possessed extraordinary abilities. The remaining individuals were also awakened beings. This clearly illustrated the remarkable effects of the Rainbow Rain. However, Guan Li felt no regret. Such opportunities were insignificant to him. The Legion was the core. Once nurtured, it would be sufficient to overwhelm all. Moreover, he could extract the capabilities of the Legion. Even without the Rainbow Rain, he would remain formidable. It was now clear that the zombies absorbed the Rainbow Rain and subsequently evolved into these new types of zombies. From Wang Liang's account, it was revealed that these newly mutated zombies possessed a basic level of intelligence. They no longer aimlessly wandered in designated areas but actively sought out humans hidden in safe zones. The mutated creatures had also undergone evolution. The beneficiaries of this Rainbow Rain were not solely humans. Enough, these items belong to you. Having obtained the answers he sought, Guan Li chose not to linger. He departed with his commanders. The team exchanged glances, bewildered by Guan Li's retreating figure. In the future, when encountering other survivors, be sure to behave. We were fortunate this time to encounter a reasonable strongman. Wang Liang warned. Understood. Captain Wang. Xue Ping nodded eagerly, aware of Wang Liang's implication. Good, now that we are in the apocalypse, a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Wang Liang reiterated. The streets were teeming with thousands of zombies. Many of which were of the new type, or their forms were grotesque, entirely beyond the realm of humanity. Even the infamous liquor appeared more palatable in comparison. Not all zombies absorbed the Rainbow Rain and evolved into new types. Many retained their original forms. Guan Li summoned the soldiers of the Legion, drawing the horde's attention. A whale. Several new type zombies charged towards the ironclad shield guards. They possessed 4 arms, with their eyes connected by a single tentacle that stood atop their heads. As the ironclad shield guards swung their axes, the new type zombies astonishingly evaded the blows. The axes grazed their heads but struck their shoulders instead, the immense force chopping away half of their shoulders and peeling off much of their skin. Yet these new type zombies exhibited no reaction, lunging to bite the ironclad shield guards. Clang! The ironclad shield guards raised their shields, sending the zombies flying. Then, with their axes, they decapitated the attackers, once severed from their heads. The new type zombies ceased their struggles. An increasing number of zombies charged towards the Legion soldiers. The ironclad shield guards stood firm, advancing forward. The elven archers in the rear continuously released arrows, while the skeleton shield guards ensured the archers' protection from any new type zombies breaching their defensive line. Soldiers, charge! At the opposite end of the street, Kyle led the Silver Lion Riders into the fray. The new type zombie horde, distracted by the ironclad shield guards, was fully exposed to their rear. The Silver Lion Riders surged into battle, facing no zombies in their path, although these new type zombies had reached 4-star strength. They were no match for the Silver Lion Riders, who treated them as if they were mere ordinary foes. Once toppled, they faced the crushing stampede of mighty beasts with no chance to rise again. Guanli stood at the back, observing the battlefield. While the zombie numbers were overwhelming, they lacked coordination, rushing forward mindlessly upon spotting prey. In contrast, the Legion soldiers utilized their positional advantages and clever tactics, making it feasible to triumph over greater numbers. A competent leader was crucial. This was evident from the historical Battle of Zayayujin, where Zhang Liao's 800 men defeated 100,000. As the Legion gradually took shape, Guanli found himself less compelled to take direct action. After all, as the supreme commander, one must occasionally enjoy the fruits of leadership, otherwise how could one be deemed a commander? The soldiers of the Legion worked in perfect harmony, swiftly clearing the majority of the zombie horde. With the Silver Lion Riders joining the battle, the zombie swarm was thoroughly segmented. The ironclad shield guards charged forward, crushing the zombie formation. Moments later, the Legion soldiers eradicated the remaining zombies without a single casualty, with only a few dozen soldiers sustaining injuries. Thanks to the system, even if the Legion soldiers were scratched by zombies, they would not contract the virus. Guanli utilized recovery cards to heal their wounds. The battlefield has been thoroughly cleared, yielding a total of 347 3-star crystal cores, 248 4-star essence cores, 233 blue-green cards, and 130 blue cards. These exceedingly distorted new breed of zombies are highly repulsive to the bloodthirsty blade. However, Longqia shows no discrimination, voraciously devouring these zombies until nothing remains. After clearing the horde, Guanli continues onward. The sudden cascade of colorful light rain has allowed zombies and mutated creatures to evolve. Guanli must hasten his own strengthening. Who knows what further surprises this apocalyptic world may hold? Perhaps in a few days a downpour of black rain will occur, followed by a shower of red rain shortly thereafter. Guanli vanishes at the end of the street. Shortly after his departure, a new type of zombie appears on the street. This zombie is grotesquely distorted, with bulging muscles covered in numerous single eyes. On its head, 3 twisted faces emerge, those of a man, a woman, and a child, so closely nestled together, they resemble a loving family. Guliolu. Food, eat. The child's face writhes, emitting a clumsy sound. Chapter 84, The Adhesive Monster. Baby, eat. The faces of the man and woman coo indulgently, yet, this scene is extraordinarily eerie. The new type of zombie has developed sentience. Ahead. Move, eat, capture, eat. The child stutters. The new type of zombie, wielding 6 arms, dashes across the ground. Tentacles sprout densely from its back, and its abdomen splits open to reveal a pair of sharp claws. After a few leaps, the new zombie ascends the wall, beginning to scale it. Unbeknownst to Guanli, he is being targeted by a new type of zombie. At this moment, he encounters a swarm of insectoid creatures. Name, Scythe Beetle, potential, 7 stars, strength, 5 stars, beginner, abilities, side slash. Charge, description, insectoids descended from rifts, possessing sharp side-like forelimbs. This group of scythe beetles is the size of an adult human, their black exoskeletons glinting ominously. Their forelimbs resemble massive scythes, exceptionally sharp. These scythe beetles are currently engaged in a brutal hunt of humans. With a single powerful slash, their side-like limbs can sever a human in two, spilling colorful entrails onto the ground. The scythe beetles seem to relish these entrails, lowering their heads to feast eagerly. As the soldiers of the Legion approach, the beetles remain oblivious. Crack, and Shadowblade Master swiftly strikes down upon the back of a scythe beetle. Its shell shatters. Green insect blood spraying forth. Roar. The scythe beetle emits a shriek, turning to retaliate. Alas, their agility leaves much to be desired. Before they can fully turn, the Shadowblade Master pierces their skull. Several scythe beetles are swiftly dispatched by the soldiers. The surviving humans huddle on the ground, trembling in fear. As Guanli approaches, they finally react. Young man, we owe you our thanks, a middle-aged man exclaims gratefully. Just as Wang Liang had said, not all humans can acquire miraculous abilities after absorbing the colorful light rain. Such fortunate individuals are indeed rare. Wang Liang's team consists solely of selected members, each at least an awakener. Only such a team can maintain a higher survival rate. In contrast, the group before Guanli, with over 30 members, has merely 5 awakeners, a rather dismal ratio. Before the scythe beetles, they are nothing more than prey. Young man, you are awakeners, yes? Could you possibly assist us in returning to the survivor camp? The middle-aged man, seeing Guanli's indifference, grows somewhat irate, yet dares not express it. The events of the last few days have taught him that to survive, one must learn to humble themselves, regardless of past status. Without strength, one is merely ordinary refuse. Eat, eat. Not far away, a terrifying creature lurks atop a building. Guanli senses impending danger and swiftly dodges. However, the middle-aged man is not so fortunate. A bone spike penetrates his chest in an instant. The horrifying force causes his chest to explode, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The middle-aged man dies bewildered, unable to comprehend how he met his end. What terrifying strength! Guanli's pupils constrict. Ah! The remaining survivors, upon witnessing the horror, scramble to escape. Food, don't run. More bone spikes are launched from the building. Those fleeing are instantly decapitated. New type? Guanli follows the trajectory of the bone spikes and discovers a new type of zombie perched atop a billboard. This new zombie, bearing 3 twisted faces and 6 robust arms, climbs upon the advertisement. Each arm is adorned with numerous eyeballs. The creature's newly bulging back is covered in tentacles, and its abdomen features a pair of small claws reminiscent of a child's arms. This new type of zombie appears to be a grotesque amalgamation. Guanli's gaze sweeps across, and the system quickly provides information. Name, new type zombie, adhesive monster, potential, 9 stars, strength, 6 stars, beginner, abilities, bone spike eruption. Eyeball explosive tentacle entanglement climbing. Description, a new life form evolved from zombies, possessing even more distorted genes. Eat. The adhesive monster shoots a bone spike from its mouth. Guanli, gripping the bloodthirsty blade, cleaves the spike in two. He senses the terrifying power emanating from the blade. This new monster's strength is formidable. Guanli refrains from summoning Legion soldiers. The disparity in strength is too great, and the tactic of overwhelming numbers would be ineffective. There is no need to let the soldiers perish in vain. Roar. The adhesive monster realizes it lacks sufficient minions. It emits a howl, summoning surrounding zombies. A thud thud thud. The new type of zombie, encased in muscle, emerges onto the street. It bares its teeth, displaying sharp fangs. Following it is a new type of zombie with enormous arms, then one crawling on all fours, its vertebrae extending into a tailbone reminiscent of a hyena. Finally, 2 tyrants appear. All of these zombies possess 5-star strength. Without hesitation, Guanli charges toward the adhesive monster. The Legion leaders also seek their opponents. Just as Longxie prepares to strike, he is intercepted by a new type of zombie, one covered in scales. Terrifying fangs protrude from its mouth, and a pair of bat-like wings sprout from its back. A dreadful aura emanates from it. 5-star advanced, Longxie launches an assault, unleashing lightning from his silver flood dragon claw toward the new type of zombie before him. The bat-winged zombie flaps its wings, evading Longxie's attack, before lunging at him, initiating a fierce battle. Guanli continuously slashes, deflecting the incoming bone spikes. He leaps beneath the billboard, gathering strength in his legs, and springs upward. Explosive fist, a terrifying energy erupts instantaneously. The billboard beneath the adhesive monster shatters into fragments. His fist strikes the adhesive monster's abdomen, sending it flying. Wow, that hurts, the child's face cries out. The faces of the man and woman immediately display fury. Die. The adhesive monster lunges at Guanli. Its eyes continuously shooting forth boom, the eyeballs that make contact with objects explode. Taken by surprise, Guanli's arm becomes charred. Damn it, how disgusting. He feels a sense of revulsion, uncertain of what lies within those eyeballs. The wound on his arm heals rapidly, returning to normal in mere moments. Guanli charges once more at the adhesive monster. He concentrates, summoning the blood demon hand. Empowered by terrifying strength, he cleaves a massive gash in the adhesive monster's body. Wow. That hurts, the adhesive monster emits a piercing wail. Damn it, enough with the noise. Guanli unleashes his full power, aiming for the monster's head. Blood Soul Slash. A blood-red sword energy swiftly coalesces, slicing toward the adhesive monster's head. Whoosh, a head rolls to the ground. The adhesive monster, bereft of its head, instantly loses all strength. Kill the adhesive monster, gain 30,000 points. The system's prompt resounds. Chapter 85, Intelligent Zombies, from the adhesive monster's body. A deep purple card bursts forth. The crystal core rolls from its head and lands on the ground. Guanli collects both the crystal core and the card. The bloodthirsty blade, disdainful of the adhesive monster's corpse, does not absorb it. Longxie, however, is more than willing to partake, its devouring claws opening wide. Creak, the sound of flesh being chewed sends chills down one's spine. The massive body of the adhesive monster is swiftly consumed. A powerful aura emanates from Longxie. 6-star beginner, having accumulated such a wealth of flesh, Longxie finally breaks through. This is an unexpected delight. Kill the tyrant, gain 5,000 points. Kill the hunter, gain 7,500 points. The remaining new type zombies are also dispatched by the leaders. Collectively, they contribute 45,000 points, 2 5-star crystal cores, and 1 purple card. Guanli scans the battlefield and discovers that the remaining survivors have all been slain by the adhesive monster. He does not leave immediately but instructs the Legion leaders to remain vigilant. After hoarding rewards for so long, it is time to reap the benefits. As zombies continue to evolve, the Legion's strength must also be urgently enhanced, currently aside from the Elf Archers and Shadow Blade Masters. The rest of the Legion consists of 4-star advanced strength. This level of power poses no issue against ordinary new types but becomes somewhat burdensome when confronting a formidable new type like the adhesive monster. He retrieves all the crystal cores from within his spatial ring. The price for 3-star crystal cores ranges from 30 to 50 points. 4-star cores range from 50 to 70 points. 5-star cores range from 70 to 90 points. For Guanli, cores below 6 stars have little utility, thus, he decides to convert them all into points to bolster the Legion's strength. Clink, trade 1,573-star crystal cores for 59,660 points. Clink. Transacted 489 4-star crystal cores, earning 26,895 points. Ding, transacted 2 5-star crystal cores earning 165 points. With all crystal cores exchanged, Guanli accumulated a total of 86,720 points. Adding to his previous total, it approached 280,000, although this sum is substantial. It is by no means excessive. After all, an upgrade card costs a staggering 50,000 points. Purchasing 5 Legion upgrade cards will require 250,000 points. Do you wish to proceed? The system's voice echoed. Purchase. Without hesitation, Guanli made his choice. Congratulations, host, you have successfully purchased 5 Legion upgrade cards. Your decisiveness is truly admirable. Guanli disregarded the system's flattery. He chose not to spend the remaining 30,000 points but instead saved them for unforeseen circumstances. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Legion. System, upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. System, upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guanli upgraded all 3 advanced 4-star legions. Moments later, the strength of all 3 legions had ascended to low-level 5 stars. System. Upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. He allocated the remaining 2 upgrade cards entirely to the Shadow Swordmasters. Their strength surged, advancing 2 tiers to high-level 5 stars. The Shadow Swordmaster Legion possesses the potential to reach 6 stars. Which implies that with one more upgrade, they could evolve further. While Guanli was enhancing his legions, Long Chia had consumed all newly formed zombies. Long Chia was indiscriminate, feasting on any flesh infused with energy. Boom! Guanli wandered through the city streets, slaying zombies and monsters. Suddenly, he heard the distant sound of intense artillery fire. A cloud of smoke soon enveloped the sky. The deployment of such formidable firepower could only be attributed to the city defense forces. The recent explosion had been quite powerful. It seemed that the defenders were encountering significant trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Guanli headed towards the source of the explosions. In the smoke-filled streets, a terrifying horde of zombies had encircled a 1,000-man team. The team hastily formed a defensive position using armored vehicles and tanks to create a barrier. The horde relentlessly assaulted them. Rat-a-tat-tat, the artillery mounted on the armored vehicles unleashed a torrent of fire. Large-caliber bullets rained down into the swarm of zombies. With such density, aiming was hardly necessary. Bullets pierced through the heads of the advancing undead. Boom! Several rockets struck the mass of zombies, sending many toppling under the force of the blast. Yet, the gaps were quickly filled. The soldiers stationed at the front lines kept pulling triggers without pause. The rifle fire became frantic, but its effectiveness waned significantly. After absorbing the radiant rain, the zombies had undergone further evolution. Zombies below 3 stars were now a rarity. Standard firearms proved far less effective against 3-star zombies. Even a headshot could not guarantee an instant kill. As for the newly evolved types, they exhibited agility in evading bullets. Even when struck, the damage inflicted was negligible. The radiant rain awakened human abilities, but it also bestowed even more terrifying evolutions upon the zombies. This was not salvation, it was merely the beginning of a nightmare. Damn it! There are too many zombies. There is no chance of breaking through. They had initially received orders to rescue a group of survivors in a nearby district and to scavenge along the way. Everything had been going smoothly, and they were close to their destination. However, a new type of zombie had plunged them into crisis. This was an intelligent zombie capable of summoning nearby brethren, understanding basic tactics, and directing the horde in battle. While its abilities did not match those of a zombie king, it was nonetheless terrifying. Ability user squad, lead the way out. The rest of you, provide cover. A serious middle-aged man quickly made a decision. His name was Luo Wentao, a captain of a 1,000-man unit. Among this 1,000-strong team, there were 20 ability users, the most precious combat assets of the city defense force. They absolutely could not perish here. Becoming an awakened being is not particularly difficult. 1 crystal core is sufficient, but to become an ability user is far more challenging. Either one must receive the favor of the heavens amidst the radiant rain, awakening their abilities directly, or rely on an exceedingly low probability of obtaining abilities from cards. Whichever path one takes is fraught with difficulty. This is why ability users are far scarcer than awakened beings. Captain Luo, do you even realize what you're saying? If we're leaving, we all leave together. If we're staying, we all stay. I, Lei Quan, would never betray my comrades. Lei Quan, a middle-aged man exuding a sense of iron will, or a scar an inch long on his arm. Electricity surged along his arm, striking at the approaching zombies. Terrifying lightning instantly obliterated several zombies. Clearly, he was an ability user. Old Lei is right, I'm not the type to abandon my teammates. Let us fight. Better to die than retreat. I would rather be a hero for 5 seconds than a coward for a lifetime. Chapter 86, Iron Will You Lot? Luo Wentao felt deeply moved. Although his soldiers often bickered and squabbled, they proved to be reliable when it truly mattered. Listen to me, you must survive to fulfill a greater purpose. You have the ability, there is still a significant chance of breaking through. Though touched, Luo Wentao remained rational. Damn it, spare me the nonsense. I usually listen to you, but not now. Lei Quan unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, dispatching the zombies before him. Boom, a massive zombie appeared before them. This giant zombie lay prone on the ground, its back arched high, splitting open. Boom, a jet of green liquid erupted from the fissure in its back, raining down upon the city defense force's position. Ah! Several screams pierced the air. Soldiers splattered with the liquid found their skin rapidly corroding, revealing their white bones to the open air. Everyone be cautious of that green liquid. Luo Wentao shouted. The giant zombie needed time to build up for a second corrosive barrage. Shortly thereafter 3 more giant corrosive zombies emerged onto the battlefield, spewing their corrosive liquids. Ah! Dozens of soldiers perished instantly under the corrosive onslaught. We can't let those zombies live. Luo Bin, Lin Ji, Yang Ming, you 3, follow me. Lei Quan had selected 3 capable individuals. Luo Bin was a warrior of earth and stone, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Lin Ji had the ability to transform into a lizard man, endowed with immense strength. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was a sonic warrior, capable of unleashing powerful soundwave attacks. The strength of these 3 was comparable to that of Lei Quan. All classified as intermediate 5-star warriors. Old Lei, what shall we do? Luo Bin inquired. You pave the way for Lin Ji, Yang Ming, and I will look for opportunities. First, we need to eliminate those zombies that spew corrosive liquid. Understood. Luo Bin stomped the ground, instantly sending a wave of earth surging forward. The zombies ahead were toppled over, Charge, he shouted, rolling over the fallen zombies. Lin Ji transformed into a lizard man, his physique swelling to over 2 meters, his body adorned with black scales. He seized a zombie and hurled it forward, instantly crushing dozens of them. The two forged ahead, clearing the path while Lei Quan and Yang Ming followed closely behind. Observing this, Luo Wentao joined their ranks. The intelligent zombies, however, had sensed Lei Quan's group's intentions. Roar! One such zombie hidden within the horde commanded the others to protect the giant corrosive beast. The 5 were now a mere 20 meters away from the beast. Yet they found themselves completely obstructed by the surrounding zombies. The giant corrosive beast accumulated enough energy to launch a second wave of attacks, this time targeting the armored vehicles and tanks. Sizzle, the high-intensity corrosive liquid rapidly melted through the metal, and soldiers caught off guard were instantly reduced to pools of blood. Damn it! Lei Quan's eyes blazed with fury. Without the armored vehicles and tanks, their situation became increasingly dire. Lei Quan had no choice. He had to eliminate these giant corrosive beasts. With the combined efforts of Luo Bin and Lin Ji, they finally reached the foreboding creatures. Yang Ming! Destroy them! Lei Quan gathered electricity in his hands and unleashed it upon the giant corrosive beast. 0.3 meters was sufficient for his lightning to reach its maximum potential. Boom! The lightning surged forth. Instantly piercing through the beast's body, the giant corrosive beast let out a mournful wail before collapsing lifelessly. Yang Ming opened his mouth, releasing a powerful sound wave that also penetrated the beast. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the giant corrosive beasts had been vanquished. The situation seemed to progress smoothly. Lei Quan concentrated his energy, preparing to destroy the remaining giant corrosive beasts. Suddenly, chaos ensued. Whoosh! The giant corrosive beast opened its maw and shot a stream of corrosive liquid. Old Lei! Luo Wentao did not hesitate and pushed Lei Quan aside. Ah! The corrosive liquid splashed onto him, rapidly eroding his flesh. Old Luo! Lei Quan's heart shattered as radiant lightning erupted from his body. He immediately obliterated the giant corrosive beast into charred remains. Chapter 87, The Arrival of Divine Warriors. Yang Ming also unleashed a soundwave attack, eliminating the last giant corrosive beast. Old Luo! Lei Quan knelt on the ground, cradling Luo Wentao in his arms. His body was already more than half corroded, his ribs and organs lay in ruins. Stay alive! You must survive! Luo Wentao grasped Lei Quan's arm with all his might, using his last ounce of strength to speak. Soon after, his grip slackened completely. Damn it, cursed zombies! Die, all of you! Lei Quan radiated blinding lightning. Several zombies around him were instantly struck down. Old Lei, stay calm, the others shouted urgently. Kill! Lei Quan was engulfed in madness, fixated solely on exterminating the zombies before him, even if it meant expending the last remnants of his strength. Fine. I never intended to leave alive anyway. Lin Shi smashed a zombie's skull. The death of Luo Wentao ignited a fire of fury within them all. They fought desperately against the zombies, even if it meant perishing alongside them. As time passed, soldiers began to fall. The 1,000-strong battalion dwindled to fewer than 400. Their ammunition had long been depleted, and they engaged in close combat with the zombies. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the sky, piercing the skulls of several zombies in an instant. Soon after, a deluge of arrows filled the air. What is happening? Reinforcements! Lei Quan was momentarily bewildered, though he did not know the identity of the newcomers. He was certain they were not enemies, otherwise, he himself would have been struck by those arrows. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived, hold your ground! Lei Quan shouted, revitalizing their morale. He had promised Luo Wentao that he would survive. Now that hope had emerged, he would grasp it tightly. Charge! The soldiers also witnessed the arrows raining down from above. They erupted with a primal desire to live. If given the choice, no one wished for death. They had families to care for. The human instinct for survival could unleash boundless strength. Many soldiers, once pale and despondent, rekindled their hope. They swung their blades, hacking at the zombies, driven solely by the will to live. Roar! In the distance, the roar of a lion reverberated through the streets. Through the tide of corpses, they beheld an unforgettable sight, a cavalry of warriors riding silver lions charging toward the horde. These cavalrymen appeared like divine beings descending from the heavens. The zombies before them were as insignificant as ants. Knights, charge! Kyle commanded, raising his spear, instantly piercing through several zombies in his path. The silver lions charged recklessly, their terrifying momentum obliterating 3-star zombies into mere pulp. The silver lion cavalry surged forward with unyielding ferocity against the horde. Following closely behind were the armored shield guards, who decimated the surviving zombies underfoot with their battle axes. On the other side of the street, Bone led the skeletal soldiers into the fray against the zombie mass. The skeletal spearmen, enveloped in armor, braced their long spears against their shields and launched a fierce charge. The zombies ahead were swiftly impaled by their spears. The skeletal mages, stationed at a distance, conjured dark magic, raining down fireballs and lightning upon the hordes. The skeletal sword and shield warriors defended them closely. Bone activated a power aura to bolster his soldiers. He blew the horn of the mighty beast, summoning a skeletal wyvern onto the battlefield. It swung its massive bony tail, toppling swaths of zombies. Xinlian led the shadow sword cultivators closely behind the skeletal army, wielding their swords to eliminate the surrounding zombies. Though their numbers were few, their strength was formidable, all being 5-star warriors, while the tide of corpses was vast. Most consisted of 3 or 4-star zombies, only a scant few bore the power of 5 stars. Guanli stood beside Aaron, observing the situation on the street. He chose not to intervene personally. The soldiers of the Legion were capable of handling this level of zombie horde. Incredible! Lei Quan exclaimed as he watched the soldiers on both ends of the street battling the zombies. He had once thought that gaining lightning abilities and being a 5-star awakened individual placed him among the strong, yet now, it seemed he was still too weak. There are always those stronger than oneself. And the world is vast beyond comprehension. Today's events humbled Lei Quan's once arrogant heart. The appearance of the Legion soldiers reignited hope within the city defense troops. They fought desperately to break through. With the combined assault from both sides, the tide of zombies began to falter. The intelligent zombie hidden within the horde sensed this change. Possessing considerable intelligence, it prepared to flee. If the tide of corpses were to completely collapse, escape would be impossible. Several giant shield zombies encircled it, gradually making their way toward the battlefield's edge from above. Guanli had long been aware of its presence. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Guanli patted Long Chia's shoulder. Go! I know you yearn for it. Long Chia leapt from the window, descending upon the intelligent zombie in the street. Bang! He landed atop a giant shield zombie, shattering its shield with terrifying force. Eek! The intelligent zombie emitted a piercing scream. Commanding the surrounding horde to protect itself, Long Chia tore off the head of the giant shield zombie and extended his devouring claws toward the intelligent zombie. The giant shield zombies rallied to its defense. Positioning themselves before Long Chia's gaze remained calm as water, showing no signs of emotion. The tyrant's claw converged, instantly shredding the shield apart. The overwhelming force split the giant shield zombie in two. Long Chia propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The intelligent zombie found no refuge, its neck firmly grasped. Despite possessing 5-star capabilities, its attributes were all focused on intelligence, rendering its physical prowess quite feeble. Without the protection of the horde, even an ordinary survivor could have a chance to eliminate it. Long Chia lifted it and soared to the rooftop. Please, don't kill me. The intelligent zombie sensed the presence of its kin emanating from Long Chia. It knelt before him, pleading desperately. Long Chia ignored it and unleashed his devouring claws. The terrifying maw swiftly consumed the intelligent zombie. The sound of flesh being chewed echoed from his arm. Ding! Long Chia has devoured the intelligent zombie. Gaining the enlightenment talent. The system's notification echoed within Guanli's mind. Long Chia returned through the window, kneeling respectfully before Guanli. Master! Long Chia spoke in a broken accent. Though somewhat stuttered, he was finally able to communicate. Rise! Guanli waved his hand. Long Chia stood up, silently retreating to the side. Although he had gained intelligence, Guanli was not concerned about betrayal. Long Chia bore the mark he had left within him, a benefit of creating a puppet with his own hands. With the intelligent zombie eliminated, the tide of corpses was thrown into disarray. They no longer coordinated tightly but instead attacked based on instinct. The newly awakened zombies, fully unleashing their primal nature, bore no regard for their kind. Each attack had a high probability of accidentally killing a few fortunate zombies. The Legion soldiers launched a fierce offensive, mercilessly slaughtering the zombies. Chapter 88. The invitation. They're dead. All of them are dead. Lei Quan plopped down onto the ground, surrounded by corpses. I can't believe we actually survived. Robin gasped for breath, his rock armor long since vanished thanks to those mysterious individuals. Lin Ji also reverted to his human form. He glanced at the soldiers handling the corpses on the battlefield and declared, the battle has concluded. Over 300 city defense soldiers have fortuitously survived. Kyle, mounted on his silver lion, approached Lei Quan. Greetings, esteemed knight. Lei Quan and his companions hastily rose, bowing respectfully. Were it not for these individuals, they would have faced total annihilation. Let us discuss a matter. The 3-star crystal cores will belong to you. The remaining items shall be ours. Do you have any objections? Kyle inquired from his elevated position, conveying Guanli's intent. None. The others shook their heads. If it weren't for this enigmatic team, they would have lost their lives, and thus dared not voice any dissent. Very well. Kyle nodded, appreciating their perceptiveness. Esteemed knight. May I have a word with you? Lei Quan quickly interjected, mistaking Kyle for the leader of the team due to his mount. He hoped to extend an invitation. If he could recruit him, the strength of the base army would surely be greatly enhanced. What is it? Kyle asked. On behalf of the base army, I extend a heartfelt invitation. We hope you can join our ranks. Lei Quan earnestly expressed. With the fall of Huagua, the city defenses had naturally ceased to exist. The former city defense had transformed into the base army. Su Yunjian intended to establish the base city centered around the Z building. The base army alone could not accomplish this undertaking, hence the plan to recruit survivors. Those willing to join would receive favorable treatment. Firstly, their families would be safeguarded by the base army, ensuring provisions and shelter. Additionally, by completing assigned tasks, one could earn rewards from the base army. This arrangement resembled a contractual relationship. Of course, those wishing to secure a position within the base army would have no trouble doing so. Ultimately, it depended on how the survivors chose to proceed. The base army had already recruited numerous capable survivors, which was why Lei Quan extended the invitation. He believed Kyle's abilities, along with his subordinates, could at least secure the rank of right general. Such a position was not insignificant. I apologize, but I am not interested. Kyle replied without hesitation, firmly rejecting the offer. He would never betray Guanli. Esteemed knight, are you truly not considering it? Our base army has already rescued many survivors. If you have family, we can provide a good living environment. Moreover, your actions would not be overly interfered with by the base army. You may consider it a contractual relationship. Joining the base army would grant many privileges. Seeing the situation, Lei Quan attempted to persuade further. If I were you, I would not waste any more time. The commotion here will attract various entities. We must act swiftly. Kyle concluded, turning away without a backward glance. Sigh. Old Lei, let it go. How could such a powerful individual submit to another? Robin patted Lei Quan's shoulder. Indeed, we should hasten to collect the crystal cores. Our mission must continue, we need to move lightly. Lin Shi added. Yes. Such a pity. Lei Quan reluctantly accepted reality. Had their roles been reversed, he would not have agreed either. After all, as the leader of the team, why should he grovel to others? Master, that individual earlier wanted to invite me to some base army. I declined outright. What do you think? Kyle reported the situation to Guanli through their mental connection. Not interested, you made the right choice. Focus on clearing the battlefield. Guanli had no intention of engaging with the base army for the time being. He relished his freedom and saw no reason to complicate matters. As you command. Kyle rode his silver lion, gathering the cards scattered across the battlefield. Old Lei, they've departed. Robin nudged Lei Quan, speaking up. Yes. We must expedite our efforts. If we encounter another wave of corpses, it will truly be the end. Lei Quan ordered his subordinates to hastily collect the crystal cores. After all, he did not believe they would always be so fortunate. With Luo Wingtao's demise, he assumed command of the capable team. Once they distanced themselves from the street, Guanli finally revealed himself among the ranks. Master, here are all the spoils. Each of the 5 leaders held a cloth bag. Filled with crystal cores and cards, Guanli accepted the bags and scanned their contents with the system. 12 34-star crystal cores, 23 5-star crystal cores, 32 10 blue-green cards, 11 25 blue cards, and 12 pale purple cards. Despite the numerous corpses, the majority were 3-star zombies, thus the crystal cores primarily went to the base army. These were the rewards they rightfully earned, having eliminated numerous zombies. Ding, successfully traded 12 34-star crystal cores, earning 70,110 points. Ding, successfully traded 23 5-star crystal cores, earning 1817 points. He converted all the crystal cores into points and proceeded to activate all the cards, obtained supply card X861, obtained food card X547, obtained recovery card X368, obtained regular arrows X1430, the system's notification echoed. As all blue-green cards were opened, there was no surprise, only the most basic consumables, obtained advanced card X50, obtained intermediate supply card X452, obtained quality food card X245, obtained intermediate recovery card X224, obtained explosive arrows X55, obtained armor-piercing arrows X99, the blue cards were opened. Still lacking any excitement, Guanli placed all his hopes on the 12 purple cards contributed by the 5-star new-type zombies, obtained bone longbow X1, crafted from a century-old bone in the abyssal bone realm, obtained intermediate advanced card X5, obtained advanced card X2, obtained legion expansion card, 1 person, X4, the rewards were standard. Lacking any significant thrills, yet not disappointing either, Guanli's original black iron crossbow had long been outdated. Ordinary bows and crossbows lacked the power to slay 3-star zombies or stronger. The bone longbow he received was perfectly suited for his use. He was not in a hurry to utilize the Legion expansion cards. He planned to reserve them for the Tianlin Python Legion. A day had passed, yet the advancement remained incomplete. Guanli was not anxious, the longer the required time for advancement, the stronger his power would be. On the top floor of the Z City building in the conference room, the number of participants in this meeting had significantly increased since the last one. Due to the colorful light rain, many fortunate individuals had experienced tremendous enhancements in their abilities. Su Xingli, aiming to win hearts, naturally needed to bestow power. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some unfortunate news to share. The establishment of the Z City base may not be feasible. Su Yunjian opened with a bombshell. Chapter 89, Spatial Rift, what is going on? The crowd appeared bewildered, clearly unaware of the situation. Just days ago, plans were underway to establish a base in Z City, with many defensive structures already erected. President, I hope you can provide us with an explanation. Guo Xiaotian suddenly rose from his seat. The previous day's colorful light rain had granted him another evolution. He was now a 5-star intermediate awakener. Combined with his profession as an explosive warrior, he ranked within the top 10 in the base army. As a conservative, he strongly supported the establishment of the base, and Su Yunjian's sudden halt of the plan left him deeply dissatisfied. He demanded a reasonable explanation. General Guo, please, do not be agitated. Let me finish. Su Yunjian, somewhat helpless, acknowledged his position. Although he was the nominal leader, much of the actual power had been significantly undermined. I apologize, I became a bit too emotional. Guo Xiaotian recognized that his behavior was inappropriate. After all, Su Yunjian was the face of authority. Unless someone was confident in completely controlling the base army, no one would dare to sever ties. This is a photograph returned by the Lingfeng team. Everyone, take a look. Su Yunjian refrained from elaborating further, instructing his aide to pin the photo to the board. Hiss, what is this? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The image depicted a skyscraper, but that was not the focal point. The crucial element was a 3-meter-long rift above the building. Within the rift, horrifying monsters struggled to emerge. Even from the photograph, it was suffocating to behold. This is a spatial rift discovered accidentally by the Lingfeng team during their mission. If nothing unexpected occurs, Z City will soon fall. Su Yunjian's voice was low, yet it bore the weight of a mountain upon the crowd. Should the creatures within the spatial rift successfully descend, they would be no more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. President, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rashness. I hope you can forgive me. Guo Xiaotian, capable of both humility and strength, stood to express his apologies. General Guo, you were merely considering the collective. Su Yunjian offered him an avenue for retreat. Guo Xiaotian nodded, returning to his seat. Initially, we were unaware of the existence of the spatial rift. We believed establishing a base in Z City was a prudent choice. But now it is different. Should we restart the plan to head to Yang City? Su Yunjian looked at the assembly. President, is there truly no way to resolve this? Can we attempt to close the rift? A young officer suggested impractically. Do you think this is a grand entrance? You can just shut it as you please? The speaker was a middle-aged officer, who seemed to look down upon the newly appointed officers. What did you say? The young officer immediately bristled, clearly picking up on the provocation in the other's words. Ahem, enough. Su Yunjian quickly interjected, halting the two. General Qiu Ziliang, I have already had experts investigate this matter. Given humanity's current capabilities, it is utterly impossible to close the spatial rift. In fact, external forces may even accelerate its opening. Su Yunjian shook his head. Upon receiving the information he had consulted professionals. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. No one wished for the rift to open smoothly, even the slightest possibility warranted their effort. However, Su Yunjian's words extinguished their hopes like a bucket of cold water. So, how long until the temporal rift is fully opened? Shen Lingfei grasped the crux of the issue. Discussing how to close the rift was less productive than considering how to expedite the search for supplies and survivors. And then evacuate before the rift fully opened. 5 days, that's a conservative estimate. If things progress swiftly, it could be entirely opened in 4 days. Su Yunjian's statements plunged the group into silence once more. 4 days, the time was alarmingly short. Everyone, this meeting must yield a decision today. Should we hold our ground or retreat? Su Yunjian stated, leaning personally towards the latter, although heading to Yangchang was rife with peril and a high probability of total annihilation. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Conversely, no one could predict what monstrous entities might emerge from the spatial rift. Should they choose to hold their ground, they would have no retreat. It would be a battle to repel the monsters or be consumed by them. Clearly, the odds of successfully repelling the creatures were nearly non-existent. I choose to retreat. If you all refuse to leave, I shall go alone. Shen Lingfei declared resolutely. I too opt for retreat. Su Yunjian chimed in. Retreat. Zhao Kuai had always advocated for this course of action. I also choose to retreat. Minutes later, all present had cast their votes. This time, retreat won overwhelmingly, with only a handful supporting the idea of holding firm. Very well, since everyone has made a decision. Then in 3 days, we will evacuate Z City and head for Yangchang. Su Yunjian announced the directive. Understood. The crowd nodded in agreement. Spread this news far and wide. Those wishing to evacuate should gather at Z City Tower. Collect food, medicine, and various supplies as much as possible. Su Yunjian contemplated for a moment before continuing. Shortly thereafter, news of the spatial rift spread throughout the camp. Survivors, upon hearing this, hurriedly began packing their belongings, eager to leave that very night. The base's military transmitted the information via radio. Due to the emergence of a spatial rift at XX Tower, the base will organize an evacuation in 3 days. Please proceed to Z City Tower promptly. Many survivors, upon receiving this news, scrambled to gather their possessions. No one wished to remain in Z City and await their demise. The entire Z City was ensnared in the crisis of the spatial rift. Guanli walked down the street as a drone whizzed past him. Attention, in 3 days, the base will organize an evacuation. Survivors, please hurry to Z City Tower. The drone's loudspeaker echoed the message repeatedly. A spatial rift? Guanli felt a surge of curiosity. He was not far from the rift's location. Long Chia, go take a look. Guanli commanded. Yes, master. Long Chia leapt into action, unfurling its demonic wings. Guanli entered Long Chia's perspective as it soared over towering skyscrapers. Gazing down upon Z City, it resembled a jungle of steel. In the labyrinthine streets, zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally seizing a few survivors to tear them apart and devour them. Such scenes were no longer foreign to Guanli. Long Chia did not linger, heading straight for the front. Guanli's primary concern remained the spatial rift. Chapter 90, the insectoid clan. The skies were not without peril. A massive bird lunged at Long Chia with remarkable speed, reaching it in an instant. Die! Long Chia roared, its devouring claws struck forward, tearing the giant bird in two. A 5-star crystal core was extracted from the creature's carcass. This was merely a minor incident and did not consume much time. 10 minutes later, Long Chia arrived before a skyscraper. Above the building loomed a rift, measuring at least 5 meters long, exuding a terrifying aura. The rift is expanding at an alarming rate. Long Chia's mouth echoed Guanli's voice. A product of puppetry technique. Get closer. Guanli commanded, observing through Long Chia's eyes as it flapped its wings and approached the rift. A destructive wave of energy pulsed around the spatial rift. Stop. Guan Li understood they had reached their limit. If Long Xie continued to approach, it risked being sucked into the rift. This distance was sufficient. Through Long Xie's vision, Guan Li glimpsed the scene within the rift. It was a desolate planet, teeming with insects. The Qian beetles and scythebugs Guan Li had encountered before were mere cannon fodder within this insectoid army. He even spotted beetles the size of buildings and centipedes stretching dozens of meters long, with legs as sharp as blades. Is that an insect queen the size of an aircraft carrier? Guan Li gasped in astonishment. A colossal insect, resembling a mountain, was riddled with holes, emanating a suffocating presence, with insects crawling out from its numerous orifices. System. Will that thing truly descend? Guan Li inquired urgently. If the insect queen were to arrive, he would not resist, he would simply lie down and await his fate. Rest assured, host, a spatial rift of this magnitude can accommodate at most 10-star lifeforms. The system's words instantly alleviated Guan Li's anxiety. Long Xie. Come back. Guan Li confirmed that the base's claims were accurate. The rift had indeed expanded to 5 meters. At this rate, the insectoid army would descend within 3 days. Long Xie flapped its wings and swiftly retreated from the spatial rift. Guan Li pondered whether to evacuate alongside the base's military. The sheer number of insects could easily lead to Z City's downfall. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand an army of insects, not at this moment. Retreating was the wisest course of action. Preserving the Green Mountains meant there was no fear of firewood. This was a strategic withdrawal. Long Xie quickly returned to Guan Li's side. He decided to visit the military camp. The rift would open in 3 days, the base's military would evacuate in 2 days, otherwise, they would not have time. This was not a matter of a few hundred or a few thousand individuals who could leave Z City at any moment. Guan Li conservatively estimated that there were at least several tens of thousands in the survivor camp. If they did not prepare in advance, the group would not be able to exit Z City. He also had another option, to lead his legion and depart Z City alone. However, the journey to Yangcheng was perilously long. Guan Li had no idea how many dangers lay ahead, thus, it was better to stick with the main force and quietly reap the benefits. Let others serve as cannon fodder while he enjoyed the spoils. If the situation turned dire, he could withdraw at any moment. That was what it meant to be prudent. Z City Tower was a landmark. Guan Li was well aware of its location. He first dispatched his legion soldiers to scavenge for supplies while he and Long Xie hastened to Z City Tower. Outside Z City Tower, armored vehicles sped out. Time was of the essence, and the base's military began frantically gathering supplies. After several days of modifications, a 5-meter-high earthen wall was erected outside Z City Tower. These walls were the handiwork of earth mages. Providing decent defense, they could effectively hinder ordinary zombies. The earthen wall was equipped with flame cannons aimed at the ground below. Soldiers patrolled the walls. Any zombies daring to approach would be instantly dispatched. Guan Li arrived at Z City Tower, observing the earthen wall. Though rudimentary, the fact that such defensive structures could be erected within days spoke volumes of the base's efforts, with no materials available. They relied solely on the earth mage's gradual accumulation. Guan Li approached the base of the wall with Long Xie, which in its normal state bore no difference from a human. We are survivors from the outside. We heard that the base is evacuating in 3 days. We came here specifically. Guan Li had already prepared his lines. Enter, turn right to register your identity, a soldier instructed. Understood. Guan Li nodded, complying readily. He entered the camp and walked to the right as directed. As the soldier had mentioned, there was a simple registration process. The primary aim was to confirm how many survivors were within the camp. Upon successful registration, a proof of identity would be issued. With this proof, one could receive a rescue meal. Though it was merely a bowl of thin porridge, it was more than enough for everyone. Hello, sir. The person handling the registration was a pure-looking young woman, dressed in professional attire, revealing a pair of snow-white, long legs. Hello, I am a newly arrived survivor. Guan Li smiled, displaying a set of bright white teeth. Name, strength. The young woman asked just 2 straightforward questions. Guan Li. My strength should be at the intermediate 4-star level, he replied cheerfully, without a hint of concealment. Truly impressive, the young woman smiled. Most survivors possess strength around 3 stars, so an intermediate 4-star level placed him among the upper echelon. What was more, Guan Li was quite handsome. Just average, you are quite remarkable too, intermediate 3-star. Guan Li quickly gauged the young woman's strength. Clearly she was one of the fortunate ones, unlikely to become mere playthings. Thank you. And what about this gentleman? The young woman turned her gaze to Long Xie. Long Xie, initial 5-star. It responded to the registrar in accordance with Guan Li's words. Ah, truly impressive for one so young, the girl said with a beaming smile. Primarily, it was Long Xie, even more handsome than Guan Li. Had it been in the past, he would undoubtedly have been a top idol, proficient in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Alright, here are your credentials. The girl handed over 2 certificates, featuring their names and an official seal. With these credentials, you may collect food. However, your abilities likely won't require them, she teased. After a brief chat, Guan Li departed with Long Qie.by inquiring with passers-by. He discerned the location of the high-ranking officials of the base military, the central area of the camp, the Z City building. He found an unoccupied corner and consumed an invisibility potion. Instructing Long Xie to wait there while he stealthily entered the building, striding confidently to the entrance, he encountered a dozen fully armed soldiers standing guard. To gain entry, one must present the appropriate identification. Spotting an officer about to enter the building, Guan Li trailed behind him, successfully blending in. Chapter 91, encountering Wang Yu. The door at the entrance closed behind them as he followed the officer into the elevator. during which he consumed another invisibility potion. Upon reaching the top floor, he was met with numerous armed soldiers. Su Yunjian approached. Commander, the officer beside Guanli greeted. MHM. Su Yunjian nodded, then stepped into the elevator and departed. Commander. His position must be quite significant. It's settled, he'll be our target. Guanli noted the officer's appearance. Disguising himself, his features swiftly transformed in a room devoid of surveillance. Su Yunjian emerged confidently. Commander, several soldiers promptly saluted. MHM. Su Yunjian nodded. Oh. Commander, your voice, one soldier remarked with a puzzled expression. Cough cough, my throat is a bit uncomfortable. Su Yunjian explained. Oh, I see, weren't you just leaving? The soldier recalled seeing Su Yunjian take the elevator down. I suddenly remembered something I need to instruct you on. Summon the adjutant. Su Yunjian commanded. Understood. To your office? The soldier inquired. Yes, to my office. Guanli, utilizing his perception, quickly located Su Yunjian's office. Fortunately, it's not an electronic door. Employing lock-picking skills, Guanli swiftly unlocked the door when no one was watching. Knock, knock, knock. Minutes later, a knock resounded. Enter. Su Yunjian, seated in a recliner, called out. Click. The door opened to reveal a young adjutant. Commander, you called for me? The adjutant inquired. Yes, I suddenly find the situation with the spatial rift concerning. Send more personnel to monitor it closely. Su Yunjian stated seriously. Have them reassess the specific time of activation. We would rather evacuate early than late. Su Yunjian affirmed. Understood. I'll dispatch someone to investigate immediately. The adjutant nodded. That is all, you may return to your duties. Su Yunjian instructed. Yes, certainly. The adjutant exited the room. This disguise is indeed effective, but it's a pity it cannot alter my voice. Su Yunjian muttered to himself. Rising to leave the room, Commander, the guard soldiers promptly saluted. MHM. Su Yunjian nodded before striding out confidently. Do you think the commander has lost his mind? One soldier remarked. He doesn't usually walk like that. In a room devoid of surveillance. Guanli reverted to his original appearance, were Su Yunjian to leave the building using his likeness to escape would undoubtedly lead to complications. In a blind spot, he consumed another invisibility potion and followed an officer. Successfully exiting the building, upon returning to Long Chie's location, he deactivated his invisibility. Let us go, the task is complete. Guanli emerged from the corner, just as he was about to leave the camp with Long Chie. A voice called out, Li Gu. Ha, that voice sounds maddeningly familiar. Guanli turned around to see a muscular man, about 6 feet tall, rushing towards him. Holy hell, a dead gay. Guanli exclaimed, startled, quickly dodging. Wang Yu missed his target. Nearly falling flat on his face. Hey, Li Gu, it's me. Wang Yu thought Guanli had failed to recognize him. Damn it, I only dodged because I knew it was you. Guanli retorted, if it were a girl, I would have welcomed it with open arms, but alas, you are a gay. Guanli said disdainfully, I was just overly excited, I'm not gay. Wang Yu hurriedly clarified, why are there only 3 of you? Guanli inquired. Noting that only 3 remained in Wang Yu's group. If he recalled correctly, there should have been 6, this left 2 possibilities, they either parted ways or perished. Wang Yu fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke. They died. Lu Tianming was infected with the zombie virus, I was the one who sent him on his way. Xiao Bin was pierced through the body by a horned insect while trying to save me. Li Meng fell victim to human hands, during that ambush. His head was shot through by a bullet. Wang Yu clenched his fists, his hands tight with anger. My condolences, do not be too hard on yourself, in this cursed apocalypse, no one knows what will transpire. Guanli patted his shoulder. MHM. Wang Yu nodded. Are you heading to Yang City? Guanli queried. Yes. Xiaobin's family is in Yang City. I promised him that if his parents were still alive, I would take care of them. Wang Yu responded. And your parents? Guanli recalled that Wang Yu was a local. Wang Yu fell silent, and Guanli already knew the answer. My condolences, the deceased are gone. The most common occurrence in the apocalypse is death. Thank you, Li Gu. Wang Yu replied. After a brief conversation, Guanli understood the situation of the 3. They were fortunate to have all gained abilities. Wang Yu acquired the class of Holy Light Warrior, possessing not only great physical strength but also the ability to unleash holy light attacks against foes. Xian became a mechanic, capable of crafting wondrous inventions from mechanical parts. Yu Hai assumed the role of beast tamer, able to tame mutated creatures, according to their accounts, every time they broke through. There was a chance of comprehending new skills. Li Gu, you must be a summoner, right? Wang Yu inquired, remembering Guanli had a squad of skeletal warriors. MHM. Guanli nodded, offering no further explanation. Li Gu, who is this brother? Why not introduce him? Wang Yu asked, looking at Long Chia, my little brother. Guanli grinned, revealing a broad smile. Hello Long Gu, they greeted in unison. Guanli's little brother was their big brother. MHM. Long Chia nodded, that's just how he is, not very talkative. Guanli explained. They all prepared to follow the base military to Yang City. Wang Yu was driven by a promise. Yu Hai, unencumbered, decided to follow Wang Yu. Xian's father worked in Yang City. Though the hope was slim, he wished to give it a try. Li Gu, are you also heading to Yang City? Wang Yu asked. MHM, Z City is far too dangerous. Guanli nodded. Regardless, he certainly could not remain in Z City. That's excellent. On the way to evacuate, should you require anything, just say the word, and Wang Yu, will absolutely see it through. Guan Yu vowed. From Xiaobin's situation, Guanli realized that Guan Yu was particularly loyal. Whatever he promised, he would go to great lengths to fulfill. You'll have to surpass me before we talk. Guanli smiled. Guan Yu currently possessed a 4-star advanced strength, while Si Yan and Yu Hai were both 4-star intermediates. I have matters to attend to and must leave the camp for a while. You all should hurry, the base military will commence evacuation within 2 days at most. Guanli reminded them. 2 days? Didn't the base military say 3 days? Guan Yu was somewhat perplexed. Trust me. Guanli offered no further explanation. Directly leading Long Jie away. Let's hurry and prepare. Li Ji's words are undoubtedly reliable. Guan Yu expressed heartfelt admiration for Guanli. Chapter 92, Legion soldiers under attack. In the communications room, the adjutant picked up the communication device. Thunder Squad. Bloodblade Squad, please respond. Buzz, a crackling sound followed. Received, please proceed. The leaders of the 2 squads replied to the adjutant. Han Feng, Luo Zhe. Your mission is temporarily suspended, the adjutant stated. Deputy Officer Zhou Yuan, what are the instructions? Both squads belonged to the internal ranks of the base military and were bound to obey its commands without question. Immediately proceed to the spatial rift and assess the situation. If any abnormalities are detected, report promptly. Zhou Yuan instructed. Understood, Deputy Officer Zhou Yuan. The 2 cut off communication. Boss, what's the situation? In a chaotic supermarket, the Thunder Squad was scouring for supplies, though the squad consisted of only a dozen members. They were all elite, each member possessed at least 5-star initial strength and were all ability users. Deputy Officer Zhou Yuan's latest directive. We need to head to the spatial rift. Han Feng set down the walkie-talkie. What about these supplies? One team member inquired. I will check around the vicinity of the spatial rift. You all continue with your tasks. We will regroup at Yunqi Road in 3 hours. As the leader of the Thunder Squad, Han Feng's strength reached 5-star advanced, and he had acquired the class of Fire Fist Warrior. With the ability to unleash fiery magic like a mage and engage in close combat akin to a warrior, he is truly a master of both martial and magical arts. Excellent, Team Leader Han. Please ensure your safety. The team members did not attempt to dissuade him, they were well aware of Han Feng's formidable strength. Take care yourselves. In case of an emergency, retreat promptly. Han Feng also imparted a few words of caution. He had developed a deep camaraderie with these team members, and if it were within his power, he would wish to spare them from sacrifice. A little over 10 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the vicinity of the spatial rift. Ah! Team Leader Han, you arrived rather swiftly. A voice called out. Han Feng turned and delivered a powerful punch, flames erupting instantaneously. A whoosh, a fierce whirlwind dispersed the flames. Team Leader Han, your strike is quite fierce. Luo Zhe stabilized his descent with the assistance of the wind. That was light. Next time, I should let you experience my newly comprehended skill. Han Feng replied with a smile. What the old Han, that is not fair. We agreed to be lazy together, yet you secretly grew stronger. Luo Zhe remarked. His mouth crooked in a grin. The spatial rift has expanded. Han Feng was the first to speak. What? Luo Zhe exclaimed, startled. He looked upwards to see that the 3-meter-long rift had indeed widened to 6 meters. The once inconspicuous black slit now instilled a sense of dread. Hiss, at this rate. In no more than 3 days, the monsters within will descend upon Z City. Luo Zhe gasped in shock. Thank goodness Deputy Zhou urged us to come and investigate. Otherwise, we would be in grave trouble. Han Feng nodded in agreement. If the team were to retreat 3 days later, the monsters from the rift would have already invaded Z City. At that point, escaping could become impossible, with dire consequences. Zhou Yuan, I have some alarming news. Luo Feng picked up the communication device to contact the camp. What is it? Zhou Yuan inquired, his expression serious. The spatial rift has expanded to 6 meters. And the rate of expansion is increasing. In no more than 3 days, monsters will arrive. Han Feng relayed all the information he had gathered. 3 days, if that is indeed the case, we are in serious trouble. You two, make haste and return. We may need to expedite our evacuation. Zhou Yuan commanded. Understood. We will gather the supplies and return immediately. Han Feng concluded the communication. Let us hurry, time is of the essence. Luo Zhe urged. Right, off we go. Han Feng slightly bent his legs and leapt several meters into the air. In midair he unleashed flames from his hands, the tremendous force propelling him another 10 meters forward. Goodness, you really know how to show off. Watching Han Feng's figure gradually diminish from view, Luo Zhe's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He wasted no time and hurried toward the agreed-upon location. The team was set to commence their retreat by the morning at the latest. Once they departed Z City, they would lose their stable food supply. It was imperative to gather as many supplies as possible before they left. At the survivor camp, the loudspeaker announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the team will be evacuating in 2 days. I hope everyone will prepare swiftly. Wow! Brotherly is incredible. He knows in advance. Guan Yu exclaimed in astonishment, unaware that all of this was part of Guan Li's meticulous planning. We don't have much to pack in the camp. Xianjing. Weren't you clamoring for that robot earlier? Come on, brother, you will get it for you. Wang Yu said. Really? Su Xingli exclaimed, brimming with excitement. When has brother Yu ever lied to you? Stick with brother Yu, and you'll never go hungry. Wang Yu clapped Su Xingli on the shoulder. His profession as a mechanic allowed him to enhance his own strength through mechanical devices. The specifics of how it worked were known only to Su Xingli. Awesome, long live brother Yu, love you tons. Su Xingli exclaimed. Attempting to leap toward Wang Yu, who promptly kicked him away. At long last, he understood Guan Li's sentiments. Guan Li, accompanied by Long Chia, raced down the street. Damn it, who dares to mess with me? They must be tired of living. Just as he left the camp, he received word from the Legion soldiers. A small squad of skeleton sword and shield soldiers had been ambushed by humans while gathering supplies. The squad fought valiantly, eliminating over 10 adversaries before suffering complete annihilation. With their supplies seized. Master, the leader of the opposing group is a 6-star beginner awakened one. They have a beast tamer profession and are accompanied by a 5-star advanced fire beetle. The squad consists of 40 individuals, with 10 being 5-star awakened ones and the rest 4-star awakened ones. Eileen's voice echoed in his mind as she was closest to the scene of the incident. 6-star beginner. Eileen, keep a close eye on those fellows. Do not act recklessly. I will arrive shortly. Guan Li commanded. Understood, master. Eileen concealed her presence within a nearby building. Ha ha, what a bountiful harvest. These supplies are sufficient for a grand feast back at the camp. A scar-faced man proclaimed. I've had my eye on a pair of sisters. This time, I can finally have them. Ha ha ha. A rotund man with a face full of blubber added, wielding a butcher's knife with menacing intent. Oomph, who asked the fool? Sending summoned creatures to gather supplies. I lost over 10 of my men. The leader of the group said darkly. Though they had the advantage in numbers, the skeleton soldiers were too uncanny. Even after decapitation, they could still survive, leading to the deaths of over 10 of their own. Lin Gu, don't worry. With so many summoned creatures lost, that guy will be done for. It was clear that the group understood the limitations of summoned beasts. If a summoned creature fell, the summoner would also suffer damage. Humph, too bad for him. If I encounter him, I'll feed him to my bugs. Isn't that right, darling? Lin Hai caressed his fire beetle, which was as large as a car. This was the evolved form of the red flame beetle, capable of spewing fire. Gather the supplies. Let us move. Bring along the equipment too. Lin Hai ordered. Understood. The scar-faced man replied. Everyone, pack your things. We are preparing to leave. The butcher said, his bulk shaking. Lin Hai knew that the base's military was about to evacuate Z City. Thus it was essential to gather as much supplies as possible beforehand to sustain his many subordinates. Master, they are preparing to leave. Eileen contacted Guan Li. No problem, I have already arrived. Let us strike. Guan Li commanded. Understood. Eileen wasted no time. She drew her bowstring back, aiming at the butcher's head. Whoosh, the sound of the arrow slicing through the air resonated. A frost arrow shot forth. The butcher, just bending down to lift the supplies from the ground, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. His hair stood on end, and he swung his butcher's knife skyward. Whoosh, the frost arrow was cleaved in two. Damn it, we're under attack, the butcher exclaimed. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have already been a corpse. Be alert. Lin Hai was equally startled to find himself in a black-on-black situation. On the upper floor, Lin Hai's subordinates quickly pinpointed Eileen's location, possessing the ability of keen sight. Die. A man raised a sniper rifle and fired at Eileen. Eileen's arrow flew toward the man in return. Whoosh, bang, the sniper's bullet struck the wall of the room, while Eileen's arrow found its mark in the man's head. Ugh. The man twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground. Lin Gu. It's just one person, and a pretty girl at that. The keen-sighted man announced. Damn, how dare she act so brazenly alone? Brothers, capture her alive. Let's have some fun. Lin Hai immediately altered his strategy. Just as the group was about to ascend the stairs, they heard heavy footsteps echoing from the street nearby. What is going on? An earthquake? The butcher's flesh quivered. Be careful, that girl has accomplices. Lin Hai shouted urgently. As they stood uncertain, a silver lion suddenly pounced from around the corner. Ah! A nearby subordinate was instantly tackled to the ground and torn in half, blood splattering as he screamed in agony. Lin Gu, save me. The lower half of the subordinate desperately crawled toward Lin Hai. Die. Kyle shot through the subordinate's skull. 20 silver lion cavalrymen emerged from around the corner, effectively blocking the road ahead. Brothers, don't panic. These fellows are merely 6-star beginners. In terms of numbers, we hold the advantage. Lin Hai was also a formidable character. After a brief moment of surprise, he regained his composure. He realized that while the cavalry's presence was intimidating, their strength was merely 6-star beginner. In a real skirmish, they would still hold the upper hand, especially since he was a 6-star beginner awakened one. They walked into their own trap. I shall graciously accept these silver lions. The scar-faced man's eyes brightened thud thud thud. Before they could rejoice, the heavy footsteps from the street corner echoed ominously. Over 50 armored soldiers had completely surrounded the street, their ironclad presence instilling terror in everyone present. Lin Gu, what do we do now? They have even more people. A timid subordinate inquired. What is there to fear? The outcome is yet to be determined. Lin Hai suppressed his inner astonishment. An ominous premonition washed over him. These people had arrived far too conveniently. Lin Gu, look. A subordinate shouted urgently. In the alley to the left, dozens of shadowy figures emerged. 50 shadowy sword cultivators surrounded them. Lin Gu. We should retreat, the scar-faced man said, wavering slightly. There was a narrow escape route in the alley to the right. Just as his words fell, a booming voice echoed, You dare to touch my skeletons? The skeletal warrior, accompanied by its skeletal soldiers, blocked the right alley with an imposing presence. Elven archers peeked from the surrounding buildings. The moment Lin Hai saw the skeleton, he realized he had kicked a hard wall. Lin Gu, what should we do? The scar-faced man was utterly bewildered. The bravado from before dissipated in an instant. The overwhelming strength of their opponents was beyond their capacity to contend with, even if Lin Quan was a 6-star beginner. How many could he possibly handle? Those cloaked swordsmen were all of 5-star advanced strength. Gentlemen, surely there must be some misunderstanding? Lin Hai immediately conceded. In such a crushing situation, he had no hope of victory. You killed my soldiers, plundered my resources. Do you think there's any misunderstanding? Guanli slowly emerged from behind the Silver Lion Knight. Brother, it was a misunderstanding. I will repay your losses tenfold. How about that? Lin Hai was utterly despondent. 2 6-star awakened beings could easily dispatch him in moments. Those who offend Guanli shall face dire consequences, no matter the distance. Kill. Guanli pointed his sword directly at Lin Hai. Soldiers, charge with me. Annihilate them. Kyle raised his spear and initiated the charge. Damn it. Let's fight. Lin Hai knew there was no possibility for reconciliation. In a narrow confrontation, only the brave would prevail. Fire arrows. Aileen commanded the elven archers to attack. Several of his subordinates were instantly pierced through by arrows. The skeletal warrior wielded a great sword, cleaving one of Lin Hai's subordinates in two. It was already filled with rage. After all, as its own soldiers had been ambushed and killed, the shadowy sword cultivators surged into the crowd. Those subordinates were no match for them. Before they could even retaliate, they were silenced with a swift strike to the throat. 40 of Lin Hai's subordinates were slaughtered in an instant. Lin Hai commanded the blazing fire beetles to launch the first attack against Guanli. The beetles charged forward, resembling a car speeding towards Guanli. Long Xie burst forth and landed a powerful punch on the blazing fire beetle. The terrifying force sent it reeling. Use the flame jet. Lin Hai directed the beetle. A jet of flame shot toward Long Xie in an instant. Long Xie exerted force beneath its feet, evading the beetle's flames. It landed on the beetle's back and aimed a strike at its head. The tremendous force shattered the beetle's head, and a stream of green insect blood gushed forth. The blazing fire beetle, in pain, attempted to throw Long Xie off, but its arm clung tightly to the beetle's back. Silence. Long Xie rasped. It unleashed a freezing ray from its hand. The beetle's head was instantly pierced through. Blazing fire beetle killed. Game 2,000 points. The system's notification echoed. Now it's your turn. Long Xie grasped the carcass of the blazing fire beetle and hurled it at Lin Hai. Damn it! My treasure! Lin Hai screamed. His body began to contort, and moments later he transformed into a half-human, half-insect being. I will devour you! Lin Hai bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He lunged towards Long Xie, his clawed fists, encased in a hardened shell, struck at Long Xie. Alas, the gruesome scene he had envisioned did not unfold. Long Xie effortlessly intercepted his blow. Now it's my turn! The silver dragon claw struck down, sending Lin Hai crashing into the ground. Lin Hai felt his head ringing. Long Xie pinned Lin Hai beneath its foot, raining down blows upon him. There was no technique involved, it was pure emotion. The crimson shell was smashed to pieces, and blood gushed forth relentlessly. Chapter 94, The Aquarium. Tisk, tsk, how tragic. Why kill anyone else but my people? No, my skeletons. Guanli stood before Lin Hai, who was in a pitiful state. His shell was shattered by Long Xie's assault. The faint breaths escaping his nose proved he was still alive. There was not a shred of compassion on Guanli's face. These wretches were not deserving of sympathy, since they had brought trouble upon themselves. They must brace for the violent retribution. Spare me! Lin Hai weakly pleaded. That is out of the question. Guanli held the scar-faced man's head aloft. If I spare you, it would be profoundly unjust to these individuals. As the leader, you should accompany them down. Guanli placed the scar-faced man before Lin Hai, whose face was filled with terror. Ah! Demon, devil. Lin Hai gazed at the scar-faced man, succumbing to despair. His body trembled uncontrollably, and inexplicable fear seized his heart. Kill him. Guanli disregarded Lin Hai's pleas. This time, Long Xie showed no mercy and obliterated Lin Hai's head. Do not consume the corpse. Guanli commanded Long Xie. After all, it was a matter of eating human flesh, even if it were merely a corpse. He could accept Long Xie devouring any blood and flesh, but not that of humans. That was his bottom line. Of course, exceptions could be made during extraordinary times. Yes, master. Long Xie retracted its devouring claws. It obeyed Guan Li's words without question. Clean the battlefield, retrieve the supplies. Guan Li ordered. Understood. The soldiers quickly mobilized. Moments later, the battlefield was cleared. 45 4-star crystal cores, 6 5-star crystal cores, 15 blue cards, and 1 purple card were recovered. 800 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of flour were all that the 10 skeletal soldiers had managed to gather. Master, when we arrived, we placed the supplies in a secure location. Now we can retrieve them. Kyle interjected. The incident had been sudden, the soldiers could not possibly carry the supplies while fighting. Alright, you continue searching. However, the team configuration needs to be altered. 30 men per group, with a mix of melee, ranged, and tank roles. Kyle, your team is exempt. The cavalry is highly mobile and should be able to retreat safely. Guan Li swiftly assigned the upcoming tasks. Understood, the captains replied. By tomorrow evening at the latest. All camp members must regroup. After giving his final instructions, Guan Li departed with Long Xia. The captains began coordinating and forming teams. As dusk approached, Guan Li arrived at the location where supplies were hidden. He stored all the supplies the soldiers had collected into his spatial ring. Total haul: 1,024-star crystal cores, 112 5-star crystal cores, 310 blue cards, 21 purple cards, 10,000 pounds of rice, and 7,000 pounds of flour. Since rice and flour were easy to carry, they focused primarily on gathering such supplies. With everything secured, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Guan Li refrained from wandering in the night. It was undeniably the most perilous time. In the vast sea city, there were surely even more terrifying creatures lurking. Just because Guan Li had not encountered them did not mean they were absent. In the dimly lit room, Guan Li took out a long-lasting lamp. The flickering flame illuminated the surroundings significantly. It was a cozy little house adorned with a family portrait, a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a delightful baby. The room appeared as though it had not been inhabited for quite some time. When the apocalypse struck, this family must have been away on a trip. Little did they know that this departure would forever sever their chance of returning. He entered the kitchen and discovered that the gas was still usable. From his spatial ring, he retrieved several bottles of water, with a few packets of instant noodles and the legs of the blazing fire beetle added to the pot, complemented by an all-purpose seasoning. The kitchen was soon filled with an enticing aroma. Once the noodles were ready, Guan Li placed them on the dining table. Long Xia, would you like to eat? Guan Li inquired, glancing at Long Xia lounging on the sofa. I prefer consuming blood and flesh. Long Xia rigidly shook its head. Clearly, it had no interest in such cooked food. Sigh, you truly do not appreciate the finer things. Guan Li sighed, then began to enjoy his instant noodles. The legs of the blazing fire beetle were particularly tender and flavorful. Brimming with energy, after devouring a bowl of blazing fire beetle leg noodles, Guan Li contentedly belched. Ah, delightful, time for a long restful slumber. You will keep watch tonight. Guan Li said to Long Xia. Understood, master. Long Xia settled on the sofa. Its gaze fixed on the entrance, Guan Li retreated into the bedroom. The bed was large and soft, the blankets were new. He collapsed onto it, slipping into slumber instantly. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the survivor camp, the howls of zombies echoed. Damn it. At this critical moment, a zombie tide appears. Suppress them with firepower, eliminate them. Soldiers on the earthen wall fired wildly. Waves of zombies fell, yet new ones surged forth, launching a fierce assault against the wall. Ability user team. Requesting support. Soldiers realized they were losing control of the zombie tide. Sigh, just returned, and we can't even enjoy a moment of peace? Han Foam leaped down, flames spewing from his hands. The surrounding zombies were instantly ignited. He threw a punch, causing the burning zombies to explode. Captain Han, impressive. The soldiers on the wall exclaimed in awe. His punch had taken down at least a dozen zombies. Old Han, showing off is your flaw. Luo Zhe controlled wind blades, slicing through the surrounding zombies. Hee hee, here I come, brothers. A burly man crashed into the zombie tide, wielding a 3-meter-long pole, sweeping away the surrounding zombies. Oh, Su Ding managed to return as well. Luo Zhe remarked. Of course. Your Thunder and Bloodblade teams have all returned. How could my Battle Marshal team lag behind? Su Ding boasted, his stature expanding. A colossal figure, towering at 3 meters, emerged on the battlefield, with the support of the ability user team. The zombie tide was swiftly eradicated. As dawn broke, Guan Li awoke on time. He rolled out of bed and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. A few pieces of bread served as breakfast. After eating, he set out with Long Xia. Today's objective, the aquarium. Before evacuating, Guan Li wishes to take a look. The king of tortoises at the aquarium. If the opportunity arises, he wouldn't mind taking care of it. After all, the aquarium is not far from the survivors' camp. A day is sufficient for a round trip. Guan Li is swift. Before noon, he arrives at the aquarium. The aquarium has undergone significant changes. The once bustling ticket office now wanders with a few zombies. Boom! The zombies have detected Guan Li and charge towards him. Long Xia steps in, swiftly dispatching them. The corpses are devoured entirely. Let's go, inside. Guan Li strides towards the aquarium. The once lively aquarium is now enveloped in silence. The creatures that were once on display have all vanished. Without pausing, Guan Li heads directly to the tortoise exhibit. Chapter 95, the Shenlei Dragon Legion die in the dim corridor. Several zombies are meandering. Their clothing indicates they were aquarium staff. Perhaps seeing a living person has excited the zombies. They shuffle towards Guanli. Snap, Long Qie's devouring claws swiftly sever them in half. It has been a long time since it last fed. The sound of flesh being chewed fills the air. The unfortunate zombies become sustenance for Long Qie. These staff zombies are merely a minor encounter, lacking the consumption of flesh and the absorption of light rain. Their strength is only around 2 stars. Let us move. Guanli doesn't waste time. He calls to Long Qie and strides towards the tortoise exhibit. If the Xuanjia king hasn't left, it is likely still in the tortoise area. After a few minutes, a staircase appears before Guanli at the tortoise area. The sign nearby boldly displays the words. He ascends the stairs. At the top of the staircase lies a massive isolated island. Hiss. Guanli gazes at the island. Involuntarily gasping in astonishment, scattered across the island are enormous skeletons. Judging by their appearance, they must be from the creatures once displayed. A gigantic tortoise is sprawled on the island, lazily basking in the sun. Its limbs are covered in black scales. The tortoise's shell rises high, resembling a small mountain. Sharp spikes grow around it, reflecting a chilling gleam. Blood and flesh still cling to its razor-sharp teeth. The Xuanjia king has not departed. It likely remains to hunt the marine creatures from the exhibit. From what has been observed, the aquarium's inhabitants have all found their way into its belly. Name, Xuanjia king, royal level, potential, black iron strength, 7-star beginner skills, ominous evaluation, a creature evolved from ordinary tortoises, possessing terrifying defense and the ability to wield water and earth elements. Guanli scans the giant tortoise, and the system quickly provides information. Black iron potential, 7-star beginner strength. The strength of the Xuanjia king vastly surpasses that of the silver-horned python. Gazing at the heavy shell, Guanli instantly loses his desire to engage. After all, tortoises are inherently high in defense and thick in health, although he possesses the blood-sucking blade, capable of penetrating defenses. The Xuanjia king is not made of wood, it can retaliate. Moreover, this is its domain. If he is not careful and gets dragged into the water, he might very well be exhausted. Guanli feels conflicted. This is a hot potato. Forget it. I'll spare your life. After contemplating for a moment, he decides to leave. If it weren't for the threat of spatial rifts, he might have chosen to engage in a protracted battle. Ding, the Tianlin Python Legion has completed its evolution. Please. Host, check the system. Guanli suddenly halts. Finally evolved. He eagerly opens the system. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xianlei Dragon Legion. The system's prompt sounds once more. Dragon? Guanli's face lights up with excitement. The Tianlin Python has indeed not disappointed him. Between pythons and dragons, there exists a vast disparity in both bloodline and strength. He summons the Xianlei Dragon Legion. A purple summoning array slowly materializes before Guanli. 6 dark purple dragon serpents appear within the summoning array. The dragon serpents exude an imposing aura, adorned with single horns from which flickers of lightning dance. Their purple scales are neatly arranged. 4 powerful claws are entwined with purple lightning. With a slight exertion, they leave 5 claw marks on the hard ground. Thank you, my lord, for granting us new life. The leading Xiangling bows low. Its elevated head only bows to Guanli. After evolving into dragons, the Xiangling has become sentient. The Xianlei dragons measure approximately 6 meters in length and over 1 meter in width. As the Legion leader, Xiangling is even larger, around 9 meters long and over 2 meters wide. Guanli opens the Xianlei Dragon Legion's panel to examine its capabilities. Xianlei Dragon Legion can evolve, cannot expand. Number 5, potential, silver, strength, 6-star intermediate, leader, Xiangling, skills, Xianlei Break, Dragon Tail Sweep, Thunder Horn Strike, Water Manipulation, Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunder Scale Armor, Xianlei Annihilation. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Guanli's eyes brighten. The Xianlei Dragon Legion starts at a strength of 6 stars at the intermediate level. It boasts as many as 7 skills. Moreover, it possesses silver-level potential. The only drawback is that it cannot be expanded. The expansion cards he previously prepared have become useless. System, extract water manipulation. Guanli does not hesitate and directly extracts the skill. Moments later, he masters water manipulation. This skill allows him to breathe underwater and grants him the ability to control water. Of course, it requires energy. With the Xianlei Dragon Legion and water manipulation in his possession, Guanli feels he has a chance to defeat the Xuanjia king, just as he prepares to leap into action. A sound echoes from the corridor below. Who? Guanli instantly becomes alert. He cannot fathom who else would come to this cursed place. Long Qie, Songlin. Guanli grips his blood-sucking blade. No matter what creature rushes out from the corridor, he can instantly eliminate it. From the corridor emerges a massive head, emanating a chilling aura. It is a crocodile. Wait, this creature looks somewhat familiar. Guanli quickly halts Long Qie and Songlin. Oh, how come it's you? From behind the giant crocodile emerges a striking figure. Han Xiaolu? Guanli calls out her name. He recalls encountering a capable individual on the road earlier. Guanli! Han Xiaolu exclaims in surprise. Clearly she recognizes him as well. What brings you here? Guanli does not lower his guard. In this apocalyptic world, he does not easily trust anyone. Moreover, he has only met Han Xiaolu once. Guanli is not the type to be easily swayed by a woman's presence. If she displays even the slightest abnormality, he will not hesitate to strike. There's a king of tortoises here, I want to kill it. Han Xiaolu states in the most endearing tone, yet speaks the harshest words. Guanli scrutinizes her closely and detects no signs of deceit. This indicates that Han Xiaolu is not lying. At the very least, she genuinely intends to slay the Xuanjia king. Is it because of your crocodile? Guan Li looks at her. Yes. Little Croc needs its crystal core. I was planning to come after a while. But the base forces will evacuate tomorrow. So I wanted to see if there was an opportunity. Han Xiaolu remains as unguarded as before. Her character has allowed her to survive until now, which is nothing short of a miracle. Guan Li cannot discern whether she is feigning ignorance or is genuinely naive. Name: Ice Giant Crocodile, can evolve, potential, 8-star strength, 6-star advanced abilities, ice armor. Ice breath, frenzied tail whip, death strangle evaluation, a giant crocodile infused with ice bloodline, possessing formidable potential. He scans the ice giant crocodile, and the system quickly provides information. Chapter 96, Cooperation. Guan Li did not anticipate that this ice giant crocodile would reach the advanced 6-star level. It must be said Han Xiaolu possesses some capabilities. Surviving in this apocalypse suggests she cannot be a fool, however, having just acquired the Xingli Dragon Legion, if he truly wished to kill Han Xiaolu, it would likely not be too challenging. Guan Li, you asked all the questions. Now it's my turn. Han Xiaolu speaks up. You ask. Guan Li lowers his arms. What brings you here? Han Xiaolu inquires. To kill the Xuanjia king. Guan Li does not conceal anything. Han Xiaolu is quite strong, there may be a chance for cooperation. The ice giant crocodile can also fight in the water. Oh, then our goals align. Let us cooperate. Han Xiaolu states earnestly, just as Guan Li is about to respond. Options appear before him. Option 1, ambush Han Xiaolu. Reward, Ice Giant Crocodile Corpse X1. Option 2, pretend to agree with her. Find an opportunity to ambush. Reward, Lightning Whip X1. Option 3, choose to cooperate with Han Xiaolu to kill the Xuanjia king. Reward, skill upgrade opportunity X1 Xin Turtle Shield X1 7-star Crystal Core X1. The rewards for the first two options are too meager. Guan Li disregards them entirely. Alright, the Crystal Core is yours. The corpse card belongs to me. Think it over. Guan Li proposes his terms. If they successfully slay the Xuanjia king, he stands to gain without any loss. He can obtain the Crystal Core as well. Good. Han Xiaolu nods. Come up, let us discuss tactics. Since they have established a cooperative relationship, a basic level of trust is essential, otherwise collaboration would be challenging. Moreover, Han Xiaolu's combat strength primarily lies with the ice giant crocodile. Her personal strength is not formidable, only at the advanced 5-star level. Guan Li has 100 ways to outsmart Han Xiaolu, thus he is not particularly concerned about any tricks she might play. Is this the dragon? Han Xiaolu, having only seen Guan Li from a distance earlier, now gazes at the Xingli dragon, her expression instantly one of astonishment. Yes, my pet. Guan Li casually offers an excuse, deflecting her curiosity. So handsome. I'll exchange with you using my little crocodile. Han Xiaolu declared. The ice giant crocodile responded with a whimper, ing. Hurry up. Guan Li glanced at her. I apologize. Han Xiaolu was aware that this was not the time for jesting. I have been here before. Surrounding the Turtle King. There are 10 Xuanjia turtles guarding. All these Xuanjia turtles possess the strength of 6-star beginners. Han Xiaolu shared the information she had with Guan Li. This information is crucial. Guan Li remarked. Can your ice giant crocodile hold off the Xuanjia Turtle King? He looked at Han Xiaolu. Yes. But it won't last long. Han Xiaolu pondered for a moment before responding to Guan Li. Alright, you hold off the Xuanjia Turtle King. Leave the Xuanjia turtles to me. Guan Li's plan was straightforward, to defeat them one by one. Understood. Han Xiaolu nodded. But you must be quick. I'm worried the little crocodile won't hold on. She blinked her big eyes, gazing at Guan Li with anticipation. Rest assured, the Flash Silver Hero is not as fast as I am. Guan Li assured her. He then took out a stack of supply cards. Take these and use them. He stuffed the supply cards into Han Xiaolu's hands. Wow, so many, are you a wealthy tycoon? Han Xiaolu exclaimed as she looked at the cards. Which numbered at least several hundred. I hope you won't make any mistakes in the upcoming operation. There is only one chance. Guan Li said earnestly as he looked at her. If the Xuanjia Turtle King became cautious, it would be difficult to kill it. Understood. Han Xiaolu nodded. The battle begins. Guan Li was the first to charge forward, with Long Jia and the Xingli Jiao Legion closely following. Little crocodile, charge. Han Xiaolu commanded the ice giant crocodile. Roar, the ice giant crocodile let out a furious roar and climbed out of the passage. It swung its tail and dashed towards the small island. The island was not far from the shore. Guan Li swiftly crossed the stone bridge over the water. Buzz, the Xuanjia Turtle King slowly rose. It let out a roar, and the surrounding Xuanjia turtles immediately reacted, launching an attack towards Guan Li. The Xuanjia Turtle King began to charge at Guan Li as well. However, the ice giant crocodile leaped out of the water, aiming to bite it. Crack, its massive jaws clamped down on the leg of the Xuanjia Turtle King, instantly shattering several black scales. Buzz, the Xuanjia Turtle King, in pain, abandoned its attack on Guan Li and retaliated by ramming its head into the ice giant crocodile, sending it flying. Sanglin, Long Jia, finish it quickly. Guan Li saw the ice giant crocodile being knocked away and knew that Han Xiaolu couldn't hold out for long. Understood. Master. Xingli struck the Xuanjia turtle with a claw, leaving 5 deep gashes in its shell from the terrifying force. Purple lightning surged, and Xingli unleashed a purple lightning ball from its mouth. The lightning ball struck the Xuanjia turtle, piercing through its shell with powerful electric force. Immediately after, it used its sharp claws to tear apart the shell, killing a Xuanjia turtle on the spot. Guanli wielded the bloodthirsty blade, easily breaking through the Xuanjia turtle's defenses. Whoosh! With one sword strike, a deep gash appeared on the Xuanjia turtle's body. Blood-red tendrils spread out, sucking the blood and flesh from the Xuanjia turtle. Although the Xuanjia turtle had formidable defenses, its movements were sluggish. Once entangled by the blood-red tendrils, it could only be at their mercy. The speed of the bloodthirsty blade was astonishing. In mere seconds, it drained the Xuanjia turtle completely. Guanli withdrew the bloodthirsty blade. With the blood-red tendrils grasping a crystal core. He swiftly pocketed the core and rushed towards the other Xuanjia turtles. A rumble. The Xuanjia turtle king bit at the ice giant crocodile. Its biting force was no less than that of the ice giant crocodile. Rip! The Xuanjia turtle king bit down on the ice giant crocodile and violently yanked, tearing away large chunks of flesh. With blood gushing forth, the ice giant crocodile formed a layer of ice armor to seal the wound. It opened its massive jaws, releasing a chilling aura that surged forth. The icy breath was directed towards the Xuanjia turtle king. The Xuanjia turtle king, unwilling to back down, trembled slightly, raising a wall of earth from beneath its feet. The icy breath crashed against the earthen wall, instantly freezing it. The ice giant crocodile charged out, swinging its tail fiercely, shattering the frozen wall. Its massive tail struck the Xuanjia turtle king's head, causing several scales to shatter under the tremendous force. However, this blow only served to infuriate the creature. The Xuanjia turtle king's claws grasped the tail of the ice giant crocodile. Roar! The ice giant crocodile roared, attempting to break free from the grasp. Unfortunately, the Xuanjia turtle king's strength was immense. The ice giant crocodile turned its head, gathering icy breath once more. Thanks to the supply cards, it was able to unleash 2 powerful attacks in a short period. The Xuanjia turtle king's pupils reflected a hint of wariness. Clearly, it could not entirely disregard the damage from the icy breath. Still, the Xuanjia turtle king chose not to relent. It gathered water attribute energy. Preparing to counterattack. Rumble, the 2 terrifying breaths collided, causing the ground around them to crack. The ice giant crocodile was gradually losing its ability to withstand the pressure. The Xuanjia turtle king's attack had overpowered the icy breath. If it hit the ice giant crocodile, it would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Little crocodile! Han Xiaolu exclaimed anxiously. She conjured ice spikes in her hands and hurled them at the Xuanjia turtle king. However, such attacks were merely a tickle to the Xuanjia turtle king. It's over. Han Xiaolu felt a sense of despair. The ice giant crocodile was not only her pet but also her companion. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a long sword enveloped in blood-red tendrils interrupted the Xuanjia turtle king's attack. Chapter 97, Fierce Battle with the Turtle King. Guanli leaped forward, gripping the bloodthirsty blade, and lunged at the Xuanjia turtle king. Clang! The Xuanjia turtle king's head was struck and it staggered backward. The ice giant crocodile seized the opportunity to break free from the turtle king's grasp. Heel first. While Guanli thrust at the Xuanjia turtle king, he tossed out dozens of intermediate recovery cards. Now was not the time to be frugal. He needed to quickly restore the ice giant crocodile's injuries. Little crocodile! Han Xiaolu crushed the cards. A swirling green light enveloped the wounds of the ice giant crocodile. The effects of the intermediate recovery cards were incredibly powerful. With dozens activated simultaneously, the ice giant crocodile's injuries were instantly healed. Buzz buzz buzz! The Xuanjia turtle king quickly regained its senses and lunged at Guanli. Blood soul slash! Guanli concentrated a blood-red sword energy and struck towards the Xuanjia turtle king. Whoosh! A layer of earthen armor instantly formed on the Xuanjia turtle king's head, and the blood soul slash hit the armor, leaving a multitude of cracks. Guanli, I'm here to help! Han Xiaolu shouted. Urging the ice giant crocodile to attack, Long Jia and the Shenlei Jiao Legion also charged at the Xuanjia turtle king. In Guanli's hand, 3 cards appeared in an instant. Lightning element summoning card, but he did not hesitate and crushed the summoning card. Crack! 3 humanoid beings composed of lightning appeared before Guanli. Attack! He commanded. The lightning beings swung their arms, unleashing purple lightning bolts at the Xuanjia turtle king. The lightning struck the turtle shell, charred patches appearing all over. Although the damage was minimal, the rapid frequency of attacks could yield significant results if concentrated on one spot. Frost Wolf Spirit was summoned directly. A massive Frost Wolf Spirit coalesced. Kill! Guanli commanded. The Frost Wolf Spirit charged at the Xuanjia turtle king. He did not expect it to inflict substantial damage. Merely distracting the Xuanjia turtle king was sufficient. The Frost Wolf exhaled icy rays, successfully freezing one of the Xuanjia turtle king's legs, causing it to momentarily falter. Good opportunity. Guanli summoned the Blood Demon Hand. He felt an endless surge of power in his arm. The bloodthirsty blade flickered with a sinister crimson light. With one strike, he slashed at the Xuanjia turtle king. Crack! A deep wound appeared on the Xuanjia turtle king's body. The bloodthirsty blade had reached the mid-level of 7 stars and, combined with its legendary level talent, Guanli unleashed his full strength to successfully breach the Xuanjia turtle king's shell. Roar! The Xuanjia turtle king howled in agony, its eyes filled with disbelief. This human before it could actually break through its defenses. Energy surged within it, and the ice on its leg was instantly shattered. The massive turtle shell glowed with a yellowish hue and trembled slightly. In an instant, spikes of earth shot up from the ground. Guanli swiftly dodged the spikes with agility, while Long Jia revealed its complete form, flapping its demon wings and lifting off the ground. Meanwhile, the ice giant crocodile and the Shenlei Jiao Legion were in a dire situation. Their large bodies could not evade the dense spikes of earth and had to endure the attacks. The scales of the Xianlei Jiao radiated a purple glow, rendering the earth spikes ineffective against them. The ice giant crocodile, covered in a layer of icy armor, likewise withstood the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the Xuanjia turtle king began to crawl toward the water. Trying to escape, no way, block its path. Guanli immediately reacted. The Xianlei Jiao continuously spewed lightning balls, which struck the Xuanjia turtle king's wounds, turning the flesh and blood within into char. Yet it did not halt its movement, and during the intense pain, it continued to crawl toward the water. Long Xia dove towards the Xuanjia turtle king, its devouring claw striking out fiercely. The Xuanjia turtle king's wound was torn open again, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Unfortunately, the Xuanjia turtle king paid no heed to its injuries and frantically continued its crawl into the water. With its terrifying strength and massive size, it was impossible to obstruct its progress. The Xuanjia turtle king plunged into the water. A smile crept across Guanli's lips, realizing the trap had been set. The water was indeed the turtle king's domain, but there was a prerequisite: its opponent must lack the ability to fight underwater. However, apart from Han Xiaolu, everyone on his side could engage in combat beneath the waves. The ice giant crocodile and the Xianlei Jiao were naturally capable, and Guanli possessed water manipulation. Long Xie, being a corpse king puppet, did not require breathing. Once the Xuanjia turtle king entered the water, it became more agile, yet it revealed a fatal weakness: its underbelly. Without hesitation, Guanli leaped into the water. Igulyalu, the water control technique is activated. Guanli felt no discomfort. He was able to breathe freely in the water. Guanli swayed his body and swam towards the Xuanjia turtle king. Once an inept swimmer, he instantaneously transformed into a master of the waters under the influence of the water control technique. Without any sense of obstruction, he soon caught up with the Xuanjia turtle king. The Xianlei flood dragon swam alongside him, while Long K also writhed, heading towards the Xuanjia turtle king. The ice giant crocodile submerged even deeper. The area surrounding the Xuanjia turtle king was entirely soaked in blood. Up! Guanli suddenly accelerated, grasping the bloodthirsty blade as he aimed for the Xuanjia turtle king's vulnerable spot. The soft flesh erupted with blood. A howl, the Xuanjia turtle king let out a piercing scream, cursing Guanli for his lack of honor for launching a surprise attack on such a sensitive area. The Xianlei flood dragon lunged at the Xuanjia turtle king, relentlessly assaulting its limbs and abdomen. The Xuanjia turtle king did not remain passive. The it thrashed violently. As is well known, turtles can extend their necks quite far, and the Xuanjia turtle king, a creature of evolution, was no exception. It extended its neck and bit at the Xianlei flood dragon. Whoosh! One Xianlei flood dragon was caught in its jaws. The terrifying biting force nearly severed it in two. In a critical moment, Guanli launched an attack on the same sensitive area. He forcefully stuffed a self-destructing robot inside. Boom! The area erupted in a torrent of blood. The Xuanjia turtle king was on the verge of tears. Who among us hasn't experienced hardships, stuffing explosives into such a sensitive area? Was this truly the act of a human? Guanli had no time for hesitation. He had to seize this opportunity. If the Xuanjia turtle king regained its composure, things would become exceedingly difficult. The loss of blood rendered the Xuanjia turtle king weakened. It suddenly felt the call of death, having dominated the aquarium for so long. Was it truly to perish at the hands of a mere human? It was unwilling indeed. Water spheres began to coalesce around the Xuanjia turtle king. It was making a final struggle. The water spheres contained immense energy, instantly surging outward. Blood soul slash. Guanli swung his sword with ferocity. The two forces collided. His form was violently hurled away. Long K and the Xianlei flood dragons were similarly repelled by the water spheres. Yet, the Xuanjia turtle king did not retreat but advanced instead. It had fixated on the one who had attacked its vulnerable spot. Even in death, it sought to drag Guanli down with it. Guanli remained unfazed, instead charging forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the long-hidden ice giant crocodile, now unleashing its full power as it surged towards them. Given the ice giant crocodile's demeanor, it seemed ready to unleash a formidable attack. Guanli had to coordinate.